0.03, 1.5 grams.
Yes.
Okay, so can you demonstrate that for us?
Yes, it has been done many, many times.
I just want to see it once. I just want to see it once, Rihip.
Yeah, I'll give you a critical thinks video. Where is he? Whoops.
Now, if it's only 1 gram out of 500, wouldn't that be off that much if you like tilted the scale?
No, it would be on the cosine of the tilt, which wouldn't be enough. You have to tilt it quite a lot.
To get 1/500th, I don't think you have to tilt it very much.
Oh, I think you would. I think it'd be a couple of degrees. Where are we? Where's critical think channel? I'm not going to do this.
What are you even doing, Ruhiv?
I'm trying to find the video.
Like, what am I listening to? What are you guys talking about?
Now, let's say you provide a video. Let's say you provide a video that matches your specifications, right? What if I get a video that debunks your specifications, that doesn't get an accurate weight, or it doesn't get the expected weight? Now, what do we do?
Well, maybe we'll redo it, but we've got plenty of evidence that it is a phenomenon. I've done it myself. Critical Think's done it. Wolfie's done it.
I'm interested. Tell me how you did it yourself.
Yeah, you have a set of scales and you have a known weight. Do you want to see a fucking known weight in my scales?
You did it yourself. It shouldn't take too long to explain. Just run us through it. Just tell us what you did. I'm interested.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you did do it. Tell me what you did, Ruhiv, and tell me where you were.
Take a known weight.
Tell me where you were.
I'll get there eventually, Godric. Right, I did mine between Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. Right, because the only place I go to really is LA, and that's roughly the same latitude as Sydney. So, it's pointless.
Let me stop you right there. How many degrees is that?
Sydney's about 34, and LA's 33 or something.
Wait, 1 degree?
Yes.
Okay, I'm confused here because we just talked about the North Pole to the equator is 1.5 grams off of 500.
Right.
So 1 degree will not have a measurable difference, would it?
Exactly. That's the point, Godric. That's why I said I travel to LA a lot.
Holy shit!
But there's no point doing it from Sydney to LA because it's the same latitude.
Ruhiv, you said you did it.
Yes,
what did you do?
I said I did it between Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne.
Okay, what's Brisbane? Okay. How many degrees is that?
Well, I think it's about 20 or something like that.
20.
Brisbane is...
Okay, so is that
27.
1/3? Is that 1/3 of the 90 degrees? Less than 1/3.
Approximately. Yeah.
So less than 1/3 of the 1.5 per 500?
Well, you've got to calculate the difference between Sydney and Brisbane and Sydney and Melbourne.
No. Tell me what was the weight difference.
Oh, fuck, I don't know the fucking numbers, Godric. This was years ago. I didn't make a video about it because it's been done to death. That's why I linked you to Critical Think's video.
Listen. If you're telling me 90 degrees gives you 1.4 grams off of 500 grams, that would mean that 20 degrees gives you like 0.4 grams off of 500 grams, which is in the margin of error, Ruhiv. That's not a thing. What you did is not a thing.
How about watch the video, Godric? How about watch the video first?
I'll watch the video with it, but it's like so hard to get these things that you can really tell. This is the thing. The problem with the globe Earth is you can't tell. It's infinitesimal. You can't see it bending. Where is it curving?
Wherever they say it is.
Let me help you out here. Don't tell people you've done it because you haven't done it. If you're going to get a 0.4, that's not enough to make a difference. Your scale could be slanted, bro. No, I'm helping you out. Your scale could be slanted, and that's your 0.04 grams.
Isn't it a massive coincidence that the scale had to be slanted just the right amount at each location to match the fucking calculations?
It needs to
Wouldn't that be amazing?
It needs to be a difference, not 0.4 grams at a 500.
Yeah, just watch the video.
Listen, you could have dropped your scale, and you could get that error by doing that.
And just luckily again, we get the exact results that we were expecting of the Earth, the globe. Just watch the video.
I'll watch the video. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want me to think I'm standing on a sphere, you're gonna show me how outer space made a sphere for me to stand on, and
How
how I'm
about
suspended there.
how about we do an observation, right, where flat Earth would predict something, globe Earth would predict something else, and we test it.
Why would that do anything?
Because
What does that even mean?
if all my observations are consistent with the Earth being a sphere, then I should be pretty confident that it is a sphere. If my
I feel like
observations
I'm
are
very late.
inconsistent with a flat Earth, then the Earth's not flat.
Dude, I'm very late to this, right? And you're telling me that me and you need to plan and go make more tests? Like,
No. Don't have to do any extra tests. Just be clear about what your model would entail in reality, and then you can, see whether that matches reality.
yeah. And where in reality does water curve?
In reality, measurably.
Yeah, that claim is wild, bro.
Okay, if you say so.
You don't think twice about that claim?
I've measured curvature.
What?
Have measured curvature. If you're at one point on the Earth of known elevation, and you look across to another point of known elevation, you should be able to do some geometry to work out what the angle should be. Right? If I'm on a flat Earth and we're ignoring atmosphere, and I'm at 1,000 meters elevation, and I look across to some other point that's also 1,000 meters elevation, what should the angle to that be? 0, right?
You're like doing everything you can to
No,
reinforce the ball.
because
Why don't you
object
just consider that you're level with the ground, like the ground's level?
I did ask a question that had a very simple, trivial answer of 0. Do you agree that it's 0?
no Ruhif, because objects shrink at a distance.
Understood. I understand that. Do you think you can do geometry to account for that, Godric?
I'd like to see you. I'd like to know how you do that.
Yeah. You do it in orthographic view. That's how
And
you
let me
do
ask
it.
you this: are you ignoring the obvious missing curvature that you should be seeing? Missing height of the object that you should be seeing on the bottom of the surface? Are you
What?
ignoring that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Are you ignoring the missing height that is covered by the curvature at the bottom of your object?
I make a calculation for what that angle should be on a flat Earth, and then I make another calculation for what that angle should be on a globe, and then I go and measure it.
And Ruhif, are you ignoring the missing height
What are you
of your
missing?
distant object?
What do you
If
mean?
the
I
Earth
don't
is a
understand what you mean.
globe, if the Earth is a globe, there would be curvature. There'd be a curve in the middle of between A and B.
Mhm.
That bulge or curve, call it what you want, should be hiding distant objects.
Okay.
Are you ignoring that hidden height that the distant objects are being covered by the curve of the Earth? And
How
you're
about I
only
just
looking at,
say
hang on. You're only looking at the top of the object, but not the bottom where it would prove your globe?
you're saying obstruction would prove a globe? Then boy, do I have an
Yes.
observation for you. Okay.
Yes.
Canigou has 2.5 kilometers of mountain below the horizon. Globe proven, according to you, right?
I'd like to look at it.
Sure.
And by the
Let's
way,
go.
I don't think measuring an angle on the top of an object proves anything. Because how
Well,
do you
it
know
does.
that you have an angle? How do you know you have an angle?
I have an angle measuring device called a theodolite. What it does.
Distant objects would angle down.
Please show me the geometry for what you expect on a globe versus what you expect on a flat Earth, and then I can take you seriously.
Just look at streetlights. Look at lined up
Right.
streetlights. We know that they're the same height. I'm not saying that they're
Yeah.
smaller at a distance. The top of those lights angle downwards to the horizon.
Right. The angle to them
How do
gets
you
lower.
know?
Correct.
How do you know they're not angling downwards because they're getting distant, not because it's
Yeah.
lower? Just explain to me.
Because I know the distance. I know the distance.
Okay, so you're saying you know the distance and you know what it should be showing you, and it's not showing you that. Is that what you're saying?
Let's draw this. Let's draw it. Hold on.
I don't
Yeah,
have
if
to
you draw
draw
a picture, that'd
anything.
be great.
Everybody can picture what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
And
Ruha,
did you
great
put it in
patience,
Canada,
bud.
by the way?
yeah, I posted. Can I go tagged you in the chat?
Thank you, Rahif.
Man, you don't
posted
think anything is
Canada as well.
affecting your perspective in the distance?
If
What you're
you
seeing
think
is
I'm
physically
ignoring
happening.
something, if you think I'm ignoring something or doing something wrong with my calculations, please show me the correct calculations. I think I'm doing the right calculations.
I've done for years as well.
Yeah. You can show the mountain, right?
Again?
For being distant, they vanish bottom up
Why? Please show me the geometry.
because that bottom of the mountain is meshing into the water that's in front of it because of distance.
Please, like this photo that I posted to you, where do you think 0 meters above sea level is? If you are able to see through the
Same
water,
old shite. Same
No,
old shite.
I just wanna put us on the same page. A
right?
distant object will vanish into the horizon for being distant, and they'll vanish bottom up. So
No.
that missing height is meshing with the water level that's in front of it.
We're not on the
That's all
same
that's
page,
happening.
Godric.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, so that's what I think happens on a flat Earth.
Okay,
You think
please
you need to have a
show-
round Earth? Okay,
You're right,
that's what
Godric.
Please
That's
show
we're gonna
how that
disagree.
works. Please
That's
show
what we're
how
gonna
it works,
disagree.
Godric. If you
Scale.
can't
You
show
haven't
how
the
that's meant to
scale.
work, then you're just talking out your
Hey,
ass.
Ruhev.
Hey,
Ruhev, you're
you
not
haven't the
even making
scale
a decent
taken into
conversation happen.
consideration, Ruhev. That's what you
Okay.
miss out, Ruhev. You're a simple bowler who just calls it as you see it. You haven't the scale taken into consideration, all the appropriate dimensions. It's as simple as that. Can I just say I posted an image of Canagoo beneath yours, and also if you look at the right side here, it's on the salt flats where we have water mirroring, and we see the mountain range in the background mirroring against itself, just like we see at Canagoo on the left. Excellent.
except that the one at the salt flats would be an actual mirror, whereas Canagoo is an inferior mirage.
It's a mirror. It's a mirror along the surface of the water.
Thank you, Dodo.
No,
And,
no, the one on the
Rohit-
right, the salt flats are actually mirroring, actually reflecting.
So
The
are
left
they.
is an inferior
so
mirage.
is the mountain on the left.
No, it's
Just at a
not.
different
It's an
scale.
inferior mirage. It's light bending.
But Ruev,
What's
consider
your-
that it's has 1 second, Godric. Ruev, have you considered that it might be an extended span? How would the water behave as you look further and further
Yes.
into the distance when there's light involved?
I have
circular.
have considered an extended plane, and with that consideration, I make a prediction for what I should see. Right, I should not see 2.5 kilometers of a mountain blocked by the horizon.
You should do, because you're looking over such a great
Please.
expanse over the extended surface, bud. You're not
Okay.
taking this into consideration. You've two-dimensionalized the image, and you're just saying what you see.
Instead of
Without any further
words,
consideration.
please show how that disappears. 2.5 kilometers of mountain. Please make a prediction for what you should see quantitatively. I mean, we've built fucking ray tracers, right? That you feed in the elevation data, and you say, show me what this would look like on a globe, and show me what it would look like on a flat Earth. We can
Whatever
do
picture
these
you
predictions.
took is how it would look.
Okay,
on a
1
flat
second.
Earth, dude.
1 second, please. So, Ruhev, if you look at the image on the left of Canagoo, where does the water end? Where does the water end? Along the solid
so
surface here? So
Along
is the
probably the
mountain itself
midpoint of
floating?
the
If we identify the mirror line, we look at the inferior mirage, is the top of the mountain itself floating in the sky?
no, the actual water is somewhere between that fold line and the sort of visible horizon.
I agree.
Okay.
Fold line, but I actually agree here. So we identify the fold line, and then we bring a line towards the visible horizon. All of that is water. So the inferior mirage or underside mirroring is happening along the surface of the water, which might be a great expanse because we're looking at such a massive distance. Very good, you will have. Very good.
Yeah, I understand refraction, yes.
Excellent.
Right.
Very good.
You've still got 2.5 kilometers. If again, I'll ask the same question I asked Electric. If you were able to see the base of Mount Canagoo, right, so 0 meters above sea level, if you were able to point at it in the picture and see through water, where would you put it?
You would put it exactly where it is. Exactly where it is.
Which is where?
You're trying to imagine that it would extend right down a massive distance because the mountain is so high. No, you wouldn't. You have to take the scale. Remember, if you were to draw this out on a side profile, you have a massive distance of 200 miles along the x-axis. You have the observer height at one side and the observer or the mountain height at the other side, which is much, much, much less than 200 miles. So you just haven't scaled. Ruhif can't scale properly.
I guarantee you've scaled it correctly, Pete. And again, I will ask you not to use words to explain bullshit, but make an actual quantitative prediction rather than just saying this is the explanation.
No. You're exactly the one that uses words to as bullshit to explain something that's not actually happening, and then you transfer the words or the thought into drawings or into mathematics to justify your.
No, I want the drawings. I want the drawings. I want the mathematics because otherwise it's just word bullshit.
No. That's wrong. Imagination comes first. Then you develop the language to express what you've come to terms with. So yes, the first thing is you understanding the principle. The words are fine, but you just want the math, I guess, because you deal in idealism. You deal in ideal mathematics to explain your nonsense. No worries.
So I've posted another one in the chat, Pete.
I'm glad we agreed on that anyway. When I just 1 second before you move on, that below the mirroring line and above the seeming divide is water. I'm glad you agree on that. How can that be fucking water, man?
The actual horizon, in your one, the actual horizon is somewhere between the fold line and the visible horizon. And I don't think we can know where.
So hang on. How thick is this band? Okay, how thick is this band of air that is causing the inferior miraging then? How thick is this band of air that's mirroring the mountain?
Probably in the lowest 50 meters or so.
You are fucking kidding me. You are fucking kidding me, man. If you're thinking over an expanse of 200 miles, you have this band going 50 meters all the way along to the target. Ruhif, that's not.
No,
man, you're not thinking straight. You're not thinking straight. You're not thinking straight.
Listen, the observer is at 300 meters and the top of the mountain is like 2,800. Okay, on a flat Earth, my line of sight would not get anywhere near sea level. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, for an inferior mirage to exist, the surface has to be warmer than the air above it. Okay, there has to be a fairly extreme temperature change. Okay, that sort of temperature change, that extreme temperature change, can only happen close to the surface. It does not happen above, 100 meters or so.
Why not?
Because the air mixes, and then the heat exchange is evening out.
I think the one thing that you will insist on, that if you're 50 meters up and you're looking across at a target 50 meters, no matter how far it is away, it will seem to be a horizontal level height, your viewer perspective, which is absolutely fundamentally wrong as well. But I think the problem here more than anything else is you are not taking into consideration how it might look on a flat Earth.
I'm trying. I get accused of strawmanning the flat Earth when I make predictions of what I should see on a flat Earth. Do you know why I have to do that? Because you fuckers don't. You guys refuse to make a prediction for what you should see on a flat Earth.
Let me explain to you what's happening then. Over the great expanse, so go back to the picture on
make
the
left, a prediction.
Over the great expanse, massive distance, what we're looking at here is an illusory horizon line. The water actually continues back to even beyond the mountain, beyond the mirror line. And if you'll notice that the mirror line is actually above the horizon line, the doubling folding line. Anyway, the point is here that as we look back into the great distance, water, the solid line, is an illusory line. The water continues further back, but how long? It could be 40, 50 miles. We don't know. From our limited perspective, we are looking at a glass surface of water and we're seeing the mountain in the background. And what is the bottom of the mountain is actually disappearing into this mirrored water layer, a mirroring band. And yet we're losing the bottom of it due to scale because it's such a massive, massive distance that we're looking over. So it has to be decoded. Whereas you're just calling it what you see. You're saying what you see and coming up with all of these fantastical explanations for it then. There's a flat Earth explanation for you, bud. And you know I've been talking about that for years as well. It's okay though.
Make an actual prediction, Pete, for what we should say, not just words after the fact saying, "Oh, this is why."
You can't
if I
predict
give you
it.
the observer,
No,
yes,
no,
you
no,
can.
you can't.
I can.
Can't predict it. No, you can't, because this is
Yes,
such
I
a
can.
rare occurrence. It's such a rare occurrence, and if there was different conditions on that day, you wouldn't see this continuously. You wouldn't just get a constant replication of the same image under the same circumstances.
When you're a decent height above the surface, refraction is predictable. I can predict. If you give me an observer location and a target and whatever else, I can show you what you would see as long as you're a decent height above the surface.
If you're saying, I noticed you say you like to make predictions, and they're coming out to what you think they'd expect on a globe Earth. So let's go back to the weight and the degrees.
Yep.
How do you figure out what you'd weigh per latitude?
I'll post to the my little thing. Hold on.
Now, is this some math that NASA gave you?
My
I'm assuming-
spreadsheet that I wrote from scratch.
Did you do it yourself, Rahif?
Yes, this is my spreadsheet.
Did you get the number yourself, or did you have help from NASA?
The only thing
Real
this
question.
takes, is the radius and a sidereal day and gravity.
Okay, so let's say I'm your science teacher, and I want you to show the work. How do you get these numbers? How do you show the work? Gravity.
Really show the formulas.
You're saying gravity, sidereal day? Yes. That would interest me. Yeah. Did you really do it yourself, or did you borrow it?
Yes. It's my. Do you want my spreadsheet? I've got a fucking massive spreadsheet.
I think the formula would be great. Yeah.
Okay, so given the radius and the fact that given the radius, we know the circumference, right?
The given circumference is like 5,000 miles.
Yep, about 40,000 kilometers, right? And if we go 40,000 kilometers in 24 hours, we can work out like a linear tangential speed, right?
Yeah, continue.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to go feed the dogs. It's 7:50.
Whatever the fuck. Come on, man. That's
Dude,
so
I was starting to listen to you now, Rahif.
Yeah, that's
I
so
feel like
lame.
he feeds the dogs every like 45 minutes.
Or, God, actually, who here can
fat
tell me what
dogs.
time? Who here can tell me
Fat
what
dogs
time
are
I
I
feed the
got it.
dogs?
Listen,
Gio?
listen, Ruhif, I've got it for you, man. Listen, I have an observation that I captured. If I tell you the day, you do the fucking research on the conditions, because it's right off of Ventura, so you'll have all the shit you want. Okay? I was up about 300. I was up about 300 feet. Is that high enough for you?
Osho, what time do I feed the dogs? Gio, what time do I feed the dogs?
7:45.
Jeremy, what time?
Can you not hear me,
7:45.
Ruhif,
I
can
heard
not
you,
hear me?
but guess what? I have to go and feed the dogs.
Yeah, but Ruhif, your personal life does not need to be part of the live stream.
Right, man.
When I'm accused of running away from discussions, yes, it does.
Well, whatever you do with your time is fine. Like earlier,
Yeah.
you're always like, just whatever your personal thing is, just do what you need to do.
Yeah, I'm going to go feed the dogs.
You had me at gravity at sidereal day. Why can't you just finish?
Because it's 7:50 and I have to go and feed the dogs.
Yeah.
Any,
That's what his
any
wife
questions
said.
after feeding the dogs? Just come back.
Go feed the dogs.
No, I probably can't come back. I usually don't come back. Anyway,
Yeah.
someone else can fucking
You
do
won't
the math.
be. You won't be missed, Ruhif. You won't be missed.
Okay, thanks, Travis. I love you.
Thank you,
I watched your
Rahif.
fucking shit ass
Thank
video
you.
too, Travis.
Thank you, Rahif.
See ya.
Hey, the dogs. Hey,
Dude.
Patrick.
What the fuck? I was just trying to have him like show his work, dude. And he's like, I feed the dogs. This is like third time it happened to me in the same week.
That's ridiculous. This is what frustrates me, Gio. This is like a waste of time. These guys.
All right, Patrick. Simple.
Hey, what's up, man?
Very simple. You just compare gravity. You know what that is, and you compare that to the acceleration.
Kosho. If you're gonna continue where we're left off.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, man. Okay, just compare the downward acceleration due to gravity.
Man, your mic's not that great, Kosho.
I'm probably blocking it. Am I still blocking it?
Yeah, but it's not enjoyable to try to listen to you. It's like stretching out
I'm
for
not
something
trying
I
to give you a
can't
fucking
reach.
hard off, dude. Hold up a
I
second.
can't hear you very well, man. I'm just trying to tell you that I really want to listen to what you're saying, but it's hard to hear you.
Probably
All right, let
late
me.
where he is. He's keeping it
The
down
fuck,
now.
Hold on,
man.
I'm using a laptop, and I'm trying to set up the settings for the microphone. I'll play around with it. Regardless, it's simple. It's very simple, Godric. 2 words: centrifugal. It's like 8 words. Centrifugal force compared with the gravity, local gravity.
Put those numbers in a formula. This is why Kosho. Actually, I don't know how to do that. I'm interested. I want to try to do it myself, but I can't do it if you don't show me how to do it. What numbers are you using? That's why. So River says shit, and so do you, by the way. I'm not saying that you're full of shit, but I'm saying that I want you to show me the work so I can do it myself. That's all. It's an honest request. Don't just tell me it's centrifugal force and gravity. What are you actually doing? If I'm in LA, and let's say I can go to where can I go? The Texas, the bottom of Texas. What's the difference on a 500-gram weight? That's what I want to know. I can do that. Not some shit NASA gave me. I want to really test it. I'd rather hear it from you and Ruhif than from NASA.
Because you've told me you don't want to do any work. You want to just see how.
I'm starting to do some work. I'm starting to actually try to do some work. Give me a minute.
Hey, Kosho, do you feel like you could predict the scene that you would see if I gave you, or if you looked up a particular area and saw what the weather conditions, that you say, "Oh yeah, you definitely see this refractive event."
No, but I'll tell you what. I talked to Rivik about this, but he wasn't interested. He said talk to Marcus, but I'm actually. Did you know how we were talking about Walter Bison's thing the other day? I like
Yeah.
Walter Bison's simulation. But I actually wanted to build one. 'Cause I don't know as much as these guys do. Those guys built that and Rivik made it. But I do think that you should be able to make one like Walter Bison's, except for if you put in more data, like as much data as possible for all the optical corridor, whatever. You should be able to put in as much data as you can gather and be able to predict exactly what you see at that moment. You know, I think that'd be cool to build something like that. I
Man,
personally,
I'm telling you, man, I'm trying to listen to what you're saying. Your mic is shit, and it a lot of what you said for me, I lost. I can't hear what you're saying.
what's a good setting to fix? What setting? What setting is good to fix?
I don't know, man. I don't know why you don't normally sound this way.
Get some sleep, Kosho. Take it easy.
Kosho, you used to have a decent mic. I don't know what happened, but it's a big downgrade these days.
That's my mic at home. I'm using a laptop. Yeah.
Do you not have a headset? You're just speaking into the built-in?
Probably in
Yeah.
bed somewhere. It's late enough in America.
I'm
Pete's
using
worried.
it.
Pete's worried about you, Kosho. You need your beauty rest, man.
I'm gonna
Listen,
change it to my. I'm
you
gonna change
guys,
it to my. Go ahead.
Copernicus. So Copernicus sounds excellent. Kosha is very muffled. What do I sound like?
You're good.
I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. I'm on my laptop with my basic headset. Nothing special.
You got a headset.
Today I do.
I need
I
a
probably don't
little-
sound that great on my cell phone, and I'm gonna switch and see. But
You were on here last night when I went to bed, weren't you, Godric? Or was that somebody else?
I think I was actually. I forgot what the conversation was.
We were talking about, oh man, Matrix was going off last night, Gio. Was he not? Matrix was going off about the. Oh man. So it was like 10 o'clock my time, Eastern Standard. So I went to bed, but I thought you were still there.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah. It was pretty wild.
Did you hear the conversation that Smooth had with me?
I heard parts of it, yeah.
Man, that was weird, but interesting.
Yeah,
He was all like,
he was
he was
being
all chumming up to me and asking me all these intimate questions about my transition from tradition into my own new world.
It was cool though. I mean, I like that's
Yeah. I mean, I kind of warmed up to the guy a little bit,
But to me, that's more interesting. Somebody kind of interviewing someone, hearing their life journey. It's stuff like that that I think is better for this live stream rather than. I mean, I get the kind of globe debates and back and forth, but boy, sometimes it just gets very repetitive and the same characters. Like Ruhif obviously is just like pushing an agenda, and he's coming here every day to do the same thing. So I think we might want to start deflecting some of that and just not allowing someone like that to just take over the entire live stream for hours while he just pushes the same stuff every day.
Yeah. No, but I was thinking about it too, because if it was another setting or like a couple of days ago, he and I might, or, I might have been more feisty, but we might have been a little bit more antagonistic, but that was a total fireside chat, totally different vibe.
Yeah, I hadn't really seen that more calm side of him until recently, and yeah, sort of interesting to see that. More intellectual rather than just roughhousing.
Yeah, we still have to do a follow-up because he never really got around to answering my question when I asked him, how would you know things if you didn't know something to be, the case? How would you go about learning that thing? He seemed to get stuck on that. He was like, I don't like that question. That question makes me uncomfortable. He didn't say it that way, but that's kind of like what I thought he was saying. It's
When you say no, you're saying no, that's 100% fact truth.
what?
When you say no things, you're saying no, like in this is 100% fact truth, or
Well,
something else.
yeah, kind of. We were talking about. Well, he was asking me about like why I changed my mind from religion and whatnot, and we were talking. He seemed to be almost, I don't know. Somebody had said to him earlier in the day that he was a victim of indoctrination. So then he brought up that point with me and asked me if I would use that term against a baller. And I said, well, I don't know if I would actually like attack him and say, you're indoctrinated. Like, I wouldn't do it that way, but I would describe his experience as that. And then I said, okay, so if you weren't taught anything, like if you had to learn stuff on your own, how would you know? How would you know things? How would you discover things? How would you arrive at truth? So we were kind of trying to unpack that.
Yeah, I was there for part of that. That came up again earlier with Smooth. I was talking to Smooth for about 10 minutes, and he ended up saying he couldn't he could talk to me. I don't know.
Was it when you said earlier this morning or last night?
It's nighttime for me. 2 a.m. It was about, say, 10 o'clock. So it's about 6 hours ago. 4 hours ago.
Okay.
It has to be what responsibility does somebody have to find shit out, to do stuff, to experiment, to find this, to do the science themselves, and I told them zero. Nobody has any responsibility, but if you're like a scientist, you'd be expected to do these things. Or if you're in that field, that's expertise in that field, you'd be expected to do these things, but there's no responsibility per se, per person. And he thinks scientists do have a responsibility. And he definitely He's definitely biased towards scientists. He backs scientists. He even said that scientists are more honest than bankers and fuck, who else? Scientists are more honest than bankers and stockbrokers, I think is what he said. I'm like, what the fuck? Bullshit. That's what I told him. He didn't like that.
Of course he is. Hey, is this any better? Microwave, microphone.
Yes, Kosho, that's better. I think.
I don't think it's much better.
No, it's not much
That's why I
better.
brought up the you know, the smoking that doctors had recommended smoking once upon a time, and like that's a science, and that got corrupted. So
Yeah. Well, in his defense, doctors are expected to to give advice on health and on wellness and on medicine. And
yeah,
they could be wrong. They could be wrong. You know, they could be corrupted. They could be selling you fucking surgeries and medication. You know, but I think
But
people believe that they're there to help people. Doctors are supposed to help people. They take a fucking oath to do that shit. There's an oath that they need to help people. I don't know exactly what the oath is, but they take one. So they're actually a little more
Talking about the hippocampus.
whatever the fuck that oath is. When you become a doctor, fucking, I don't know, swear in the Bible. I don't know what they say, but
Hippocratic oath.
yeah, they're expected to help people. Whereas bankers and stockbrokers, honestly, are not expected to do that.
And no one
I don't
thinks
think
that
it makes it.
because
Listen,
the
it doesn't make it more honest because doesn't make it more honest because people are honest and dishonest. It's the person. It's not the profession. The only profession I think would be dishonest by profession would be a lawyer and a politician because motherfuckers have to lie to stay in power and to stay and to keep their position. Other than that, I don't know. You know, the general profession that. But see, actors are supposed to put on the show. They're supposed to enchant the audience to be somebody else. It's not lying. Different. It's different than lying. It's a professional entertainer.
Man, a hooker.
A real hooker is a professional person.
mostly it's just
You're saying like a
women.
gypsy, like a hooker might, steal your money, fucking knock you out with roofies, fucking take your wallet. I see what you're saying, like a gypsy, right?
Yeah, definitely not someone you'd trust. Not that they're not trustworthy, but just that situation. No,
I'm not just talking about gypsy hookers. I'm just talking about hookers because.
But the problem is you're giving hookers a bad name, Kosho. Is that proper to do that though?
When you make it feel good.
You can't get an honest hooker, Kosho? Come on now.
So what did he say? That bankers are more honest than scientists? Or what was it?
He said scientists are more honest than bankers and stockbrokers. What he said. I'm like bullshit.
Yeah,
you know why? Because they're people, dude. Because they're people, man. People are fucking,
No, but okay. So a scientist, in the business of, discovery, some of them are dishonest. Sure, the stockbroker or a banker are in the interest of you. So.
So tell me how a stockbroker or a banker is more dishonest than a scientist. Okay, go.
They have more. They have more. They have more incentive to be dishonest.
well, they don't tell you about fiat currency. They never mention fiat currency in the whole thing, how it works.
Because what I'm thinking of is Fauci, who is dishonest, and I'm thinking of the average stockbroker who he's working. He's taking orders. He's selling.
Interest calculated daily. How dishonest is that? You go in there to get a loan, you think it's like 15%, but really you end up paying almost 100% in interest, double what you borrowed.
So the 30-year mortgage is immoral, right? It's a trick.
Their whole point is to trick you into making you responsible for their money. They're trying to sell
Yeah,
you
well, it's not
something.
how it started out. It's gotten worse and worse and worse, and now they're talking about 50-year loans. And let's bring in 100-year loans. That way we can have houses prices go to the moon. Although they're crashing at the moment, but
In their
that's
defense,
what
though, isn't that all in the fine print that the payment will actually be this much? And you'd be like, what? You know, but it's there, right? They don't cover it up. We know
No.
bankers make money. We know loans are fucking egregious, fucking terrible, you know, to the debtor, right? But people take it because they want a house, because they want that money, and they want a car, you know. Ideally, you want to do everything with cash. You know, you be your own bank, but people don't
All
have cash
right,
to
then.
buy a car to buy a house,
Well,
so they have to take a fucking loan that fucking sucks. But otherwise, they
this is
can't
where
get
I
a
think it's
house.
more like sometimes it's the institution or the company that they work for. You know, so like in England, they stopped all this fees on small accounts and things. They did that years ago. They only just did it recently in Australia, or I don't even know.
Wait, are you
Oh.
saying overdraft fees?
No, just all the fees they charge you to access your own money. The constant servicing fee, just fees. Yeah, and overdrawing fees, all sorts of things.
There is a problem in Los Angeles, in US, about overdraft fees, and people are leaving Bank America and Chase, because Bank America and Chase are charging like $30 every time, $36 every time you get like a $1 overdraft. And it can
Yeah.
happen 3 or 4 times in one day, so you end up paying, you know, $120 overdraft fees just because you went to Starbucks, you went to
Or you didn't do anything and some automatic
McDonald's,
payment.
you went somewhere else, and your payroll came in at night, but it wasn't posted till the next day. You see some shit like that.
Yeah,
All of a sudden, you got fucking
yeah.
$120 overdraft fees. People are going to the
I recently got $300 back from one of the banks, and they said it was from like 10 years ago, and but they put it in a super fund, so can't even access it anyway. It's like, what? Oh, it's just
okay,
crazy.
good for you. And how fucking honest is the bank then, giving you money from 10 years ago? That's not honest. That's not moral. The fuck.
Well, we had
Tell Smooth.
we had an inquiry here, and they turned out they ripped off Australians $100 million or something, in all these fake fees and things.
They gave it back to you, dude. That's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Believe me, if they didn't give it back to you, you wouldn't be running after them. It was like a bonus. You wouldn't even expecting it, right?
No, but I can't access it anyway, so.
Why can't you access it?
Well, do you know what a super fund is that we have here in Australia?
You're saying it's there and you're with your name on it, but you can't get to it?
Yeah, so it's like a retirement fund.
Is it like a retirement you can get to when you retire?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, well, okay. Well, hey, you know, it's probably going to be much more when you retire. You're a young guy?
I'm a girl.
It's a lady, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, it was just surprising though.
Are you with a globe or a flat?
Well, how are you got just interested all of a sudden?
Sorry?
Is that your pickup line? Is that your pickup line, Gandra?
Did I let that out, Kosho? Come on, dude. No, but is that a tough question? I mean, you don't have to answer. I guess if that's, you know.
No, I
too
said
much.
flat.
Oh, okay, you're flat. Cool. Yeah, I was noticing that the Glovers have a huge I don't say a problem, but a very few Globe women out there. And Flat Earthers have plenty of women, I think. At least that come into this Discord. Am I right?
You guys always say that.
Social hates when I say that. But
Is
there
that-
are no Flat Earth women. I'm sorry, there are no Flat Earth. There are no Globe women.
There are very few women overall. There are a few globe women and gem pandas and elsewhere, but yeah, very, very few women overall.
Yeah, but very few that actually push or defend the globe. There may be some around that say they believe it or whatever, but actually argue for it or debate for it or push it. There's almost zero. We were talking about it the other day. There's maybe 2 or 3. There's been one or two on modern day debates.
Yeah.
Maybe one or two on some of these discords, but like very, very few.
So you have to consider that as far as Discord as a platform, there's like 70 or 80% or 90% men, right? I guess men are crazy that way. We're gonna sit here and discuss shit all day, just argue. I guess that's a guy thing.
It's not a fair metric. Yeah.
I didn't realize how bitchy men were until like.
I thought women were the insane ones, but it's men that are insane too.
Yes, I was quite shocked. Or it could just be Americans, I don't know. More outspoken. Sure.
I think Americans may be a little stubborn.
Well, there's a lot more of you. So, I mean, the internet is kind of American. It gets a little bit too American sometimes. I know more about America than my own country, which is a bit shameful. So it's like, I got to stop. I got to work out what's going on over here.
Is it that we have computers and you guys don't, wherever you are? Is that possible?
She's talking
about per person. I'm in a ratio.
I'm in Australia, so I think you just got them quicker than us.
Well, it takes time to ship them over there. Come on a boat from China to trying to get to Australia. It's like a year later, right? Wait, do you guys get Amazon over there?
Yes, although I think they banned it at some stage. I'm not sure if they've got it again now.
Trouble about it is your voice going through a filter because it sounds completely unnatural. Just being honest.
No, I'm just on my iPad.
It might be your mic because he sounds fine to me. How you doing, Trouble?
Hey, not too bad.
This is great.
Is that you?
Yeah, what's up?
Do I not sound right? Do I sound weird?
No, it's not. It's not your mic. It's not your mic. It's your voice itself. It just sounds unnatural. I just am like, man, it sounds like it's
a great thing to say to a lady. Shut
That's
up.
So nice. Thank you.
And she sounds like a lady too. I don't know why anyone would say would I don't get it. I've heard that before. Maybe it's because I know you so well, but I don't think your voice sounds manly at all.
I have a deep voice, I think.
Well, maybe just the way your confidence level sounds.
Did you just say you think you have a deep? I have a deep voice. I think that is hilarious. Wow.
No, you do have a lovely voice. I think it's just because there's a lot of Australian men in these circles that sound a lot like little children and Banshawn, all the rest of them.
Australian men have a higher voice usually. That's true.
Well, that's right. So
so the Australian accent with the lofty voice at all might be man in general.
What does it sound like when a woman's talking?
Just like that. Just like what you said.
Hello, how are you? Are you flat or globe?
Are you saying I don't sound like that? I'm like a woman. Nice.
Is that a lady?
No, he's saying men sound like women from Australia sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Because you guys are talking upside down.
The Australian lady sounds like a girl to me.
That's what I think too.
Australian men are really mean too.
No, they're just idiots.
Yeah, that's
This is so weird. I haven't had coffee yet. It's too weird for me.
Before you go, Travis, I wanted to ask you, Travis, did I hear that you have some footage of the star trails diverging from each other?
Yeah. I'm not going anywhere, but I do have footage from Southern California. But that's not the kicker of what I captured. If you haven't heard, I'll try to be as brief as possible. I set up both of my P900s side by side because I was going to try to create a panorama of a star trail. And so I had one on the left and one on the right. I had them both, like I said, as best as I could eyeball, height wise measured up. The field of view was the focal length. I just simply opened the camera to its natural setting. As soon as you turn it on, I think it's like 4 millimeter, right? So,
Yeah.
so what I did was I had a tree line that I could use as my border at the base of the frame. So the tree line was there, and then I simply overlapped the tree that both frames would match up with. Okay, so
Right. Good,
you
good
got
idea.
you follow what I'm saying?
I got it. Yep.
Okay. So then, like I said, I was just going to try to see if I could make a panorama because I thought it would be cool to have it move, from one side of the screen, any two frames. So I set it up all night, went out, push click, went to bed, got up in the morning, and I matched up the tree lines, and the right frame star trails were off at an angle of about 40 degrees.
Yep. Yeah, they're not even. They're not. It's not even even. The two celestial star patterns are not equal, and they diverge. And you got the divergence too, huh?
Well, listen, I don't know. Maybe you did understand me, but I don't know if you did. The left star trails moved, and then when they should have matched up when they transitioned to the other camera, they were completely off. Like they didn't match at all. Not like it was just off a little bit. They completely like hit a refractive index and just shot up in a different direction, even though my tree line was the same.
But if you point the camera out that way, would that happen? Or it only happens because you got the two camera thing happening?
I don't know if I can you ask that question again. I'll post my videos so you guys can check it out yourself. But say your
What do you
question
think that
again.
means?
That should happen. If you just point your camera in that direction, you should then just see this this split. You should see them jumping off weirdly, like they did when you had two of them.
Well, I'll say it in a negative. I didn't expect that at all. So you will see.
Can you share that? Can you put a link for that?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Give me a second. But yeah, you will definitely see because if I'll just put the whole playlist in of the star trails that I did. You will see
You gotta
absolutely
check out Trouble's Star Trails too. She's got a ton of star trails from Australia on her channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Go ahead and post your link to Trouble. It's your channel if you don't mind. Yeah, she's got tons of them.
I'm gonna post the playlist in total, and then I'm gonna post the first video that I made after I saw what I saw. I called it "Welcome to the Celestial Dome."
So, what was your interpretation before, if you want to give that a quick synopsis of why you think it did that?
I don't think that I can actually explain it except to say, if I treat each camera as a person, then each person sees the stars in their own orientation. That's the only way I can make sense of it. There would be no fucking reason why the star, like some people say, you didn't use the same focal length. All that's going to do is change the magnification. It's going to change the scale. It's not going to change a 40-degree angle.
But is it true that you had a different focal length, or did the cameras match completely?
No, because that's what happened, right? So I set it up, and I'm like, what the fuck did I do wrong? Like, I assumed that I had done something wrong. So I'm like, I'm going to do that again tonight. So I opened up the camera. I took a picture. I opened up my other camera. I took a picture, and then I took the data, both same focal length. Right?
Oh, so it was the same.
Yeah. So I just turned on my camera, left it. I didn't touch anything about the photo.
How far apart were they?
I'll show you if you watch the videos. I show you in one of them that how I set it up. I walk through, for anybody to say, "Oh, Travis, this is what you did wrong." You can see how I set it up.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a big deal. If well, I don't know if it's a big deal, but so you're saying that the pattern wasn't matching up. You clicked them both at the same time?
Yeah. I put my right index finger on my left index finger on. It went 1, 2, 3, click.
And it just seemed like they were off, or it just seemed like they were completely in a different place.
And you got to watch it yourself. Here it comes.
I will. Yeah. interesting. But they diverged, though. By the way, that's the other important part.
Yeah, I absolutely, yeah, because I started looking at my footage that way too. But yeah, you've got
The theory that I've gone on since Trouble and I used to talk to E1 a lot. I probably I sent you his video. You probably watched it or whatever. But he's the one that came up with that map I keep posting. And he thinks that they diverge, every at 24. I mean, at every single time they rotate, they diverge. They come back around. They meet up through the celestial equator, and they diverge, go 360 degrees off from each other. That the Milky Way completely gets split apart. And that if that's happening, and that can be shown to be happening, then there's no globe. It's over. That's it.
Well, yeah. I mean, post that video again, Ewan. I don't remember looking at it. If I did, I had forgotten. So if you don't mind sharing that again.
Watch his presentation. It's Trouble's on there with him. It's the only thing he has posted right now. It's not even because it's not his channel. It was when they went on the Sun and Moon to talk about the Southern Star Trails. But yeah, it's worth watching. I'll post it.
You know what? It's been a while since I've been on Sun and Moon. I should contact her. Karen would eat this up with this celestial dome thing. She would absolutely go bonkers. You're talking about that Karen, right? Sun and Moon?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. She's doing weird stuff these days.
Really?
Yeah, she started going a little bit crazy, like, how I talk about people becoming other people. She's gone to the extreme with it. Like, she was saying that, like,
oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Trump was the same person.
Yeah, I remember that. Have you ever thought of this one? Burt Reynolds and Marlon Brando.
What?
You got to check that one out, man.
What?
Yeah, you got to. Yeah,
that
check it out.
like comes from Karen, actually.
No, I came to that one on my own.
Oh, you came to that one just because they look similar, or is there more to it?
Yeah.
Into clones.
The young Marlon Brando and Burt Reynolds, abso-fucking-lutely, man.
So you're saying that Marlon Brando got like an age reversal potion or something and became?
I'm not making any other claims than they look very similar.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different than thinking that they're actually the same people.
Yeah. And then Matthew McConaughey with Marlon Brando. There's a few times, man, it's almost like a glitch. I'm like, man, he looks like Marlon Brando right there.
But Marlon Brando was fat. I mean, that's totally different.
Not when he was younger. Not when he was younger. Yeah.
But it's not. It's different than saying they were replaced. Like a lot of the ones we were talking about, like me with James Dean. I think James Dean actually did become Clint Eastwood. And I have a lot of reason to think that.
No way. Was he even tall enough?
That's the thing. They embellished Clint Eastwood's height up, and they diminished James Dean's height down. But I have proportionally the two of them standing right there, and they're proportionally the same.
Do you have a channel where you do this, or you just spam our
No,
chats?
I don't want to expose it. I was actually warned not to be too vocal about it by a Freemason that I was waiting on, and he kind of confirmed that I was right about this one because he knows Clint Eastwood. He tried to cover it up to begin with. He's like, "Oh no, they asked him that already. They already asked him that." And I'm like, "No, really?" I was like, "He's like, well." I said, "Is this something you can't say?" He goes, "I said, is this something you can't tell me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can't say." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Is this something I could get like hurt for saying things about?" And he's like, "It depends on how vocal you are about it."
Does it only work with actors, or does it work with like other people too?
Well, it works with anybody. Obviously, if they do a little bit of surgery, they took his bottom lip. They made his bottom lip a little thinner, and you could even see the scar there on Clint Eastwood. He didn't have his front four teeth already, so Clint Eastwood didn't have his front four teeth either, and he kept a chipset of teeth for part of his disguise to begin with. It seems, and he said it was a bar fight, but he kept that chipped tooth for a long time. But James Dean used to take his teeth out at parties to like freak out girls and stuff. But he lost it like doing some kind of trapeze setup in the barn when he was young. so he never had those front. He always had fake teeth in the front.
So, like, what's your thought on why they do these transitions or these replacements when, like, for instance, Dennis Hopper, right? Dennis Hopper started the same time as Brando and
James
Dean.
Dean. Yeah.
Huh?
James Dean, yeah, he was in a movie with James Dean, yeah.
Yeah. So you got somebody like Dennis Hopper who just stays the whole time.
Well, it's not like they have to do it, but there's certain reasons maybe that come together. Like James Dean said he got out of the military draft by saying he's gay, but he was bisexual. He used to sleep with Marlon Brando, actually. Marlon
I'm sure
Brando
he
treated
did.
him like a bitch. You know, he was Marlon Brando's bitch, actually. And he was
Yeah.
living in a shadow. He wrote like a suicide letter to his girlfriend and signed it James, and then in parentheses, Clint, Clift, Brando. And then Dean afterwards, right? So Clift and Brando were the people he was like living in the shadow of, Montgomery Clift and Brando. Now, if you combine those names, Clift and Brando, you could come up with Clint, right?
I guess, yeah.
That's speculation on my part, but he needed a new identity. The whole idea of him getting out of the military for saying he's gay would have haunted him. Plus, his trysts in Hollywood would have haunted him. Plus, he was known to sleep with the director for a part, which gave him a false sense of pride for what he'd already done.
Does this
Plus,
switching identities also include cloning people?
No, I don't know anything about cloning. I haven't looked into that very much. That doesn't make
Or
it easy.
say they're related. If you know someone looks like someone else especially from different age, I think they're all related.
Well, the thing about it is that there's two interviews, I'll send you, Travis. If you line those two videos up of the interview with Clint Eastwood and the interview with James Dean, there's the exact same voice and mannerisms.
Wow, that'll blow my mind, man. That would blow my fucking.
That's the clincher. After I send that, anybody that compares those two videos are convinced that I'm right.
And I didn't know that the Beatles, that people for years have thought that Paul got killed. I only heard about that one recently. I'm like, what?
Oh wow!
Oh, no,
Yeah, that's old
Paul's
news,
alive.
man.
Paul's alive. He goes by the name. To the best of my ability, I looked into this, and the thing that makes the most sense. He's still living in Liverpool. So is the original John. The original Paul's name is John Halliday, and he gives tours of Paul McCartney's boyhood home. And the original John Lennon is Colin Unwin. I'll put pictures in the chat. And he still takes care of a place called Strawberry Fields across from where he grew up.
See, I'd have to go MK Ultra to believe that. I don't know. I think there'd have to be lots of different reasons as to why they would.
Wait, aren't
well,
the Beatles
the
dead?
pros take over. The pros take over, and they have the career that they do everything they're told.
Family's got to be in on it, and they can't really treat him like he's their brother, so they got to give up a lot of stuff. So
why would the family say anything? Plus, they get residuals. They get royalties from. They probably were given checks their whole life.
Yeah, if it's what your brother wants, he wants to go into pretend that he's a gardener. No, I mean, yeah, of course, you're not gonna.
Or it's usually an offer they can't refuse. I imagine. Plus, he married. It seems like he married his love, the love of his life. Paul McCartney was in love with that Ash. I forget her last name, but it seems like that's his wife. That you look at the wife of John Halliday, and it's that girl.
Yeah.
You can't really go on tour with all the girls.
Did you see I put in the chat the playlist and the first video?
Yep, I'm definitely gonna check that out. That's awesome. Got them diverging. That means that they're actually going in the opposite direction. And there we go. At least two star trails overhead, splitting apart, coming back together, adjacent, above, a flat Earth, just like it seems. One goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise, just like it seems. None of this perspective, upside down bullshit.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Awesome. Good job.
Can you post that?
It's in the chat. I just put it in about
2:22 a.m.
10 minutes
So
ago.
what are you saying, that the stars don't all go the same way?
No. So watch the first video and see, and then come back. I don't think it's very long.
Wait, isn't this what you expect on a globe?
What'd you say, Kosho?
Why wouldn't this be what you expected on a globe?
What do you mean? Why did you watch the video?
So you got star trails going one direction, going the other direction, and they're pointed in the same place. You're saying.
I don't even want to listen to you, man. It's so hard to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's really low.
Kosho's talking under his breath. He's just talking out loud, thinking out loud.
Well, I mean, his whole speech pattern is mumbling anyway. So add a shit mic is just even worse. No offense meant, but it's just the way it is, bro.
The video sucks.
My video sucks.
Yeah, since you called him out, your video sucks.
There you go. Look at that. There's the pictures of Colin Unwin and John Halliday, who seem to be the original Paul and John.
Which text are you posting all this stuff in?
The live stream
one,
right above the room we're in, that live stream one text, just click on that. See that if you like exit out and see the list of all of us.
Yeah. There you go down here.
Trouble, did you put your channel in the live stream with all of your star trails?
No, I was still gonna check out those ones first.
Travis, you got to check her channel out. She's got all kinds of Southern star trails.
Be cool.
New perspective.
Yeah,
I sent
post
you
your
Skeet and
YouTube
Johnny.
and
Check
I'll
in the live
subscribe.
stream.
Oh, somebody was talking with you. What's up, beer man? How you doing?
Good and yourself, buddy.
Good, bro. What were you saying?
Check Skeet Ulrich and Johnny Depp. It's also the younger guys. I DM'd you as well.
Similar looking. Yeah, they look alike. Not the same person, but they look alike for sure.
Yeah.
So live stream voice text?
Yeah, it's live stream one text. It's right above the room that we're in on the list for the channel. You just click on that.
Has a little text.
Has a green
text
button.
emoji. Green buttons, just text. Yeah.
Did you find it yet? Trouble? Otherwise, you could DM me or your channel, and I'll put it in there. But
all right, look. If you know how to get into this voice channel, all you have to do is look 2 spots above that link. Right? It says live stream. I've got 2. Well, yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean. Yeah, it's got a number sign right next to it. Right? It should just be right above where you click in to get into the live stream.
Trouble has a little bit of a visual impairment.
Yeah. It's alright, I'll get there.
Okay.
It's the one that has a pound sign before it. It's a pound sign. That's the one. And we're like talking to each other all day on that thing, texting each other messages and stuff. It's always flowing.
Do you know how to get DMs, Trouble?
Just tag
Your
Trouble
direct messages?
in the live stream voice text. Trouble. So if you can see that ping that I sent you.
Oh, that's a smart move. Yeah, look for that ping in your.
In my what?
Well, if you go to the side, you know where all the channels are that you're a member of? On the left side where all the circles are? If you go to the very top, there'll be like a little message, like a little, at the very top, like a little thing. I'll DM you what it looks like. I took a screenshot of it.
New message, it's saying that and it should be from Flatty, and it should take you to the Livestream voice text, Livestream 1 voice text.
Travis,
New,
I
new
was getting
perspective. I think
before you
it's
Yeah,
say
what's up,
anything,
Aaron?
Pete.
yeah. I was sorry. I was just going to say to new perspective. I think
Oh,
it's
what's
probably
up?
still a
Hey,
shock.
how you doing, Pete?
Yeah, not too bad, but I think it's still a shock to lots of people to consider that there was any replacements at all. Even Paul was replaced, not to mind possibly the whole rest of them. Definitely held that early doors. But have you put any greater connection to Flat Earth, to all of these replacements that went on? I think you might know I have some things to say about Paul's. I actually say Paul/Fall is the dodo, and it connects to
Uh-huh.
Flat Earth and beyond. But yeah, but what do you think, that all the Beatles were replaced early doors, and the ones that we were left with right now are just replacements? It's not just one or two of them.
Yeah, all of them are replaced. That according to this one channel, that's called Narayan Decking. It has no sound. I'll post a video from it,
Mm,
and they were all replaced many times over with if these pictures that the guy put together is
yeah.
correct. It seems like they always replaced them to make them younger. Plus, it's kind of like a royalty thing. Like all these people that are elites in England, they get to play the part of a Beatle. Like it's an honor to be a Beatle. Like they all get to play the part for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I would.
there's a whole
Yeah.
thing about George Harrison possibly being played by. This is crazy because Patty Boyd, right? Well, George Harrison was supposedly Eric Clapton supposedly stole away his wife, right? George Harrison's wife, Patty Boyd,
Okay.
right? Well, the truth might be that actually um, Eric Clapton was playing the part of George Harrison for that period of time. And he was still married to her. So they made up the drama about the wife being stolen so that he could just stay with the wife and be himself.
Very good. Very good. I suspect the same
That's too
thing with.
much of a coincidence.
I suspect the same thing with the original John Lennon replacement. When John Lennon went off with Yoko Ono, that was when the replacement
Mhm.
came in, and the original one retired. He was probably married to the woman he was married with at the start.
Maybe, yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Such a rabbit hole, isn't it? It's unbelievable. But yeah, I definitely have other things to say about that. George Harrison, very significant character as well. It reminds me of Aristarchus, but I won't get into that. When I say Paul/Fall, yeah, I think you know what I mean there. But I think
yeah.
ultimately it does come back to Flat Earth and beyond. And this is the greater story that has been told throughout all of this sort of theater. I think we have the ability at least to put coherent pieces together with the proper context in mind. But that's
Mhm.
just me saying that.
Check out that video I just posted, Pete. You'll love that channel. There's whoever it is has access to pictures I've never seen before, and the comparisons are
Okay.
pretty great. And there's no
Excellent.
music, so maybe that's why it doesn't get taken down. But a lot of the ones that
Excellent.
are talking about this kind of stuff get taken down. There's a good one called Christina Conspiracy Corner. She still has a channel, but there's hardly any good videos left.
Mm,
Hey,
that's excellent.
perspective.
I'll have a look at that.
Send me that video on Clint Eastwood.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll send you the comparison. Yeah, when you compare those two, it's like the way he says, and he like looks down and then looks up at the person that's interviewing him, exact same mannerisms. And the only interview you can get with James Dean is that PSA commercial that he did, which was about the dangers of driving fast on a highway. And then 3 weeks later, he dies from driving fast on the highway. Right? It's like, what are the chances, right?
Yeah, nil. The
It was
chances
all
are
about
nil.
teaching the youth to. You see what happens to rebels. You see what happens.
Why would they
Okay.
take the channel down? Because of misinformation?
Sometimes it seems like when you hit the nose on when you hit the bullseye too sharply, you can't keep it up. It seems
When you hit the nail on the head.
the nail on the head. Yeah. Even for stuff like this.
Yeah, you don't want them pulling back the curtain too much.
Now, I think they do this. Partly the reason they do this is to have like a litmus test of what people know and don't know. But I also just think it's about controlling reality.
Well, I mean, how much research could a person have done back in the 60s if they saw Clint Eastwood come up and go, oh, he kind of looks like James Dean? Nah, that's a bot.
He's way too tall. And there's some pictures of him early on, too, where they just exaggerated. Like, you could tell they stretched out his legs, like, way too long. Like, there's no way. So he's wearing platform shoes, and the way they use the cameras, they make him a lot taller. Because, the thing is that they had to have an opposite characteristic. The tallness is, just makes people think it's impossible. But Clint Eastwood wasn't 6'3". I know a guy that golfed with him and said there's no way he's 6'3", 6'4". I think they had him listed at. He's maybe 6 foot at the very most.
I met Clint Eastwood.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was at the Beverly Hills Hotel. This is back in
6'4".
What? You know what? I remember he was tall, but I don't think he was 6'4". But he was pretty tall. I mean, I'm 5'10", so he might have been 6'2", 6'1".
Could have been wearing platform shoes too.
I think he was 6'4" because that's pretty fucking tall.
How long ago did you see him?
I want to say 2013. So about 9 years ago.
I don't think I had one brush with fame. I went on a date on my 19th birthday, and I went to the bathroom, and Vanilla Ice came in, stood in the stall next to me. And then a couple of years later, I was in Chicago. My ex-wife and I were driving to the oh shit, was it Jewel? Is that the grocery store in Chicago? Anyway, we were driving to the grocery store. We turn the corner, and this guy's jaywalking, and he comes within arm's length of my driver's side door. And I look up, and I swear to God, it was Ethan Hawke. Swear to God.
I waited on Steven Spielberg and all kinds of people.
I've seen a few celebrities. I don't really, I don't take a mental note when I do that, but I've seen plenty of celebrities in LA.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah, I live in LA, born and raised.
So man, I oughta drive down there next time I'm in California.
Well, I mean, there's some kind of like bougie places. I think a lot of the actors, like Rodeo Drive,
Look me up too, bro.
Beverly Center, just different places. Beverly Center, Rodeo Drive, different movie theaters. Now, movie theaters are less happening now, but way back, before the pandemic and everything.
Do you know the guys out there like Dan the Waterman and Flat Earth Dude Kenny and Renee?
No, I haven't met anybody in real life.
Yeah, they just had a meetup.
Hang on,
I'm sorry.
I met Witsit and Kai at the beach.
Oh, okay, you were at a meetup.
Yeah, I did that, and I want to say I saw Jaren at a meetup. And a couple other guys.
I was just at Renee's party,
and I just forgot that. I'm glad you mentioned that. I forgot I met
Hey,
you guys.
Godric, do you have me muted by chance?
No, I interrupted you. Sorry.
That's all right. No, I was just trying to add in. Travis was asking about that party that I don't know if you know about it, but Renee had a party a couple weeks ago. Was it a week ago?
So you're out there in that area too?
Yeah, I'm in Irvine. I said when you come through this way, look me up.
Yeah, man. All right.
For sure. We'll go do some P900s.
Nice.
I got my own P900. We could have 3. One in the middle, right dead center with the tree.
Vacuum chamber.
You talking about my video?
Yeah, well, put one in the middle, do the whole thing again, and then put one in the middle with the tree dead center.
I gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
You ever try to get Catalina?
I've never been down that. Well, I was down.
I mean, to shoot Catalina across the water.
Not from where I'm at in Ventura, no.
Oh, I mean, if you go to the coast, if you're in this area.
Yeah, I don't go down that far south.
Oh, okay.
Usually. But Dan told me the other day that he wants me to come out. My contact, my boat contact up in Ventura, Captain Joe Mama, he took me out to Anacapa once, but he's willing to let his boat be used again. And so Dan's trying to make some connections and get a couple more people involved. If that goes through, I'll let you know too if you want to come out and shoot with us.
Sure, yeah, let me know.
Kenny and Senny got boat connections as well.
Do what?
Kenny, Earth Dude, and Sunny on the plane have both got boat connections as well. If you get stuck for needing a boat.
Okay. Yeah, I just came across Sonny whenever, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago he showed up here. So
yeah, he's been on 24/7 forever.
Okay.
He lives in San Diego. I went down and went bike riding with him all over San Diego. That was fun.
Yeah, I don't think I knew Kenny had a boat, and then I think his last stream he was
No, he doesn't have a boat. No, he doesn't have a boat. He actually paid for because Sonny has boating experience, and Kenny used to have a boat and sail a lot, so he paid for a guy to give him a little.
My bad, I got my wires crossed there. Sorry, Travis. I thought Kenny had a boat and Sunny had the experience, but I got it wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, he just paid for them to have a trip. But they do know the guy still, They even sort of flat smacked him, but they didn't want to go too far with it. They kept saying look at that horizon, it looks pretty flat, doesn't it? But it's kind of cruel to have a guy trapped on a boat with you and then start flat smacking him. He's got nowhere to run, especially when he's the one that's in charge. All right, now we're going to shift your paradigm, whether you like it or not. Beerman, were you trying to speak up and say something earlier? Again, I think you got cut off. What's going on, brother?
No, it wasn't me. It was Pete talking,
okay.
and then I think he thought it was me.
Okay, yeah, it was Pete. Good work on your videos, man. That's some. Travis keeps talking it up too, and that's anything new?
Yeah, I sent you the projector one now, actually.
Okay.
Have a look at it and give some thoughts, give some ideas. Well, what else I can test with it? I've got those little things on disposal, or on hand, so we can use that to test whatever. But if you've got any ideas, what else I can do with it, please give me ideas.
Sure, absolutely. Did you like that GIF I sent you? I just looked at our DMs. I made a GIF of that video that you found of the. I'll post them in the live stream here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got that. It's beautiful, dude. It's really, really cool.
Yeah. The Falcon 1 or Falcon 9 or something like that.
Yeah. You must actually go watch the other rocket launches, and you'll see where they cut the camera. It's every time the craft sits in a place where it's not moving anymore, and it's just hanging out there in that one place. That's normally where they cut cameras. So yeah, that's very interesting. But that one is an incredible capture, that Falcon 9.
Yeah,
But
I'll put
I
the
want
whole
to.
video.
I
That video is crazy. I was looking for that one.
I sold my P900 last year with the whole COVID thing, and just trying to free up some bucks. But I got money again, and I saw a P900 available. So if I got a broken plug at my house, and I have to have it sorted by a reputable electrical dude. So he's coming at 1 today, and after then, if he doesn't take too long, I might be able to go check this one out and purchase myself another P900. So get some of my own footage again.
Yeah, good job. You could do that. You should,
Yeah.
especially with your new revelations.
Yeah.
Did you end up getting? You got out of that. You sold your house too, right? Didn't you go and
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, we moved into an apartment purely because the crime is hectic here in South Africa, and I sit with a lot of stock in my house, and I was always worrying that if someone breaks in, there goes all my business stock, and I don't have office space for it. I don't really need office space, and I moved the stock out of my own property. So we moved into an apartment that's in a security estate. And but we are looking at purchasing a piece of land out of the city and building a house on the piece of land, and then I'll have office space for the business. But yeah, I just wanted to get out of the house, and we want to try and move out of the city. It's too crowded.
Yeah. Well, good. Yeah, you'll probably be happier in the long run with a piece of land.
Oh yeah, I want to plant shit and fucking have orange and
Be
Nazi
off grid if
trees.
possible. Yeah.
I'm checking out that video with the 2 star trails, and it doesn't
Trouble,
really
did you
seem to
figure?
be side by side. It doesn't seem to be side by side. It's got the same bush in the middle on the side of it.
Did you figure out how to get into Livestream 1 text?
Yeah.
You should post your channel.
Okay.
Trouble, you're talking about my video right now?
Yeah.
Would you say it again? I didn't hear everything. Say it one more time.
It doesn't seem to be a side by side view.
Why not?
It's like it overlaps. The bush in the middle overlaps. Like it's on the left of one picture and then it's on the right of the other one.
Yeah,
well, that's the way it would appear, because the left camera.
Well, then it's not side by side. Right. You've overlapped it. So.
Okay, well, let me try to see if I can say it out loud for myself to hear it. So I'm just talking in descript. I don't remember exactly what the camera. So if I have my left camera set up so that the same tree is going to be in the bottom right corner of the left camera, then in the right camera, that tree is going to be in the bottom left corner.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the left camera, bottom right. The right camera, bottom left. And then you just simply overlap the tree.
Okay. I must miss the one where the tree's overlapping.
Did you make a video with the tree overlapping too? Like combine the two of them?
Yeah, I can go find it right now, but in the playlist, I think the thumbnail, if you look at the thumbnail, it's actually me pointing to the tree line with the 2 cameras in front of me, because I used my phone for the video and I talk through, there's the tree, this is what I'm looking at, this is where my cameras are. So the
playlist
videos
on BitChute?
No, not on BitChute, here on YouTube. I just put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. So on your playlist, okay. So the thumbnail looks like you was okay. I'll look for that thumbnail. Okay, that's why I thought it was a playlist of all the different ones that just with this particular shoot. But you're saying in your complete playlist. Okay, so the thumbnail looks like how far down is it?
I'm gonna post it right now. Just cut to the chase here. Like I said, if you guys see something that I missed, something that I didn't set up right, let me know. But I tried to do the best I could with it.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look on the computer. It's a bit small.
So the way that I think about the criticism that I heard is that they're like, "Oh, you're wrong focal length." But see, the thing would have to be, I would have had to tilt my camera to get the angle to change, right? Zooming in is not going to displace the angle. My
I
camera would
think
have
you'd
had to be completely cockeyed.
I think you'd have to bring it back to 50 mil, because when you're on that wide angle, you know, if you stand in one spot and then you take a photo and then you turn it and you take another photo and you go all the way around you trying to get a panorama, and then when you print the photos out, they really won't go side by side. They're a bit wide on one end, and I think that's what's happening.
Okay, I've never done that, so I can't think through what you're saying, but
But I think
that's
you'd have to go to 50 mil because that's what your eye sees.
but
Otherwise,
yeah, okay.
So it might be curving the lens a little because you're on a bit of a wide angle.
Okay.
It'll have to be 50 mil equivalent to a full frame camera. So I know the P900's got a tiny sensor. So do you know if the focal lengths on it are equivalent or the actual? Do you know what I mean?
Well, whenever I've looked at my target and then I try to, because the P900 doesn't have the focal length readout when you're zooming in, so you don't know where to stop at 50 mil unless you have it preset. But whenever I've tried to take a picture with what I can see with my eye, it's usually within 50, 52, 54 sometimes, like when I stop it, you know what I mean? When I try to match it perfectly. So it's within 50 to 54 millimeter.
Oh, that's good though. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I think you can. I don't think anybody could deny that the star trails appear to converge and diverge. It's absolutely undeniable, in my opinion.
Really? Where? Because you shouldn't need two cameras to do that. You should be able to do that with one camera.
Do what?
Have them like diverging and converging.
Oh no, the cameras weren't. Yeah, having two cameras wasn't for that purpose. Yeah.
So I haven't seen any evidence of them converging or diverging yet.
Really?
They converge and diverge on Stellarium even.
But each stellarium's local to your area. So which stellarium?
I just that's what we were
Well, when you've
talking
got
about on here a while back.
two round circles on a flat piece of paper, yeah, there's only going to be one point where they meet.
Yeah, there's two separate
I don't even
circles.
know how you spread them out big enough on that joining point because it can't be very big.
It just seems like if the only reason they seem to go counterclockwise and clockwise is because all of a sudden you're upside down once you pass the equator. Don't you think that'd be easy enough to try to show like it just like even sailing from one point to another and showing okay, here's where the star trails look like they're going this way. Now I'm upside down, and they seem to be going the opposite direction only because I'm upside down. Right? It makes no sense.
Well, they're both. If you look west or east, then you'll see them rotating either forward or backwards.
Right. They go opposite directions, right?
Yeah, but they're still rolling across the sky, the same as the moon rolls across the sky. They still
Yeah, they
rolling
they
across.
go through the celestial equator in the same direction, but they're ultimately going in two different directions, like counterclockwise and clockwise, around two
Yes.
different points. Yeah.
Yes. Well, just the fact that there's a second point at all, regardless of which direction they're going.
And I just put in a video right now that you can check out. I mean, it's an eastward view. Orion is coming up over the mountain, and Orion is the celestial equator. So you've got the southern on the right and the northern on the left. I don't think it's deniable. You can clearly see that they're moving in two different directions.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I was muted. I was talking to. Yeah, you'd have to. It seems like there's two star trails going, one clockwise, one counterclockwise. And if it's the ball, you have to believe that they're all going in the same direction, but all of a sudden you're upside down, and it just seems that way. And that's just doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Southern Star Trails actually debunked the globe, even though they think it's a slam dunk for their side, and it's the opposite, which is usually the case. Especially if you have clear. I'm trying to look through your footage here to see where they diverge. You know what timestamp I should look for? Like if you had both of them going at the same time. Okay. See them diverging.
Me.
No, Travis. Where do I see the diverging of the stars in this video? Is this the one?
Are you asking me to look at the one that I posted?
Well, I'm not sure where it is in this video. Okay, I see where you're lining them up. Okay, this when they're lined up is where you see them diverging.
Wait. Are you looking at the video that I just posted a minute ago is just a single standing capture. It's not
Okay.
it's not the side by side. So the side by side ones I wouldn't say look for the diverging star trails when I have the two camera contrasts. Don't do it that way. Just find like in the playlist, I think I have 4 videos that I labeled diverging stars. But
you do have one. Okay.
Yeah, but the one that I just put in, the last one I put in, is a single frame, and that one is the one that I think you should refer to.
For the diverging star trails?
Yeah, it's called Northern and Southern Rotations is the name of the video that I posted.
Okay. Okay, there we go. I have a playlist for you now that I've made. All your videos I want to watch.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could deny it.
Yeah, and the whole idea that we could be also orbiting the sun in an 8-hour time lapse by 500 or 437,000 miles and moving the camera in 2 different directions and not get some star trails going sideways or just any kind of slight movement of the camera, whether relative to the distance of the stars, that the orbit's small or any of that angle stuff that they try to pull. If you have two different vectors for your camera, you don't have perfect concentric circles with your star trails. You need one sturdy camera with one moving sky, or the sky being stationary or fixed, and then the camera moving in one steady, complete circle. And you don't get that with all the vectors that we are told we go. You wouldn't get that. No matter how you do the math, you wouldn't get this perfect concentric circles, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
It's over. They're vector maths, man. I don't know how they keep themselves convinced with vector maths. Making all of the motions into one mathematical motion doesn't make them one motion. They're still separate motions in different directions. You know, just because you can put them all in one thing and say it's one thing doesn't make them one thing. The leaps of faith they have to take with their math. It's crazy.
Yeah, I just opened up my conversation with Andrew Thomas Young again. I went through a different email account, and he's a pretty thorough responder. You know, if you ask him a question, he will give you more information than you asked for. So he's really gracious in that respect, but he's really myopic.
It's nothing makes sense. I was going to one aspect. 1 second.
What?
I think you're hot miking, Pete. Go ahead.
Pete's talking in his sleep. But he just brought up another point about how important math is in, you know, making these refraction observations. It's like he can't fathom looking at something and just using your words to describe the event. It's got to be mathematically represented. But I'm throwing everything I've got at him. I'm putting all my everything that I usually say in a declarative sentence on my channel. I'm asking him in a question. Like, do you think this happens? Is this am I looking at this right?
Have you first of all, did you watch that one video that I said got banned from that one channel? Flatwater put it out, and then he said that he couldn't post anything from this guy. It was that BBC documentary series. Did you watch that? Send it to you.
It doesn't sound familiar.
You said send it to me. You asked me to send it to you because it was a guy that was talking about the sea.
Ewan?
No. It's a BBC documentary series called Secret Expeditions, and he talks about when the clocks were made and how the clocks were made.
Oh, it's been a while. How long
did
ago
a
was
video.
it? I might have forgotten, man. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's in your DMs. Just check your DMs.
Okay.
There's one by Flatwater, and then above that. Watch the one by Flatwater first, but above that, I found the original that you could watch called The Wheel of Fortune. And something in that is too crazy. I even had a portion of it posted as an unlisted video to watch on my channel, and they took it down. They wouldn't let me even have it unlisted.
Yeah, it's funny.
I guess it could be BBC, but it wasn't even copyright. It was just like they just didn't even give any reason, just like that guy said, Flatwater said.
Funny, I was already subscribed to Trouble on YouTube.
Yeah, I think she's been before.
No, how come I'm not subscribed to you?
I was going to say, Travis, have you been looking at those comps that I put together from that guy, Michael Brenner? on Quora, the Flat Earth scholar. He's this guy that studied engineering and linguistics at the School of Vienna.
The Flat Earth Scholar.
He's a Flat Earth scholar.
And how is he a scholar? Just wondering.
I just said he studied engineering and linguistics at the School of Vienna.
Nice.
I'll post
So
a bunch of.
he's an engineer that's out. He's out with the Flat Earth. He's not losing his job. He's not getting threatened.
No, well, I don't know if he's getting threatened or anything. Maybe that's why he's quietly battling other scholars on Quora. I'll post his stuff.
On Quora. There's a debate on Quora.
Use some of his arguments to your guy.
I don't know about Brennan. I've never heard of him, but you want to send a link? Can you send a link to his Quora stuff?
Travis. Yeah, I'll post them again for you. Travis, you should check out the comps that I put together by this guy. I took screenshots of his stuff on Quora and put them in like one big thing everyone could read.
Oh, you know what? I think now that you're saying that, I think I remember you talking about Michael, and he's got stuff on. Yeah, okay.
He's a scholar flat earther.
I think I remember trying to look him up, and then I got
I'll
distracted.
post a bunch of stuff. I keep posting them, but I'll post them again. Check these out, or you could also look him up on Quora, Michael Brenner. But yeah, he makes great arguments. He puts in equations. He talks about how the orbital mechanics wouldn't work. None of it works. The one I'm posting right now is he goes through Kepler's second and third law and shows how, but you have to download them to read them, by the way. They're too small to read just in using it. You have to download them and read them just fine. But he's got a lot of good ammo. One of them, Witsit has been using over and over again, challenging ballers with. I'll put that one in here right now. It's the Southern Flight dilemma, where you'd be off course, because if you just think about it, if you're traveling 500 miles per hour in a plane and the equator's moving 1,000 miles per hour, and you start out at a tangential speed that's much less than that, then you'd be constantly trying to catch up to that 1,000-mile-an-hour destination that's right in front of you when you start out.
And haven't you heard Rumpus? Man, Rumpus solved the problem already, man. You just catch up. You just catch up. You just do.
Even though you have a cruising altitude and you don't accelerate, right?
Yeah, it's so minimal. It's so minuscule. It's so easy to catch up, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is.
This is Flat Water. This is Dr. Brennan on Flat Water, Flat Earth Band BC documentary.
No, the one. It's the comp I put together with all the white strips. I'm putting more in there.
I'm on Quora, so I thought you were gonna give me a link to Quora.
Oh, okay. I was just telling you. I'm gonna post them. I'll post a link to his Quora thing.
You don't need to put the links for me. I can find his stuff and read it.
But I put the comps together. It's much easier to read this way. But I'll also put a link to his stuff.
Can you just do everything for us, Perspective, please?
I'll try. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
That's the least you can do, bro. Come on.
It's the least. Everything is the least you can do. Here's the one with the flight dilemmas. Yeah, the flight times, north-south flights, any kind of airplane travel going north and south just fucks it all up for the globe. It's over.
I was gonna say, the way you're talking about him makes him sound like the new oh shit, now I lost his name. Who was the guy that went MIA?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope they don't Brian Mullins him.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hang on. Don't you know that Brian Mullen had a very, very happy ending after all? Did you not?
Yeah, he found a woman.
Yes, and he found the Bible literalism again, and he made a whole new life for himself. So all's well that ends well. A bit suspicious myself of his association. I think he added a professional voice to Flat Earth, and his association with Robbie Davidson and some other characters as well. He was also instrumental in the first, as my memory recalls, Flat Earth conference. So yeah, then he came away from that with the whole George Hatnock stuff, and yeah, he did get married, and they had a child and a whole new life. And I think the most important thing that we're asked to bring to the fore is the Bible literalism once again. So I think there's many different layers and many different actors in play.
What do you mean? How do you have this information that his story turned out well?
He did a video.
Yeah, he did a video. He reported at the time. He met
Yeah,
a beautiful
he
new
said-
wife. Beautiful new wife. They went out to live in the country, rural somewhere, and also I think they had a child on the way, and he found God again. So happy ending.
Yeah, he was elated in the video. He was just like, I figured it out. Figured out what the whole idea is. Man is here to serve, man is here to serve, and women are here to nurture, or something like that.
And this was like toward the end of when he stopped publishing videos?
It was after he'd gotten threatened and had to leave, and he did like one video where he's like, okay, well, seems like the fate has led me to this point. Maybe the silver lining is that fell in love, and
Very ending, yeah. Can I say something here? So his association with Robbie Davidson, another Bible literalist and another prominent figure. I went over to his channel one day. I can't remember what it was called now, and I was just talking about general things, but I did mention Tree of Life, Aristarchus, and this is as true as I'm sitting here. Nothing offensive, nothing like that. But obviously, it is a religious channel. We deal with flat Earth. But I mentioned this just in chat, and suddenly I just got a block from the chat, right? And I was going, "What's going on?" I seemed to be signed out as well from my account, so I went to sign in again, and it turns out that my whole fucking channel was deleted. I'm not lying to you. The whole channel was just deleted like that. And I did a couple of emails to YouTube. And they said, well, it seems after 3 days, it seems like you didn't break any of our guidelines and your channel is reinstalled. Just like that. I took it as a warning myself. But I think these people have that sort of power and influence. But anyway, I know that might be controversial to others here who maybe have associations with Robbie Davidson or others. Yeah. But that's a true story. Make of that what you will.
I'm not sure I understood exactly what you were saying. You said you went over to Robbie Davidson's channel and your channel got taken out because of being there.
I just started talking about my own views on Jesus being the tree of life, the divided tree of life, the promised reunification with in Revelation 22. I also mentioned my own thoughts on Aristarchus being the tree of life that we can actually see if we only pay attention. But yeah, and immediately then.
I
know what
I was taken out of the chat, and my whole channel was taken down. I wasn't just kicked out of his chat; my whole channel. I was found out of my.
Is all your songs gone? That song, Punch Train. I like that one, man.
Everything was gone, Brian. The whole channel was gone. This was about a few years ago, but the whole channel was gone, and I couldn't do anything.
Wait. Is that song Punch Train on your new channel?
No. I got the channel back, so the song is still there. Yeah, Legs of Pontchartrain.
Okay, good. But I know what it is, man. Aristarchus. Look, Arya Stark in the Tree of Life. She killed Death right by the Tree of Life when all that bullshit was going on.
No way. I don't know anything about this.
Stark.
I don't know anything about.
Hey, hold on, just real quick. Is everybody hearing Brian clip?
Yeah, Brian, you're roboting a little bit, but we kind of got.
Okay.
I heard a little bit, Brian. I don't know anything about Games of Thrones, but I did pay attention to the character name, Arya Stark, the House of Stark, Winterfell. So I don't know what you just said there, but that's very interesting.
Say it again, Brian. I'm a Game of Thrones fan. What was it you were saying about Game of Thrones? Maybe he's
just reconnecting. Yeah, I think he mentioned something, Arya Stark, and how she defeated death via, I don't know, the destruction of the Tree of Life or something like that. I don't know anything about that. Can I just say something that's on my mind? A new perspective.
You always do, Pete. You always do.
Aristarchus, and so we have Paul McCartney. We have John Lennon, Ringo Starr, and George Harrison's son. So Harrison and Starr were left. Harai Star Cuss is almost in there, isn't it? And here's another thing.
Mark Sergeant Pepper.
Yeah, that's brilliant as well. But what about this one? Paul McCartney interview was asked about George Harrison and how he's dealing with his death or something like that. And Paul says, "Well, I don't have to deal with it all. I say hello to George every time I drive out the front gates of my mansion or whatever. I've planted him as a pine tree by the front gate." So just a clue, I think. Another
That's
clue.
funny.
Another clue is where did they write "Here Comes the Sun"? Okay, that's another clue.
Hey, is my mic coming in any better, y'all?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
What were you saying about Game of Thrones?
I was just mucking with Pete, man. I was talking about it's because of Aristarchus in the Tree of Life. Aristarchus, Arya Stark killed Death by the Tree of Life, right by the tree. She killed Death while all that bullshit was going on. So they struck his channel.
Yeah, he was right by the tree. Okay, that's right.
I was just messing with Pete for old time's sake, man.
Three-eyed raven.
It's okay, man. Arya Stark Tarkus is a pivotal character in John Curtis from Mars. Mars is Starkus. So yeah, you can kid away because I think there are lots of clues and there's insiders writing all of these things that are developed for public consumption. So if they have the truth,
and Jon Snow,
giving clues. Yeah. Okay.
Jon Snow. So Jon's no. So Jon's no. Arya Stark, the Three-Eyed Raven, and the Tree of Life. Your channel's gone,
very good.
dog.
Hang on, please. I haven't watched Game of Thrones. I've seen bits and pieces of it. I'm a shit researcher in that sense, but very good.
It's awesome.
The name John means truth as well. So, yeah, very good. But make what you will make of that, Brian. I don't know. I'm not really au fait with, as I say, with Game of Thrones, but the clues.
I can't do it like Pete Shea, man, but I was just messing with you for old time's sake. But
okay,
Game of Thrones just gets really, really good the more you watch, man. It's one of my favorites of all time, man. As far as series go.
Yeah. I just rewatched them all
gross.
so I can watch the new series.
It was so graphic. Fuck.
You watching the new one, Brian?
New what?
The new Game of Thrones.
You know I am. The House of the Dragons, it ain't near as good, but I just like Game of Thrones so much, I'm going to watch every one of them.
Yeah, I rewatched them.
So 1 second. Just as we were on the Beatles, here's my point here. So Paul/Fall is the dodo. I believe that's my own find out of anyone. But the dodo
I never got that.
Well, let me just connect this, right? Just connect this with the Beatles. With the Beatles, Ringo Starr, George Harrison, Harry Starkus. So yeah, Paul/Fall is the dodo. This is why the Paul replacement controversy was here. And actually, New Perspective, one of the dates given, he was switched out on September 11th, 1966. But here's the point. If the tree is Aristarchus and the tree is cut, and now what we look at as the map of the land, which is the Gleason's map, if you rotate it, Australia is at the bottom, then a picture of a dodo comes out. So Paul/Fall emanates from...
It's a rough rendition. It's not exact.
Well, we're getting an idea here. It is, well, the Gleason's is pretty good, pretty accurate, but it's not complete, right? But yeah, the point is, though, superficial level, the stump of the tree of life is the dodo, and the tree itself is Aristarchus, that we live on the stump surface of it, as it just above the water. And
I didn't get why you connected Paul McCartney to the dodo.
Oh, well, that's my own... I'm sure I posted you the link about the... Okay, that's my own channel and what I've sort of, what do you call it? Let me post you a link briefly.
All right.
Just to show you that there is a conundrum in play. And I didn't know there was a puzzle in play. I actually found the solution before I realized that there was a puzzle in play. And you remember Des from Scotland? He actually found the puzzle to play. And there it is here. A missing etching, which has greater detail in the original wood etching, and there's one etching lost, and that etching happens to be where chapter 3 Alice meets the dodo bird. So when you find the original etching, here's my point, when you find the original etching, which is at Sabian.org, a face jumps out beneath the dodo's wing, and the face is the face of Paul McCartney, but it's a different story. I'd have to go into that a little bit more as to how that is, because all of these characters are just crafted characters. You know what I mean? New perspective. Yeah. So yeah,
Pete,
we get the chronology right.
What would be interesting, Pete, is if you made like short video presentations walking us through this step by step.
I can say
Yeah.
that. Yes, I can
And
say
remember,
that. Yeah.
like, so the dodo bird couldn't fly, right? And dodo bird, dober. So you climb the tree of life and you get off at the top of the cliff of Dober, and the dodo bird can't fly. Bro, it's all tied in, man.
Hi, Brian. Hi, Brian. All jokes aside, do you really believe that one dodo bird existed?
Not really, man. What says you, Pete?
Well, I think you know what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah.
But the sound itself, if you think about the sound itself, it goes back to the very essence of our learnings here on our do to do, the center C scale. We have bread is do, money is do. It's so predominant, the sound itself. It's almost as if life is a reminder to us of our divided state, both externally and internally. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on I don't know, man, to be honest, but I think you've looked into it more and I trust you, so I'll say nah. I don't think I think it's just symbolism probably. It seems like all the bullshit, man. They all the real stories, they tie it in with something. And so yeah, so really what Pete's saying, it may be hard to digest for some, even me sometimes, I'll admit. But there is, man, look at how they take stories and put a bullshit story on top of it nowadays. Like, so you can almost look into depth on everything, and the real story's always hiding behind their cover story,
Yeah, predictive programming for sure, all over the place.
But I think this is why flat Earth is so important and significant, because now it gives us a proper context to put the greater story together. And of course, look where we've come, new perspective beyond flat Earth. Flat Earth is almost banal, boring. Artaria, mud floods. I think you were talking about mud floods coming to the fore. I've seen a few videos talking about that as well. So yeah, it seems like a new reset is on the way, right? A new inundation is on the way. But yeah, I think the story of our time has been told through all of these offerings for us. I mean, it's there for us to go as individuals if we choose to ask the questions. That's what I do. Really, definitely think.
All seriousness, bro. In the House of Dragons and Game of Thrones, the House of Dragons is all focused on the original family, the Targaryens, and it's set 200 years. I think 170 years. Well, it starts 200 years previous to the original 8-season thing or 10-season thing, and then it jumps to 170 years previous. So that could be a clue, like when the reset was. Like maybe I think the first series was, I think it went on for about 25 years and then 200 years. So maybe something happened like 225 years ago. If you want to look deep to it, I don't know.
Yeah.
But the Targaryens, bro, really? The Targaryen House of Dragons? They literally ride dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Pete, and the dodo picture, where am I supposed to? Is it the face of Paul you're saying is supposed to be in the original etching? Where do I look? Underneath the back of the dodo or in the front?
No, I have a few pictures here. Let me I see what I've done is that's showing you. Okay, let me just briefly tell you with that link. So there was the original etchings. They retained the great in-depth quality and distinction. What they did then for the purposes of, let's go through that in the link, for the purposes of greater mass production of the book, they copied the etchings onto sort of metal for more durability. But in the process of doing the copying, they lost some of the fine detail. Now, all of the etchings were said to be lost and then recovered again. So all of the efforts that we see right now are published off the initial 91 etchings we found, but one remained at large, and that is the chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland, where Alice meets the dodo. And I found that in Sabian.org, and I have a side-by-side here to show you, and you'll be able to see the distinction. And I'd have to go a bit further, but let me look for that. So that's the point anyway. So yeah, the original etching contains this face underneath the dodo's wing, which actually, here we go, there's a little bit of it. If you look at the etching I posted there, I'm just having breakfast as well at the minute, but so I'm trying to, now that's from here, right? Let me just bring up Sabian.org. That's from here where I found it. I found it completely by accident. I decided to read Alice in Wonderland on my channel, and I went to Google page and I just found probably first or second link. I like the look of this one, Sabian.org, and I went with it. I came along then to find the face. I didn't know there was a puzzle. I didn't know there was a missing etching, but I found the face in a different sense. And I've been through all this on my channel. Not no easy videos, as you know, but yeah, I found the face and then connected it to Paul McCartney in my own way. But Sabian.org. If I show you this, right, I'll just post the chapter itself. You'll just be able to briefly do is look at the image that's posted here in chapter 3, and look at the image that's posted in the link of John Tenniel, who was the artist, and the missing image that every other reproduction is copied from. So let me just post that. I know it's a long story, man. I don't mean to keep talking about this, but it's so interesting. It's the riddle of our ages. I'm definitely sure of it.
I do see the face in what you posted underneath his hand right there. I see the face, and I can see why you think it looks like Paul McCartney.
And excellent, man. Now you see the hidden hand as well, and it's just above the dodo's wing. So we have the Sabian.org. Yeah. So if you look at the image from the link with John Tenniel, yeah, the face is not complete, right? So it is more complete there, and I got more. I'll post more side by sides if you're interested.
Interesting. Yeah, it is. Why did they put that face?
It's so fucking interesting, man. It's so interesting, and that's why I'm not surprised more people haven't sort of picked up on it, because you're either playing your part here, or you're part of the treasure hunt. You know what I mean? You're already let in it. You can't say what you have to say. But if you look here, new perspective on the 2015 economy cover. If you look at Putin on the left side, you have a hand over his head as well. So this is a little clue for us. This is of course reminiscent of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which is a pointer to the Beatles, which is also a pointer to Alice in Wonderland. The album itself is, and there we see Alice in the corner overlooking all of the greater theatre. So our clue, I found a hidden. I'll post you the solution to this. There's a hidden puzzle in here. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't fucking believe it. So the hidden puzzle in here, Pete Schaaf solved it, and it's only half the story then as well when you do get to the end. But Putin, if we look at the hand over the head, we like children we must become, follow the Pied Piper, Putin's knuckle is pointing downwards. So we're just basically connecting dots, working our way through a little simple maze, following the arrows and getting to the solution. And you know what the solution is? I'll finish there by saying the solution is the solution is the box in the center, just by Obama's right knee, Will Smith, right? But it is, you wouldn't believe it, it's Mauritius and the dodo. That's the solution to this. And if you look at the bottom, the turtle, right? We know with the turtle, see, we have to tell the difference between fantasy and reality.
Wait, no, you said that was it, man. Hold on. I got to cut in before I forget this, man. This is gold for you, Pete. So you got, it's all about Lou, and it's not Lucy. It's Lucy in the sky. They're not Lucy in the sky. It's Lou seeing the sky with dielectric acceleration. So Lou Holtz fighting Notre Dame, the Irish, and the Scottish and the Irish, the King of Ireland, Lou Holtz, Lucy in the sky.
Lost the plot.
You're good at this, Brian. You're definitely good at this, Brian. And very not that I go along with what you say there. Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
It still ties into you, Pete. You the King of Ireland, man. Hey, but I gotta tell you, man, no more. I gotta, I'm always gonna argue with you about Will Smith and Barack Obama. All the rest, okay. I'll fuck with it.
That's okay. I've already, to my own satisfaction, it sounds so fucking unbelievable. I know it does, but I'm happy with it, man. I'm happy with it. I'm even happier knowing that we were always meant to figure these things out somewhat and move beyond them. But if I'm completely wrong, I'll have been fucking led up a track that has been laid before me anyway. And the best I can say is, well, you got me. But the thing is, I haven't heard anyone else saying that or dwelling on it. So what would be the purpose of just getting me alone? Anyway, can I just say, I just wanted to finish, Brian. The thing I wanted to say was, if we look at the 2015 Economist cover, we have the turtle missing a payload. So the turtle is missing the elephants and missing the disc, which is ultimately a pointer to the layout of the land. Well, the elephant is to be found between the panda's legs on the floor. And yes, the final solution then is the box at the center, which is the dodo bird and Mauritius and the dodo bird. So the dodo bird, in some sense, leading us to the map. If we look at the Gleason's map and we rotate it so Australia is at the bottom, then a certain bird jumps out when we fill in inundated places like the Mediterranean or other places like that, Philippines or Gulf of Mexico, and that bird is a non-existent dodo bird whose greater
That
significance.
is funny, dude. That is funny. The map does look like a non-flying bird of dodo or a chicken or something. But man, dude, this is funny because also when I went to draw a two-pole AE map with 3 sections, one in the center for Polaris rotation, and then one at the top, one at the bottom. And then if you connect the rotations, man, you get something that looks just like a turtle. It's crazy, man. That's the first thing I noticed.
I think I've seen that, but that's fantastic, isn't it?
So you get the dodo bird and the turtle in the same picture. It's crazy funny, dude.
That's fantastic. So I'm thinking now that the people we deem to be our enemies maybe are our friends. We've just got everything wrong. Life we've got wrong, and life is ultimately a game of rediscovery, especially around these times. And none of this stuff would have been possible 20 years, 30 years ago. Do you know what I mean? So now is definitely the time for all of us to come together and to put these collective pieces together. I'm sure you pay attention to Tim Osman, New Perspective, and Brian. I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Because that's probably one of the only left for listening to the decoding of the greater script that's laid down before us.
Yeah, he does a great job with the metascript, even though he's probably a CIA agent. He does a great job.
I doubt that. I doubt that.
I'm under no illusions.
I don't know. He says some things that most people wouldn't be on air any longer. It just seems like he's got I don't know. He
has
plays
about,
a bigger role than people
He's got
think.
a little money though. He's got a little money, but he ain't.
No. He actually he has already had about 150 channels deleted as well. So that would be his argument there. And I remember of Tim's Discord, and I loved him. But yeah, he came on the scene as I am Mark Sargent. So definitely a clue giver. And
yeah, and me and Mark Sargent. I heard the first conversation, or I heard a conversation they had on air. And the first thing Mark said is, "Okay, Mr. CIA man." That's what he called on.
I also just
here,
to say,
put it this way: if Mark Sargent, this is the way I put it, it'll make sense. If Mark Sargent is a Freemason, then IPS is Illuminati.
Right, I can get where you're going there, definitely.
Get what I'm saying?
Listen. Tim even tells us he was a Freemason. He was a 32nd degree. He didn't take quite it to the 33rd.
Yeah,
and he was in the army. He has so many things that you have to be suspicious about. But Tim
he was part of Thelema. They approached him after that. He was into the Thelema order, and then he became a Scientologist. He even joined the Flat Earth Society. All this kind of stuff. But all under the guise of infiltration. He even did a book that was like, after some of the cool stuff he did when we were first getting to know the topic. He did an art show, and that was really cool.
What do you mean infiltration there, man? Hey, New, what do you mean infiltration? I heard some people talk about like Mark Sargent's I heard like a long time ago, like when I first joined. It's probably been 5 years now, man, or maybe even going on 6. They were talking about like Mark Sargent was like a agent or something. Like I heard like a lot of people saying that, and then like other people were agents, and it's like these fuckers are all still fighting for the flat Earth, man. They go into conferences, man. These people. I mean, I ain't saying it ain't possible, but I don't think the people who it is, we probably never know nothing about it. I think. I don't know.
IPS got a lot of flack because he put out a book after he did his whole flat Earth stint of like 2 years or 3 years or something, and then he put out a book that was kind of like acting as if he were studying the flat Earth. Like he infiltrated it to be to know, like, as a social study, but it's just for plausible deniability.
But man, I'm just saying, man, he's so social, man.
Like he's not a flat earther. These people, I think Mark Sargent and him and anybody else that's involved with this are fighting the good fight to some degree. Even if they are connected, I think that they plan on using flat Earth, so they're just getting there with the truth, and so it's kind of a win-win situation.
Yeah.
Even if they are hooked up with the powers that be to some degree, the powers that be plan on using flat Earth, which is the truth, even though they probably don't plan on using it in the way that we want. Unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe, man. Like I'm starting to look, and I ain't never really accused nobody of being like a plant, but I'm sitting here looking at QE. I just went back and watched all this superposition shit he's talking about, and him and Nathan talking about photons and electrons and all this shit. And I'm like, why are they so die hard about this shit? Like I'm somewhere right in the middle of them because I'm good with the science shit. I learned a lot from the man. I ain't gonna lie, and I'm not gonna go throwing this accusation out there, but I just caught a few lies, man, and it's like it's probably just his ego. We probably all do it sometimes, but it just seemed funny when I went back and listened to some of this shit. I'm like, how did I ever believe any of this stupid shit, dude?
Let me decode
QE's
Quantum
a plant,
Eraser.
then
Let me decode Quantum
he's a weed.
Eraser and Nathan Oakley for you, Brian. Yeah, they are flat earthers. They are put in place. They are there to keep a gate. And the two things that they agree with, all the bickering between bowlers and all of the disagreements, the two things they do agree on is that quantum erasure, quantum mechanics is kosher. Even in his name, he sort of neurolinguistically programs them to think that. And also that ether is bollocks. So this is their gate, reached and breached. Now, as honest individuals, you have to see their limitations and move back towards what they are holding us from. And of course, that's ether as well.
Bro, I watched a stream yesterday, and oh my god, I wish Eli was here. I'd fuck with him a little bit, man. I watched a 2-hour stream where they literally sat around for 2 hours projecting to whoever. They were saying things like man, the echo chambers out there. Man, we need to do something about the echo chambers out there. And they was talking about that like they don't want to debate. Like the people out there who believe in the ether and all this shit, they won't debate us or they won't debate. And I'm like, listen, oh my God, they are literally describing themselves like to a T. I just gave you a couple examples, but for 2 hours I listened to it. It was actually entertaining, man. But it was like, man, they really don't see it. They don't realize it, bro.
Either that or there's certain things like when you're part of a network, certain topics may be off the table. Ether seems like enemy number one for whatever reason.
Yes, and I'm not a diehard ether person, man. I went on just to try and bridge the gap a little bit because it's an interesting idea. I don't think that there's like I wouldn't call it an acceleration myself, man. I'd call it a orientation. And you've heard me argue for relative density. I don't think that's mutually exclusive to the electrostatic orientation, if you will. I mean, I'm gonna keep an open mind no matter what. And I'm watching like them guys over there. They are just like the ether's driving them fucking nuts, dude. Like they're literally plotting for 2 hours on how to grow and how to stop this argument, man. And like
I'm
it's
with you,
bad.
Brian.
And I'm like, dude, maybe there ain't any, but maybe there is. So just for that sake, I'm gonna argue for the ether when I talk to them, because when I went to talk to them about it on the channel, and I was trying to figure out why, what is it about the ether that's so bad? Like if we can find a way to prove it, put our heads together, and like to me, it shuts down the globe model, on its face. And what is it? Y'all think it's gonna hurt the flat Earth, or they're just like, well,
Brian,
you can't prove it. It's weird.
Here's what I think. I think if you go against density, you're fucked. Like you just lost the plot if you're going against density. That's all I gotta say.
Well, the ether doesn't exclude density.
Yeah, I'll never go against density, bro. That explains everything.
Density plays a part, but then you also have some kind of electrostatic.
The back of my head, up ain't the same as down. I mean, I can never. I will never stop fighting for relative density disequilibrium because that's our reality. But there's still, to me, got to be an orientation. As much as I fought against it in my own head for 3 years, dude, it's just in my head. It never sat. There's up ain't the same as down. I mean, if nothing else, if we can't agree to that, then we shouldn't even be talking. And I don't think they would even agree to that. Up is exactly the same as down, I think, to them. But I think there's something that orients us. Maybe we're never meant to know. But ether's an interesting idea. It's a very fun discussion. But to them, it's like holy water to a vampire or something. It's weird.
So, Brian, that's been the case for
Good.
years. So, what does that lead you to think, Brian? Will you behave differently next time if you found out that they were Quantum Erasers, an army man, if they were put in place, and Nathan Oakley, Quantum Erasers, his mentor, his guru? So, will you think of them differently if you found out they were put in place to keep a game?
I doubt he is, man. I doubt he is. It's probably his ego,
whether he is or not, Brian.
I'm just admitting the thought. The thought did cross my mind, and it never really has. I don't think like that. But let me say this. Look, I see why he's so into it, man, because he found a way to scientifically prove God. So I went back to the beginning and listened to all that crazy shit, and he's got it. It's crazy. You just got to go back and listen. But he literally found a way to prove God with that should be a personal proof, bro. What he's pushing is not quantum mechanics. It's a version of it, but he's acting like the wave function is not defining a wave. The only way to use wave function in reality is to make orbits. That's the only other way. That's the only other thing the math applies to. So they want to deny that that the electrons are orbiting the nucleus, but that is their model, and also that's the only other thing that could apply to wave function. Besides,
just because Nathan and QE have very specific thoughts and their crew on ether does not mean that they are agents in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Does not mean it at all. And just to label everyone agents all
No, I'm not, man. I'm not. I don't.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying the general everyone, Brian. I'm not pointing the finger at you, mate. I'm just saying. You can hear it
I've been
thrown around.
I've been on Nathan's show. Hang on.
Let me respond. Hold on, Pete. Let me respond because I don't even think QE is, even after listening to all that. I think it's a personal thing he did, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying the thought crossed my head, and it never really does. But let me say one other thing. Like, he was sitting there and he made a comment, and I recorded it. Just got it. Want to forget? Him and Nathan were talking about superposition. He's like, they have proven that something bigger than a photon, bigger than an electron, almost visible to the naked eye, is in superposition. So it's actually sitting still and moving at the same time. And I wanted to jump through and say, QE, bro, they have to have their photons moving, bro. So I wanted to jump through and tell them, man, look, it's called superposition for a reason. They can't have restless mass, or they can't call it mass. It's got to be in motion. So it's just horse shit, man. But I it's obviously in the past. But
that's not what superposition means.
It's a very weird thing that they've made it like the topic that shall not be discussed. It's one thing to disagree, but then to say we have to ban the ether, we have to just get rid of it. That's a weird thing. I'm not saying anyone was an agent. I'm just saying it's very strange to make one topic off the table.
Yeah, 2 hours plotting it. It's weird. All of them.
So hang on, please. We're long enough in the fucking tooth here to get serious. Bandsaw, I was a member of Nathan Oakley's for years, so I know what I'm talking about to a degree. I've confronted these people on all of these issues. Ether was a hot topic years ago. They haven't budged 1 inch. But here's the thing. If you do away with quantum mechanics, then you get ether. The quantum mechanics was developed on the death of ether by Einstein, who gave us relativity. So a certain decoding is sort of needed to be in place as well. By calling these people actors, agents, you're not necessarily calling them bad people. They just have a role and a game to play, and you need to fucking find out if they are playing that. I think quick smart, if you're not realizing it by now. But can I say one more thing? That whole forum platform as well is surrounded by Bible literalists. If you go against one Bible literalist, doesn't matter what you are, who you are going against all of them in unison. So I think we should pay attention.
I don't see nothing wrong with that, though, man, Pete. But I want to say this. Like, I went on about 3 weeks ago on the after show, and he treated me just like he treated Austin. Dude, I was just trying to give a hypothesis for the Michelson Morley, and I kind of laid it out the same way as the quantum or the double slit experiment with diffraction as the freaking cause. I could have went a few ways, but I never even got to my hypothesis. And before it was over, dude, he had me on mute telling me that I'm emotionally attached to the ether.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's funny shit, dude. I listened back to it. It was fucking hilarious. Like, I'm emotionally attached, dude, to the ether.
Sounds like someone's emotionally triggered by it.
Brian, who said that to you?
Nathan Oakley.
Now, Can I just say for flat earthers here, my decoding of the ether in the sense of its quantum ratio come in 24/7, and I was only lasted a day there, a few hours even. I just came in, all guns blazing. What do you mean by ether? Tell me about luminiferous ether. So here's my decoding of it. Everything is inverted, all of us in underland. Luminiferous ether is attached to the spinning ball earth, and maybe Nate will get in this, is a sort of the static, all-prevailing material throughout the greater expanse of the space itself. Whereas in a reverse, in a flat and closed earth setting, ether is in motion and it is confined as well. So this is the true ether as opposed to luminiferous ether. So I think that's one part of the decoding, and they don't like that. Without quantum mechanics, again, quantum mechanics, relativity, ether, flat earth. Yeah, there's association.
So I just did an experiment, man. I recorded it yesterday. It's a hypothetical experiment, but I did do some of it to prove the ether using their method. And I'm gonna be honest, like if you use their strict method,
So
man,
you recorded a hypothetical?
like a one that follows the structure, right? It follows their structure, and it doesn't. The cause and the effect ain't the ether, but it's a byproduct of the experiment. I'll probably post it, man, for the hell of it. But here's the thing. So following their strict, method, dude. I'm looking back and I'm like, so now they've even retracted that the method don't even prove that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere. Now the hypothesis, because it can't be, it's got to be just heat. So it's like the things they're proving are nothing more than definitions. So I looked up the definition of boils, and it says, heated water that starts to bubble or something. And then I looked up like scurvy, and it's the lack of vitamin C in it. It's like, so their method, you can't add nothing to it quantitative. So it's just fucking definitions, man. And I was looking for other experiments, but I've looked at some of these old experiments, and yeah, you can use their method, but it's kind of difficult, but it is possible to make literally. I couldn't do it with Cavendish, but I was able to do it with Michelson-Morley and Aries failure. I was able to structure it.
You reperformed the Michelson-Morley experiment, bro?
What?
You reperformed the Michelson-Morley experiment?
You broke up the very beginning. I heard the Michelson-Morley experiment. What about it?
You do it?
No, I just kind of formulated it in the strict sense of the scientific method, the way they describe it, because I do agree with the like I said, I have learned a lot from QE and Nathan alike and other people on the show. So I'm not trying to bash completely. I'm just weirded out, to say the least. A little aggravated, but weirded out. I like to keep an open mind, but here's the thing. So you have for your observation, you have the stars moving, and for your independent variable, you have a motion of the observer. So they're going to try and get you to. He won't even let me ever tell him. But I've tried a couple times, but he shuts it down. But he's going to say, I got to manipulate the stars. But no, you don't manipulate the fucking dependent variable. By your own rules, you manipulate the independent variable. So if I move and I get a different angle to the stars, anyway, that's the route you go as far as that goes. Because I can move as the observer. I don't have to sit still, but I can sit still, and I can move.
So why do you guys think most other flat earthers ain't gravitating towards the idea of an ether? Like, why do you think they're flat earthers that's
what I was trying to find out, man.
What's
that's what I was trying to find out. To me, they're arguing definitely on the Globe team. They're definitely on the Globe side. That's why I did that little short video with Brenda.
Oh wow!
Fight the Flat Earth and Nathan Oakley, and then Team Skeptic and Bob the Science Guy. All fighting for the ether. I just kind of squeezed him in the middle of the cast, who he's fighting alongside of. They think that's what I was trying to figure out when I joined. I was trying to figure out, am I missing something? What are the dire consequences if we put our heads together and try and find a solution for the ether? To me, it kills the globe, and to them, they wouldn't even answer. I don't think they have a reason. I think it's just what they learned from.
Interesting.
Flat Earth debate is fed.
Hey, Nate.
Yo.
Hey, what did I send you the other day that I wanted you to look at?
Your videos on ether bands. There was 3 of them. I finished watching one. I'm still looking at the other 2.
Okay, well, what did you think about the one?
Yeah. Answer, Nate. If you say, what do you think about the one?
I'll be right back.
I got something to back
Gotta
that
feed
up.
the dogs.
Dude, I looked at
Yeah,
yeah, that kind of talk makes the dogs hungry for sure. That makes the dogs hungry every time. But
What do you need?
Brian.
I got a real life that I need to attend
Listen,
to.
I'm
just
teasing,
joking, man.
I'm just teasing, man. Settle down.
I know. All right, I'll be
No,
right
but
back.
also you disappear conveniently when a difficult question is asked. Then you have stuff to do, but that's okay. Brian, let me get back to the point here that if you're stopped talking on this forum about ether, that's not just that that restriction. It's everything that's there to be found beyond that in your own thinking, beyond ether. So this is the gatekeeping 101 for you. And I'm gonna have to say, if it hurts your sensibilities, you fucking have to admit these things, though. You have to come and realize that you're not putting out any fucking charges against these people. It's just that now you're happy enough suspecting heavily.
Yeah, bro. But look,
there's agents put in the play. Yeah.
look at my channel, bro. I fought for relative density for 4 years, bro. I still have lately, and but I still considered ether. Like, to me, in the back of my mind, it's different than down, bro. Up is not the same. I mean, so to me, it's always been in the back of my mind. So I entertain the ether. I've never had any problems with Bob. I mucked with him a little bit in a video, Bob Nodell, and I've given him arguments a couple times, like Austin and a little ways back. But I it's a good idea. It's a fun discussion. So I never had any bias against it. And like I said, I still have my own little version of it, if it is possible. But it's a fun discussion, man. And to me, it's fatal to the globe. So I just don't get why they're so allergic to it, man. I understand why QE is, but not them.
Yeah. I do. I've been in this discussion for years, and it's the same people, always and ever, who have this same flailing out, this mad reaction against the mere mention of the word ether. And I could name a load of them. I'm absolutely certain to this point they have the same approach and attitude as they had 5 years ago. Nathan for sure, Quantum Eraser for sure, Jimbo for sure, lots of others as well. And we got to start fucking realizing who's who. Then there's no good reason why there should be anything off the table. No good reason at all. Everything should come back on the table, but there are these such definitive barriers. It has to get our cockles up. Can I say one more thing? Ultimately, what I figured out in this arena, it's all about dichotomous thinking. It's all about divide and conquer. We think about the flat earthers, Patricia Steer, Antonio Subrat. We think about Bob Nodell, Anthony Riley, that group. I also mentioned IPS earlier. One of the few people to talk about 9/11 being a media and a victim symbolic hoax. Same thing with Brian Staveley. But now they're at loggerheads with the Mandela effect. One explaining it away, the other one then putting it down to some fantastical influences that are happening. So yeah, we're in an arena that you're constantly divided, constantly challenged, and ultimately, my bottom line is, I'm finished now. My bottom line is that you're on your own in this one, kid, and you got to put your own pieces together, realizing the limitations of the characters in play. I'm done.
That's cool. My thoughts on Mandela, man. I mean, I see both sides of it. Like, to me, when I first heard it, like, there was a couple things, and I was like, no, there's no way. But then I've thought about it, and I'm like, I don't know. I could kind of remember Darth saying, Luke, or I am your father, But there's a couple of them, like the metal teeth dude from the 007. Like, I remember, man, the end of that movie. I only seen the end of that movie when they're in the train when I was younger, and I just remember at the end that chick smiling, and the bitch had braces, man. But still, It's like, I just don't buy it though, man. It's just like I'm also good with me remembering it wrong, dude. I'm so open minded, dude. I always keep open mind. I'm not gonna say for sure nothing.
Brian, that one is a good article that I'll post right now from Miles Mathis talking about Dolly's braces, and he's saying that the powers that be are actually changing these things on purpose to add to the psyop that's called the Mandela effect.
Yeah,
and you can see a close up where there's whiteout. There's a whiteout over the frames of her teeth, and they made 2 different copies. And in the article, he's like, "Am I saying that they made VHS copies of the James Bond movie and put them in garage sales so it would feed the psyop?" Yes, that's what I'm saying. They actually are manipulating some of these things.
Yeah, I believe that. It's still cool though, man. But I don't really believe it, to be perfectly honest with you, man. I don't believe it, but it's still cool.
That's Tim Osmond's point of view, and it's definitely my point of view as well, new perspective. But I do have another point of view as well. I do think we live in a magical realm, so something else has been divulged as well, and also our memories are prone to be changed. Again, has anyone else here experienced magical, inexplicable, synchronous things that happen? There's no explaining.
Well, if I don't believe in it, I don't got to deal with it, Pete.
I think the blend. Okay, let me just summate it then. I think the Mandela effect is ultimately about getting us to question what we actually really know, what we remember, what we rely on, only against the backdrop of this new reality that we're in, which is most wondrous and magical. There is magic capable of happening. Okay.
But if I feel like if I don't believe it, I ain't got to deal with it, man. But I like I said, I keep open mind.
Just close your eyes, Brian. Just close your eyes.
Yeah. But I'm gonna keep open mind. I'm gonna try to keep open mind on everything, even though I'll go in hard debating, man. I ultimately have a mind, even about the world we live on. Like my honest stance is I don't think nobody knows what the whole damn world is, and I don't think we're supposed to.
A lot of these Mandela
effects,
there's like real reasons they change things, like a logo changes or a name changes. Like Fruit Loops didn't have any fruit in it, so they had to go with a double O. But then all the people that are pushing the Mandela effect, they keep that on their list. It's not like they go through and then try to show that some of them are actually real reasons for changes. They never go and say, oh, okay,
yeah, corporate.
This one's not a Mandela effect. They just keep it on the list, which is what makes me suspicious of anyone that's not.
Yeah, any of the corporate names, bro, are stupid. I mean, I would never even consider them because they reincorporate under a different name. All they gotta do is change a letter or logo. So I don't know why they even list them.
One letter change or one word change. If we were in different realities, there'd be like massive differences,
So I wasn't crazy, bro. That bitch did have braces, didn't she?
Yep, she did.
Yeah, of course
it doesn't make any sense without her having braces.
Well, I mean, the thing for me was the Berenstain Bears. It was EI, absolutely EI.
Yeah, it was, but that's because it was a Jewish name. I think that was the reason they changed it. They didn't want to sound Jewish, so they went to Stain. So that was originally Berenstein, and then they changed it to Berenstain.
Well, Einstein, this is another clue for us. Einstein is one stone or one S-tone. I think we got to, again, we're living in a magical realm. I think don't forget that. I think this is why Brian Staveley dwells on too much. He doesn't take on board what Tim Osmond is saying, because Tim is doing a documentary on it. But Tim then at the same time knows better, but he doesn't openly admit that Brian has some points as well in terms of this greater magical realm. That's the only way I can say we're living in a magical realm, the power to manifest the intention. And I think we're sort of forgetting our old selves only to be awoken to our true capabilities and potentials. And can I just say this as well? Last thing I will say is that, at some point, maybe, and I've noticed it's been mentioned before, at some point, the whole world will realize that the Earth is flat and stationary, and it'll be a Mandela effect that we thought that it was a spinning ball.
Yeah, that's funny, dude. That is hilarious, man. But man, you said something so funny on Ranty's channel. I think it was right about the time they switched from Ranty to Brandon. But dude, I tried to go look for it, dude. I remember it was like one of the funniest things I ever heard, dude. You said, but no, I was gonna say, dude, I don't see why to obsess over the Mandela effect. Like, it's interesting if you notice them, maybe spend a little time. But it just seems to me, and I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I got an open mind. If you could give me more and more proof, I'll entertain it. And I think it's pretty cool. But the ultimate thing is what can you do? Like what could you really do if that shit was really happening? It's like I don't even want to think about it too much because it's like it makes me feel
it's just a matter
more
of
helpless.
waking. It's just a matter of waking up and becoming more aware.
Well, that's the thing we have to be careful of, though. Is the thing that I hate about the Mandela effect. Even though it's interesting because there are some weird ones, it does seem like they're participating in it and they're actually making the psyop as if. And part of it is that they want to hook it into the flat Earth and then make it be like, oh, well, our whole reality is not the same. It's just a simulation. So it doesn't matter if the world's flat or not because it's all your whole reality is a different reality than what you knew. So it's like that question everything conference they had in California. They want to just say, oh, question everything. Your reality is all, there's nothing real about anything. So then therefore it doesn't matter if the world's flat, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to mix in everything into that, as if, okay, this isn't really important. We're in a simulation. We might as well just be in a simulation, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, that's a good point, dude. But I don't see to me, it would take divine intervention or something maybe equal and opposite to to divine intervention. Either way, it's not for me to say, you know, I don't see the goal in spreading that. You know, I obsess over certain things, and we all probably do, but like something like that, man, it just seems a little bit. I don't know, man.
Well,
I
it's
don't.
about
For one, I don't see the point. Yeah, go ahead.
controlling our reality. You know, even the minute details. You know, it's about confusing people and getting people to fight over stupid things and distract people. And it's about they can go through then they can if they can go through and change just about every reference there is on the internet to some name that is like either like Chick-fil-A now has a C, has a K that never had a K before, and they're going to go through and change all that or whatever it is that's on the internet. Then they have total control over information, and
Yeah,
it
they
gives
could
them
easily
like
do it nowadays on the internet, but the older shit. I don't think it was legit anyway. Because I guess
oh,
what he calls residue. I ain't looked into it that much, but I think he calls it residue, and that's just how it was. So people
yeah.
just remember it a certain way, and it could get twisted a certain way. That's something that sounds better, but there might be some I couldn't explain. But it just, dude, it's like they're it's almost like a setup that's coming. You know, they're putting it out there just to tickle a little bit because once everything's digital completely, that's what it's heading for, and nothing really left analog. It's going to be easy as hell to Mandela's. So I don't think there's any kind of. I do think there's some families that have the money and call the shots and keep it in the family, but I don't think there's any super genius. I mean, there's some smart people in smart fields, but everybody's good at what they do. Some people are above average at a lot of things, but I don't believe that there's any kind of forces
Brian,
like that. Go ahead.
Didn't you say your grandfather was close enough to a billionaire? Maybe you're one of the families, Brian. Who knows?
Dude, it was weird. I never knew. I knew he was rich, bro. He's like the first land developer in Jacksonville. He bought. I think he was in with the mayor. Like when I was like 6 or 7. I was like 8 or 9. I remember like walking around the little court by my house with my sister and my cousin. They're like 4 years older than me, saying vote for Lou Brantley, like trying to vote for somebody. Like so, he was in politics and all that. And he bought a bunch of land for real cheap, real cheap. And then they built a bridge. And it just exploded the value of it here in this city. And on top of that, all he did is work. So I found out he was a Freemason when he died, man. I didn't even know what it meant until I got in Flat Earth, dude. But I put 2 and 2 together because I was like, these guys in skirts can't come and play bagpipes at his funeral. And I still didn't really know what that meant until I joined Flat Earth and hear people talk about Freemasons. I was like, damn. But I know my grandpa was a good man. He grew up during the Depression, so he got real greedy as he got older. So he wanted more.
What happened to the money?
Man, I got half of 0.5%, and it wound up being like I think it was $400,000.
Wow.
But it was spaced out over 10 years.
Okay.
I forgot. It was somewhere in that ballpark, but it was like half of 0.5%. No, wait. I think I got it might have been 200,000 over 5 years. Yeah, I think that's what it was. If it had been half of 1%, it would have been 400,000. So do the math. But I only got half of the. Dude, I found out I had 0, but I went and did his driveway before he died. I broke it out, and he see me out there working hard and shit, and running my business and shit. Younger, and before he died, he penciled me in, dude, like last minute.
Nice.
He jogged every day, dude. But he wasn't really jogging. He was just walking. He was like 85 when he died, and he still like sped walked or jog walked like 2 to 3 miles a day. But after he died, we went to get his stuff out of there. I went to help my uncle, his son, and he had Viagra, man. Pretty sure that's what killed him. I didn't tell the family that shit. I just got it and put it to the side. I was like, I didn't want anybody else seeing that, man. Rest in peace. We didn't get along that good, man. Because
how did he die?
I think it was like a massive stroke, dude. He was a health idiot, dude. He took vitamins every day. He ate like so strict, and he, like I said, he woke up every morning and jogged, and then he went to work every day. He was a workaholic. He grew up during the Depression, is what my grandma said, and so he wanted more, man. I knew he was worth a lot, but I didn't know he was worth that much. think he might have been a billionaire or half a billionaire or something like that. But no, it's spread out. It like really, this is a long time ago.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems like you don't become that rich without being a member of some club.
Wait, I did get okay, it was over 5 years, and I did get I got 300. It was 35,000 every 6 months for 5 years is what I got. The inheritance for everybody else was 10 years, but like I said, I had zero. But he penciled me in for half a year. It was 1%, and it was for half of 1%, and so I got about 35,000, and that was after taxes. So I just kind of averaged it out to about 40,000, and so times that would be 80,000 times 5. So that would be probably closer to half a million was half of 1%. So do the math; it's a lot.
Nice. Well, have a
Hey, are
good
you
night,
back?
guys.
All right, see you, man.
Later.
Later, Scrap. Oh man, I
What's
wanted
the
to, I wanted to tell you something anyway, man. Real quick, I don't want to make a big story about it, but I wanted to go over with something with you.
Go
Like,
big, man. Go big.
yeah, right. Check it out. So it was with the Mick West sugar. I looked at that in depth, and bro, it's funny. Like he's literally helping our new argument.
I saw that with the side on where you showed that he's aiming to the side of the ramp and all that shit.
Yeah, and not only that, when he goes down with the camera, when he's halfway down, the city is already cut in half and shit's dropping in the distance.
Yeah.
Like if it's working, so you've been right the whole time. If what they're saying is true, you know.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say?
You've been right the whole entire time. Like the light could.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Can you say that one more time?
That's funny, man. But yeah, you've been right, Travis, the whole time. If light works the way they say it does, well, in that tank, as he goes down, I'm watching shit compress and refract, and he never loses line of sight. And so the further down he goes,
not. Yep, man.
Crazy.
It's and now what Beerman's bringing into it. I mean, I'm talking about it. I'm saying it, but Beerman is refining it. We're looking through a fucking meniscus at that point.
I can't believe Mick West put out that video. Like, bro, he did mention compression in there. But dude, I mean, if you look at the whole video, like there's so many deception possible points. I didn't know where to start. Like he admits in there, he resets it up, and then he has to redo the whole thing. And
well, the whole thing, if we wanted to be, absolutely just bare bones nitpicky, he didn't show us what happened with no sugar in the tank at all. Like he should have shown us what happened that way, right? Just to at least have everything controlled and then bring in the variable, right? He doesn't even show us a control.
Bro, I mean, but if you look, it's obvious what he did when he switched the camera as he was filling up the tank all the way. And he had to keep the tops lined up, and the tops didn't line up. So what he did is he did this. He went through this effort prior to filling the tank all the way up. He literally on the right side, which is the side he was filling up, he put up a picture smaller. The buildings are way smaller, like noticeably smaller. Like, did he think he was going to get away with that? So then by the time it filled up, it magnified to match the shit on the left. So something was going on with the left and the right. But the main point is that I can't believe he put this out, because he never loses line of sight as he drops down. Like 3 or 4 times he drops down, and he never loses line of sight until, I mean, the laser light never goes away. He couldn't use the actual laser light. He even says he had to simulate it. He had to come in, and he came in from the top. You could see the light shining off the top of the water, and it was another deception to try and make it look like you see it a little longer, but really you're just seeing it a little bit higher. As soon as you lose line of sight, you lose the laser, and by that time the whole city's mushed into nothing, bro. It's crazy. Getting excited about it, trying to explain it, but man, I've already got some shit put together to make a better video out of it. But yeah, so what you were right about, I mean, I'm sure you know, but for anybody else, is Travis is pretty much, if I'm not mistaken, been saying the whole time, well, even if light is, I don't think he believes light bends, but even if it's refracting in the band, and not not this upward refraction type of thing that I sell, or just I don't want to say sell, but I just kind of theorize. He's saying, if the light is doing that, then that's exactly what we'll see. We'll see. We're not going to see shit higher if light's doing what they say, like going toward the denser medium. And if it's going that way, we're going to see shit lower. And that's exactly what that experiment shows. So if the light is refracting, which it appears to be, but we're not seeing shit higher the way we're supposed to be, the way they describe it. So they're screwed either way. Think about it. So by that video, even if light is bending down, I win with my argument, and because I could show what we see in the distance is exactly what we see in reality. It explains the bottom up shit that we see sometimes. And then if it is refracting upward, then they automatically lose too. So they're kind of stuck, man. I just ain't really put it together yet, but I'm gonna push it hard, man. Yeah, we need to stick with Beer Man and put it together, get it out there, man. I think they're screwed either way. They literally did a perfect demonstration for us, is what he did.
Can you say that one part again
Where's
that
this
I missed?
video you're referring to?
I'll post a clip real quick. Travis was right, man. The whole time he likes hearing that, don't he?
Where's Nate? You feed the dogs yet, Nate? Sing us a song, you're the bad song man. Sing us a song, night. Hey, Gio, are you there? You awake still?
What's up? What's up?
Gio.
I thought you needed a mod.
No, I was just gonna bust his balls about hiring somebody to go through all these episodes and cut them up into smaller chunks.
Well, and take the good parts out.
Yeah.
Trolls aren't here yet, Jeremy. We don't need mods.
God, one just showed up.
Mm-hmm.
That would be you, Rocky, because you did get.
I don't know. I'm feeling like I'm in a better mood tonight, so.
Solve any world problems overnight, Jeremy?
What's up?
So did you solve any world problems overnight?
No. Slept. What time do you get up, bro? We're both on the East Coast.
Usually, I usually wake up about 4 o'clock in the morning, just
God.
natural.
You're up when I'm up though at night.
I know. I went to
How
bed
do
at
you know?
10. I went to bed
How
at 10. I
old
got
are you?
6.
You're old, huh? You're on some old people sleeping schedule shit where you need to sleep like 3 hours. Yeah, bro. Just like Rocky, yeah.
I've always just slept like 6 hours. I've never like had long night sleeps. 10 to 4.
I wish I could do that.
That's the stupid thing about Department of Transportation regulations. Like, you've got to have 10 hours off between your shifts, right? But
no,
you don't have to be like a. Yeah. So like, I stopped driving last night at 8, so then I can't drive again until 6 in the morning. But if I wake up at 4 o'clock, right? So like, look, if I get a night's sleep and I wake up at 4 o'clock, I got to sit on my ass and do nothing for 2 hours, right? I can't drive until 6, but I'm awake the whole fucking time. Like, what's the point? Like, what do you want me to be doing in those 2 hours? You want me to still be asleep? Like, it's so crazy.
Uber and Lyft, you only got to rest for 6 hours. They'll let you do 12 hours. They'll let you drive for 12 and be off 6.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous because the one time I did like 18 hours. I just turned my Uber off and switched Lyft on. Turned Lyft on. Like they're not regulating it between apps. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Fucking killed it then. I made it did $500 that night.
I hated DoorDash because when I started, they gave me like an open door where I could just, take any ride I wanted, as many as I wanted, for like 3 weeks, and I was making bank. And then they totally cut it back and limited it. Like, they wouldn't let me sign on, they wouldn't let me drive. So then
they say it's not busy.
Yeah, it's absolutely bullshit. Because then I'm using Uber and I'm getting rides.
Yeah, I stopped doing Uber and I was doing DoorDash. I might have to switch back though because there's been a lot of days. I mean, I could always drive to Albany and do it, but I'm not trying to fucking go to Albany to Uber.
Well, see, the thing too about
Or to DoorDash.
DoorDash is that they'll highlight the hot spots, right? They'll show you the areas that you're not in, and they're like, "Oh, the hot spot's over here." So you go fucking chase it, and then you get there, and you're sitting around doing nothing, and then they show you, "Oh, the hot spot's over here now." Fucking insane.
I used to do that with Uber all the time. There would be a surgeon, right? So I drive to the surgeon. As soon as I got there, it would fucking disappear. I'm like, yo, this has got to be some kind of scam or something.
Yeah.
I don't want to do Uber and Lyft though, because then I got to keep my car clean. If I do DoorDash, I could just be a filthy animal. And people are a hassle. Like I don't want to like have to. I feel like I have to entertain them. I know I don't have to, but I feel like I have to entertain them.
Yeah. You should just put some paraphernalia in the back, some flat Earth brochures and shit.
I know, right? I can't listen to this while I do Uber because I got to have my thing on. Because I got to listen to the GPS. Like I can do DoorDash and listen to this in here, but I can't. I can even talk in here while I do DoorDash, but I can't. I can't do that. But I mean, Uber.
Won't the GPS talk to you over the speaker? Like
that's annoying.
Yeah, but if I miss a turn on DoorDash, it's no big deal. Whereas if I actually have someone in the car, it's now a big deal.
Yeah, but I mean, like you got like a monitor, like a screen in your whip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't be watching the screen now. You're watching the road.
Yeah, but you glance at it every 10 seconds, right?
Nah, that's how you be missing turns, bro.
Jeremy's not that. He can't multitask like that, Nate.
Well,
I'm telling
you
you
got
miss
one
turns
eye.
like that.
I was almost gonna say, I'm not gonna go there, and then Nate goes there.
No, Jeremy's my guy, man. I say it with love, you know.
All right, Nate, you're back. Let's talk.
One-Eyed Bandit. Talk about what Travis. I can't really talk about that stuff. I'm driving, man. But yeah, I mean, go ahead. If there's something you want to say.
No, I wanted your feedback. Just recall, dude. Just think back as to what you saw and heard, and just talk about that.
Yeah, you made a lot of claims I don't really agree with. You know, it's really that simple. I don't agree with much of what you said in the video.
You know? So pick one claim that you can recall. It doesn't have to be word for word, but what do you think I'm talking about?
You're talking about how we observe things in the distance, over the horizon, and you know you go into your whole thing about how there's some weird mirage effect, and how it's not due to Earth curve. I mean, I just don't agree with it, Travis. I don't remember off the top of my head.
All right, I can pick it up from there.
Okay.
So look, my first real observations were on the Chesapeake Bay. So I only had 6 miles, 3 miles, and 1 mile. I had certain distances that I was shooting from the same position. So I started seeing inferior miraging, right? So then when I'm looking at the inferior mirage creates an apparent limit to the water that you're looking over. So it creates a false horizon, right? That's not the horizon, but there's a limit to the water as if there were a horizon. So we can understand that the mirage obstructs and blocks the distance and the targets that lie beyond that point.
Question though. Okay. So would a mirage only move the position of the water and not the thing on the water? Like, let's say there's a boat. The mirage only lifts the water to hide half the boat, but the boat doesn't get lifted?
It's a more dynamic system than that. You have to almost think of different layers of lenses. so that your foreground is in one lens, and then beyond that, when the mirage happens, there's another lens that kicks in. So you're going to have two different effects. You're going to have a foreground effect and a background effect. And as far as I've seen in the discussions, no one says anything like that when discussing the mirage. And I think that would be a point of, a point that would need to be remedied through further investigation.
What about things in front of the horizon on the water? Are those in a different lens now?
So if we're talking about an inferior mirage, the way that I've made these observations, the foreground is going to be magnified and lifted up. So in an inferior mirage, you have proximate looming. The foreground is lifted up and magnified in your field of view. And I would say at this point that is one lens, because that's going to present to you a three-dimensional perspective. You're going to be looking over distance, and you can zoom past certain points, right? You can move. It's like if you're moving forward, you're going to move past those points, and they're going to go behind you now, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like if you're walking and things come towards you, that's what I'm trying to describe, okay? So you can do that in the first lens. But as soon as you get to the mirage, it's two-dimensional. Boom. You can't do that. You can't zoom in and go past distance any longer. It's a completely different lens.
What makes it a different lens? Like, what changes the type of lens you look at?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. Since I'm the only one saying it, and I'm only one person, and I can't get somebody else out there to help me figure out what the hell's going on at that point where the mirage is happening, I don't have an answer at this point. Okay. I can just tell you what I'm seeing and what I'm describing.
Okay.
But that's one of the things that, you guys asked me questions about, because when I first brought up proximate looming, it wasn't in relationship to the inferior mirage. It was just simply when you have an object in the background that's cut in half. Okay. So when I first made this suggestion, and Sean G was busting his nuts over my footage because he thought that it was Earth curve, and I said, no, this is proximate looming. He's like, well, then why isn't it happening to the distant object? Which is a legitimate question. But at that point, all I could say was that I'm simply describing what I think the foreground is doing, and then there's something else going on. That's the way it's it. There's something else going on in the background, because you have a limit to the water. Now in looming, you don't have that. In looming, it's like, think of it this way. If you have a piece of paper on the ground, on the table in front of you, and you draw a line lengthwise, it's just a regular piece of paper, 8.5 by 11, right? So turn it the long way, so you have 11 inches lying in front of you. You draw a line across that 11 inches, and then you bend the paper so that the back portion of the line disappears. Okay, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay, all right. So that's what happens in the lensing with proximate looming. It raises up that ramp so that you can see the foreground, but you can't see the background. And then in looming, you just let go of that paper and it all flattens out, and then you see the entire length of the line. That's what looming does. But you're not going to have the same visual representation of the landscape. The way that proximate looming looks, quote unquote, is not the way looming looks. They aren't a one-to-one correspondence.
Okay. And these weird effects, these different lenses, they only happen on the horizon, or what if I was looking right up above?
Focal point. Yeah, it's the focal point of where your eye moves to. So it's kind of like if you look at a magnifying glass and you look in the middle, you see the effects of that bend of the glass, the lens. But then if you then change your perspective and move toward the edge, you're going to get closer and tighter angles that are gonna confuse the data that you're looking at. So that's what happens in real time as you look through the air. It's like a fucking kaleidoscope on every goddamn fractal level, dude. It's insane.
Okay. Now, what happens when I change my elevation height? If I climb a mountain, all of a sudden, the water isn't lifted that much anymore, and I can see more of the object beyond the horizon. What's
Right.
happening there?
Well, that's a great question, because it almost messes with the model of refraction, like with an inferior mirage. If you look up what causes an inferior mirage or what conditions need to be there for an inferior mirage, they don't tell you that it actually also depends on your position. They don't tell you that. They just say, this is an inferior mirage and these are the conditions that create it. So I should just go out and see it anytime? No, because you might not be at the right angle. You have to lower your angle, perhaps raise your angle or whatever. So your position almost is the independent variable. But to answer your question, I have a video that I put out from, I think it was May, and I was able to shoot just off the shore, and there was a fantastic inferior mirage happening on Anacapa Island. So I shot for a little bit, and then I went up about 300 feet to some residential streets behind me and shot it again. The mirage was still there, but it was at a completely different degree. It wasn't as intense. It was a more acute angle. So if I were to then go back down, or if I had you on the beach and there was a sailboat for you, if that sailboat was at the right distance, it would be in an inferior mirage. But for me, I would see it flat on the horizon. It would just be a sailboat on the horizon. So I would have to look farther beyond that sailboat to get the inferior mirage. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So it sounds like to you, distance plays a key part. It's the further away something is, the stronger these miraging effects.
No,
that's
not what I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is that the only way I, as an observer, can change the effect of the mirage is by moving closer to it, moving farther away from it, raising my elevation. Okay, yeah, but that's all I'm saying. You said something farther than what I was saying, but leave it right there. Okay.
I said, according to you, distance also matters. The further away something is, the more.
No, don't say more. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying what you're saying right now.
Not the more, but you then have varying or different miraging effects, right? Like it's like a different lens now, depending on how far away it is. If it's beyond the horizon, you're looking at this object through a different type of lens. So distance determines what type of lens you see in this object. According to you.
Right. So if I'm up at 300 feet and you're down at sea level, and you see a boat in an inferior mirage, but the boat for me is just nothing. It's just right there on the water.
Yeah.
Right. So you still see it like in real time. You see an inferior mirage at that position. I don't. Okay. So that's kind of like the catch. That's like the catch 22 for this stuff. If you look up these data points on inferior mirages, because they just tell you one thing when your position determines it. So going back to, I think it was 2019, maybe 2020. Yeah, it was 2020 in January. I had a high elevation shot of the islands, and it was not in an inferior mirage. It was just a straight shot to the island. So I would say in that situation, that was looming. Because of the conditions, I would say the conditions that I'm seeing right now are what I would describe looming to have, right? Looming has certain conditions that present the observation visually that inferior mirages don't, right? So when I was taking that shot at that point, it was and it was the same conditions, not the same corridor, but basically the same conditions because I'm in, the same geographical area, so to speak. But as soon as I got down to the island, man, there was a fucking Fata Morgana going on. Crazy. So, I mean, I changed my distance, I changed my elevation, I even changed my viewing angle. But I'm looking, relatively speaking, at the same target in the same conditions, and I'm getting two different effects. But I don't think it's complicated. Once you kind of slow down and think through. So going back to what you said about Earth curve and inferior mirages, the characteristics of an inferior mirage are that the mirage obstructs, blocks the distance and the target, and it also creates a false horizon. So that if I see a boat go into the inferior mirage, at some point, the boat is going to be elevated above that horizon. But it's still on the water going into the distance, like it should. But it's separated now from the water apparently beneath it visually, right? Visually, the water is below the target and the boat is going away from that. And if that boat has enough distance to go away from me, that boat will eventually disappear into the mirage, on the water, in the distance, along that same line of sight. I just can't see it. Now, if I showed you that stuff on the Chesapeake Bay and gave you my miles, you'd be like, oh yeah, that can't be Earth curve. But the only reason it can't be Earth curve, so to speak, is because of the mirage. Now, if you take that same concept of the physics of the mirage and you go out to the ocean and see that again, many of my opponents will say and have said, that's Earth curve. But it can't be Earth curve because there's a mirage there. And the mirage obstructs the distance that you can't see and the target that you're losing sight of. It's still in front of you on the water, going away from you, but you can't see it. And at some point, that target is going to be elevated above the apparent horizon that some people think is Earth curve. And then they just completely ignore the physics of an inferior mirage. The other characteristic of an inferior mirage, everybody, please listen to me, is if you have a target in front of you in an inferior mirage, the entire target has to be in your line of sight. It can't be anywhere else. It's not going to be lower than you think it is behind the curve and it's being brought up. You have to understand that if you have a target in front of you in an inferior mirage, the entirety of the target is in that mirage.
All right, man.
All right.
All right. Good talk, but I gotta get going.
I appreciate the chat.
All right. Latest trips.
Hey, Travis, I hope my mind's okay. I just want to say I love your work.
I don't know how to take that, Gosho.
Yeah, well, I was a jerk to you earlier because you were a jerk to me. Well, you
Yeah,
were
I
being honest.
know. I bust
No,
your
you're being
balls,
honest,
man.
but I wasn't being honest. I did like your video, so.
All right, I appreciate that.
I did have some bad news though.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I think you've done. Has anybody commented on it?
Not yet, no.
Well, I'll just ask you a question about that. That number for the second shot, was that the azimuth?
Are you talking about the Res Rhetoric one?
Oh, no, sorry, the Star Trails.
Oh, the Star Trail one?
Yeah, you put numbers for the second one. I was wondering if the first number, the first angle was a azimuth.
No, I didn't put any measurements that way. What number are you talking about?
There's a Star Trails. The first part says Polaris, and the second part you put two angles, 150, 119.
I don't know what you're talking about. What
I'll
you're
take a
saying
screenshot.
doesn't. Okay, what you're saying doesn't sound familiar to something that I put out. So I'll have to refresh my memory if it is mine. It's going to be funny as if this isn't my content.
Oh, it's yours. I watched it a few times. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Let me.
All right.
It's the one. So, welcome to the Celestial Dome.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe as you can see the first part you said Polaris intro or interlude or something. And the second part said it just had two angles.
Yeah, I think the welcome to the I think the welcome to the Celestial Dome. I think the Polaris one was just like an introit. It wasn't the point of the Celestial Dome, so it was just like a Star Trail intro. You know, so
Okay. I'll tell you what then, if that's the point, if that's true, I guess I didn't get the point of the whole thing then. So I'm gonna rewatch it. I don't really have a statement then. I was gonna compare that second part to the Polaris part, but if
oh
that
no,
was the
yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that because that wasn't my intention. But I mean, so the one thing that did trip me out when I was first looking at Polaris and then seeing the concentric circles move out and out and out and out, it was just tweaking my brain. Like, man, that's like, yeah. Because then when I got to the landscape where Orion came up, just that whole symmetry, the whole symmetry of the sky to me is just majestic. And so I was just like, man, that's really weird, bro. That's like, if it's doing that, then that's doing that. Yeah.
What's weird is I can't remember correctly. I know that Orion points towards Sirius, but Sirius is in the south, and I think part of Orion is in the south as well,
I think
which is kind of weird.
Sirius and the other star is Orion's shoulders.
I think
Pretty
you're thinking of
sure.
Regulus. I know
Yeah.
Betelgeuse and Regulus are.
Oh, Beetlejuice and Regulus. Yeah. Okay, you're right. Yeah.
And Sirius is close by. It's almost like it's pointing at it, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can't remember. I know that Sirius is in the south, and I think parts of Orion are. And if that's true, then you would expect it to see it kind of rotate in opposite directions. But I can't remember seeing that.
If you follow Orion's belt down to the left, the first bright star you will see is Sirius. It's not quite in line, but it's close enough.
Yeah. They're all pretty close together there. Yeah. Are you going to share that screenshot?
I mean, sure. I mean, my point's moot now, though. But I'll post it.
Well, I'm just curious as to the numbers. I don't remember putting numbers in for some reason. Oh no, that's the those are my coordinates.
Well, it must be like azimuth or something. But hold on. Yeah. Because like obviously one of those. Wait, no, never mind. Oh,
Yeah, so
wait a minute.
Yeah, so if you see that screenshot right there, everybody, if you're looking at it, right there in the middle, those three lines, that's Orion's belt. And then above that are Regulus and Betelgeuse, and then below it, that white bright light that's Sirius.
Okay, so yeah, they are going opposite directions then. So part of it is in the north and part of it is south. Okay, that's kind of cool. I never noticed that.
Yep.
Travis, have you considered a barrier that we were under, an inner barrier, two
Oh,
barriers?
hold on, Pete. I'm sorry, so sorry. Please forgive me. So here's my point. Then, the way I'm looking at, I might say this wrong, so don't crucify me. But if I'm looking at Orion right now with that orientation, it's like 45 degrees. Then I would have to be rotating at that degree to get that effect. If you're going to tell me that the star trails are the result of the rotation of the Earth, then from my perspective, I'd have to be rotating toward Orion right now at that way. And that's not the model.
You'd have to maybe elaborate.
We're told.
I just got a picture. I got a picture.
We're told that when you take a picture at the equator and you have the celestial equator above you, straight line going over your head, and then you have the celestial rotation to your right and the celestial rotation to your left, we're told, because you're at the equator, that that's the center point of the Earth's rotation. You're rotating. Therefore, the stars are looking the way they look. Well, I would have to be at a certain angle to Orion, spinning toward Orion to get that effect. And I'm not. You get it? It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm having a hard time picturing it in my head, but I think it's the same reason why you're claiming that is because it's.
Does anybody else hear what I'm saying right now?
No, I know. Trust me, I hear what you're saying. I'm just having.
No,
a
I
hard time,
know. I'm just no. I get that. I get that.
Just joined. Can you repeat it?
Okay, so do you see the screenshot that Kosho posted at 7:50 from my video?
Okay. Yeah. What about it?
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when someone else has a picture of the star trails at the equator, they have a picture with the celestial equator going straight up overhead, and they have a celestial rotation to the right and a celestial rotation to the left. And they say the reason why this is happening is because the Earth is spinning in that direction and the star trails appear to be diverging, and it's an optical effect of the rotation of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, that's impossible.
Okay, hold on now. So that picture that's a screen grab shows my location in Southern California. I have Orion there in the middle, which is the celestial equator, and I have a celestial rotation to the right and a celestial rotation to the left. That would require then that I should be rotating toward Orion in order to get that effect.
Okay, but aren't you?
Yeah, the stars. If that couldn't work on a sphere, I can't make a way for that to work on a sphere.
And it's okay, but don't miss the punchline. I would have to be rotating in a way against the Earth's rotation. I would have to be rotating in that direction, which is not the way the Earth is rotating. That
don't make sense. It's got to be the stars because I see what you're saying. That's a good point.
Whenever anybody anywhere on the Earth at their latitude, they're going to see the rotation in that orientation. Well, in order to get that star trail, you ought to be rotating towards it at that point, at that angle.
But weren't you? At first, I didn't get it, but now that I'm thinking about the way you're saying it and watching the video again, it seems to fit. Why are you saying that you weren't? So, are you suggesting you weren't supposed to be rotating towards Orion?
Okay, so I'm facing southeast, right? So if I turned east, I wouldn't have the celestial equator in front of me, like I do in that image there. So if I'm facing east, I'm facing the way that I'm allegedly rotating. So if I turn away from that to whatever degree I have to get to, let's just say it's a 45-degree angle. If I'm turning a 45-degree angle toward Orion right now, then I would have to be rotating toward Orion to get that effect.
Yeah, I can see why
You
you're saying
understand?
that. Yeah, I can see why you're saying that, because at first it was hard for me to picture, but now I'm starting to think if you were to face directly east, because you wouldn't have been seeing the equator, you would just get a bigger picture of the north. I think the only way to get this effect is to look south towards the equator. Otherwise, you're not even going to get the idea that you're going to see a different rotation. It's not even going to seem like you're rotating with the Earth. But the way I see those lines, especially the fact that you're facing south to look at those lines, at the equator, it does say that. I mean, to me, it says you are rotating in the direction of the Earth.
I thought he said he was facing east. And he
But it's
facing
facing
east?
south.
Southeast?
I think that 150 is his azimuth.
I'd say about, yeah, that sounds.
So that's directly southeast. Yeah.
That's not quite directly southeast. Wouldn't directly southeast would be 140, right? 145?
Yeah, you're right. Hold on.
Wait,
It was
90?
180. Well, 135. 135.
Yeah, 135. Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
I don't see how that you don't think more about that argument. You see the smiley face and the frowns, like the moon and the sun follow them stars wherever they're at for that particular night. So basically, we could put a stick in the ground and measure the sun twice, basically at the same time. If we imagine a shadow being cast from a star north of the equator and a star south of the equator, and the shadows are going to measure them moving apart from each other and getting closer together. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, actually, what you said is it's not. That wouldn't happen. The sun
That's
does
got to
that.
be weird though for you to think about, man.
No, the sun before and after the equinox, the sun will travel in both those directions in that star trail.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying wherever the sun is at that particular night or day, whatever, it's going to move with the stars for that particular location. So we can't measure the sun in two places at once, and we can't get shadows from the stars. But what we can do is simulate a shadow from two different stars, one north of the equator and one south of the equator, doing a 180, basically, like the equatorial mount does. And basically, you're going to get convergence and divergence, man. And it will be the stars you're simulating, but if the sun was there, that's still what would be happening. So to me, that'd be a tough one to get past. To me, that kills a globe, but there's kind of like flat Earth killer. The stars could kill either model, in my opinion. You could make them work, with explanation and all that, but they're model killers, man. The moon and the stars.
What you're saying right now is only a visual effect. When you because people do measure them, like the
Sure,
the
you
star,
can explain it, bro.
No, the star has a GP, right? And the GP is not going to cross the equator.
I'm only talking about for my little flat little patch of ground where I plant my stick, bro. If I'm measuring with a stick and a shadow, I'm getting convergence and divergence, bro, on my little flat piece of ground, whether it's on a globe, whatever. But like I said, the stars are diverging according to the shadows, not by much, but still it's existent. I mean, it exists. But I understand your explanation, bro, and it's kind of perspective is what you're saying. But I didn't think we could use perspective on the globe with the stars that far away, but it's an explanation. I ain't saying you don't have an explanation, but it definitely requires.
I'm not saying anything about perspective. I'm saying that what you're talking about, diverging, like how would this display itself?
So look, here we go. I just had this thought. I apologize. I'm in Southern California. I'm looking southeast. I have 2 celestial rotations that I don't have to change my orientation to see. I don't have to look to the north to see it. I don't have to look to the south to see it. I just look straight ahead and I see it in the sky, right? So to just kind of like assert a bias, I suppose, I'm never going to look at the sky in Southern California and see that image that you see in the screen grab and then say, the reason I'm seeing that is because the Earth's rotating. There's no fucking way I would ever say that, ever.
Because honestly, if you're not looking directly, like in the first part of that video, you're looking directly north. And if you're looking directly north or directly south, then you're not going to see both of the skies. But if you're looking anywhere other than those 2 locations, you're going to see some degree of both parts of the sky.
Yeah, but you're seeing. I don't think your brain's letting you accept what we're saying. What we're saying is they're moving in 2 different directions, bro. If it's us rotating, that's not possible, bro.
It's not only possible, that's expected.
No.
Then,
Look at.
hold on, Brian. Hold on. Then, Kosho, pretty please make a physical model showing us that it can happen.
I did the other night, and I actually recorded it while Matthew was doing his, and then Matthew showed his, and it was much better. I still have it recorded. I guess I could edit it. Maybe I can make a better one even.
You understand what I'm saying, Brian?
Yeah, 100%. I don't think his brain's allowing him to understand the argument. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, first of all, Matthew, myself, other people.
Who's Matthew?
Was that Matthew who did that the other night, or was that Jesse?
Jesse.
Okay, it was Jesse. Okay, never mind then. Well, regardless, yeah, he did. I mean, he made a video that.
Yeah, but he wasn't on it. He wasn't. He was just standing straight up and down. He just moved his camera. He wasn't on a ball.
I mean, all I did was spin around myself when I did it.
Yeah, Kosho, if you move the camera, then I'm with you. It's a non-argument if you have to move the camera, Kosho. But if you're looking in one direction, seeing stars go away, in separate directions, bro, it can't be you moving, bro. It's not physically possible.
No, I spun around when I did, so I had to move. I had to spin around, holding my phone.
Kosho. Dear God in heaven, you are supposed to create a sphere upon which you put a camera. How is this not clear?
I have a perfect sphere to use. Hold on.
My God. I mean, all this talk about facing north, seeing a rotation counterclockwise, and then turning south, seeing it. I don't have to do that. I just look straight ahead, southeast in Southern California, and I've got both rotations right there. I'm not going to do anything but look straight ahead. 2 different rotations. Earth is not rotating.
So if the stars were casting light, and you had 2 shadows in the ground, 2 sticks in the ground. Let's say you had like a 50 square foot patch of flat ground where you're at, and you put 2 sticks. Let's just say one closer to the left of you and one a little bit to the right of you. Just the shadows would literally.
Oh, I get you. You got 2 light sources. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Fucking A, dude.
And that shows the impossibility that we're rotating just from the stick and shadow.
Dude, that's brilliant. That's a good one, Brian. I like that.
I've been trying to get this out for so long. I just had a hard time explaining it, man.
I just got it. That was good. Yeah, we should just clip this. We should just clip what I just said out. Clip what you just said out. Fucking A, man. That was a debunk right there 2 times.
I made a diagram by doing it in SunCalc and showing, and I showed Stellarium, and I showed I did 2 rotations at once. I captured them on the screen, and then one in the middle, and showed a stick and a shadow and what it would do. But I didn't have much time. It was for a presentation on modern day debates, so I didn't have much time to explain it. But yeah, we could trim that out.
If somebody's listening right now, you can jump on your PC and just back up and clip those last 2 parts out. That'd be awesome.
Hey, repeat your little test, Brian. I'm curious.
Okay. Where Travis is at, he just takes a 50 square foot patch of flat ground, and he sets his one stick up. He cheats it to the left a little bit because he's a little bit above the equator, and then he so let's say he puts one 10 foot to the left, and then just about 3 or 4 foot to the right of him, 2 sticks to represent a particular star coming from the southern hemisphere and then casting a shadow, and then one coming from the northern hemisphere casting a shadow. From horizon to horizon, he's going to get like a type of smiley, but not a big bold smiley face and frown, but still somewhat of a smiley face and like a sideways frown where he's at. But my point is the shadow, if the stars were casting light toward the stick like you could imagine it, you'd be physically measuring divergence with the shadow. I know you are big with your sticks and shadows, So I said we can't do 2 suns at once, and we can't cast light from the stars, but we can logically infer that argument by using the stars and just simulating the shadow that it would cast. So it's casting 2 different shadows at once. The shadows, if the light's coming in parallel, that couldn't possibly happen.
Well, let's think this through. So describe to me what you expect the shadows to do, and I'll tell you what I think.
You know what they should do, bro. I ain't got to tell you. You know exactly what they should do.
What do you think they're going to do in either case? Because if you're going to take this,
Whichever direction I'm moving, they should all trail opposite to that, and maybe a little bit smaller of an angle as it got away from me, but they should not deviate away from each other, bro. Now, if we're looking in 2 separate directions, like toward the north rotation and the south rotation, you could make that argument. But to convert the stars at the equator, just looking in one direction, then the stars would have to know I'm on a globe and know they're supposed to go in their own paths. But if I'm only moving in one direction, bro, that can't make sense of it, man. That's the same thing with the equatorial mount. I don't see how y'all figure that working on a globe. It doesn't make sense, man.
I think that their response would be, Brian, that the night sky is a flat 2-dimensional surface, so you don't have angles and diverging sources of light. So they're all coming at you from the same apparent flat sky, right?
Yeah, but the consequence of distance is the light has to be parallel, and the consequence of them of us rotating. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I didn't think that they had perspective allowed in their arsenal. From what I understand, they can't use perspective.
First of all, who says the sky is flat? And second of all, who says perspective doesn't exist? What are you talking about? On the globe and the globe argument.
Which one do you want answered first?
I guess The flat sky.
Well, you don't have. So if you take a star trail, you're going to see that the skies curve, so that they curve away and diverge, right? So you're going to have different positions, different distances as the stars move away from each other like that. But as far as I understand, the model is that the night sky is just this vast canopy that has no depth and no angle. Like all of the stars are just there. Like it's just like if you were to paint the night sky on a flat wall.
When don't you consider the night sky as a two-dimensional object? When don't you?
We do, but I think you're forgetting that that two-dimensional object is a sphere.
Oh my God. Somebody clip that out, man. Somebody clip that out.
All you do is consider the stars or the points of light on a two-dimensional surface.
That's
You
right.
don't ever consider them with any depth other than in that two-dimensional.
Absolutely.
So what's the issue?
That,
Why
that
not just say
two-dimensional surface isn't flat.
Of course it is. It's on a flat surface.
It's on a two-dimensional surface.
Yeah, a flat surface. Exactly.
What
Flat
the fuck,
two-dimensional
man?
surface.
What's happening right now?
Seriously.
All surfaces are two-dimensional. A sphere is a two-dimensional surface of a ball.
And flat.
Kosho, if I was on one of them walk me that at the airport, you know they have them
moving sidewalks.
Yeah, the moving sidewalk. So and let's say I put one star 20 degrees off to one side and then one star 20 degrees off to the other side. Okay? And I put them out in the distance a little ways. It doesn't have to be all the way, but a good little ways. And the little walking sidewalk goes a good distance. Would I get a different star trail just if I rode that walking sidewalk flat and recorded it just pointing straight up where I could catch each star in the edge of my vision? Would I get a different vision if I curved it slightly? Then
If you curve
flat?
What are you curving?
The walking sidewalk. If I arched it a little bit, time lapse,
yeah.
would I get it? Would it be different?
Yeah, you get it. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What if I put them stars like 10 miles in the sky, and just and I arched it just a little bit, you know?
Yeah, the further away you put those stars, the less that they would appear to be moving.
Okay, so what if I put them 10 quadrillion miles away like they're supposed to be? So perspective's out the door, out of the argument, right? But my point is,
you're talking about moving in a linear path.
If I'm pointing my camera straight up and I got it sitting on a tripod right next to me, I'm gonna catch each star in the edge of my field of view, of the camera's field of view, whether I curve it or not. If I put them, let's say a couple miles high, it doesn't matter. They're gonna move together. I'm only moving in one direction according to you. So on that conveyor belt, I'm only moving in one direction. So that's a perfect visual. But the stars are never gonna move apart, bro. They don't know that if the thing is arcing or not. So even if I arced it, they're not going to move apart if they're far away, because they don't know they're supposed to track off to a certain direction. That's why I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. I don't see how people haven't figured that out. I've been preaching it for 4 years.
It doesn't depend on how you measure those angles. That's what I was thinking about when I was measuring those angles. To create those lines in the ground, I'd make a stick, and from the point of that stick, I would measure the azimuth and the elevation. And those two angles together, the changing of those two angles together should give you some shape on the surface, right?
Yeah, well, whatever you want to do. If you tried, you're looking at it wrong. Just look at it like my picture, bro. They're never going to move apart, bro.
Yeah.
Let's say I had one if I had one overhead dead in the middle, I should have added that to begin with. So I track right underneath the one in the middle, representing, like, say, Orion's belt, and I'm on the equator. I'm only moving in one direction, and my tripod's just pointing up, or pointing whichever direction, and the stars can't. If I'm only moving in one direction, they can't move apart from each other, bro. It's just not. It's not part of the program, dude. Not how shit works.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Depending on how you measure them, isn't that going to determine the result? I'm trying to picture in my head what would happen if you measured the azimuth and elevation.
It sounds like your brain is literally warped itself, bro. Your brain is like warped itself somehow. I don't know. How can you not understand that? How can you not understand that the stars won't move apart?
Why aren't you answering the question?
Oh, I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
How would you measure them? The only way I'm thinking of right now is the azimuth and the elevation.
I'm just
Well,
measuring
here, let me jump.
divergence.
Let me jump in.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the same way, Coach. So if you look at that screenshot, pick.
Is it me or is it Travis? You you're dropping out, Travis. You're roboting or dropping out.
Pick up the.
You did. You're gonna have to start again.
Okay, am I back?
Yeah, you are back now, but you're gonna have to start again.
Okay, all right. So Kosho, get that screenshot. Find two stars that are close together, and then follow those. Okay. Find one star in the south, one star in the north. Get them at a point in which they are closer together, and then follow the trail out as they diverge.
Yeah,
Measure that.
Stellarium does the same shit, dude.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. When I'm thinking about doing the azimuth and the elevation, you can see that curved path counterclockwise is going to be going upward. So the elevation is going to increase, and the azimuth is going to increase. It's going to increase in the same way as the curve is. Basically.
Right, but they're going to increase together.
So that's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking the azimuth and the elevation is going to give you curved paths.
They're never going to be a. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm going to break up or not.
Well, I would say they're never going to be a measurable farther distance apart than they ever were. I don't get it.
Okay,
you're trying to curve them both at the same time, man.
Brian, why did you say that the two sticks were going to be 10 feet apart? By the way.
Well, I was trying to figure it like if you're at the equator, you could just picture yourself in the center of the sticks, right? And instead of two sticks, do three sticks. Do one right in front of you, 1 10-foot to the left, and 1 10-foot to the right, and figure yourself right on the equator. So the 20-degree stars are gonna, your Earth curve ain't doing nothing for perspective, so you can't move them both inward, bro, as they get overhead. I know you're doing that in your brain, but you can't do that. You can move one of them or both of them that direction. You can't move them simultaneously and toward each other. You're invoking perspective. You're trying to invoke perspective in your brain, but your stars are too far away for that.
What are you talking about, dude? I don't think you know what I'm thinking because I don't understand what you're saying. I wasn't thinking that. I was simply thinking. I was thinking more of one stick instead of two or three. But
nope,
I'm
you got a stick for each star.
Okay.
So the star in the middle is just going to go. It's going to go straight. The star in the middle is going to go straight. Is going to make a straight line. Let's say. Okay, and the star to your right is going to make a freaking smiley face, and the star to your left is going to make a frown.
Why would they need to make a straight line?
Because you got one right in the middle.
Yeah, but you're in California, you said, right?
No. Well, I changed it to the equator.
So you're at the equator. So the person doing this is at the equator. Okay.
Yeah, now you're at the equator. It's just easier to imagine. I like what Travis showed, but
I don't know. I like where Brian's going with this.
Yeah, but think
Go
about
ahead.
this
We're
for a
putting
second.
sub-solar points down on the ground, right underneath stars.
Right,
Is
yeah.
that what we're doing?
Yeah, they're
Right,
gonna have
but
to
I'm
throw
asking,
out their stick and shadow argument or accept that it can't possibly be a globe, right, Jeremy?
but I'm asking you how to measure it though. And you
Just
shot down my idea, but my
just a
idea with the
shadow.
azimuth, yeah, I know, but you can't do that. That's impossible to do. So you actually
Okay, well
do
do this
something.
then. Do this.
I don't know.
Then
Oh, yeah.
then when the
Well,
sun is
then
20 degrees north, just paint, use spray paint. If you can't imagine the shadow it would leave, just spray paint the shadow in the summer, right before solstice when it's about 20 degrees and leave it there painted, and then 6 months later paint it on the other side. You're going to get a smiley face brown.
That's not necessary.
Brian, you're going about this the wrong way. I like where your head's at, Brian, but
All you have to
I
do.
think I can see where you're trying to go. Go ahead, Coach.
All you have to do is realize that if you had a stick there and you were there was a straight line from the star to the stick to the ground, the angle would be following the star, the azimuth and the elevation. So that's the angles that you want. You want the azimuth and the elevation, because if you take those two angles, it should be the reverse. The angle the star's doing should be the reverse, like the mirror image of what would appear on the ground. So just from each of those locations, you would take the azimuth and the elevation angles for whatever period of time you're talking about. Let's say 3 hours for these two stars, and you would see what those mirror images are doing
Why are you
on the
complicating it in
ground.
your brain?
I'm telling you, that's not complicated. This is a way to measure it. You're talking about doing
Bro,
it
the
6
3 star. I'm only on one patch of ground, Coach. Listen,
Yes,
I've
me
only.
too.
Hold on, let me finish. I've just got 3 sticks, okay, and I've just got one little flat patch of ground, bro. You don't think of the entire Earth. That's what your mind fucking yourself. Excuse my language. Just
Listen.
picture.
Just stop thinking for me, because I'm not thinking what you're saying at all. I'm on one patch of ground too.
Why would you think about any other spot on Earth except for where your little station is?
Who told you I was? Who said that I was doing that?
Brian,
What are you talking about?
please let me take this over. Your head, you're so close, bro. You're losing it.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
I don't have to, but you can keep going. I'll just try to remember the spot that you're at.
No. Fuck it. Go. I'm all ears.
It's all done now, then, Brian.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna put stars, right? You guys say the stars aren't actually converging and diverging at the equator, right?
Yeah, that they're
It's
not.
just an optical.
This measurement would present them as doing that. That's what I'm claiming, and that's without fully fleshing it out. But my first intuition, the way I'm thinking about the azimuth and the elevation angle, is the angles that you record. If you record the azimuth and elevation angle of these two stars for 3 hours, you're going to end up with two curving away circles, or curving away lines.
Which converge and diverge.
Exactly. Yeah.
So are they converging and diverging or not?
No, because if you were to take their GPs and follow them for 3 hours, you're going to get two lines that are parallel to each other.
Okay, can I come in now, please?
Yeah, sure. I had 3 seconds. That's good enough. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay. No, were you going to say something?
I mean, dude, go ahead, bro.
Okay. What you're doing right now, Coach Show, is you are thinking about looking at the night sky with the naked eye. If you looked at the night sky with the naked eye, you're not going to see convergence and divergence. The fucking sky is going to be symmetrical, parallel. But then when you take the star trails, they diverge.
Right. That's the point of taking a measurement, a continuous. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about They're taking a continuous measurement for 3 hours, basically, which is what the star trails are doing. They're tracking the star for 3 hours and making a line out of it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying take the continuous measurements of the azimuth and elevation angle for 3 hours and plot them, and you'll end up with a reflection of the path they're doing in the sky. It'd be easier if I drew a picture so I could. I mean, actually, it's not a picture. It's like if you had those two sticks, wherever you were.
The only way for you to do it in your head is to think about the entire globe, but that's totally faulty. Because you keep talking about subsolar points, bro.
Yeah, subsolar points are not to do with the entire globe.
What I'm trying to tell you is, if no matter what you say, if I'm in my own little square, there's nothing you could say. Them shadows should be parallel. If the light is parallel, and I'm only moving in one direction, you could tilt me, you could turn me. If that starlight is parallel and I'm moving, they will have to be parallel. There is no getting around it, bro, in my little square.
Yeah, but you're not talking about how the stars are moving across the ground. You're talking about how the angles you're viewing them from are moving across the ground or changing.
Yeah, the shadow, right? The
They're
shadow.
not parallel because of refraction. Definitely not parallel.
It's not refraction. It's, like I said, if you just think about
it's called refraction.
The elevation angle of one of them, like that, if one of them is curving counterclockwise, it's going to keep increasing, and it's going to the azimuth is going to it's going to appear as a curve.
It's not moving counterclockwise to one position on Earth. It's just moving away from me. Together. I'm only in one place, bro. One little flat spot on your globe. Okay?
Yeah.
If it's me that's rotating and that light is parallel, it can't be not parallel, bro. You got to start thinking about other places on Earth and what the star's doing further out on Earth. I'm not further out on Earth. I'm in one position, and therefore them stars can't deviate. They can't diverge. It's not possible from one position to measure a shadow doing that.
Yeah, we can find this out right away. Like, we don't have to wait for anything. We can look at the azimuth and elevation angles for any two stars on opposite sides of the equator, and use stellarium or something, and see what azimuth and elevation angles it's giving us. And even
I'm gonna post a video.
You can use that to at least give an indication of if they're curved or not. I'm pretty sure it would.
I drew a diagram out on SunCalc. I'll post it and give you a timestamp to go look at, because like, once again, you're thinking about other places on Earth. I'm only in one position, bro. I'm only moving in one direction, but I'm falling over backwards.
Why am I thinking about places on Earth? I'm literally only thinking of one place.
Then there's no need to talk about where the stars are over. Are they indeed shining? Are they shining parallel light, Kosho?
I didn't say where they were over. I'm saying from your position, one appears to be going counterclockwise, one appears to be going clockwise. From your position, where your two sticks are, and if you had an imaginary line that extended out to them, and then down to the ground and traced whatever it was doing on the ground, and it was pivoting on that stick, then as it's from your position, as it's appearing to curve one way, that stick is going to appear to curve.
So they know what's going on outside of my square, do they? They know the Earth's a globe and they're supposed to cooperate with you or something? I mean, I don't get it. How are you invoking it?
If they appear to curve in the sky, then the description you're going to get when you take the azimuth and the elevation, or have an actual stick to trace the line, it's going to make a curved line.
What I'm asking you is are them stars, the light coming in parallel?
Yeah, I mean, the light is, yeah.
Okay, good. So are they going to reconverge when they're under my feet, bro? Are they going to reconverge? Or are they just going to go like as they go away toward the horizon, when they're a quarter of the way away, they're going to diverge and then back around right down under me. They're going to have to converge again. If they well, you act like they know they're on the globe and they know they're supposed to be going in two different directions, clockwise and counterclockwise. I don't.
Let me explain something to you. Two scenarios. One scenario is you're in one position and you're north of the equator and you have a pen in a fucking, I don't know, a paper plate, and the sun, you're simply tracing the shadow that pen is making on a plate as the sun goes out throughout the day. That shadow is going to go from getting shorter to longer to shorter, or sorry, longer to
Bro,
shorter.
you
So the
insist
longer
on
to shorter.
you
Hold on, dude.
insist on moving me out of my square.
I'm not. No, I just said you're in one position, dude. Focus on what I'm saying. You're in one place. You're not changing your position. You're just there. The sun is traveling. It's going to trace. You're going to trace the shadow your pen makes. It's going to make a line that gets longer at the beginning of the day, then shorter, then longer again. And you're going to see that's a curved line. This is when you stay in one position. So that's the sun giving you a curved line. Now you're going to have another scenario where you're following the sun. You follow the sun, you're going to be making a great circle route. Okay, so these two things, that are occurring, are not the same thing. But you're going to get straight lines in one case, and you're going to get.
Let me say it like this, bro. How about if I took a big giant square? Okay, if it's me that's moving in one direction, okay, tilt me. You can tilt me 23 degrees, whatever, 24 degrees. I can put a plank of wood basically, and a giant one, and it'll fit right over my shadow. It should, okay, whatever direction I'm going. But I could cut the earth in half with the one shadow. It'll be tilted a little bit, like, and then the other one will also be tilted that way, right? If I'm only tilted in one direction and spinning in one direction, my two planks of wood, all three of them planks of wood would be parallel. They would not get further apart in the distance. They would not get closer together right toward me. They'd be angled, and they would all be parallel. That's necessary on your model. That's not what we see in reality. I know your brain is trying to think of a way around it, but it just doesn't work.
No, hold on. I'm trying to understand where those planks are standing vertically, or they're pointed towards these stars.
They're all parallel, bro. Right? Latitudes are parallel, so they're cutting straight on through the earth.
The stars are not. The sticks pointing to the stars are not parallel. No.
From my one location, bro. If I put and I slice, I shove a board, a square board, and it covers the 20-degree latitude, and then I shove one in the equator, and then I shove one in 20-degree south latitude. They're not all going to be parallel, bro.
No. Why would you say that on a globe? No, they would not be parallel.
Okay, well, I'm looking at my globe, bro, and I could pretty much slice it into 18 parallel sections. I don't know why you're saying that.
Parallel planes?
Brian, he's talking about the same thing that we argue about with plumb lines. He's talking about plumb lines diverging.
Plumb lines diverging.
It's the same concept.
Yeah, well, each star. That's why I said this. The sky is not in our model. It's not a flat plane, or it's not a flat surface. It is
how do you?
The surface is a sphere, and because of that, each star in reference to its GP, making a vertical from there, all those lines would be not horizontal. I mean, I'm sorry, it would be not parallel.
Kosher, you're imagining yourself tilted, bro. I'm on the equator. I'm not tilted any direction. Don't tilt your brain, bro. Keep your brain upright. Okay? My shit ain't tilting. Okay? That's what you're having to do. I know what your brain's doing, bro.
You said you're on the equator and you're looking at a star above the equator.
I'm on the equator. Well, hold on. Picture your globe. Hold on. Picture your globe. How do you imagine you don't think that the three boards would be parallel? Well, what if I took them three boards and I sliced longitudes?
Where are the
If
other
I-
two boards? Hold on, Brian. Where are the other two boards located, and where are they pointed to?
They're 20 north latitude, 20 south latitude, and in equatorial. Okay, they're going to be parallel.
And where are they pointed?
It can't be that
They're
far
not
away and
square.
that big. It really can't.
Hold on. Where are three boards pointed?
They're squares.
Kosho, I thought you were a globe earther, Kosho. I didn't know you were a
Man,
flat
so I can-
earther.
Hold on a second. Where are they pointed?
They're
They're not
vertical.
They're my
each of them are
orientation.
vertical?
They're the same orientation as me at the equator. Okay, I'm not angling them like you do to mind fuck people to trick them that they're on a globe. They're all going to be the same orientation as me at the equator. Therefore, they're all going to be parallel. Because I'm not I'm not changing orientation. You can't invoke a change in orientation with the boards
I need you
or the
to
stars.
stop not answering the question, okay? I'm asking where are they pointed to?
They're not
vertical.
The ones that are 20 degrees north.
They're
20
making a
south.
square around the latitude lines. They're a little bit bigger than the globe. Okay, so they're chopping through the earth along. Just grab a globe, bro. Look, the latitude lines are all parallel from an equatorial perspective.
Okay, so just one more time, dude.
They're encompassing the entire Earth.
Hold on, dude. There's one in the equator, and it's pointed straight up, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you can walk on it like a bridge. So it's ground level where you're standing, but as you walk out, it's going to get higher and higher. And the other two are in the same orientation because I'm only in one position.
This discussion is pathetic.
I know, man.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Brian. So if you could just not say this other shit.
I know. I'm trying. I'm trying to configure your brain properly, so I know it's not easy for you to imagine.
He can't. He has a very poor understanding. He doesn't have much of an imagination. Kosho doesn't.
No, listen. Just describe it in a way that a person can understand. So
Okay, say you
Say it this way. Hold on, Brian.
You have a diameter of. All right, go ahead.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
please. Hold on, please. It's going to be very brief. The only person who doesn't understand what's going on right now is you, Kosho. Everyone else here
I don't.
knows exactly.
I don't know.
Okay,
Trust
well
me,
then,
it's because it's rewiring their brains. Travis, look, I could do it like this. You have a globe with a diameter of let's say 6 whatever 6 miles or 6 feet. Fuck it, and then you have a square. So you have a sphere and a square, a two-dimensional square. So the square, each side is 8 feet. Okay, so it's going to stick out on every side. They're all going to be the same orientation as the one that I put in the middle. I'm going to take the 8-foot plywood. Just picture a big ball, like a giant beach ball, and a piece of plywood. Okay, I'm only in one place. So what your brain's trying to do, it's trying to reorientate the plywood, but you can't do that because I'm only looking at everything from one perspective. So I'm gonna. If the star is over latitude, let's just say, just put the plywood over 20 degrees north, and it's gonna come out the bottom at 20 degrees north. It's gonna be 3 parallel boards, right? You can't change the orientation. That's what your brain's trying to do. I realize that, but I'm only viewing from one place, and that's my square and my orientation. So every board and every star, I'm gonna view from that orientation. The trick that they pulled on us is they twist your orientation and it twists your brain a little bit. But if I'm only in one position, bro, then everything I see is going to be from that one orientation. So quit trying to fight reality.
Brian,
On your
Brian, all I was asking was for you to explain what you were talking about with sticks. I finally understand what you're saying, dude. That doesn't mean I can't picture it before. That means you said it 5 different ways, okay? But this
Sorry,
way
man,
you're saying that they're parallel regardless of where they're pointed. Because you
Yeah.
won't tell me where they're pointed, but you're saying that they are parallel. The one in the center is pointed straight up, so it is pointed at the star above the equator. The two other ones are the 20 degrees north, 20 degrees south, and they're just parallel.
They're just a couple feet apart.
There's no way to tell where they're pointed. They're going to be pointed at the same star the one in the center is pointed at. They're not going to be pointed at the stars that you're talking about. So
They're representing parallel light.
I'm not sure what your observation is trying to show.
Yeah.
Your north is not the same as my north.
He's trying to mold your brain, Kosho. He's trying to mold your brain, and that's what he's trying to do.
Reorient.
Trying to fix it, bro.
If it doesn't matter where you are, if you're at 20 degrees north, 20 degrees south, and you have lines that are parallel to a line at the equator, they're going to be looking at the same location the person at the equator is looking at. The same infinitely far
You
star
got to
away.
move out of that square, no matter what I say. I can't keep you in that square, can I? There's nothing I can do.
Dude, you're the one who said that's where they were, dude. You said 20 degrees north, 20 degrees south. What are you talking about?
Right, Brian. If you appeal to the sphere by putting one board at 20 degrees north and one board at 20 degrees south on a sphere, those 2 points are not going to be parallel. On a sphere, they can't be. You are describing
The latitude lines won't be parallel because you change orientation. But if you maintain that one orientation, that's why it's important that I keep him in that one spot, because I'm not moving. I realize the divergence if you change orientation. I know how it works. And your mind's fucking with you now. I fought with it like 4 years ago, but I realized that the trick is the orientation, okay? So if I'm in one spot at the equator, everything I see is going to be to my orientation. I don't care what somebody tilted away from me sees. If I'm seeing all them stars from my orientation, then I'm going to arrange the plywood, and they're going to be parallel pieces of plywood. If I change the angle, change orientation, then I'm going to get divergence and convergence. But they're going to be parallel from my orientation. And that's how latitude lines are parallel, but they don't map out like that because, on a globe, you change orientation, you move.
The planes are parallel. The latitude planes, which don't exist, but if you could slice them at these planes, those planes would be parallel. But if you had verticals at each of those latitude lines, they would not be parallel.
Well, since I got you thinking about it, let me do this. I'll let you off the hook a little bit. So if you picture if there's 5 of us above the equator and below the equator, we're all looking due east on the same longitude, and so your latitude lines are all parallel, right? So if the sun's light was coming in that direction.
I said the planes, if you were to slice them into planes, those planes would be parallel.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, if there's one sun, and if I had let's say 10 lasers, and I had them side by side, the same distance as we are apart, they would, it would pretty much trace, with one orientation, because the sun's in one spot. Once again, the laser lines would, I'm pretty much describing equinox. The laser would trace a latitude line if the Earth wasn't tilted, let's say. In your model, due east converges at the equator for everybody. So if everybody is supposed to be seeing parallel light, yet we're all of our lines of sight are converging about 5,800, maybe 5,900 miles away, and we all headed for the sun, we'd make it a few thousand miles. I think about 3,900 miles past the globe, and we'd be over the coast of Africa if we did it at like 80 west, and so we wouldn't be tracing parallel lines to our laser on your globe with different orientations. We'd all bump into each other about 3,900 miles over the equator. So you're nothing works on the globe if you really think about it. If you get past the mind fuck, none of it works on a globe.
Why do you say all the lines converge at the equator?
You gotta watch his
Google Earth.
video. He's made a video.
I know
Go
they
to
all
Google Earth and
Every
Go to
great
Google Earth
circle.
and draw due east from five
I
different.
know. Listen, there's a difference between converging at the equator and crossing the equator.
Crossing the equator, yeah.
You know, Kosho didn't even listen. He's just like, we all think differently. What a fuckwit.
He did listen. He did listen. Nothing Kosho said's wrong.
Not for the at-homes.
I'm trying my best to pay attention. I was listening before.
Well, just do this, Kosher. I kind of give up, man. I kind of give up, man. But do this. Do yourself a favor. Go to Google Earth and draw yourself a line at the equator, and then go to 30 north and draw a 90-degree line. I don't care where it winds up. It's got to be a great circle. It's got to be a straight line of sight, so it's got to be due east. So do it 30 north and 30 south. You're gonna get an arrowhead, basically, converging like almost 6,000 miles away. So you're gonna definitely, since you're getting higher, you're gonna pass the Earth by about 3,900 miles, but that's where you're gonna converge. So you can't be looking parallel. If our lines of sight, 30 north and 30 south converge, just about 4,000 miles above Africa.
Yeah, who said they would be looking parallel?
Well, in your model, the sun's rays are parallel. So if I had two people the same distance apart on the sun shining a laser at me, shining a laser at you, if I followed that laser line and so did you, I'm north, you're south, we would end up at the sun the same distance apart if the lines are parallel or close to it anyway. But in reality, on your globe, on your Google Earth model, we're gonna merge about 10,000 miles away. So it's going to be above Africa from 80 west, but it's going to be, just about almost 6,000 miles out, and then a little bit past the globe. That's where the lines mathematically converge. But you first got to draw it on Google Earth to know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, Brian, and I've already addressed this to you. I told you if you take a sundial or a pen and put it in the ground, anywhere in the world except for the equator, on any day, even, you're going to see that the shadow that it makes, it's going to get bigger. It's going to be big and get smaller, and then get bigger again, make it a curved line.
Yeah.
Right. That's if you stay in one position and follow what the sun appears to be doing to you. If you actually follow the sun, the subsolar point, you're going to be making a great circle. You're going to be following a path that goes around the Earth.
Yeah, so if you're looking along that great circle, it's going to be a straight line of sight, right?
These are two different things, and depending on which one you're talking about, you're going to get one in either case. So
if I'm standing on that great circle line, it's going to be a straight line of sight, right?
Straight line of sight to what? To the sun?
In other words, if I could see in a circle, I'd see my own ass if I looked along the great circle, right?
Yeah, sure. If you walked in a great circle route, you'd be walking in a straight path.
Okay, well, them lines converge about, on the globe, curving down about just under 6,000 miles. But if you did a straight line, you'd start rising higher and higher and higher, and them straight lines would basically you're just growing the circle. So they converge about 10,000 miles straight ahead, not 93 million miles. So if you had a laser coming out of your eye, and so did I. You're 30 north, I'm 30 south. We're both looking due east on equinox, which is a great circle. Then our laser beams are going to converge. They're not going to make it to the sun, mimicking the rays.
Oh me.
The only way they ever trick us into this, dude, is to do the latitude lines the way they did. They did them opposite the longitude lines. They should have made them all like that. We should have four.
Right.
If they were the other way, people would have figured this out a long time ago, man. If the longitude lines were like the latitudes.
Yeah, it's a square grid.
That's the only way you can do spherical coordinates. You got to take one angle that goes radially and one angle that goes axially.
I understand. Well, you could say that, But
Yeah.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. But when you're thinking about shit, they get you thinking from different orientations, man. But to make sense of it, if I'm only moving in, I don't even know why I've veered off the first argument. If I'm only moving in one direction, bro, from one orientation, okay, you would agree that I could if picture a little man on a globe like a Google Earth and you shrunk it down. You could move him side to side along the latitudes, and he's going to basically see the same shit as long as he don't change orientation, right? The star's going to follow him wherever he goes, right? So if I got a star right in front of me and I'm on the globe,
Hold on, dude. Why would the star follow him?
because there's fucking 10 trillion gajillion zigadillion miles away. No matter which way I go,
That doesn't happen though.
if I know it don't happen. Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay, if the Earth is spinning around, why would you imagine that?
Why are you talking about the Earth? Let's say if I'm looking at a star on the horizon, straight ahead line of sight from the equator, 10 gajillion trillion miles away. I could move in any direction a fucking million miles. That star would still be straight ahead of me, right? As long as I didn't change orientation, right?
Right, well, that's what I was saying with the sticks before. Yeah, if you kept those sticks parallel, even though they're far apart, they'd still be pointing at the
Right.
same. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why they should be parallel if from the same orientation, bro. You're getting it, but you're not getting it. Weird.
No, but that's what I'm saying is they're not at the same orientation though. So okay, if you have a star, and you're the one
They're
moving,
not at any orientation, Kosho.
Brian,
If I'm the one moving,
Brian, if you
Yeah.
have one single star in one moment in time, and you move across the Earth and track what it's going to do, then you might be right. But what you're talking about is star trails, or perhaps watching a star over three hours. Then in that case, you're not just moving across the Earth. The Earth is in our model doing
Yeah.
a part of its circuit. And
Why
because
are
it's doing
you
part of it, those lines are going to appear curved.
why are you picturing other places on Earth, bro? I'm only one me, and I'm only in one position, and I'm only moving one direction, bro. One little backward falling rotation. So if I don't change orientations, them stars are not going to move. All they're going to do is get lower and higher. They're not going to move away and toward each other. They're 10 trillion gajillion miles away. All I'm doing is changing angle, bro. I'm only in one position, bro. You keep having. I understand that you have to move out of that square to make sense of it. But what I'm asking you to do for
Brian,
just 10 minutes
your language,
is
Brian,
keep
your
yourself
language,
in the
Brian,
square.
your
Don't
language is
think.
shit. Brian, your language is shitty. So when you
Listen,
tell me that
I'm
you're
sorry.
moving
Let me
across
say it
the
like
Earth,
this. Then.
I say moving across the Earth. It's not me who's trying to move across the Earth. You're saying you move from that location. You told that to me.
Don't think
And then when
of
I
where
said
the
that, I'm
star is
not trying to
overhead, bro.
listen to what you're
It's not
saying.
No, I'm saying don't think of where that star is on the Earth. That's no longer relevant. What's relevant is that me from my place, no matter which way I move, my line of sight ain't gonna move at all because the angle's gonna be too small. They're too far away. So don't think about what part of Earth them stars are over outside of my box. Just for 10 minutes, keep yourself in the box and just put yourself in a. I know you can't. Put yourself in a recliner.
Brian, I'm listening to what you're saying. You're the one who told me that you're moving. So that's why I said I'm moving. If you don't need to be moving,
Yeah,
you
but
don't
the
need to be moving.
stars are not moving in your model. So don't move the stars and just for 1 minute. Just don't think of what part of the Earth the stars are headed towards. Just
Okay,
picture
that's
them
fine.
3 stars 10 trillion miles away. Okay, perspective
Okay,
ain't gonna
Brian.
do nothing. And I'm in a recliner. So
Yeah,
what I'm
and
gonna do is I'm just gonna slowly start reclining backwards. Okay, I'm not changing orientation. Except for falling over backwards. Them stars are gonna stay equidistant,
Brian,
bro.
I need to make
He's
sure that
never
we're
been,
Brian.
he's never
Brian,
been to a planetarium.
Brian, I
That's
need
the
to
problem.
make sure- Brian, I need to make sure we're clear now. So when
Okay.
you say you're moving, you're just talking about in our model how we'd be rotating, and even though
Yeah,
we're
back.
moving by rotating, you're saying the stars would remain fixed.
That's your model, right?
No, that's not our model. The
Stars
stars do
ain't
not
fixed.
remain. Not from your perspective, not from where you are. Your observation is not gonna fix stars. You're gonna be
I give
moving.
up, guys. It's all yours.
Just go to a planetarium. That's all you gotta do.
Actually,
Or just
planetariums
look
are
up
kind
at
of
the
an
night
interesting
sky.
argument because when you go in a planetarium, you can tell you're in a planetarium as you move around the planetarium. Things will move in a different way than they would, or than we observe them in the actual sky. So you go to the left side of the planetarium, things will change differently than if you go and move around the surface of the Earth.
Right, and I'd welcome him to flat Earth because he'd be on a flat ground with a celestial
my.
sphere.
Globe debunked 3 ways to Sunday in the past 2 hours.
Oh my.
Sure. You go ahead and dream on.
So now we can reset again, and all the bowlers can go back to square one.
There you
and
go. There you go,
others,
Pete.
Yeah.
pick up the baton again.
Here we go. I got the meme coming. Here it comes.
What are you?
Oh,
Here
goody,
it
he's gonna
comes.
have a
It's a good
meme.
one. It's a good one.
Aristarchus 1, Globe 0.
There it is.
What is that, Travis? I'm not sure if that's aimed at me.
I haven't even went and looked at it yet, but if I'm not mistaken, Travis is going to show somebody's eyeballs like splitting out of their own head.
No, you gotta touch the GIF so that it moves.
Oh, okay. Enough for me. It's not moving. Okay, I get what you mean now. So yeah, reset again every new day.
Yeah.
No worries. Now, I ask you a question, Travis. When you do look at the sky, have you considered the contour of the barrier to be highest at equatorial areas, at the celestial equator? And therefore, everything we see in terms of our own perspective is against that backdrop, which is sloping away beyond our equator, inverted commas, in either side, north and south.
I get it. Yeah.
Can I just say as well? I think with flat Earth eyes, if you want to say that. When I look at Orion's belt, it's right there over the roof. You can see almost 3/4 of the night sky, or whatever, definitely over half of it, and it's right there. Ball Earther had me thinking in terms of impossible distances, impossible sizes, etc. So it's definitely a polar opposite perspective. Yeah, right there before us, there for us to figure, I think. Oh yeah, now I get.
Travis, I don't get the gift, man. I don't get the gift.
I get it now. I get it. Yeah.
I see the coyote.
Yeah, he resets every new cartoon. He has the same task before him, and he always reaches the same conclusion with the coyote and resets, or with the roadrunner and resets every brand new day.
It's always funny.
It's no change at all. Day in, day out, the globalists do exactly the same thing.
Well,
They
do you
could-
know?
They
I
can be
mean,
told. They can be told today they will see Jupiter as close as it will ever be in their lifetime, and they don't care. They don't
Hey,
care
somebody-
at all. They never look.
Chris.
They never pay attention.
it could
Hey,
be from our
make a
perspective
meme. Make
the
a
same
meme where
way.
make a meme where somebody's at the equator and they're looking up at at 2 stars on either side of the equator. They're looking straight, and then as the stars go off in the distance, show their eyeballs popping out their head sideways to keep focus on.
Yeah.
They don't understand perspective and
You understand they won't be looking parallel.
Fucking Moyak, man.
Yeah, they can't possibly be looking parallel. They won't be.
Every latitude.
Bon voyage, lads.
Every latitude, if you face east, every latitude, if you're on a ball, will have its own celestial equator with 2 rotations. Every latitude will have a separate individual celestial rotation to that orientation.
Mm-hmm. Separate rotation.
No, they're all of them will be viewing the same celestial equator, and they'll just
No,
be
they won't.
angled more for each person.
No, they won't.
Yeah, if you're at the equator, it'll be 90 degrees
No,
vertical.
fucking A. That's not what I said.
It seems like you're not understanding how 3D works, but could you explain further? Maybe I'm hearing you wrong.
Your mic is really, really low, Moyak.
These people that you're looking at in this distance, they're not rotating on a compass direction, right?
Is that a rice cake? Are you eating a rice cake?
Why is he always eating on Mike?
Coach, when you move latitudes, keep your same orientation as the equator, and try and imagine it that way, and you'll see what I'm trying to say. So
I'm telling to you.
never change your orientation, and you'd have the same view of the sky no matter where you went, back and forth, north and south, side to side.
Yep.
You're looking at the same thing. You'd be looking at exactly the same point in the sky.
Your up will change.
Right. So if you recline over backwards, or did anything, as long as you don't change orientation, everything's going to remain the way it is. It's going to go away from you the same. It's going to come near you the same. It can't change if you don't change orientation. That's the big trick, bro.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't change your orientation, but you just
Hey, can you go on mute? Whoever's munching, can you go on mute, please?
You stay parallel. You stay parallel to where you were. You're gonna end up being more and more angled if you move that person away from the equator, but they're gonna still be looking at the same exact point in the sky.
So I could have basically 100 stars covering my whole vision out in front of me, on the horizon. I mean, let's say, let's just say, almost above me, out at a little 45 angle out in front of me. I could have a whole row of stars. If I recline over backwards, if they're gajillions of miles away, they're never going to change distance from each other. They're going to make basically a straight line falling over backwards, man. And I could move to the left, to the right. I could up, down.
That's right.
Yeah, but
That's exactly what I've been saying, Kosho. That's what my model challenge to you will show. You're just gonna have.
He's saying he's reclining backwards. Is the Earth moving when you're doing that? Or are you moving?
Well, the stars are going to start going toward the horizon, right? But they're not going to deviate from each other from my one position. They can't.
Okay, Brian, when you're reclining backwards, is the Earth rotating? Or are you moving across the Earth? Or are you only reclining backwards on a stationary round Earth?
I was mimicking the Earth rotating real quick.
I know. That's what I'm trying to understand. So the Earth is stationary in this case. The Earth is stationary, but it's round. You were just reclining backwards, keeping your same orientation.
Sure, or you could sit there and wait on the rotation. Okay, but don't leave the square.
That's fine, Brian. What happens when you're rotating?
Don't even talk about outside the square,
Brian.
bro.
Yeah, we're not talking about outside the square, Brian. When you're in your one position and you keep your orientation and you're looking at one point in the sky and the Earth rotates, that star, that point in the sky, changes its elevation angle, and you're no longer looking at it.
Yeah, they're gonna change together though, right? Hey, look, Kosho. For every time your brain leaves the square, I shall kill you. No, I'm just kidding. But if them stars are in a straight line, Kosho, if them stars are in a straight line at 45 degrees, if I don't change orientation and I fall over backwards, they're just gonna make a straight line away from me, right?
Yep. Yes.
His brain's fighting to get out of that square, boy.
Each time you leave the square, you use another lifetime disqualified from anything to do with science.
And no one cares about the square, dude. If you're
now he's making excuses about the square. He's coping, right? We're watching the real time. We're watching the 5 phases of denial. Like he's bargaining with the square.
Yeah, that's not true. I care about the square.
He's gonna get pissed off about the square.
I love squares.
Hey, Kosho, it's hip to be square, man. It's hip to be square.
Yeah, it is. I agree. Regardless, I don't care about the square, dude. If you're in a orientation, fixed orientation, and you're just rotating with the Earth, right? And you're viewing some point in the sky, if you're gonna keep pointing at that point in the sky, you're going to have to change your orientation. Or as you keep the same orientation, you're going to be looking at different parts of the sky. This is just the way it works.
Yeah, I
Let's say
get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But everything's gonna move. You know, if they're that far away, I can go a million miles in any direction, up, down. I could do a bunch of big giant circles around my recliner. As long as I don't change orientations, then them stars are gonna be the same distance apart, beginning to end, left to right. From that distance, you'll get no change. Would you agree with that, Kosho?
Just repeat that one more time.
If I'm in that recliner, let's say I stay in my recliner and I don't change orientation and I see a line of stars across the sky at 45 degrees basically, or let's put them down a little lower, like at 30 degrees. I got a line covering my whole field of vision. Okay, they're equidistant apart, just a line like almost like globesat, but stars, and it's a direct line. I could move in any direction, 10 million miles. I could go up, down, left, right. I could do circles. As long as I keep that orientation, my line of sight to them stars is not going to change, correct?
And the Earth's not rotating. The Earth's not
I've
rotating.
left the globe. The Earth doesn't even matter no more. I've literally left the Earth.
Hold on, dude. So the Earth's not rotating. You're just moving left and right, up and down. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, and doing circles and everything else, but I'm not changing orientation. It's going to
doing
follow
circles.
My line of sight will never change, right?
You said you're doing circles?
I'm just being facetious, bro. I could go up.
I know, but I'm
5
trying to
million
understand. You're doing
miles.
circles, but your orientation's not changing. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to make sure it's clear what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you're doing
As long as
circles,
I don't-
you're obviously not keeping the same orientation.
I'm saying, well, no, I meant sideways circles. But so forget circles. Just I could go left 10 million miles, right 10 million miles. I could go up, down. As long as I keep the orientation, the stars aren't going to change, right? In my field of view, not even 1 degree, correct?
Yeah, if you're making 10 million miles, 10 million miles is a bit much, but let's let's yeah, I mean it's pretty far. But let's go ahead and say 10 million miles.
Well, okay, then how many degrees will the one in front of me change at 10 million miles? 0, Kosho.
How far away it is, but let's go ahead and just say
Let's just put it at 1 light year.
1 light.
Yeah.
Whoever has their mic open, we can hear you crunching and crumbling. Please go on mute.
That's
Kosho, you don't got to stop to do the math. Know that the answer is that they're not going to change. The angle's not going to change barely, if any at all. The point is no matter how I move, I'm going to see that same line of stars, Kosho. So now that I fall over backwards, whether it be the Earth moving or me reclining, that line of stars is not going to they're not going to start spacing away from each other. They're just going to keep sitting there. And if I move, they're going to move together. And then when I come back around, they're still going to be sitting there together. The only thing that's going to change is my angle. They're going to make straight lines. They can't do anything else in your model. They're too far away.
I can tell you all that it's because you were reclining.
I'm trying to keep them inside the square because, don't think about the Earth. Just think about you and your. Just think about you and your position. The stars don't know about the Earth in your model.
I've already answered the question. I don't know why you're still on about you saying if you're in a linear path in a short range like that, it's going to remain. It's going to stay consistently. It'll change very, 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 very little. But we're not using one. Hold on, dude. We're not using 1 light year stars. We're using the stars as if they're infinitely far away, as we
Fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
For that sake, we'll say that they stay. Yeah. If you keep your same orientation, then they're going to keep the same position.
So I could basically go to Mars, basically, and as long as I don't change my angle, as long as I don't change my orientation, it's not going to change much, if any at all. Just I'm going to see the same thing, right?
Basically, you could go to Mars. Basically,
we treat them like they're infinitely far because the amount that we move by is makes that negligible. But
I could be a dick and say I could go to Pluto.
Yeah, no, you're including greater distances, which is make it a less valid assumption. So
That's an
yeah,
ad hoc explanation. Making the
it's not an
stars.
explanation. I'm telling you can't do that.
Hold on. Making the stars infinitely far is an ad hoc explanation to fucking make your model work, man.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's what we observe.
Okay, we go to the moon and back. We go to the moon and back.
It kills their model.
It's
Like
simply
like JFK said, we choose to go to the moon, not because it is hard, easy, but because it is hard.
Yeah. But my point is I could go all the way to Pluto. For a sun to change 1 degree, I'd have to move 1,600,000 miles. For the moon, it would be closer. But for the stars, yeah, as long as you keep that orientation, them stars ain't gonna move. They most certainly ain't gonna move apart from each other. So from one position on Earth, they can't possibly. Let me make my final point, and I'll give the mic away. From one position on Earth, they can't. From one position in one line of sight, they can't possibly deviate from each other at that distance. It's not possible.
I literally prove it to you, dude. With azimuth and elevation angle.
I agree.
That's what you just make the angle that they're at would actually be plotting on the ground from the single position you're at, and you would see that they making curved lines. That's just the way it's the way it appears to be. It's the same way it would appear to be. Even like I said, we use infinite star distances as a convention because it makes it. It's a negligible error that's not going to come up, so it just makes it easy just to consider that. But if you used them accurately, and you didn't consider that, no matter where you moved or where they moved, there would always be a slight angle change.
Yeah, just from me, it wouldn't be the stars changing angle; it'd be me changing angle. But I just proved to you I could go all the way to Pluto for the most part and get no change in my field of view. So you think just bending over backwards or falling over backwards, circling over backwards, you think that's going to make the stars move closer or further apart? When I could move all the way to Pluto and nothing changes, bro. You're not thinking, bro. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna pass the mic, Kosho. I appreciate the talk.
Just pass the mic. That's fine, dude.
I'm still listening. I'm still listening, though, bro.
Oh, you're not only just listening; you're just talking the whole time. But there's a difference between making linear, left to right, up or down. There's a difference between making some linear path to Pluto, than going in a circle, rotating. If you have an axis and you're rotating on the axis, this is something no matter how small the axis or that body is that you're rotating, you're doing 360 degrees, and everything in your field of view is also going to do 360 degrees. Very different than looking at something and staying in the same orientation and not changing the angle at all. These are two totally different things.
Whoever's typing on the computer, we can't hear Kosho talking. If it's you, Kosho, nice.
Keep on typing. Keep on typing.
I was gonna say, hey, Kosho, we can't hear the typing, bro. Can you go on mute, Kosho? We can't hear the typing, bro.
Oh man, yeah. Hey, quit that talking on VC, brother. Terrible stuff, Brian.
Yeah, right.
You guys need to go back a couple hours and listen to the show. It was pretty good.
Kosho's gonna have nightmares of squares tonight, man.
Yeah. You're always saying y'all need to think outside the box, and now you're trying to keep us in the box, and I don't understand, man. You need to make up your mind.
There you go. There you go.
Good point. That's a good point, Howard.
There's nothing wrong with your square thing, dude. It's just that if you keep yourself oriented in the same position, it's not referencing anything. It's not responding to anything that was actually happening on Earth.
I understand, bro. Your brain has to change orientation. It can't help it. I know that.
If the Earth is rotating, Brian.
We've already gone over this, Kosho.
We've gone over it for like an hour, Kosho. You don't have to re-explain it, buddy.
Well, why was Brian allowed to say his
He did it. Brian handed the mic over.
What exactly are you explaining?
Maybe if Kosho would quit talking on VC so much. Like, yeah.
No. Let Kosho explain. I don't know what he's explaining.
I thought the standard in this server is to explain the same thing for like 3 hours, like not one, but
No. Well, someone has to come up from an argument about it, right? To prove it. You can't just claim something and then just have it stand. So let's hear the claim again.
Well, unlike Brian, I can say it in one
Okay,
sentence.
look, I'm sorry.
One
Look,
sentence.
man,
One
whoever
sentence.
you are, hold on. Whoever you are, I love you.
It
I
doesn't
love
matter
you.
who's
Hold
fixing.
on. Listen.
Yeah, but you're talking over the thing is more
I
annoying
know. Hold on. Whoever is hiccuping and crunching on your food, please, for the love of God, go on mute. I'm not into
crunching on my food, and hiccups come unannounced.
well, there's crunch. There's there's crunching going on. This is not an ASMR channel, man.
what if it was though?
Let people. Why don't you just let people talk, right? I'm better than you are.
You can talk. You can talk all you want. When you're not talking, I don't want to hear your hiccups. I don't want to hear crunching and munching and hiccuping.
You're
Sorry.
not the one to decide that. You can
I'm asking
mute yourself.
you nicely. I said pretty
Stefan.
please.
Come on. Everyone crunch together. Get it all out of our systems. And then move on.
I'm just tripping out that Kosho reconciled a way in his brain to move 10 million miles in any direction, but then just go back to square one and fall over backwards and get the stars to spread out.
This is the one
kidding me?
the one sentence that
wow.
The one sentence that
the
I
fuck,
don't know
man.
who's doing that. It's the one sentence that is simple for even a simple man, even Leonard Skinner.
This is absurd.
I can't see who's doing that, but I can almost tell it's
Come on,
Rakia.
guys.
It'd be like Rakia, or it might be Travis. But I would
Jasper,
recommend.
seriously.
Can we get
Fine.
listen seriously? Can we get a mod to handle this right now? Now
Yeah,
it's
no,
obnoxious.
I just asked, and people are doing it deliberately now. Come on, quit it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to have my eyes on it, but it seems at a certain point that Skylane and Moyogman were probably the cause because they were lighting up. But the last crackle was only Dread Pirate active, so it might be his microphone.
Okay.
Well, it's definitely Moyak.
There was a call for crunching and to be in keeping with Mr. Chepa, who's been munching on Mike for the past 10 minutes.
Guilty.
I only heard your one, and I heard Dread Pirate Roberts.
Okay.
Moving on.
Very few simple words. You know, Brian wants to ridicule for whatever the hell reason he thinks this doesn't make sense. If you're moving in a linear path and you're
Oh my
facing the same
God.
direction, no matter how far away you're moving, if something's infinitely far away, it's not going to change its angle. That's just how it works. However, if something's infinitely far away and you simply rotate around, no matter how small your body is, you're gonna make you're gonna make angle change the entire time. So it's not. I don't know why you think it's crazy to for us to say that, but that's the way the world works, whether there's fucking space or not.
Demonstrated.
I agree, bro. I agree. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, as you get further away from Polaris, the stationary star, you're moving. You increase your distance to that star, it's going to appear lower. The angle is going to change.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Simple as that.
Is that angle congruent?
If you're stationary and something above you is moving closer towards you, it's going to angle change. It's going to appear to higher or lower due to that angle change alone.
Yeah.
You know, there's other factors that you have to take into account, but that's pretty simple, right?
I don't think that angle works out.
And if it's rotating, then we'll also change it.
Yeah, of course. And star trails are clearly something rotating.
Diverging and converging.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you measure them, they don't diverge and converge. So it's
Okay,
that's
bring up
that
that.
is it.
Bring up that.
I'm sorry. I think I was talking, Travis. You can tell when people are talking
All
by the
right.
fact that they're
Play
talking.
All
Moyak.
right,
You
Moyak,
stop.
I
You don't need to
apologize.
shout. You
I
did stop.
apologize.
Thank you. So you can tell that they
Moyak, I was
don't change.
speaking.
That was funny.
Just write a peer-reviewed paper, Moyak, and let everyone read it, get published, and come in like an expert instead of just some guy who's going to freak out because he got interrupted on a Discord channel.
Yeah,
The
quit yelling
internet's
at us,
not
man.
that
We're
serious,
fragile.
dude.
Yeah,
If
that
you're
was
that fragile, there's something wrong with your life that
this
will
is
not
very
be helped.
constructive, and I'm going to start
Yeah.
ad homing until someone makes it
No,
constructive.
please don't ad hom. So look.
Okay, so how about some constructive conversation where Moyak finishes his fucking sentence before three of you decide to pipe in with something stupid?
Okay.
Go ahead, Moyak.
Hey, shut your mouth.
Coach
there.
Show
I didn't
just
know you
posted.
became a
No,
mafia.
Yeah, look at
Moyak's
the
gonna
spam.
fucking
You
finish
talked
his
over
sentence.
me. You
The
talked over
professional
me.
soldier who's on Discord 24 hours a day and just
Seriously,
melting down.
guys.
Come on, guys. Shit.
Come on. Come on. All right, Moyak.
Hey,
No, it doesn't matter. Moyak's not going. He's not listening. So
hey, Kosho, post that thumbnail again, or post that screen
Oh, well.
grab again.
I appreciate it, Bandsaw. We tried.
Well, before you stepped in, I think Bandsaw or Left Lane were going to step in and mod. Good job for you.
Yeah, he wants to burn it down. That's his main goal.
Hey, Kosho, can you present that screen grab again?
which one of the stars?
I still
Yeah.
have it saved. It might not be saved to my clipboard anymore, but
I tagged you in it, Bandsaw. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Can you put? Can you post it then?
Yeah.
no, it was still on my clipboard. I posted it.
You've got it? Yeah. All right, cool. Saves me.
Is what I said on point about Polaris, moving away from Polaris? Like if you start at zenith or whatever you want to call it, 9 degrees, and then you move in any direction away from that stationary point above you, then the angle would change, right?
100% it's going to change.
Wow. What if you go away from it? Would it appear lower in your sky or your
100%.
vision?
Every day of the week. Every day of the week.
Would it be about 1 degree for every 69 miles or 60 nautical miles? Would it be around there?
No, not on a
Close
flat
to, I
surface.
reckon.
Not on a flat
Not
surface.
at all.
It wouldn't?
Not
It
even
wouldn't be
close
anywhere
to.
near there? What would it be?
It'd be an ever increasing distance.
Well, what would it be for every degree? How many miles?
It changes by your distance.
It would not be.
Yes, that's what I just said. The angle changes. But over
No,
1,000 miles, over 1,000 miles over the radius you have and over a flat plane, it's only about a mile or two. We established that further in distance.
No.
So we're not talking about that much angle change.
Yes, we are.
Well, okay, how much? I'm asking you. You keep saying, yes, we are. How much?
I mean, if you give me 5 minutes, I can find it. Things
I
been
did the
beaten to
math
death.
already, man. To be off by 1 degree, you got to hit about 1,550 miles. That's when you're off by 1 full degree, which puts you a few miles off. Yeah.
After
Go ahead,
1,500 miles,
Yeah,
you're
I think
off
you're
1
about,
degree?
Yeah, yep. After 1,550 miles, I think you're off by 1 full degree.
Wow, I mean, you could make up something for that little bit of a degree change over when your angle is changing and the light is coming. I mean, wouldn't refraction take care of that?
Well, hang on. Is it 69 degrees or is it 1,500 or 69 miles or 1,500 miles? Because it seems like you're agreeing with both, Rakia. Which is
No,
it?
what he's saying is it's only 1 degree off if you go
He's not saying
1,500
that.
miles. Okay,
Yes,
maybe I'm
he's
misunderstanding.
he's
Let him
saying
say it again
15
then.
He said 1,500 miles produces a 1 degree change.
Oh, is that
That's
what you're saying,
invoking.
Brian?
Yeah, but I should explain this. That's invoking that I start off underneath and I move 69 miles and measure a 1 degree change. So that gives me a 3959 height to Polaris. So that's where your radius came from, just so you know. But so that invokes me starting right underneath Polaris and using real life trigonometry.
So where
Hey,
does
Brian, you
1,500
should make a
miles come
video of
from?
this.
How's it
Yeah.
1 degree on a globe that's not curving that much over a flat plane? Like 69 miles on a flat plane and on the radius given is nothing.
How many miles is it if you divide the circumference of the globe by 360? How many
69.
is that?
It's
No
1
kidding.
degree. That's 1 degree.
It is 1 degree. That's correct. But it's also 69 miles.
Yeah, that's just mathematical. Yeah.
That's true. And for some reason, we observe
Okay.
a 1 degree change every 69 miles you travel.
That's because
1
the
degree
angle
of
of
what? What do
change
we
is in the
experience?
sky.
1 degree change of what?
Okay, I'm confused. Can I complete this point? The Polaris is directly above us. I travel 69 miles away from it on a flat plane. How many degrees is it going to change?
Depends on what height you place Polaris above the
There
flowers.
you go. Thank you.
That
It
doesn't
also
So it
help
could
your
be.
position.
it also
It
depends
could
on
be
what's
1
happening.
degree per 69 miles, correct? If Polaris wasn't,
No, it could not be.
you
Depends
just
on
said
what's
if the height was different.
Well, let me back up. That's true.
It
being
If it were
silly
like
now, man, you're stupid.
if it were like 2,000 miles high, yes, the first you could mathematically work it out so that the first 69 miles you traveled, it would be a 1 degree change. But the second 69 miles you travel would not be a 1 degree, and it would progressively get smaller and smaller the further you travel away, which is not what we observe.
Okay,
What a fucking stupid idiot.
Non-linear.
No.
It depends on.
Wow, he just
Right,
called me
it
a
also
stupid
depends.
idiot. Is there a mod here?
No. Chesford did, and I called him out for it.
No, because you guys are
Not only that, it also depends on what's.
No, but like, let's just get the basic idea down about angles, right? If you were to take a paper clip and put it on the desk and unfold it, right? So you have a continuous point. What he's saying is that as you move 69 miles, right, at scale, the angle between the vertical and the travel point would be 1 degree. But as you increase at a standard rate of 69 miles or 69 units at scale, the degree change will not be, it won't be standard.
What if the stars were focal? What if the stars are focal
Call
point?
next, please, Brian.
Yeah, sorry.
I've been trying to get in for a minute now.
No, Brian, I'm not.
Let Smooth finish. Now he's going to respond to you. All right.
Yeah. I know everything can be different, Brian, because of, up, down, side to side. But what we're saying is that in math, there's certain relationships, right? And the relationship that we observe with 1 degree per 69 miles would not be able to be done. The angle of change.
Your mic's doing that thing again, Smooth, where it cuts out. You're probably going to get talked all over like that. I'm just letting you know.
That's not how math works for angle geometry.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass it over to Jeremy, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, but we're just saying that you don't know what's going on over these distances. But yeah, I'll give it over to Jeremy. But yeah, I'm not denying what you're saying with the math, but it's not as far off as people think.
Jeremy, I'd like to finish my point after you go.
Well, you can finish it up. I want to let people come to some kind of conclusion. Go ahead, Rocky. Finish it up, bro.
Yeah, in my world,
it sucks. Go ahead.
No, I don't need to finish it up now. I'd like to hear what he said.
All right, go on, finish it up.
Well, in my world, the light that we see up in the sky is coming through some type of barrier, some type of, I call it a dome. So if that is true, as you go away, like a glass of water, that light that you're viewing through that glass of water is going to change position relative to distance also. So you have to really nail down. I mean, you would have to know what the star is, what it's coming through, how high it is up, and I don't think we know all of that. We can assume we do or say we do, but I don't. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
That's what I've been trying to jump in to say is you'd have to know the actual position of the star. Like if everything's happening the way they say it is, and that's the actual position of the star, then Earth's a globe, no question. But they don't know what's going on in between us and the stars, so there's room for any amount of error. Honestly, like who knows what's going on up there?
But
so
there isn't.
So Jeremy, you make it a fabulous point. Fabulous, right?
Let's Rocky's point also.
Well, both of you, Rocky too. You guys make a fabulous point. The reason
Shouts
why
out to
we
Rakia.
shouts out to Rakia. The reason why we know this is for two reasons, right? So first, we can use geometry, triangle, triangles, right? So if we're saying that we're on
Bro,
position.
your mic is doing this thing where it's loud enough, like we can hear you clearly, but then it gets low and we can't. I don't know if anyone
I
else can.
can't
I
hear him
can't.
at all. Like I
Yeah.
can't make out what he's saying.
Yeah, you
I
need
can
to
hear
like
the
fix your
sound, but I
mic or
can't make out
something.
the words.
He immediately hand waved dismissed and went right to geometry. If y'all didn't hear him, he
It's
immediately
okay.
went right to geometry.
I would like to make a further point on him saying that, we make a good point. It's not just us. There's groups of scientists out there that are saying the medium could be some type of superfluid. Now, if the light is coming through a fluid like that, then we have to rethink the observations that we see. And that's exactly what they're saying also. It could not only take care of the mass of how we need mass out there to create the gravity that they're talking about, but the observations that we're getting would be totally wrong and have to be redone. Now, this isn't some kook concrete finisher on the internet saying that. These are groups of scientists that are studying this.
So, like the same scientists that will tell you Earth is a globe?
Are you going to address my point?
Can
Well-
I get a mic check real quick?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't have a huge problem with arguments from authority, but it is an argument from authority from people that will tell you Earth is also a globe.
So-called scientists.
Yeah, I don't doubt there's people, a lot of people out there. I would say the majority are people that are misled due to different reasons, just like I was. I never even thought about it, but when I did, or when I went, I would challenge that person to see if they've ever measured it, and I would be willing to bet you 1,000 ahead that none of them have. So whenever you're ready to do that, I'm ready.
No, I'd be also willing to bet that these people making these assertions and claims rely on an entire body of science they didn't personally do to draw their conclusions.
Yeah, which is
Right.
just on observations that they're claiming
irrelevant.
themselves. They don't know if they're right or not.
Not at all, because
So, like I
he's
said, yeah, I'm right in the middle. So like I said, I would be willing to go to anybody that you want to go to that thinks the Earth is a globe, but has doubt in the medium of what they're looking through, and ask them the reason, have they ever measured the Earth? And like I said, you would have to measure it to know the shape, because even they're admitting that the observations are throwing them off. So that's probably why they think the Earth is a globe anyway, just by hearsay and the body of science that has made the same mistakes over the years.
right. What I'm telling you is that the conclusions they've drawn are from this same body of science regarding the atmosphere being a fluid of something that we're not so sure about. So we can't simultaneously cite these guys' conclusions when they're based on virtually the same thing.
No, this is a new science. They're not basing their conclusions based on old science. This is new stuff. Like it could throw their whole worldview off. That's what they're saying. We can't. That's the whole point of the matter. If we don't know what the medium is, then we're wrong about everything we've been observing and saying as a body of science. I'll put that in there since you brought it up. If the whole body of science has been wrong about the medium of space, and that's what they're making their calculations and all that, their observations on, to say that the Earth is curving, then maybe the Earth isn't curving. That's the whole point.
Yeah. They're not drawing a conclusion that the Earth could not be curving from this fluid you're referencing. That's not what they're saying.
Well, okay, tell me what they are saying, since you know so much about the superfluid that they're observing.
Well, I'm just telling you that if you
Can I jump in?
were to cite us their information, it would not say Earth may not be curved.
So you're just
Okay.
you haven't read any of the papers. You're just saying that, right?
Just real quick.
Most of those things are true, but I think it's a pretty good bet.
No, let Rocky.
I'd
Why
really take it.
don't we let Rocky?
You would not find
Hold on
that
a
in
second,
there.
Travis, let Rocky. Hold on, guys. Give Rocky 5 more minutes. We've been doing this for 7 years. Rocky can have 5 more minutes. Hold your point, Travis.
Well, my point back to whoever was saying that you wouldn't find it in those papers. How do you know? You're just saying that.
Yes,
Why don't you go research and then come back to me and tell me what they're telling you?
Because that's
Because I would
effectively
like to
sea
have
lining me, right? It's just trolling me.
no,
Because we both
no.
know
I
those
want
papers do not say
to
that.
have the conversation.
And if
I
you're
don't know
going to
that.
hold me to a standard of evidence, well, you have not even provided the papers yourself when you're the one that first made the assertion based on said paper.
I have read portions of the papers. That's why I'm saying I don't know that the entire papers and I haven't read all of them. You're the one saying that all of them would never say that. No, what I'm reading is that they're wrong about everything. That's the whole point.
Right, but not once did they
You're
cite
the
the
one
shape
that
of the earth
hasn't
in there,
read
did
the
they?
papers.
I mean, that's
Okay,
fine.
let's just
This
put
is
this
a,
together.
this is a skin deep argument you're making here. It's
Okay, how many of the papers on superfluid being space have you read? How many?
absolutely zero.
I would say zero. Yeah. Now, I would say the story then. How can you talk about this if you have no idea what you're talking about?
Well, I know for a
you
fact
assume.
they don't cite that. The Earth may not be a globe. Now, if you want to prove that they're asserting that Earth may not be a globe, then you're very welcome to provide those papers and cite in them where they say that. But I guarantee you, Rakia, that they don't. The argument you're making right now is juvenile and shallow and does not progress the conversation, okay?
It's not my argument. It's just I'm just stating a fact that there are groups of scientists out there that are saying because of the medium could be different, everything we've observed in the past could be wrong. And you're saying, nuh-uh, I don't think they're saying that because I haven't read any of the papers.
No, I'm saying
That
it's
is
not reasonable for anybody here to expect that these scientists are stating that Earth may not be a globe because of what you're asserting.
That's not what
about
he's
what they
saying.
think.
That's
Now,
not what
again,
I'm saying
if
at all, actually.
I mean, if you want to point out that I'm making an assertion about something I haven't read, that's fine. I am making an assertion about something I have not read. You got me guilty 100%. Okay? Does that help?
Well, that's
Can we
why I
move on
said
with the conversation?
go read the papers so we can have an intelligent conversation about that topic. If not, if you don't want to go read them, and then go on mute and let someone else that wants to talk about it that might have some knowledge about it talk about it. You don't know anything about the superfluid topic, I don't think. It doesn't sound like you do.
He doesn't know. He didn't read the papers. Travis wanted to get. Go ahead, Travis.
My point was, it seems like Nidhug is presenting a non sequitur because
Negator.
okay,
you don't know anyone's name, bro. Ever.
Shut up. I know, right? I know. I'm getting old, man. So Rakia's point is that if they are saying that there is a superfluid that they haven't considered, then their observations of space and whatnot needs to be adjusted. Negator is now jumping in and saying, but they're not questioning the shape of the Earth. That's not the point that Rakia is making. However, Rakia would possibly say, but they should be. Simply because they're not drawing that conclusion yet shows that they're not considering the reality that is going to actually have an effect on. It is going to have an effect on it. They're just not asking that question yet.
Yeah, no, this is the same bullshit Gem Panda tries using on me all the time when I say, you got to have a natural observed phenomena and an independent, dependent variable and all that for shit to be natural science. So Gem will always go, well, show me a citation that says astronomy is not science, because I say astronomy is not natural science. Gem wants a paper on that. Of course they're not going to fucking say that. You're going to get kicked out of academia if you say that. You're going to be blackballed and blacklisted.
So every scientist in the earth except Jeremy.
Yeah.
You'll get blackballed and blacklisted.
Will you though, Jeremy?
They've done it in the past.
You though? Come on, bro. You're not a scientist. You don't have this.
They've done it. Done. I'm almost done. Is my mic clipping? Or you guys just spazzing out?
Is that Negator or Nick Hug, spouting off while you're talking, Jeremy? I can't tell. Basically the same guy, right?
Finish up, Jeremy.
Talking in his Barbie voice.
Say Barbie or Army?
Everyone in this arena needs ADHD medication or something. We all need Adderall.
Probably
they're all
true.
talking in a low controlled voice, very calm, very collected. Tour guide Barbie.
I direct everybody's attention to 9:34 after the hour. Put an observation in y'all's sugar water. So if this is how the atmosphere does act, this is 2 direct line of sight observations. Once again, 9:34 after the hour, and so we don't even need the superfluid. That would be an option, but just the way y'all describe the atmosphere with a denser medium at the bottom, look what happens with line of sight down toward the horizon to the buildings in your sugar water.
Can we let Jeremy finish the point that he was making, please?
Oh, was Jeremy talking?
He was, and he got clipped and he stopped.
Yeah, they don't. I don't even know. The point is the point is they asked for these. You know, hold on a second. Who is it? I'll be back.
All right.
That's why we clip him right there.
Nah, he's
Just
all
hot
right.
mics and drone zone.
Why's you got to show some self-control? Seriously.
It's bad,
So
man.
we can go back to the diverging star trails again with that screenshot that Kosho took. You can clearly see that the star trails are diverging.
As they should, yeah.
So they're supposed to. The stars are converging and diverging,
Yeah, visually, yeah.
but they're not actually doing that.
No, the distance between the stars is the same.
So we're seeing this illusion with the stars. There's some kind of optical illusion going on with the stars when we see them.
Well, it's the same optical illusion that happens when you stand in the middle of a railroad track and you look down it, and 100 feet down, they're closer than they are right at your feet.
So when we look at the stars, we're definitely going to take perspective into account for when we look at stars, or just when you need perspective to be a factor. But then any other time, we're not going to take.
That's not
perspective into account.
the divergence of the star trails is not a result of perspective. So it's a false equivalency.
All right, Travis.
To what?
Can you let?
Just I don't know. Just go ahead. You got this, Travis.
No.
What the
Go,
hell?
Jeremy.
You stop talking, man.
For Negator to tell us when we do and don't account for perspective in the stars, because sometimes they will and sometimes they won't.
Yeah, that was a real good
Take
point.
perspective into account when you need to, just when you want to, or just whenever it's convenient for you, or what? How's it going? When are we going to take perspective into account for the stars?
So number one, I don't think I understand what you mean by take perspective into account.
May I speak?
Okay, when we get go ahead. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, you appealed to a perspective reference with railroad tracks, did you not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your point was that the railroad tracks appear to converge, but they're really not. So then please don't say them. So I'm simply trying to understand the fact that since you brought up railroad tracks converging, but they're really not, your point is that we see the star trails diverging, but they're really not. Am I correct?
Like I said, the distance between the stars is not.
It's a yes or no. It's a fucking yes or
hey,
no.
Hey, guy.
Answer.
Hey, don't fucking me, okay? You need to fucking relax. All right. They don't change in distance.
We'll get there.
And they don't
will
change
get there.
in angle. Okay. So just relax.
Okay, I'm going to ask my question again.
I agree. It is yes or no. I mean, because he's asking for clarification.
Yeah. Why don't you shut the fuck up and let him ask the question, okay?
I
don't need extra peanut gallery retards hopping in to reiterate the question.
Come on, please, come on, everyone, just let.
What are you doing, Negator?
So
okay, hold on,
exactly
Elijah.
What I'm thinking you said, yes or no.
Elijah, your mic is shit, man. Your mic is shit.
Come on, Negator. Answer the question. Let's move on.
It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not.
No,
he can
it's
answer
not.
however he wants.
I appreciate it, man. So the question's been answered.
No, asked and not answered.
Okay, so when we see this divergence and convergence in the sky, that is not.
People don't answer questions.
Elijah, why don't you stay there and let us speak? How about that?
He didn't answer the question, which was for clarification for Travis. Is what Travis said what you're saying? No.
I'm sure Travis
It's been
does not
noted.
need you to clarify.
It's been noted.
Okay?
We wrote it down. Negator didn't answer the question. We know.
When he says
Stay on
divergence,
this. How long do you want to stay on this for?
So you gonna ask him a question he doesn't have to answer to? You gonna be okay with that?
Dude, you don't think I ask yes or no questions all the time and they don't answer that shit? That shit happens to me every fucking day.
That's not okay.
Yeah.
It's pointless to ask them anything.
Every
They
day.
don't know.
So,
they don't know anything to even
Travis,
get an answer from.
Perhaps
The best you'll get is a very poor read of Google. That's all
Perhaps
you'll
we're
get.
not seeing eye to eye about what you mean. The distance in degrees from the observer does not change. The distance that is physical does not change because the Earth is rotating. What else do you want to know?
So this is an optical illusion we're seeing.
It's
yes or no?
I don't know. Perspective is not an optical illusion. I don't know why you want to iterate like that.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay, Eli. There we go.
It is an optical illusion, and fine. It's perspective. It is an optical illusion if you want to phrase it like that. Sure.
Your name is
we
Negator
see
for a
something,
reason.
and it's not actually. We see something that's not actually happening, right? The stars aren't actually. You know the definition of an optical illusion?
Sure, but let me. I do. I agree. What is the purpose
Is this
of
an
this
optical
question?
illusion? Yes or no?
If it will progress the conversation, I'll say yes. What is the purpose of asking this?
Stars are an optical illusion because they are. It doesn't like what? What did you even just say to
Welcome to Flat Earth.
What is the purpose of asking this question? Where are we going with this?
I just want to make sure that we know that when we're looking at the stars, it's not always as it appears. Sometimes it can be an optical illusion with the stars.
Sure, why not?
Why not? I mean, is it or no? What do you mean, why not?
Because it's not relevant to anything that we're talking about.
Because heliocentrism is wishy-washy, and you could say shit like
An optical.
That's not how it works, Electric.
An optical illusion happening in the sky with the stars is very relevant because you guys are saying that this shit determines that we're on a globe. This is a lot of your globe proof is stars.
So what I initially said,
possibly
the angle in degrees between the stars does not change. Okay? And it is the angle that we are referencing when we are making arguments that are pro-globe.
It's not what Google says.
So a lot of your arguments are based on the star shit. We know that sometimes when we look at the stars, as you just detailed, it's an optical illusion.
That's fine. Jeremy, but the angle doesn't change. That's the important part because that's the argument that we make.
Go to Google. The angle does change.
Right.
Between the stars? Are you talking about the angle between stars changes, Brian, or the angle of the star to the sky relative to its original position?
Google says they diverge, so I'm just quoting the argument you're supposed to be given right now.
Does
They
it
diverge.
does it say that the angle in degrees changes, Brian?
Yeah,
If they appear to diverge,
is that what they mean by diverge? Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
If they appear to diverge, can we measure how much they appear to diverge by?
If they actually diverged, it could be measurable. But we don't
They do
measure,
diverge.
we don't measure a divergence in degrees while the night progresses. Are we on the same page yet? And
Did you hear my question, Eli? He didn't answer.
Jeremy, let me put it like this: two stars.
I'll
that
ask
are,
it again.
Can I jump in, please?
Two stars that are
Okay,
3
Travis,
degrees
you
apart.
jump in. Okay, we're gonna get far like that.
No, guys, let Jeremy and Negator hash this out for a couple of minutes, please. Just let them hash it out.
Agree.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Ask the question you didn't answer. Can we measure this thing we see in the sky with the stars converging and diverging? Can we measure that? Yes or no?
No, because the only way to measure stars relative to other stars is taking an angle. And the angle, like if you were to stare eastward at a set of stars and take two stars in the sky and measure a 3-degree difference when they rise, if you were to remeasure that when it's over your head, it would still be 3 degrees. And if you would remeasure that on the west horizon, it would still be 3 degrees.
Yeah. Okay. So we can see. So we can see the stars appearing to converge and diverge, but we can't measure it, even though we can clearly see that they have different angles now.
If you are going to make the assertion that we can clearly see they have different angles, then wouldn't it make sense, Jeremy, that we could measure these different angles?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can see that they have different angles because we can see that they're converging and diverging, right?
What I'm
Do we
telling
see them
you,
converging and diverging?
Jeremy,
Yes, we do.
the angle doesn't
Do we
change.
see the stars converging and diverging?
If I say
Way over
yes,
here.
can we move past this? The answer is yes. Then
I have a bunch of follow-up questions with this.
okay.
Do we see the stars converging and diverging?
Sure.
And that would mean they have different angles, right?
No.
So things can converge and diverge and not have different angles than previously?
Jeremy, the problem you and I are having is one of communication, not of what reality is doing. Okay?
I'm very clear with my communication
that's not his
skills. What are you
problem.
not understanding that I'm saying?
I honestly, Jeremy, I'm not sure, but I can tell you the angle between the stars does not change. Are we in agreement with that?
That's not even.
We're getting there. We haven't.
Well,
I don't know why you tried to.
Let me ask you this:
finish line when we're still at. We just crossed the starting line.
what is the importance of establishing that they're diverging visually or not?
That's what we see.
Okay.
Can you walk? You don't want to walk through this with me? It's fine. I'll let someone else take over.
Okay. I mean, I made the statement.
I don't know why, but you don't want to walk through it with me. Fine. I'll let someone else have at it.
Jeremy, the point that I want to make, I'll make with you. We only see the divergence in star trails. If you look at the night sky, you don't see it. He is referring, as much as I understand it, he's referring to the fact that when you consider the night sky in and of itself, you don't see the change.
Yeah.
But when you watch the star trails, they fucking do. So we're talking about star trails, Negator. We're not talking about looking at the night sky. We're talking about looking at the star trails. You can clearly measure a change in their distance from other stars. Why am I being talked over by somebody? Right
Hot mic, Elijah.
Eli.
Yeah. Unfortunately, even in star trail footage, there's not going to be any change in angle unless you're using a fisheye lens. In which case there will be.
That is false.
There you go.
That's false. I see. You don't realize it took me weeks and weeks to move past this fisheye lens bullshit, and that's not why that happens. You're gonna have to go talk to your own peoples like Post Show and Doofus and stuff, and come to the realization that it's not because the fisheye lens. I'm not going through this whole argument again. So.
Yeah, that's fine, brother.
I'm gonna post a paper from Google.
I'm
This
just
has been my
saying, you
baby
figure
for
out how
4
your
years.
globe works. You figure out how your globe works, we could talk about it.
But I've told you how it works. The angle between stars doesn't change. It doesn't change
this
whether the
convergence
stars is it an image of two still stars or a bunch of images layered on top of each other producing a star trail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know how it works because if you did, you would know this is not from a fisheye lens.
Well, brother, if you want to show me a change in angle between stars, I'd be willing to look at it.
Like I said, I'm not going through the whole this appearance of divergence and convergence is because of a fisheye lens argument. I've already been through that for weeks and weeks, probably months while you were gone. You were gone for a long time, Negator.
That's true. I was.
You missed a lot of stuff, and you're a little bit behind on the globe rhetoric. It's fine. You'll catch up. Maybe you can get caught up by your own peoples on this fisheye thing.
Oh, come on, man. I'll tell you what. There's a reason if you get on Wiki and you Google or you search for any star location in the sky, it will give you an angle from Polaris or from the astronomical horizon. Right? Want to do that, Jeremy?
So
You
want
just
me to
proved
walk
that you
through
didn't
your-
even
you want me to
think
walk through
about
your
what he
thing?
said, bro. Like you're
You
not
want me
even
to walk through your thing, even though you wouldn't let me walk you through my thing. That's how we're gonna. You think that's fair?
Well, if it'll help us be buddies, then I will walk with you through your thing.
Plus, you're ignorant on your own thing. It's not due to the fisheye lens. Like we're not even going to make any progress if that's what if you think it's from the fisheye lens, then we're just sitting ducks in the water here doing nothing.
So, I'm here at the start line, Jeremy. If you want to walk with me, I'll walk with you.
I mean, do you think it's? I'll have to get the literature and shit on why it's not a fisheye lens. So I don't have that. Maybe we'll have to wait for Doofus or Kosho or one of the other guys that got
I'm getting it, Jeremy. I
set
just
straight
posted
on
it.
it.
I'm getting it for you, man.
Oh, Negator, you're a lucky guy.
In the
Look at them
meanwhile, I
willing
just
to look
posted.
at them willing to bring you. Yeah.
In the meanwhile, while I grab that, the Google, showing and even Stellarium, but I posted a little sun calc diagram. I just posted it in LabTeX 1, and I just mapped out what the sun does from the equator, and so you can, logically defer the fact that the stars do the same thing as the sun for that particular location and that particular night. So that's what you get. That's the divergence. I exaggerated it just a little bit, but and SunCalc exaggerates it a little bit, but Google says that they diverge. You're off script, dude.
I don't know.
Okay. How much does Google say they diverge by in degrees, Brian?
Yeah.
Google says it's a globe.
I'm not sure it says it in degree because that would depend on the distance. But just go to Stellarium and watch the stars. Just do a star time lapse in Stellarium, and you'll see them leaving the screen. Just pinpoint a star on the right side of your screen and the left, and you'll see them converging and diverging. It ain't much, but it's definitely measurable.
Yeah. In Stellarium, it'll give you an angle in degrees from other locations, and that angle won't change.
That's why I
Probably
said to
a
go.
fisheye lens. Right? Stellarium probably used a fisheye lens.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this
So
is due to the fisheye. This appearance of convergence and divergence is due to a fisheye lens. If Stellarium's showing it to us, they must use a fisheye lens, right, Negator?
Stellarium isn't going to show you a change in angle between stars.
Does Stellarium use a fisheye lens?
I'm going to go out on a limb and
Stellarium
say no on that.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. And do we see the divergence and convergence in Stellarium?
Do you see a change in angle in Stellarium?
If we see a divergence and if we see divergence and convergence, but does there have to be an angle change?
Well, again, this goes back to me thinking that we're having a issue of communication.
Okay, I'll be clear. Does Stellarium use a fisheye lens?
Well, Stellarium is not a lens at all, so it can't use a fisheye lens.
So it's giving us an accurate representation of what we see in the sky?
It is doing that, yeah.
It is doing that, okay. And Stellarium shows the divergence and convergence with these stars.
Yeah. If you want to describe it as convergence and divergence, that's fine.
I mean, what do you call it when something's diverging and converging?
Jeremy?
What's am I not being clear? What part didn't you understand?
Jeremy, the angle doesn't change.
Okay, when something diverges and converges, is there an angle change?
Jeremy?
Negator.
If there was a change in angle, we could measure this change in angle. You can tell me, you can describe what you're seeing and all the verbiage that you like. But I'm telling you right now, the angle does not change. All right?
If we see something diverge and converge, can we see an angle change there?
Tell me, if I were to say that yes, they do diverge and converge, and yes, divergence produces changes in angles, how does that relate to reality where I can go out and measure a lack of angle change between stars?
Sorry, what was your question? Maybe I should obfuscate it like you did the last 5 of mine.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out. No, fucking Travis. You can sit right there and listen. Okay.
Yeah, listen to you blow this discussion.
What I'm trying to figure out is how this pertains to the greater argument of globe versus flat. We can argue about the terminology all night long, but if you want to measure it, just like if you were to measure the angular diameter of the moon, no matter how much it looks big or looks small or however you want to phrase it, it's going to be about 30 arc minutes, half degree, all night long.
I just posted your script, bro. I just posted your script from Google, and it shows the lens. It's not fisheye. In fact, it shows a couple of them and claims the divergence. So the definition of divergence is a widening of angular separation. So
Well, then what are we arguing here, Brian? If we don't
Okay, if I'm
observe,
falling over backwards
Yeah,
in one
right.
direction,
if
Fucking
we
A,
don't
man. You're
observe,
such a fucking waste of time, dude.
if we don't
if
observe a
I'm
change
falling
in
over, so you
angle
ask me a
in
question, bro. If I'm
reality,
fall-
what is the relevance of this argument?
You ask me a
Because we
question.
don't
If I'm falling over
we don't
backwards in one
measure
direction,
we
if I'm
don't
in one,
measure a change in
Stop
angle in
ish
reality.
galloping. Stop
Okay.
ish
You ask-
galloping.
you
One
asked
at
me
a
a
time,
question, then
guys.
you gave me a gap, bro. So you asked me a question. I just want to answer it, and I'm going back on mute for a while. So if you just box in one 50-foot square, a flat square on your globe, okay, your stars are infinite distance away. So I can move 10 million miles in any direction, and nothing's going to change in my appearance of 3 stars. One 20 degrees off to the right, one 20 degrees off to the left, and one straight overhead. Okay, they're that far away that if as long as I keep my orientation, they're going to follow me around whichever way I move. So if I move over backwards in a recliner, or if the globe rotates me over backwards, they can't move away from each other. Perspective doesn't work at that distance, and you claim perspective. So that's your only way out is perspective or fisheye lens, and they're both shut down on your model. There's no script for this. This is my favorite argument. So how do you explain them spreading apart when I can move 10 million miles any direction? I can go almost to Pluto, really, and they're going to follow me there. As long as I don't change orientation, nothing's going to change. But just bending over backwards is going to make it spread apart.
Are we going back in that argument?
That was it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's not our fucking fault. That's not our fucking fault, Howard.
What
No, I know.
Brian what Brian said was completely coherent. It's like, what's the problem?
That's my question. What is the problem?
Oh,
Okay, I have a question. I have a question, please.
I don't think-
Negator, in your mind, in your understanding, what is the cause for the appearance of the star's divergence?
You already told us it's fisheye lens, but we know it's not.
Fucking A, man.
Go ahead, Negator.
He's given us 2. There should be 3, but he's only given us 2. Okay, so
I don't
Negator,
need to give you any because we don't measure a change in angle in reality.
do they appear to diverge?
If I say yes, will this take the conversation somewhere useful?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up
conversation.
question.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Don't just say yes to move the conversation forward. If you don't know, you don't know. If they are, they are. If they aren't, they aren't. There's like 3 possible things you could give.
The problem here is
now Jeremy's hijacking my question and answer. Listen,
the problem here is you guys
no, there's no problem, but
this
your
weird gotcha
obfuscation.
by
It's
asking
not a
this line
gotcha.
of questioning.
We haven't gotten there
But
yet.
it doesn't lead you anywhere, and it doesn't
We
lead
haven't
me
gotten
anywhere.
there yet.
It doesn't achieve anything at all, Travis. Okay.
We haven't gotten there yet, so how can you say that?
What happens at there? What's there, Travis?
Why don't we fucking get there and then see what happens?
Oh, is that like?
Why don't we talk to someone that actually wants to move the
What
conversation?
the fuck, man?
We
This
need
is
to
what
read-
is so fucking maddening. Negator.
Because you
Please.
don't know why you're arguing about what you're arguing about, Travis.
Okay,
That's
great.
the problem here.
Why is
Okay,
he letting?
great. Well-
Why are we letting him obfuscate and cut people off?
Where's the
so-
obfuscation?
Okay,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
hold on. Listen, if I don't know why I'm asking what I'm asking, then when we get to the end of it, you can say, yeah, you don't know what you're asking. But let me ask the question first. Again, we're going to start over. You already said yes for the sake of argument. Great. So they appear to diverge. What are the cause, or what is the cause, or what are causes in your understanding for that appearance?
Let's go with perspective and see where you take it.
Okay, no. Okay, perspective is one. Is there any other cause? Any other
No.
cause?
No, I'll plead ignorance to any other possible cause.
Okay, so Earth rotation is not a cause for the appearance of the star trails diverging and converging.
No, because I'm ignorant, so I won't agree or disagree.
Wow, this guy.
What
Where
the hell?
can we get a mod?
He's playing bad faith, guys.
Can we get a mod, please?
Just fucking
Keep going.
stupid, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no. Continue your conversation. Take us to
No,
wherever
you
this
go-
is going.
I
Travis.
don't
not
think
sure
we're
why
gonna-
he's-
Why should that
I
stop
go
the conversation? Why should
Left
that
lane,
stop
are
the
you
conversation?
serious? Did
Why
you hear
should
that
it
guy?
stop the
There's-
conversation?
Did
Left
you
lane.
just
I don't
hear that
know.
guy left lane? This is what
He's
I have
got-
a problem with
I'll
y'all.
explain him. I'll explain him.
Oh,
Left
no,
lane.
no,
We
hold
already
on,
know
wait.
he is
Hold on.
being dishonest and having
Hold
a bad
on.
faith conversation.
Let
so
me have a good faith.
That's
Let
why
me
you
have
don't
a good.
continue with it.
Let me have a good faith conversation
Guys,
with
yo,
Howard.
I'm not playing today. Listen, I'm not playing. The over talking is not. It's not gonna fly today.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
reason
have
why
breakfast
we're
yet.
over talking is because we're set on edge because this fuck is obfuscating. Howard, may I have a conversation with you, please?
No.
I don't want to
Not.
talk about it. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah,
Wow.
ad hoc me again. I just want to make sure I can get my ad hobs in too. But go ahead, continue the conversation.
Howard,
I
This is
told you
why I
that.
want to be a moderator to
I
justifiably point out when
Come on.
someone's not answering a question. You need
Bro,
to be able to
again,
moderate
Elijah,
the
just
conversation,
Elijah, why don't you
not
shut
just
the
stop
fuck up?
people when they're
I'll be
arguing.
allowed to interrupt.
Come
Put
on, guys.
this fuck,
Seriously.
All right,
put
we
this
got to get
fuck
control
on
here.
mute.
All
Y'all
right.
shut
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
All right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Put this fuck on mute, right? Ad hom.
Stop it.
I was talking.
Uh,
I was talking.
Listen, Elijah, there's nothing. If heads don't want to answer a question, if heads don't
I
want to
didn't
answer a
finish. I
question or
was
they
talking. You
obfuscate.
can agree or disagree, but I was cut off, Jeremy.
Okay, I'm next. I'm next, guys. Everyone heard me call it. Go ahead, Eli.
Actually, Elijah, you talked over somebody else that was already talking.
Whatever. Go ahead.
Who was
Let him
talking?
finish. I'll go next.
Who was talking,
I'm
Elbow?
next.
It was who was it? Copernicus?
Just go, bro. Just go. Let him go.
Let
It's gonna take 10
Copernicus go,
minutes to
then
talk
I'll
about.
go.
Nah, but he was asking the Gator something. But go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't asking the Gator something. Howard, are
somebody.
you? Oh, yeah, Howard, are you willing to have a conversation with me?
No, I don't want
Okay.
to right now.
Okay, that's
All right,
fine.
question asked and answered.
Okay, hold
Elijah.
on.
No,
Hold on,
question
move
asked and
on.
answered.
Move on.
Elijah.
Move on.
Wow.
Yes.
Fuck
Wow.
this. Fuck this, man.
A
Y'all
lot of
call
people want to
this
get in right now.
productive conversation? None of the Globers want to really engage.
They don't want to answer. What we gonna do? We're gonna stick a.
They can't, bro. They're stuck. They're stuck.
Listen, okay,
Look what
I'm
happens
going
is
now.
broken and
If they don't want to, if they don't want to answer or they're obfuscating or not giving straight answers and shit and dodging, we don't have to mute them or anything. Just stop engaging with them. You can't mute someone because you don't like the way they answered a question.
No, it's not.
They're
It's
barging
not
in, Jeremy.
that I don't like. It's not that I don't like. I'm not crossing my arms and humping. No, that's not it at all. You are trying to have a Jeremy. You're trying to have a conversation with a sociopath who is not interested in portraying truth and having an honest.
That's not helping.
It's funny, Bandsaw, because I got called a fuck several times and a sociopath, and I'm the one that got muted.
I
he just got muted.
I just called it out in the Gator, okay? You heard me call it out. All right.
I appreciate it.
And also, he got muted. We give you guys the same treatment. Yo, don't try to play like we don't give you guys the same treatment as the flat earthers.
Nah, bro, because I'm the one. I was literally getting called names while all of the flat earthers talked over each other at me, and then I was muted.
Well, you're not being
you.
genuine, the Gators. So just don't even start with that. Let's continue
I already
on.
won, dude. There's no start. I already won.
Yeah, you won.
Eli here is still waiting.
You can prove the psychopath thing by
Move
just
on. No, let's
We'll
move
let Trick
on.
stop. Elijah's next.
Yeah, Elijah,
Eli, then
go.
correct.
Okay, I changed my mind on what I wanted to say. What Jeremy said was valid. Anyway, about just not engage. But I want to, and I'm asking either Travis or Jeremy. What are we talking about? Can I get like a source, so that I like or are we talking about like stars appearing to diverge next to the equator, where you can see them look like they're going in the opposite direction?
Yeah,
or are we talking about? Yeah, what exactly are we talking about? Because I don't.
I
know
can
yet.
answer that.
Go ahead, Travis.
Okay. Yes, we are talking. It doesn't have to be at the equator because this all happened earlier when Kosho referred to one of my Star Trail videos. He took a screen grab.
Yeah, it can be like Nevada and whatever. Like, I know, near.
Okay. So a star trail capture clearly shows convergence and divergence. So the discussion now is with a panel member here who is attributing that apparent observation to fisheye lens and perspective. When I've never heard that explanation before. I've only ever heard that appearance is due to the rotation of the Earth. Correct?
Well, Yeah, well, based on realizing this is what y'all are talking about, it sounds like what he was trying to get y'all to answer was a complete non sequitur about the distance. But like, if I'm looking at a cluster of stars, is there any angular difference regardless of where they move versus, trying to get like a star, what do they call starred, well, you get the star trails or whatever, and seeing the star trails diverge. These are two different points. Didn't Negator, what about the stars appearing to move in different directions
Yeah,
in
parallax
the
kills the
video?
globe.
Again,
I
was that-
posted. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Moy. I don't know that I could say the exact same thing again that is reflected in reality, and these guys just ignore it. But so go ahead, Moy.
I'll just say the same thing again.
If the star trails, if the stars diverge, just show it.
I posted an image of my door in my office. I took my camera I put the door frame at the very top of my field of view, at the top of the image. Then while holding the camera right at the lens, I rotated that camera. And you will see that the size of the door changes. Even though the camera distance from that door is unchanged, the angle to the left, right.
We confused about perspective still? Jeez. Yeah, I'd like to ask, do y'all think perspective is an optical illusion like I do?
Well, this is a red herring. This is a red herring because the difference in
Did you hear?
magnification
Hang
and
on.
angular
Ooh,
size.
is my mic okay?
Yeah, now
Go ahead. My bad, Rakia.
I wasn't finished, but I mean, go ahead. You guys go talk about it. I mean, I'm describing an image that I've.
And Moyak takes long pauses.
Go ahead, Moyak.
Let's let him finish it up. Go ahead, Moyak.
So, that door appears to change size. If you look down at the bottom, I formed 3 boxes. That's where I just drew a box on the screen at the corners of the door edge. And you'll notice it gets big, then small, then big. Did that door diverge?
Is the frame of the door appearing to converge and diverge?
It got big, small, and big.
No. Okay. Well. Let me ask a question then. Did you move the camera? Did you move the camera?
The camera was held at the lens. So I have a Samsung phone. So I pinched the phone between my fingers, right at the height of the lens, and then I rotated the camera front to back, so that the door appeared at the top of frame, middle of frame, and bottom of frame. And just based on its position in the frame, the door size changes.
Welcome to Flat
And
Earth.
if you were to do a continuous a door lapse instead of a star trail lapse, a door trail, you would see that it arcs in and it arcs back out again.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you're agreeing it's just an optical. You're agreeing that it's just an optical effect, which leads back into my question to you, Moyak. Do you agree that, when I say that perspective, the way it makes things appear, not actual, is that an optical illusion in your eyes?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't even call this. I've been hemming and hawing about this. I'm not sure I would even call this an illusion or an optical effect. It's a transform. It's taking the 3D world and presenting it on a flat image. So it's a perspective thing. It's an actual geometry of taking the photons coming from the door and reaching my CCD and placing them at essentially different distances.
Well, after you said that, hang on, because that wasn't an answer. After you said all that, let me ask my question again. Do you agree that perspective is an optical illusion, or do you think it's something else?
Perspective itself, I do not think is an optical illusion at all. Not
you
a
expect to see,
mathematical, geometric thing.
Can you define optical illusion for me?
I read it about
something appears to happen that didn't happen.
Well, isn't that what we're seeing here? We know the door frame didn't change. It just appeared to. It did.
Right, but we know essentially why it's happening. It's a
No,
geometry of.
What is it important that we call it an illusion? I don't
Well, no, I'm
understand.
just I'm trying to clarify, because when I call it an illusion, ridicule me. I'm wondering why, when he gives the very definition, right, of an optical illusion being exactly what he described, something we know actually isn't happening, it just appears to, right? The door frame isn't actually changing size when he turns the camera. It just appears to be. That's the very definition of an optical illusion. Thanks. I'll go
But
on
because
mute.
because I
please.
understand
Yes.
what perspective is, that's what I would expect to see.
Yeah, which is an optical illusion.
Okay, I'm not
right,
burning to
Howard?
say this. You said you was gonna go on mute, and I'm only interrupting because Brian actually had the best point here with his follow-up question. Like, since it's perspective, then this fucks up the model because we're talking about stars that aren't supposed to appear to do that just because we're turning. They're like, how far away?
No, I demonstrate how that door, which did not move, appears to move, and why it happens.
Exactly.
It's because it is the
Exactly.
transform. If you change the camera's position, and I keep those stars in center of frame, as they make their entire trip around me, they will not diverge at all.
So if you move that door a million miles away, would that happen?
Man, you guys are fucking mobs. Fuck
Sorry,
you.
man.
I agree with you, Brian. I hear you.
Let Moyak
I hear
finish,
you.
man. He wasn't
Let
fucking done.
Let Moyak finish. Seriously. Go, Moyak. Finish up.
I hear you, Brian.
No, it was pretty much
Sorry,
cornered.
I'm walking
This
away.
is Emma.
Oh, there he is.
Here he is.
No, I'm sorry. I got to walk away.
One,
All right.
Brian demolished you.
Yeah, no, come back,
Did
come
Brian
back,
demolish
Moyak,
him? Come on,
when it
Elisha.
cools down a little bit, Moyak. 'cause
He
you have
really
a good
did.
point.
No, he
did.
really didn't, bro. Come on.
Man, Moyak
we
does
don't need
the
this like
stuff,
peanut
right?
gallery, like
Oh,
WWE nonsense.
Come on. Let's not
Pressure.
razz people up, please.
Yeah, I would say Moyak
Well,
does
it's not a.
observation. Oh my.
I'm trying to talk too. I'm sorry, Rakia.
Well, I was gonna say Moyak is good for the conversation when he's cool. You know, when we don't razz him up, because he does things right. But what he doesn't realize is that he's proven our point when he does it. I think you made the good point. You know, that's exactly. And when Brian said, move that door 93 million miles away, because it's so far away, they tell us just because of our rotation, it's not supposed to converge and diverge. That's the whole point.
Distance will not change this effect.
Oh my God. Well, Brian,
Okay.
you're right.
Well, I mean,
Rakia
if
summarized
you
it perfectly.
you just think if you move it that far away, you also have to size the door appropriately, to the scale. I mean, so now you've got a door that's a few million light years across. I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, that goes without saying. That's why it's a light instead of a door, whatever. That's not the point. But distance always affects things.
Not this effect.
Yeah. Okay.
This is
So
an
this
angle
one's special.
in where the angle strikes my CCD.
Just to let you know, you're rotating your camera away from a flat plane, and this is producing the effect. Smart ass.
No, actually, it's not. I'm holding the camera at the exact same distance. The lens is unvarying.
So that door is not a flat plane? Yeah.
They just can't control themselves. They really can't. It is fucking ridiculous.
Your door's a
May
flat
I come
plane,
back in?
Moyak. Therefore,
Yeah,
whatever it is they want to say.
The question was, is the door?
You guys don't analogy good. That's why. What you think I'm saying is funny when it's a parallel to what you mean, and you reject it. And that's how dumb you are.
No, it happens
the point-
that you're talking over me, and it's a rude, boorish thing to do that you have no control. You're a child.
Okay.
May I come back in?
I think he's the one screaming into the mic.
Go ahead, Travis. What do you want to tell us now?
You like that,
Moyak, are you
Oblique?
willing? Moyak, are you willing to answer my questions?
Go ahead, shoot.
Do you agree that we capture in star trails the appearance of the trails diverging and converging?
Yes.
What, in your understanding, is the cause of that appearance?
The transform onto your CCD.
Okay, so not Earth rotation.
It's a combination of both. It's the
it's a
fact that
it's
the
a combination.
position of the stars has moved with relation to your whole setup.
So how do you compensate for? How would you, like, if you eliminated the lens, would you still see an appearance of the stars diverging and converging due to Earth rotation?
We just see it without a lens. I think the hard part is without the lens, it's hard to actually set up the scenario. So I'm not positive of what would happen there. I know that depending on where I point that camera, as long as I point that camera at those stars, there is no divergence. So I can take an accurate measurement between any two bodies in the sky and tell you their relative distance apart, their angular distance apart.
Okay, so for the record then, everyone, we are hearing, at least as far as I've understood this argument, we are hearing for the very first time that it's a combination of Earth rotation and the lens.
I wouldn't call it lens. I call it the camera, or the entire setup of transforming to the real world 3D motion of the camera to 2D.
He did say that setup. That's a very important part. Moryak,
This is why, Travis. This is why I moved.
Hang on. Let me make
shadow.
one question. Hang on.
All right,
'cause I know you want to go on. Moryak, if you hold your camera still and point it towards the door and turn the door, does the same effect happen?
You're saying if I move the room?
No. If you move the door. Or okay,
That's going to change its distance from me, so I'm not sure how to answer that. I'd have to think how I'd set the camera up so that I'd maintain distance.
Okay, do you get my question? No, you're saying that because we're moving and because of the other factor you said that this phenomena happens. Well, what if we're not moving, we're stationary, and what we're observing is moving? Would the same effect happen?
Oh, yeah.
So doesn't prove Earth rotation. It just proves that something is moving.
Well, we could have the stellar dome, whatever you want to call it. That could be rotating around a fixed globe Earth, or it could be a stellar dome moving over.
Go ahead.
No, I just wondered if the peanut gallery needed to get in again. Okay, so, or it could be a fixed dome over a flat Earth. I'm sorry, a moving dome over a flat Earth, or a moving flat Earth under a fixed dome. However you want to slice it, doesn't really matter. However, the observations between the observations between the fixed Earth spinning dome around it would be identical, but the fixed dome flat Earth would have different results, different distances, different perspective, different answers. They would not look the same.
If everybody could direct their attention to live text 1, this is why I moved that's my argument 4 years ago. So I changed the argument because I got tired of hearing them talk about lenses and perspective and all this shit. So I changed the argument to a person standing on the equator with a flat box around them on their globe and 3 sticks. One they're standing over, one off to the right, one off to the left. You can divert. If you look in live text, you'll see the shadow you'll get because it's the shadow the sun makes on a 1 meter stick on the ground in one position at the equator. And you'll get a smiley face, a straight line, and a frown. It's exaggerated a little bit, but so the shadow we can measure with stick and shadow. We could measure the divergence of the stars. So it can't be perspective at a zigadillion miles away. So I want you to explain the divergence of the stars from one position on Earth, just inside that square. Don't leave the square. Just one flat square on your globe, falling over backwards a few degrees, watching the divergence in the distance. How can they move two different directions if I myself am only moving one direction that's falling over backwards?
As demonstrated with the door in a very small scale test, you can see that there is divergence depending on where it falls in your field of view. You
Welcome
can
to Flat
avoid.
Earth.
Yep.
Yeah, we can demonstrate perspective all day long. The point is, you can't demonstrate over a zigadillion miles perspective. If you invoke perspective, you lose.
Well, I think it's a worth noting that optical illusions happen even close up that can't really be fully explained, much less looking up to a distance of thousands or hundreds of thousands or trillions or whatever many miles you want to attribute to that light source or whatever that source of what you're seeing up there is. So I don't see how you can be conclusive on anything.
But I posted where their astronomy lives, in Google, says the lens and it claims the divergence, which is angular separation. And so it's not a real big, the star trails exaggerate a little bit, but it is measurable, and we can't measure the sun in two places at once, and we can't get shadows from the stars, but we can use logic. And I'll post a star trail or a moon trail, show you they follow the stars for that particular location in them 24 hours. They don't diverge much at all. So it's a fair comparison to get a shadow pattern from a star, 3 different stars, one right
I
over
think
here.
it's time for me to talk, so let's.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just interrupting to be a dick like you. Go ahead.
Yeah, fair enough, man. But I'm just saying, this is so the stars. Y'all say it kills
Welcome to the globe.
our model, but in reality, what we see in reality literally destroys your model.
Welcome to Globe Earth. Shit, I did
There you go.
I don't understand
Anyway,
why
nobody brings up the stars when I'm around in any of the other rooms because they know this is where it's going to end up. They quit even talking about stars because they know I'm going to pin them down.
Well, as stated before, those stars, if you take your camera and you spin it around with the lens as the center fulcrum of the center axis of your rotation, whatever, you will see this divergence. It is a function of where it falls on the film plate, on the CCD, on the whatever. However, if you take that camera and you point it directly at the object and track the object will not do this at all.
I can't welcome you enough, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth,
That's
man.
not a flat Earth proof. That's slapping you
That
upside
doesn't
the head.
mean that, Brian.
Yes, it does, because that's what we see in reality. Okay? That's not what we would see. You can't get parallax, Howard, like that with that distance.
You're not
Your
getting
model-
parallax. I did not get parallax to my door. Parallax was unchanged with my door example.
Yes, local. Don't
Same
confuse
thing. The angle is the angle, dude. Whether it's a star, if I have a 2-degree angle, let's say my door was 2 degrees in my field of view right there. That angle, 2 degrees, would apply to 2 degrees in the heavens between stars 10 trillion light years away. If they're 2 degrees apart, they're 2 degrees apart. Now, when I put it in the top of my field of view, middle of my field of view, and bottom of my field of view, they change by 1/10 of a degree, let's say. They go in and then back out again from the top of frame to bottom of frame. So we go in 10 degrees and then back out 10 degrees. A 1/10 of a degree.
So when we're navigating on your model, we're using perspective and all that shit, right? Like you're saying?
Now, perspective is not really a function of navigation, but...
Right. Because if stars, here's the point, okay? They can't move away from each other, okay? The way we can measure them with sticks and shadows. Okay, the way they do move away from each other varies ever so slightly, but measurable in the distance. Okay, it's in Stellarium. Your model, you're off script, bro. Your model doesn't claim all the shit you're claiming.
They do not move away from each other. When you center your frame on that object, like with your sextant, you will point your sextant at star A. Star A is now going to have the relational distances associated with being in center of frame.
Okay, so we're back to square one, people. Travis, got him to establish like 3 times that, yeah. And Google and astro-whatever.com does acknowledge it. Stellarium acknowledges it. You can see it in Stellarium. I've told you how. And you can get fisheye effects in Stellarium, but if you level out with the horizon, it's a flat view, and just look at the stars on the edge and do a time lapse, and you will see the separation. They don't hide it. Google doesn't deny it. Just you're denying it, bro.
But see, the thing is, Brian, Stellarium, you keep talking about using Stellarium. What is Stellarium? And what does it model?
It models a globe, right?
Yeah, and it shows what you would see on a globe.
Right, measurable separation, right? So that's possible now, right?
On a 2D
So
surface.
why are you saying welcome to flat Earth?
Because your model falls apart when you invoke perspective. If I'm only moving one direction, Howard, if I'm only moving one direction, how can the stars move 2 directions, away this way and away that way? That's not possible without perspective. When you invoke perspective, I welcome you to flat Earth because you're invoking local stars with optical, whatever you want to call it. That's how they have to depict it because that's what we see in reality. But then they can't invoke it.
Let me ask a finer point about that question about what are you looking at? You're looking at a 3D rendering of the world in Stellarium as depicted on a 2D surface.
Bro, I just said Stellarium, so you didn't try to deny it because you just were denying it, okay? And I'm telling you, you're off script. I'm just saying that because you're off script.
I am
You're
not
denying
off
it even
script.
happened.
I'm completely in keeping with Stellarium with my observation of the door.
No, you're not. Okay, so if you had a line of stars just 30 degrees above the horizon, okay, and you're sitting on the equator in a recliner, and they're equal distance apart, just a straight line of them straight across the sky, and they're, let's just make it a little 50 light years away. You do realize I can move millions of miles in any direction, as long as I don't change orientation. Nothing will change. The stars will follow right along with me. They won't change at all because it's such a distance. So perspective is a non-issue. So you're going to tell me I can move 10 million miles one way, 10 million miles the other? As long as I don't change orientation, the stars don't change even a bit. They follow me, in fact. And then all I got to do is just bend over or recline in the chair a few degrees or ride an Earth curve, and all of a sudden they start spreading apart. I don't think so, but
take your camera in your house, put 2 dots on your ceiling, recline with your camera. It's a very
not a good.
I'm a welcome you, bro.
It's not a good ratio. That's why he's.
The ratio is irrelevant. I can go and my door is only.
It's not irrelevant.
My door is only about say 6 feet away from me when I'm taking these photos. I can go and do this on my treehouse. I can get the treehouse to the same angular size as the door. And I
Eli, take over, man.
Okay,
It's just not equivalent.
Just want to talk with each other.
It's not equivalent. It's not equivalent by distance, size of the lens. It's not equivalent.
Well, I was describing something that you both blurted over me. Do you want to actually?
Okay, one more thing. Hold on, one more thing, and then I gotta go. So if I bend over backwards, if I'm looking at,
hey, Brian, you're next, man. You're next in line. Moyak was in the middle of talking. You're next.
I can do my door thing, which is 6 feet, and I think my treehouse would be about the same angular size of my door at about 60 feet. So I can do 10 times the distance to my treehouse, and the same effect will happen.
Yeah, but that's not the ratio. The ratio you're supposed to be showing is the.
This is an important point. My last one. If I recline over backwards, if I take a look at a spot in the sky, and I recline over backwards, which is no difference between rotating over backwards on your globe. They're gonna spread apart. Is that what you're telling me? A spot in the night sky, just changing my angle backwards, and they're gonna spread apart. Is that what you're claiming?
You're going to recline in your chair. Let's see. What would happen if you had a camera? Because doing this by eye, you're not going to be able to do it by eye. So
I'll see y'all guys later, man. Sorry about that, Jeremy.
I would say that it would, if you unchanged, it's not going to move much in your field of view when you do that. So I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm sorry. Because we're getting a 60
Bro,
degree.
lazy boy. Lazy boy, you're talking about looking horizontal and then looking vertical. Not much of a change. That's
No, I'm saying I'm trying to think how you would depict it. Okay, if you kept your camera, your eye, absolutely fixed so that the 30-degree swing of your eye happened, 30, 40, 60 degree of your swing of your eye happened, then yes, you would get the same thing in the lazy boy. You would get a star trail that was 60 degrees long and would show divergence. I just demonstrated that with the door.
I don't think I exactly get this argument. Can someone briefly explain it to me? Hello?
Yeah.
I give you a rundown as I understand it. The claim is, or the observation is, that when we take star trails, that looking like sort of like towards the equator, and we'll see that stars diverge as they travel through our field of view. So the question is, if you were sitting in a recliner and you rotated, let's say, from 90 degrees vertical to horizontal, would they diverge? And I say yes. If you kept the camera lens fixed and you rotated that chair, taking the line of stars that starts at the beginning of your view at the top of your field of view, and you reclined, doing a time lapse, you would see those stars diverge.
Okay, and what is the goal of this argument? Like, what would because obviously you had to have made this argument because it either fights their side or it helps this side. Like, what is the goal of this argument?
Well, I think one of the claims is that the stars can't diverge because that little tiny change in your position would not change the perspective angles to those objects. And I'm saying that it is it's an effect of the transform from a spherical motion or a 3D motion onto a 2D surface. The film plate, the negative, whatever you want to call it, the 2D surface that you're rendering this image on.
Okay. And why did they make that argument that it can't happen? Like, what was their like proof of that, or what did they bring up for them to say that? Because I mean, I'm trying to think why they would even make that argument.
I think it's
what
really
I'm struggling with.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just say that's what I'm struggling with. What is the significance of this?
Okay, it's been going on for a couple of hours. Arma, may I ask you a question?
Okay.
Well, it's a two-part question, really, so far. Do you agree that we apparently observe the star trails converging and diverging?
Converging and diverging. Are you referring to those pictures where it's you could see both poles, whatever, and then there's the weird if you kind of take it weird with the camera, it kind of looks like they're doing a weird thing, like they're converging or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's like that's tough. There's a few variables that play into that, but that's like a camera thing, like field of view and whatnot. Like, I think I remember this argument. I think it was Jeremy that talked about it or some shit though. But I don't really agree with the converging diver. I mean, it's literally just circles. I mean, how circles look with a camera with the certain field of view and whatnot. You just have to follow the paths, and if you can also maybe mock it up, in real life, because Blender never really checks out apparently with you guys. But yeah, I would just mock it up or something and just see how that looks. Because I think it checks out. I do think it checks out.
So you would say, yes, we apparently see the sky with 2 celestial rotations and a celestial equator.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the cause of that?
The cause of seeing 2 poles and then the little, like, is that what you're saying? Like to be able to see all that?
I'm not sure why this is a difficult question, because it follows upon the fact that you just said yes to the previous question.
Yeah, but I don't even know if I really quite understood your previous question, because you were saying like diverge and convergent. I don't even agree with that, honestly. Like, I mean, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, okay. So if you're saying cause of that, I mean, like I said, yeah, it's just like a angle thing, field of view thing.
The only way a breakdown in communication can't happen is if you're honest and don't agree where you disagree, because obviously it's going to cause this. So now you either have to go back and justify an objection, because you're going to have an objection, then you would have to justify it logically, and then continue.
Okay, you just said words. Anyway, but yeah, I think it checks out though. I think it checks out because we had this argument a while back. Whatever. I mean, it's literally just like a field of view, like angle thing, whatnot.
That was an ad hominem attack.
No, it's not. I just said
You
it's
know
just
that,
words.
right?
It is words.
Yeah,
Was it
you're
not?
saying
So
it's
not
just
ad hoc.
words when I made an actual critique.
No, it's you.
Is an ad hominem.
You take it out as how you want it, how you want to. All right.
No, it's how the fallacy is defined.
How is that an ad hom?
I just told you.
Yeah, let's move on.
All I'm saying is that because you're trying to be like,
All you're saying is words.
All right, come on.
Because
Let's
you're
just
trying to.
move on.
Okay.
Just
All
move
you're
on.
saying is words, all right?
Well, moving on means he has to go back to the premise he objected to and justify it. Are we going to do that, or is it just words I'm speaking?
Well, he didn't agree with Travis's premise, and
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
What was the objection?
Unless Travis wants to continue it, or someone else.
Well, he wanted this. He said I'm done or whatever. So I mean, that's on him.
That's kind of what I heard. So
Come on, Travis, get back in the game.
I don't feel like I'm going to be able to have a clear. When I ask a question, I don't need an exposition, right? I ask a very specific question. If I want an exposition, I will follow up with an open-ended question where you can then explain. But my question was very pointed. It's yes or no. It's not an expose. And Arma just seems to be confused by the fact that he gave me an affirmative. I followed up with a question about that affirmative, and then he was confused as to how to answer the question.
No, because I mean, like, I don't even know if I really agree with that whole like converge diverge thing. I mean, like, I know what you guys are talking about. Like, it kind of looks like if you follow those lines, at some point it does kind of look like they're converging. But then if you continue to follow it, then they start to diverge and whatnot. I mean, it's just, visually anyway, it's weird. I mean, I have to really get a picture of this to kind of
Well, Bandsaw, Bandsaw, would you mind posting that screen grab again?
okay, I got to go find it now. Hold on. You've seen the time lapse photography at the equator, where the stars seem to converge and diverge.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then. So while I'm trying to find it now, so I have to go back 16 years in the chat to try and find it. You've got that image in your head of the stars converging and diverging.
We have Electric. Electric just posted a photograph.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
He did. Cool. Thanks,
it's
Electric.
it's not the same one, but it's
Close enough.
the point. Okay.
Yep.
So okay, so Arma, you understand that as you're looking at that image. First of all, can you see the image that I'm talking
Yeah, I
about?
see it.
In chat.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So then you understand that each of those trails is a singular star, right?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Okay, so pick one trail below and one trail above.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Like I get what you guys are getting at. I mean, fair enough. It does.
Hold on. Okay, great. So if you then follow those two trails that you have chosen outward, does it appear as though they are moving away from each other?
Yeah, fair enough. I guess I get that. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, great. What's the cause of that?
I mean, like I said, it's like a field of view perspective thing. I mean, it's not like it's not explained. I mean, it
Okay,
checks
great.
out.
Okay, great. Do you see the GIF that's above that of the northern rotation?
Mm-hmm.
What's the cause of that?
The angle to it and whatnot. I mean, like I said, there's a bunch of like.
What's the cause of the rotation?
Oh, the rotation. Oh, I don't know, the fucking surface we're on, I guess.
Surface that we're on. Okay, can you give me a little bit? I don't know why you're not answering it in a straightforward manner. There's only really one answer. Is there not?
There's rotation. I mean, that's
okay. Great. So it's Earth rotation causing the apparent rotation appearance of the northern stars, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so if the northern rotation is caused by Earth rotation, if you follow that section out to the equator, and then you continue to the south, and you get an opposing rotation. Both of those rotations are caused by the rotation of the Earth. Correct?
Okay.
So, when you then go to the equator and see those two opposing rotations, the only cause can be the rotation of the Earth. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
So then it's not the lens, it's not your position, it's not perspective, it's Earth rotation.
Yeah, but okay, you also have to understand though, there's once again, if you have a wide angle lens though, yeah, these lines are going to become distorted though. I mean, visually, that's a, it's a fact. You're going to tell me like straight lines don't appear to kind of bend or whatnot if you have like a wide angle lens or whatever? I mean,
but see, you have to now go back to a orientation where all you have is the northern rotation, and I don't hear anybody appealing to the lens in that argument.
It's not because of the wide angle lens. It's not the lens. Stellarium shows it.
What? I know. I mean, my model also shows it too.
Hold on. Listen, hold on. If you don't appeal to the lens in a northern rotation and you don't appeal to the lens in a southern rotation, why are you appealing to the lens in a celestial rotation at the equator?
Okay, first off, the picture that Electric showed, I don't really know the field of view of that picture. Could be that it's a smaller field of view. There's a bunch of things that I just don't know. But that being said, I do know that at least from my model, that when I increase like the field of view, whatever, this sort of distortion, not distortion, but I guess it's distortion, but like that, this effect that you see in the picture where you have both poles, or at least it's alluding to both poles, that this effect kind of starts to appear and whatnot. So I'm just saying, from what I've seen, increasing the field of view can enhance this kind of effect. With that being said, I don't know the field. I don't know the camera specs of these two images. The one where it's just the north rotation, and then the one with both.
It doesn't have to have any particular blame on the camera lens. You can have a wide field of view, you can have a narrow, you can zoom in on it. You're still going to get diverging star trails.
Okay. I mean, I still think I still think it's a visual thing. I mean like a camera thing, but
why would it just be a camera thing? If I was on the equator, sitting in an armchair, two stars in the far distance near the horizon, they would appear to be very close together. And as they got closer to above my head, they would appear, right, to be further apart. And as they went over my back, and if I turned around 180 degrees, they would appear, right, to also seem closer together. It's got nothing to do with the camera lens. That's what they would appear to do.
What I want to know is if it's the camera lens, why does Stellarium show it?
Who's snoring or breathing really loudly? Who's that?
He's the one who's breathing. I'm like, it's just real fast. Let me go take my camera. Where is it?
Probably Arma.
No, it's not me. I can hear it myself, so it's not me.
So we see this. Go ahead, finish it up.
No,
Come to
I
a
was just going to say,
conclusion.
you agree, Arma, with what I said?
What? The whole sitting in a chair or whatever? What?
Well, you don't have to sit in a chair. You can stand on your feet, right, and look at two stars that are close to the horizon, right, and they'll appear to be close together. As they get over your head, they'll appear to be further apart. And as they get behind your back and you turn around 180 degrees, they will appear to come together as well. All right? You'd agree with that, yeah?
I mean, I guess. I mean, look, I kind of.
It's got nothing to do with the camera lens then.
Yeah, I guess. Fair
No,
enough.
we
I mean,
already went through this camera lens thing. Is Stellarium using a fisheye lens?
okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, I guess it's just a. Like I said, I guess.
So not the lens, right, Arma?
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, I guess what I was saying was though is that if you do increase the field of view though, I guess this effect does appear even more drastic though. But fair enough though. Yeah, it's not quite the lens. It's. I guess you could. Yeah. All right.
Not the lens. Not the lens.
I got respect for Arma.
We did it. The thing is, I know you remember this, bandsaw. We did this like a month ago, 2 months ago, or something. Like we already walked people and held their hands, and I had Kosho fighting his own people, and I mean, even Doofus was trying to set people straight on this fisheye lens thing.
I think riding was a part of it as well. Remember? Yeah, there's a few. There was a few in.
Well, Eggshells was telling me it was the wide angle lens. He was on the opposite side of that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, this is kind of it's a lot of math that's probably involved in this in terms of determining why, these things appear, the way they do. And that's why it's like, for me, I'm kind of like stuck on where to go, But I mean, in my model though, my model that I have as well, it also shows, this sort of, quote unquote diverging, and whatever the other one is.
The optical illusion, right? The optical illusion.
I guess so. I don't want to touch the word
illusion,
optical.
or is it actually what's happening?
Well, I don't want to touch the word illusion because I don't know if.
Why? That scares you guys, doesn't it? That's why. I know why.
Well, if it wasn't an illusion, it wouldn't matter which way you face, right? I mean, if it wasn't an optical illusion, you wouldn't have to face south or face north to get the same look.
So overall, what's the whole point of this line of question? Because the explanation on the globe side is Earth rotation. But what's the explanation for all of that on the flat Earth side?
My explanation would be there's optical illusions happening in the sky. Okay, we now all know this, whether you're scared to call it an optical illusion or not. We see something that's not actually happening in the sky.
That's not no, but that's kind of faulty though, because I mean that's because
which part of what I said was faulty?
Because you're jumping to another conclusion, like this optical. This is why I want to say optical illusion because it's not really an illusion. It's a
We're talking about from in your model. He's not stating that.
Are you sure
I'm
about
stating
that?
it. I'm stating it. What we
You're
see.
saying it.
I'm stating it. What we see in the sky with this convergence and divergence is an optical illusion. They're scared to use the word optical illusion, and I know why. They won't tell you why. They probably know why too.
No, but you're sort of like saying because it's optical illusion that we can kind of excuse like all like illusions, even ones that we don't even know about. So like you can kind of just BS the sun, doing the thing on the flat Earth or whatever. I feel like that's kind of a jump.
Don't worry about anything else other than the conversation we're having. Don't try and read into things more than what they are, and that's all you're trying to do. Just trying to cover your ass for any other conversation that may come up.
No, because he's alluding to that, and it's like that's he's not really. I mean, this is you can mathematically figure this out why it's doing that, and it's the main thing is that it's because it's circles. There's a circles forming around you, because of the rotation or whatever, and then obviously the tilt of that circle is going to cause this sort of whatever. But I don't.
You
That's
have
not
a reason.
Locked doors are a sign
Hold on,
of
man.
indoctrination.
Yo, you heard me cut him off, and you jumped in too.
Wait, so why'd you cut me off?
Actually, cut him off first, Jeremy.
Cut him off first.
I did.
You guys shouldn't be cutting off anyone.
I was.
All right.
I did.
Go ahead, Eli. Or let's let him finish, and then go ahead. You can go after.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to cut you off to tell him not to cut him off.
All right, let me just so basically just to wrap this up, I think mainly it's just like circles, because of the rotation, and then obviously the tilt of that circle that's sort of causing this, effect. But I wouldn't call it an illusion because once at least from what I've seen you do with it, right? Once I call this an illusion, it's like you get to now just like explain away anything, like anything could be an illusion. That's not really a logical argument. That's not this can mathematically be explained, I believe. Yeah.
Yep, you're a gypsy palm reader predicting the future. Go ahead, Eli.
I have something to say real quick since he's not talking.
Hold on, Eli was in a big rush to get in there. Go ahead, Eli. You're next, Travis.
Yeah, I'm saying like we're literally like as I'm listening, I am imagining. I'm just putting a visualization to what I'm hearing. It's just mental locked doors, which is a sign of indoctrination.
Mental locked doors.
Wait, are you talking about your son?
You're not gonna ask.
Eli's gonna talk. Hold on. Eli's
ask
gonna
the
finish.
question.
Hold on, Eli. Eli's gonna finish, and then Travis is gonna go next, guys. There's a queue. We can. We'll figure it out after. Who's gonna go after that?
So you get asked a question, and then before you answer it, you interpret the information, and then because the answer may be behind one locked door, you say, I don't want to answer that. It's uncomfortable because I'm not sure where it's leading. But you know where it's leading, which is why you're stopping the conversation.
But it's a faulty like lead, if that's the word. Like I feel like because you heard Jeremy, he was kind of alluding to like, oh, this guy is all optical illusion and shit. Like I feel like that's not a good argument. That's a weird conclusion.
Travis.
Okay, I think that we can all recall that earlier when Negator appealed to the lens, he actually appealed to a fisheye lens. Do we all recall that?
Yep.
Okay, the P900 is not a fisheye lens. All of my photos of the star trails were taken with a wide-angle lens, not a fisheye. So where the fuck is his argument now?
It's
an
all
ad
know
hoc.
it's not the fisheye lens.
Okay,
We all know
it's an ad
we
hoc.
already know.
It's an ad hoc, right? He's just making bullshit up, throwing shit out on seeing what sticks on the wall. It's just absolutely insane.
Okay, I'll address it. Okay, fine. I'll address this. So real fast. Okay, I will admit, yeah, fair enough. It's not a camera lens thing. I will say though that the camera, having a larger field of view though can make this appear more, drastic. But you're right. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter about the, the camera lens or whatever, because I am looking at this now, and because we're dealing with circles, yeah, it doesn't matter if you have a camera field of view that's whatever, right? It's still going to be doing that curve, right? And so that curve is going to be, I guess, essentially diverging away from the others if you measure it out, I guess. So fair enough.
So just real quick then, if you have two, okay, if you have two plates and you set them down on the table and you put their edges together, are their edges going to appear to converge and diverge?
Two plates and their edges together.
On a table, you set down two dinner plates.
I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, they would diverge. Yeah.
Okay, is that physical or is that apparent?
I guess that is physical in that example. Yeah.
Okay. Do we see where we're going with this?
Okay.
I gotta go move my truck.
All
I
right.
have to move my truck right now, so I'm going on mute.
Okay. Let me just address the straw man fallacy you committed on me like 3 minutes ago in between everyone else wanting to talk. I never said that everything we see in the sky is an optical illusion. Never said that.
My bad.
All I was inferring was that when we look at the sky, we might not know everything that's actually happening because we know there's optical illusions happening with the sky.
But see, that's sort of like, yeah. I mean, you're still. I'm kind of on about that because at least I was on about that kind of because I don't know. That's not.
I'm not
quite
saying it's
right.
all an optical illusion. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Yeah, but-
that now that we know there's optical illusions happening, we can infer that everything we see happening there might be other optical illusions.
that was
Maybe
my
there's
argument.
not. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't.
No, that's
And that
exactly
we
what I
now
was
know
saying.
that there could be.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, you're alluding to that. Like, I mean, now you're actually just flat out saying it now. But you're pretty much, yeah, you're saying that, like, oh, it could be and whatnot. But that's not the same thing, though. I mean, this can easily be explained with, circles if you actually set this up and whatnot. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's an optical illusion. It's just that's why I don't like that word illusion, because now you're sort of going on
So
about
we're
this.
back to arguing if it's an optical illusion or not. We're taking a whole step back.
I just did a star trail in my bathroom with 2 flashlights with just a tiny pinhole in each one of them. And I'm just uploading it now. Just wanted to tell you that we can keep the conversation going. I got a example of, we know what the illusion is. We know how it works.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is, if you don't have by attributing this to an optical illusion, if there's something that you can't explain by the flat Earth model, which you don't have one, but whatever, then you can just say, well, it's an optical illusion, and just dismiss everything that way. If you don't have an explanation, then it's an optical illusion automatically.
Okay, so now, sorry, what I missed everything Moyak said. I was about to respond to Nate, but what did you say, Moyak?
Oh, I just made a star trail in my bathroom using 2 flashlights, one on the equator, or one in the center of my frame, one off center, rotating the camera up and down in a dark field, and so we kind of know exactly how the perspective / illusion works. I will show it to you in a moment, but I'm trying to find it on my camera.
I believe you. I believe you. But once you beg the question of we're on a spherical rotating Earth, and that's how it could happen. Yes.
What are some other explanations? You don't beg the question, then what are you left with?
Who keeps
I don't
using
know. Maybe not being. Here's the thing. I'd rather not know things, know the wrong things, right? I'm fine with not knowing. That's cool with me, because I'd rather have that than knowing something that's not true. You might know Santa Claus is real when you're a little kid. You know that's not actually true, but you know Santa Claus exists. Like, I'd rather know the truth than know something that may not be correct. That's all.
So why do you assert flat Earth then? I mean, it's like, that's the most outlandish argument right now. I mean, at least as far as your common knowledge goes.
You're demonstrating it, bro, with your little flashlights and your little local observations. You're demonstrating that perspective does show us that, but you can't invoke perspective with your stars because of multiple reasons. But it's a globe, dude. The whole point is from one position, these stars can't move 2 separate directions. They can, if you're moving around, changing your angles and latitudes, but from one flat square on your globe at the equator, you can't get divergence. That would have to be explained with perspective, and that destroys your globe.
No, absolutely not. That is the whole point of my observation right here. Has nothing to do with the distances I'm doing it at. I could do the same thing with something that's as far apart as those flashlights at 1,000,000 miles, at 1,000 miles, at 100 feet, and they will all have the exact same effect.
Okay, I challenge you to.
I can test that probably in my backyard tonight. I'll be able to do it. Right now, I'm doing it about 6 feet. I can extend that to 115 feet. And and the amount of curve will be exactly the same.
Okay, that's what I want you to do. I challenge you, and don't not come back. Okay, because I've done this 1,000 times. Okay, what I want you to do is aim your camera to a certain spot, like overhead or close to overhead, and then just slowly do a little quick time lapse and just move the camera 45 degrees.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, and we already know what's going to happen. This is the whole point. This is what I did this is what I first did. This is one of my old proofs. I didn't think this would be another obstacle. This is like a 4-year-old argument. One of the first ones I heard.
Okay, so here's the challenge then. If you want him to do that, you both have a expectation of what will happen. What you need to do is before he does it, you need to both document your expectation and then see which one actually happens and who is correct.
And how do you explain it?
What do you think? Just don't use a fisheye lens. That would be dishonest. So that's my only request. And I'm not saying you're gonna. I'm just saying don't. Just make sure you use a regular lens because I already know what happens. But yeah, I can do it too. Anyway, the stars are not going to diverge because you changed the angle to them. That's not the way it works. Just so you know in advance.
Yeah, now I completely remember this argument now. Yeah, so what do you expect to happen in the sky? Like I think I brought up the whole like weird circle tunnel thing. Are you expecting that to happen on a ball Earth, like a tunnel of just like stars? Because like that doesn't make any sense. It literally would have to be this way.
I'm just saying if I'm in one little flat square at the equator, and I'm measuring a star 30 degrees or let's say 20 degrees north latitude and 20 south latitude and one right over my head, I know that they're going to be closest together when they're over my head. And as they go off into the distance, they're going to diverge. It ain't much, but it is measurable. You could use a stick and a shadow if you simulate light coming from the stars. Sun calc shows it, I'm just saying they have to show it because it is reality, but it's a globe killer because from one position, you can't get opposite divergence. You could get, one way, you'd have a tough time explaining it, but you can't get opposite motion from one position. The light's supposed to be parallel and coming in from zigadillions of miles away.
All right. Here's my image that I did in the bathroom. I only set it up with 2 flashlights. If I set it up with a 3rd flashlight, the arc on the left-hand side will also diverge away.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, hold on. What's the surface? What's the surface? Hold on. What's the surface upon which you put your camera?
I put it on top of a chair so that I could keep it stable. You can see I did a pretty good job of keeping it stable.
So not a
just back it up with argument, Trav.
So you didn't put it on a sphere.
I rotated the camera, simulating rotation.
That's like us letting them use railroad tracks, bro. They don't have parallax in their model.
You're gonna have to show us what you did. You're gonna have to show us what you did, Moyak, because
I'm having another image come up right now, which will describe my setup for you.
Right, but if you rotated your camera on a chair, the image would be lateral, not vertical.
Anything he did's local, though, Travis. It's going to show perspective. That's what we see in real life with local objects. That's like letting them use a railroad track to describe it. Even that distance is going to show parallel. But when you get trillions of miles away, there is no more perspective. That's their whole model.
Why does perspective go away?
What is the limit of perspective? What's the distance limit? Doesn't work locally, or it does work locally, but not a trillion miles. So where does perspective stop working? Somewhere between locally and a trillion miles.
Your model declares parallel light.
You have to have something to compare it to, right?
Why?
Well, everything is the same in space. It's all black.
That wasn't what he just said. What he said was perspective stopped working at trillions of miles.
Yeah, well, it's the trig, right? Y'all always want to talk about the trig, and now that we're talking about it, you don't want to talk about it. So look, if I just provoke 1 light year, okay, I got to move like millions of miles away just to get 1 degree change in any star. So how are you're trying to use something up close and local? Your model dictates parallel light from the stars.
Look at the
Once again,
pictures
this
I
has
posted.
nothing to do
Look at
with
all the pictures I
parallax.
post. Look at those to get an idea of the argument.
This has virtually nothing to do with parallax. My camera lens never moves more than 2 inches in this 6-foot observation, because I was rocking the camera in this case, so the lens did move closer by 2 inches and further away by 2 inches over 6 feet. I could set it up, on a pivot so that I can get the lens to be the only thing that moves, but I didn't set
Bro,
that
you
up.
got to use the stars. Or you're not comparing something up close. You got to use stars.
It does not matter where it appears on the sensor.
Why are you so worried then?
I am talking.
What the hell is wrong with you?
This is a psychopath.
Who the hell was that?
Everyone
man?
stop.
Just
Everyone
Super
stop.
Saiyan 3,
Dude,
bro.
yo, we don't need everyone to chirp up when that happens. I'm here. Moyak, I realize you were getting interrupted, but relax. Brian, let him finish, dude. Come on, man.
Let's give him a timeout.
Dude,
the
seriously, you should be the
distance
one getting
has
time
no
out.
bearing.
Just let him finish, guys. Come on, please.
The distance has no bearing. It has to do with the angle that it comes into the sensor at. So I can move this. I can put these flashlights. I'm highly confident. I haven't done it yet, but when I put it at the other end of my yard, no longer 6 feet away, but 115 feet away, I will get the exact same amount of curve for the exact same amount of rotation of my camera. So that'll be what? Way more than 10 times the distance. I won't be able to do it much further. Well, I could do it further than that, but I'll have to find like a couple of houses across the field. I could probably do it at about a mile if I can find 2 isolated houses that I can work with in the dark.
So you're saying that you can produce this effect on a linear surface?
Yeah, use the
with
stars.
rotation.
I'll ask you to use the stars. It won't happen if you use the stars. Anything up close, you're just proving our model. And you know that.
Anything
You're getting mad.
You keep on saying that this is some kind of a parallax thing. This is not parallax that we're seeing.
You're
I've just
also
demonstrated it's not parallax.
you are also not on a sphere rotating your camera.
Sphere is irrelevant in this. All you need to account for is rotation.
Exactly. I could do it.
Okay,
if you
wait.
wanted. I
Okay,
could put it
wait.
on a globe.
Okay, great. Yeah, here we go. Then, no matter where you put the camera on Earth and rotate it, you're always going to have an equator with 2 celestial rotations everywhere you move it. Every time you change your camera orientation and rotate it, you're going to create a brand new equator.
Oh yeah, no, I
don't understand that.
Effect. If I rotate my camera on the Earth, I will get the same.
Yeah, but you won't. Right,
Let
but
him,
you will never be.
let him
able to do that.
finish. Let him finish, bro. Please.
He was.
No, he was
I wasn't.
definitely
You can
not
tell
done.
I was still talking, dimwit.
No, come on.
Yeah,
Don't
but
call me.
you're not going to do that with
Travis,
the stars.
let him finish.
You will get the same effect with any object at any distance that you rotate a camera in the field of view of. Or if you rotate whether I rotate the object in my field of view, whether I rotate the camera, whether I'm on a spinning globe, the camera lens doesn't give a shit about any of that.
So, hold on. So, I waited until you were going to be done, and then you started talking again. So, again, then that means that if I move my camera, like if I'm in Southern California at the place I was taking my star trails, and I aimed southeast, and I see the 2 celestial rotations with the celestial equator at a 45-degree angle where I'm at. If I then turn my camera to the farther east, I was southeast. Now, if I'm going to orient it to the east, I'm not going to get that same effect. If I rotate my camera, I don't even know what'll happen. But my point is that the rotation that is happening is in the sky, because if I were simply to move my position on the Earth my position, if I were rotating and the Earth was rotating, would always create a completely separate and new celestial equator. And it doesn't do that. It's always having to point towards Orion. There's only one effect that we ever see in the sky, but that wouldn't be the case based on what you're arguing right now. If I change my latitude on your globe Earth and aim at the sky, I will always create at every latitude a brand new set of rotations with a celestial equator.
I don't see why not. I mean,
it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
Listen very carefully. The two celestial rotations that we see in the sky are caused by the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
If I move my camera at every latitude and aim it at the sky, doesn't matter where I aim it, because the Earth is rotating, I should always get a new rotation of star trails with a new celestial equator.
What? Hold on. You're saying if you, so you're not actually rotating yourself, like you're not like doing it yourself. You're saying if you move on the Earth, that you should get a new. What are you talking
It's
about?
the same. It's the same principle.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It shouldn't be difficult. Does anyone else not know what I'm saying?
No,
Look,
it's like when they show you the
he's saying this. So if you're looking directly, if you're staying on the equator, you see what you see, right? Now, if you go up to 45 north and you look exactly the way the stars are going, you'd have to see an equator right there, because the stars are coming from behind you to directly over your head. If you angle yourself right, if it's the stars, if it's the Earth rotating and that's what we see at the equator, then that's exactly what we'd have to see at 45 north. As long as the stars are going in the same direction, we'd get the same effect if that's what it was.
Oh yeah, I mean you just tilt your camera, I guess 45 degrees. So if you're 45 degrees north, then you would just tilt your camera 45 degrees, down to have it where that,
No, I'm not aiming back down to Orion. No.
So you're just keeping it up?
Okay, listen.
Okay, one more try. The stars are coming from behind me at the equator, and then they're getting overhead, and then they're going straight off in the distance. So now we see the separation. Now I go to 45 north, so I got to change my angle a little bit, but I change my angle to where the stars are coming from directly behind me, going overhead, and then going straight off in the distance. Okay, so according to y'all's argument, I'd have to see another equator right there, because the star, I've changed my position, but I'm exactly lined up with the stars the same way I was at the equator. So what would be the difference? I'd have to have another equator appear, according to y'all, if that's what perspective shows us.
Your up and down has changed. So what you would have to do is you'd have to rotate the camera 45 degrees to the left.
No.
Yes. And you can tell I was still talking again. You have a real problem with this, don't you?
You only act like 2 seconds after he's done talking, because he takes
I was in the middle of words. No pause.
This is
This
just
is
a really. This is just
you
a
guys,
really.
this is the same thing. This is the same frustration that Brian was having talking to Kosho. Kosho wanted to reorient his perspective to make his point. I am at the equator. I'm looking due east. Now, when I go to 45 degrees north, I'm going to look due east. I'm not going to look back down toward the equator. I'm going to look due east.
Do you understand what a globe looks like? If you took that person and you moved him 45 degrees up, his level now, his horizontally level, is a different horizontally level. So you're actually going around a sphere. You have changed your angle, and your whole angle of observation has changed. You're not on a plane according to the model. And therefore, if I wanted to get that new celestial equator, I could achieve that, I'm pretty sure, if I just changed my camera's angle by 45 degrees. Now I will get like for like on a globe.
I don't disagree.
You think you get separation? Sorry.
Yes.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't agree that I have to orient my camera 45 degrees. This is where I think you're having your conflict with your model and with what we would understand, because you're saying that it's simply perspective. If it's simply perspective, then all I'm doing is moving to a different position but keeping my observation in the same orientation, which would be due east. I'm still rotating in that direction according to you. Therefore, the stars should be coming at me in the same way, diverging, and then creating a celestial equator.
No.
I know that's what we don't see, but that's
No,
what we.
you're not making any sense. Like you're
Okay,
saying,
I'm
rotate.
sorry you interrupted me. Should I scream and shout like Moyoc right now? Because I was talking.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't give a shit, but when people bitch and moan and cry, then I make a point at it when other people do it to me.
Yeah, but I never bitch about that though. I mean, I'm always like, okay, like. So if you want to, if you want to get an attitude, do it with Moyoc, not me. Go on.
Zip it and let him move on. For Christ's
Okay,
sake.
we have to understand the point that I made with the plates, right? It's happening in the sky. That's why it doesn't change whenever you move your orientation. Because if it's exclusively, like if you, I don't even know. Let's say, for instance, you didn't know there was a celestial rotation to the south or to the north, and for the first time in your life, you were at the equator and you just happened to take a star trail image, and then you see this phenomenon where you've got a rotation to the right, rotation to the left, celestial, and you're like, wow, what the fuck's going on? What causes this? And you Google it, and then it tells you that the rotation of the Earth is what is causing that appearance. Okay?
Okay.
So,
sorry, open a window.
If I were to then go to a different latitude, and then, like Moyoc said, orient my camera to 45 degrees, I would actually have to be spinning in that direction to have that happen again. But I'm not gonna be spinning toward 45 degrees. I'm gonna be spinning in the same direction I was before. It's not going to match up. It's not going to follow the laws of logic or empirical science. I gotta go on mute.
Quick moderator question. Do we have the capability of sharing video, or is that too many people here?
You can share your screen.
Do
you want to go? Do you want to turn your camera on, or are you trying to share your screen?
I got to figure out how I get my my laptop, how I get my screen to show up with the video.
You can share your screen. I can't let you turn your camera on though, because it'll start blocking people from coming in a room or some shit.
Right. No, I understand. I just wanted to show that, on a globe. Let's see if I can describe it verbally. I have a globe in my hand right now. I have the horizon is level. Basically it's the line going straight across from me, and it's level. So if I put my camera on that horizon and I spin, everything in the center of that field of view will rotate in a straight line. Now, if I take that camera and I move it up to America at 45 degrees, and I start spinning it, and I keep the camera on the original plane, it will. Let's see. I got to think about that. I just.
Yeah, you didn't think that one through, did you, buddy? You didn't think that one through. And here's another point.
I did think it through. I verbalized better.
No, you answered your own question, bro. But you're starting to open up your mind to reality. That's good. So, but by their logic, if they pointed at the North Pole, Polaris, and just angled backwards, then they'd get divergence there. Just they could make a star trail, just simulate a star trail. But no, that ain't what you'll see, and I think you know that. So by keeping your orientation, the globe loses its trick. It loses its illusion over you. That's the whole illusion. It's all the orientation change, and that's why I did the example with sticks and shadows on the equator to get rid of any perspective bullshit. We can measure the shadows. They make smiley faces, frowns, and straight lines. It's measurable. They separate. There are more than one rotation, or that's just the way the optics of the heavens work. But it can't work on a globe. You can't have physical separate. You can't have two different directions if I'm only moving one direction. Not possible.
Well, like I said, I demonstrated that you can. I may not have demonstrated it sufficiently right now for you. However, I know that the way cameras work, I am correct. I will verify with the stars tonight, and I will show you that rotating the camera will have divergence in both directions opposite the rotation that I'm doing. So that whatever's in the center of my field of view will remain center and straight. Whatever is on the left and right-hand side will diverge. That will happen with stars. It will happen with flashlights. It will happen with everything. Doors.
Once again, that's why I use sticks and shadows, bro. I use sticks and shadows so your perspective shit is out the door. Okay? We measure, it's on sun calc, it's in reality, it's in star trails. If you just simulate the light from a star to 3 different sticks, 1 right in the middle and 2 to either side, you'll get a smiley face, a frown. You will get measurable separation. It ain't much, but it is measurable. So forget the perspective shit. That's just keeps welcoming you to flat Earth, and it's getting old. It's, what's your answer to that? How are the shadows deviating away from each other measurably?
How are the shadows? They are not. Your example, I don't think in any way addresses what I'm talking about. So I'm just not sure how to even apply what you're saying.
Well, check the lab text. I'm gonna post a example using sun calc and doing 3 at once, and you'll see straight over the equator, you'll get a straight line shadow. To the right, 20 degrees, you'll get a smiley face. To the left, south, you'll get a frown. You'll get measurable separation. And I know y'all like sticks and shadows, so that's why I used it.
And I think the problem there is that you don't have a model that you can compare it to, so you basically can't say why you're seeing it. I would say that any flat Earth depiction I can think of will come up with the wrong angle. It will show an angle, but it will not show the right angle. It will not show the observed angle.
Just so long as I can shit on your model, I'm happy with that.
Well, that's not shitting on my model. That's saying
it destroys your model.
You're saying that you could do a similar thing, and you can have an angle change, but you don't have an angle change that applies to anything. It doesn't match.
Well, you can help us now that you understand the perspective and how it works up close. You can help us with a model. Now that you're getting an understanding of reality, you can help us.
I have tried helping you with a model. It is unmodelable.
No, it's not. There's a map that's used. Do they take globes out to see or on planet? I don't think they do. I think they use maps.
All right, you can do that.
USGS uses a AE map, and so does the military for all their radar and all that. They use AE, so it must be doing something right. Wouldn't you agree?
It's doing something right. It does part of it. It only does part of it. There's only one map that does everything accurately. The only problem with that map is that it becomes untenably large if you want to have any close-up views of things. So basically, I can do all navigation from my little tiny globe here. I can find distances, angles, everything on my little globe. You cannot do the same on any depiction of the flat Earth in its entirety.
Do you mean the one that the USGS uses and the one that the military uses for radar?
Yes.
Okay, and so why don't they use a globe?
I just described that because you don't want to have.
You know the radar has practical uses, right?
He just did fucking unbelievable.
Bro, you just don't want nobody to interrupt you. You're dumb, bro. What the hell is wrong with you?
Thank you. That's the mute button. Try it.
You think you're gonna?
You try it too.
Control? No. Well, man,
yeah.
Everybody try to say something, and right away you go to, you interrupted me. Yeah, sometimes that happens in a conversation, bro. Chill with that shit.
Continuously with you guys.
That's a conversation. That's how it works.
Right. You know what happened this morning? Kosho and Brian were interrupting each other right and fucking left, man. No one cried. No one screamed.
Exactly.
That's
like
wonderful.
A fucking child.
That's wonderful. Since you guys have no points to really make, it doesn't matter if you interrupt. You're just trying to distract from the conversation.
No, we've made points early on.
I was still talking again. You could tell.
No, you were finished.
Yeah, but
you points earlier again.
Calling people, yeah.
Come on,
we have no points, right?
Come on, Moira, just get on with it. Just don't be so obnoxious if someone does interrupt you, right? The mods have stepped in. The mods have stepped in and tried to give you room. You just been obnoxious every single time someone interrupts you. So just move on. Go on.
Yeah, and don't interrupt, guys, please.
All right. So, like I said with the globe, we can take the globe, the little handheld one I've got here. You can spin the camera around on the outside edge of it, and you will see that the equatorial lines, anything that's in center of view, will remain center of view as I rotate. And if I take my camera and I spin it 45 degrees, I will get the same effect of a new horizon being established, a new equatorial set of stars. If I move my camera's angle.
So it's just a camera thing.
No, it's a reality thing. It's the fact that I am leaning away from the guy who stands on the equator. So I can counteract that lean by taking the camera and moving its angle in order to match what's at the equator or vice versa.
Yeah, just angle change.
Just angle change, yes, because my angle is different than the person at the equator.
Right. Just angle change. Because you move further away from the object you're viewing, you changed your angle.
Personally, I think there's 3 rotations, man. It's a little tricky, but who knows? But that's just a possibility. But my point with this, you still haven't addressed the sticks and shadows, so I can measure the angular separation. Like I said, that's not much, but it's measurable, and you keep talking about perspective and cameras and all that. So the shadows show you the angle, and they show you the angle separating, divergent. I mean, you're off script once again. Google openly admits the divergence at the equator.
Google openly admits the divergence at the equator. When applied to a 2D surface, you see this divergence, which I demonstrated in my bathroom happens. You disagree over the scope and scale of that. That's fine. But I will demonstrate that it doesn't matter the scope or the scale.
Well, Google didn't think of the sticks and shadows. Go ahead.
So there was a pause there. Okay, so I'm going back to what I said before. From our perspective, the 2 celestial rotations are happening in the sky. It's real, it's physical, we see it because it is happening. When I'm in Southern California, at that location, looking southeast, and I have a 45-degree angle of the celestial equator going through the sky with 2 celestial rotations, if the rotation of the Earth is the cause, I would have to be traveling in that direction to get that effect. But I'm not. I'm traveling east. I'm not traveling southeast, which goes back again to the point that we're making. Yes, Moyak, you are demonstrating what you are demonstrating, but every time you change your camera's orientation, you're going to have a brand new celestial equator and 2 rotations. That would happen on the Earth again, because the Earth is only rotating in one particular direction. So if you change your orientation position, but keep your camera aiming east, you will every time create a brand new celestial equator with 2 rotations. But you're not going to, because it's not the rotation of the Earth causing it, it's the sky.
Sure.
Anybody else have a response besides?
The
Sure.
sky's rotating, not the ground.
Oh, wait. So Moyak was agreeing with me. Oh, I got that. That was an affirmative. Yeah, got it.
No, not agreeing with you. I said sure. That was sarcastic.
It's crazy because it really is a big 180 from the heliocentric model. You are doing a big 180 when you come to that conclusion, you know. Literally.
This is how I'd say we know it's perspective. If you wanted to make the argument in real life, the stars are who knows how far, but they definitely function with some sort of perspective, and whatever else is going on, who knows. But if somebody was standing out at the horizon, the stars would be over their head and they would be closer together. So it's literally perspective. Your model, can't invoke that. It's not an option because it's parallel light coming from
You said it. You said it is perspective, but we can't invoke perspective. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Not with a parallel light.
Okay.
Coming from that's your whole model depends on parallel light coming from very long distances.
And
we
model
think it's
depends.
perspective. Sorry, Brian, but yeah, we think it's perspective, but in the globe model, it can't be due to perspective, right?
Right. That's what I was trying to say.
Is this a law of perspective that you're stating, or are you using some other kind of perspective?
I don't think there is no law of perspective that applies to the stars. I mean, you could invoke one. I modeled one, something, but I don't claim it to be reality. I just
You can't say what's happening to a supposed object when you don't know the actual distance of it. You don't know how much is being affected by the distance.
Dude, it could be microscopic. Them stars could be microscopic, and there could be a big lens up there making them even visible at all. I mean, I know that's insane, but there's anything could be. They could be 4-dimensional. Well, there could be 3 separate star trails up there with a little perspective. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of options. It's not easy.
If that was the case, if it was perspective, then one would be able to double our distance, because you're talking about near and local. So I should be able to increase that distance substantially with motions on the surface of the Earth. Yet you don't get that. The distance between Polaris and whatever is always 100, and Sigma and Panthers is always 180 degrees. The distance
Same thing on my map.
The stars in the belt of Orion are always, 1 degree of angular separation. I don't know. If that's
same on my map.
But
I'll post a model. I'll post a version. Sorry.
But if it was a lens effect or something, that lens effect takes place at a certain location, and I would think that your distances, your angular separation would change based upon your distance from where that lens is.
So just real quick, going back to the plates, if we're going to put 2 plates above our heads to imitate the celestial rotations, you have a northern rotation and a southern rotation. Put those 2 plates above your head, you are going to demonstrate physically that the edge of the plate, when you rotate it, gets closer together and then converges and diverges every single time. It is a physical, real, not apparent demonstration.
Each individual would have to have his own southern plate.
Exactly.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Can you help? I think I know what you mean, Howard. But say that again. Well, or don't say it again. But what do you mean?
Well, I mean that southern plate, in order for it to appear the same as it does to everyone. I mean, if everyone's seeing the same thing, that southern plate would have to be in different positions around the outer circumference of the flat Earth.
Right. Right.
Hold
but
on.
if I'm in one position.
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Good.
No.
All right. If I'm in one position at the equator, then I'd have to have a plate off to my right, standing upright, and a plate off to my left, standing upright. And as long as that orientation holds, there will be parallel plates all the way to me at the equator, going all the way out to the pole. So that's what we would have to see if at that distance with no perspective, we would have to see parallel lines, just like the plate at the North Pole that's standing up. So basically, if I look to the right, I'm looking eye level with the center of the plate because it's standing upright. Then if I look to the left, I see the same thing at the South Pole, and I just see a stack of plates coming toward me. So just enlarge that. That would be the star trails we would have to see at the equator, parallel.
Right. Now, hold on. Yeah. Sorry for jumping in, but hold on. So, when I made this observation back in November, this was blowing my mind because I was trying to think through just the same way you guys would. You'd be just like, wow, how's this happening? So the plates aren't actually touching. There's a buffer between them. So there's a celestial buffer that goes between. And when you look at the plates, if you marked a spot on the plate so that it rotated together and then apart, together and apart, you would see that part where it comes together is going to be, flush, and then it's going to rotate and get farther and farther and farther apart. Now you're going to see that no matter what. If you take your star trail away from, let's see how I can say this. It's so fucking abstract. When you look at the night sky without star trails, you don't see diverging stars. You don't see it. So the sky is almost like a kaleidoscopic hologram organism to where it moves in uniformity. And then when you actually zoom in on it and slow it down, shows you another facet that's happening that you can't see with your naked eye, which is a lot like what I observe with mirages. There are certain things that you can't see at a distance with a mirage. But then when you zoom in, fucking A, it's right there, right? And everything's moving, but it looks like it's stationary, but it looks like it's... So then, pardon me as I'm kind of like geeking out on this to a certain extent. So the same thing happens when you go out to the beach, right? If you go out to the beach and there's somebody's got an open window or feedback, okay? If you go out to the beach and there's an island chain in front of you, Monday, you look at your feet, you simply raise your head to look straight ahead of you. That island is going to be right there. Boom. Straight in front of you. And then when you take your camera and zoom in and take a picture at full optical zoom, click, boom. Do the same thing with the 50 millimeter. Put it at 50 millimeter, click, boom. Okay? Go to that same fucking spot the next cursing, smurfing day. Set up the exact same way. 50 millimeter click, full optical zoom click. They will not line up. But they're at your fucking eye level. You raise your head and look again, it's still right there, right at your fucking eye level, but not when you zoom in. The sky is a fucking kaleidoscopic, beautiful, fractal, organic, amazing, speechless. I'm speechless.
All right, you done? Okay, cool. I like, we went off into, organics and organic living beings of the sky, and I'd like to get back to the topic at hand in some fashion. So we have spinning plates. So the divergence on spinning plates would be actual divergence. The angular separation would change. So if I were to measure this angular separation between any stars as they separate away from the equator, I would see increasing divergence in measurable fashion. So when I look up at that star and I take my telescope and I move it 10 degrees, that star that was 10 degrees should no longer be 10 degrees apart on a divergent plate type of environment.
Yes, but when you do it in a star trail, it will do exactly what you're saying it will do.
Right, until we measure it and take into account how cameras work.
No, you can't separate the two. You can't isolate the sky. You can't isolate the night sky appearance from the star trail appearance. They're both true. They're both happening.
No, one is an effect of the camera demonstrated by me in my bathroom and will be demonstrated on large scale in short order. That is, those two objects did not change in distance. They did not change in angular separation. They still have, from my position, they still have a 4-degree separation, 10-degree separation. They still have that. That is unchanged. However, when it falls at the edges of my image versus the top of my image, you get this weird convergence. Now, with plates, it should be both physical, measurable, and should appear in both situations. The distance between said objects should increase no matter how I measure it. However, the only way you can measure this is using the star trails. So in the globe analysis or example, it happens to only one perspective. When I change and move my camera and center on that, the angular separation comes back together. That would not happen with two plates.
Say that last part again. I don't know that I understood.
The angular separation would be physical. So basically, as those plates diverge, the distance between them would both measure it when I look at it and would measure it when I had the star trails. Both situations.
Let me ask him a question real quick.
Wait, Brian, I'm sorry. But again, Moyak, I'm going to try to make this brief so Brian can come back in. The problem that I see with what you're explaining is that if you simply look at the north and you get a rotation that's the result of the Earth's rotation, then you have to take those concentric circles out, and they stop at the equator. They stop. They should just continue out. Even okay. And then you have the southern doing the same thing. The southern rotation is 100% not due to lens, not due to anything. It's not due to anything but the rotation of the Earth. So we have to take all of those claims that you're making and crunch those numbers. And I think that if we did that honestly, we would see that your model would end up breaking down. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you have a star at 20. I mean, we're kind of doing away with the tilt a little bit, but just think with me. If we have a star at 20 north latitude and 20 south latitude, just overhead, just to the right and left of me, I'm at the equator, and they veer off. They go off to the horizon. Are they remaining equidistant to my orientation?
Yes.
Or are they spreading them? Yeah, they're equidistant. Okay. And your model, is the light coming in? Is the light coming in parallel?
Essentially, yeah. For all
So why would my shadows? So how could my shadows diverge? How could I get different angles than?
Show me an example of that.
If the light's coming in parallel, and they're equidistant as they go off into the distance, and they're, gajillions of miles away. You have to invoke perspective.
Well, that's how perspective works. Perspective isn't any kind of
can't with the shadow.
It's what it looks like. You measure it to be equal. They're all equal. They're all equidistant, and they're all parallel.
Why are they spreading apart? Why is my shadow smiley face and frowning?
Where are they?
Same thing with equatorial mount.
They're not spreading apart.
Equatorial mount does make smiley faces and frowns depending on where you're at.
Brian, try to keep it focused with Zanuck, man. It's going to go all over the place. Just stick with one thing. Don't go to the equatorial mount yet, man.
If you got the equatorial mount, you'll look at the stars, and they will be fixed in position no matter what the Earth does beneath it.
Equatorial mount could not work on a globe.
Absolutely,
period.
That's how it does work. That's how you know it's a globe.
No, it couldn't work, bro.
It does. You want it? Should we bring more videos?
No, tell them why, Brian. Give him an argument.
Because if I'm at the equator, once again, I'm gonna get a smiley face. If I track a star from the north, okay, I could put a stick in the ground to represent that smiley face and trace a shadow, smiley face shadow, opposite smiley face. Then a star overhead is the only place it could work, and then to the south, I'm gonna get a frown. So
actually, with an equatorial mount, you'll get a bunch of dots.
If I had two equatorial mounts back to back,
here's the problem, Mayak. Okay, Brian, I don't want to talk. I'm making a real.
I didn't even get to make my point, but go ahead, bro.
Brian, I'm gonna make a real point today to not talk over people. So I hope you can do the same, because I think it'll make it better for everybody.
Okay, well, let me finish my point then, please.
As he just talks over Brian. Wow.
As he talks over Brian, that's correct.
Well, he stopped, and I was going to give him an example of the equatorial mount, why there's a problem. But go ahead, Brian. I thought you were done.
Yeah, my whole point is
Thanks
if you have two equatorial mounts back to back at the equator, this is my whole crescendo. If I have two equatorial mounts at the equator back to back, and I'm looking at a star coming over the horizon, 20 degrees, my equatorial mounts are going to be diverged. They're going to converge overhead and then diverge off in the distance. That can't work on a globe.
That doesn't happen. I thought you're done, so I jumped in. Can I talk now, Brian? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that doesn't happen. The problem happens with all these discussions is people see a video on YouTube and think, oh, that's the way it is. And they're not really looking at it with a discerning eye. The equatorial mount will see a bunch of stars, and it will hold them in position locked for 24 hours or for 9 to 10 hours. The thing you're confusing is that we have wide angle lenses that look at both skies simultaneously, or maybe a 360 degree. And that 360 degree view does look like it diverges because it's perspective, and it's distortion of their paths due to the convex lenses. So
we got to start all the way back over. Every time a Glober joins, we got to start back from scratch.
I did it to you. I'm sorry. I was still talking. But if you look at those views where you have the circular path going one way and to the right and a circular path going the opposite direction to the left, that's not what we see in reality, because that is done with a very, very wide angle lens.
Oh,
Okay, I've
boy,
already
we're back
posted
to
it
wide
twice.
angle.
So
We're all the way
Go ahead.
back to the. We're all the way back to the fucking wide angle lens thing again. Oh my god.
How do you see
Yeah.
east and west in the same lens? How do you see, okay,
I
Jeremy?
posted astronomy.com.
Thanks for that, Jeremy. But how do you see east and west in the same lens? How is it
Danik, I
possible?
thought you was gonna take turns with me, bro.
I know. Well, Jeremy jumped in real quick, but okay.
He's just making a point. Every time a new Glober jumps in, we have to go all the way back to the beginning.
No,
And,
that was
so I've already posted 2 or 3 times. I forgot from astronomy.com how they explain that we do and can measure. I'll repost it. Divergence at the equator. Okay, and I just come up with a way to eliminate your perspective and fisheye lenses by using equatorial mounts or sticks and shadows. Take your pick. And the way you say it doesn't work is exactly how it couldn't work on a globe, but does work in reality.
Well,
and I think you know that.
If you have a picture of the sky at the equator, all those stars will be fixed in space. They will all be equidistant. They will not change.
You're off script. You're off script. You
No,
might
I'm
want
not.
to take a minute.
That's the way it is. If you look at a sky and you have all those stars there, those stars are fixed. Nothing's changing, and you're looking at all those stars from a point on the Earth that's on the equator that's rotating.
So what's
those
causing
stars
it
ain't
then,
moving
Danny?
apart from each other.
What's causing
They
the
are fixed.
divergence, bro?
They look like they do at the edges because of perspective, not because of they're actually moving angularly.
Okay. So what about the shadows? How I can measure
shadow?
the
Stars don't leave
divergence
shadows.
of the shadows, the sticks
shadows?
and shadows, or the equatorial mount. I can measure the angular separation. One back to back, north and south. They converge in the middle, diverge. Smiley face
What
north,
do you mean
brown
sticks and
south.
shadows?
That's
Like the
measurable.
sun?
You're invoking perspective, and the reason I use sticks and shadows is to do away with that. You just got to picture the light coming from a star 20 north and a star 20 south. Same thing as equatorial mount, same thing as the sun, same thing as the moon. You got smiley face and brown. It's measurable. So quit talking about fisheye lenses and
He
perspective.
won't stop. He's not going to stop. It's not possible.
But Zanik, I was with him on this earlier, and the first thing, because at first I thought it was interesting, then I didn't. But at first I thought it was interesting because I was like wondering how would I go about measuring this thing he says, like using these 2 stars as using the shadows of these 2 stars, tracing them out, right? And so the first way that it made sense to me was to take any of these 2 stars from the same position, take either of these 2 stars, one above the equator, or one north of the equator, one south of the equator, and act as if that line from the star is creating a straight line from the star down to my stick, down to the ground, and as it's moving across the sky, as it's like a star trail basically is moving across the sky, trace out the line it's making on the ground. And then I realized that if you just take the azimuth and elevation angle of the star and record it for 3 hours, like take the line that is being created from the azimuth and elevation angle, that it's going to trace a curve on the ground, even though it's making a straight line. But do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh boy. Okay. So
doing the Aristosthenes, or like using a sundial or whatever, but using a star instead of the sun.
It would really help if you learned how to pronounce Eratosthenes correctly, but whatever.
Just think of Eratosthenes.
That wouldn't help much, actually. We all understand what he's saying, so it's actually
I mean, if you want to appear that you know what the fuck you're talking
no
about,
one can hear me.
you at least pronounce words correctly.
Yeah, that's
So,
important.
but
I'm glad
whatever.
you
Can you guys hear me? Check.
If we correct
Zanik, your keyboard.
That's not
You have
me.
the loudest keyboard.
That's not me.
on earth.
That's not me.
Who is it?
Someone else is banging like a freaking woodpecker on their keyboard.
Yeah,
not
but
me.
it's always when you're here, man. Are you sure
I'm
it's
not
not
doing
you?
anything. I'm
Are
not.
you like
Everyone stop talking.
I have not done anything. I've not touched the keyboard once since I've been on. Someone else is clicking away.
I think it's
Someone's
silent.
playing a video. Someone's playing a video game.
I think it's silent.
It's the remote control.
It's me?
Yes, it's you.
What I was doing?
You're clicking away like playing a video game or
You're
something.
hot micing.
Ah.
Shut up, Xanax. Stop talking for 5 seconds. I'm trying to get this fucking
Xanax,
hot mic.
shut the
right
hell
now.
up, Xanax. Jesus.
It's like you got like this
I
thing
fix
where you
it.
just
I
can't
fix
stop.
it, Jeremy.
I know. Thank you for fixing it. We're now yelling at Xanax for him not being
Because I
able to
was
shut up
attacked
while
by
I'm fixing
Travis.
this hot mic issue.
Wrongfully
And now he's going to
attacked by
overtalk me.
Travis.
Thank you,
So,
Jeremy.
Kosha.
Not before I apologize for hot micing. Sorry.
Okay, Xanax. Oh, go ahead, Kosha.
Hold on, man. I was trying to get in for other reasons other than the hot mic. Agree that it's not the wide angle lens has nothing to do with the convergence, the apparent convergence and divergence of the stars, right?
No, I don't think it's wide angle lens. No.
Yes, we know it's not the wide angle lens. We're way past this shit. Xanax brought us back to fucking square one.
No, I think Kosha, you missed something here. It's not that they're diverging; it's that their paths are not the same. I can't say not. They're parallel. They're all parallel, but everything in the annulus near the center of rotation, near the axis of rotation, is going to be much tighter of a circle, right? And the outer circles will be a lot more gradual. They're in sync, but that difference in like your lines would be, yes, depictive of things you would see the stars move, but they're not moving in your field of view. It's the motion, it's the change of position that gives the illusion that they're not parallel.
So nothing to do with the wide angle lens then.
Well, we're talking about completely two different aspects of geometry.
Well, that's why I invoked one position in a 50-foot square flat box on top of your globe at the equator.
Okay, here he goes.
Hold on, man. We're still not past the fact that it has nothing to do with the wide angle lens, right, Xanax? Are you going to bring this up tomorrow or next week and the next month and talk about the wide angle lens every time?
Two different aspects of the observation.
Yeah, but you brought it up. That's why Jeremy's trying to get you to clarify.
I know. Well, I can, but I don't think he'll let me. But I'll try real quick. And I'm going to be very brief today. I promise.
Let Jeremy ask the question again.
I already understand it. So when we have an equatorial mount, the stars will not move at all. We're just going to see a big blotch of stars, and they will be fixed in position, no matter where you are on the Earth with an equatorial mount.
Yeah, the ground, you'll see the ground move beneath the stars, actually.
Right.
You can actually see rotation very well that way.
Let me finish. Real quick. At the end, crescendo. Second sentence is, if you were to look at the stars, they will all describe a circular path, all of them. All equidistant, not changing position with one another. Now the shadows are different. That's a different test. The shadows will actually describe visually where those stars are in the field of view. So the tighter annulus, tighter rings will look different than the wider rings, all having the same angular velocity apparent in your field of view. There, that was easy, wasn't it?
Do you have anything to compare this to in reality besides the sky?
That was
Smiley face Brown.
Hold on, man. That was
sorry,
super
Jeremy.
easy.
Sorry.
Well, I asked him a question, and then he obfuscated it for time and never answered it and asked, now, see, wasn't that easy when he never answered the question in the first place?
All right, go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Does the apparent convergence and divergence of the stars at the equator have anything to do with the wide-angle lens?
If you use a wide-angle lens, it will look that way. There will be a convergence and divergence. You only can get that with a wide-angle lens. Yes. So
the only reason this happens, the only reason this divergence and convergence happens is because of the wide-angle lens, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
If you're going to fix, are you going to fix what he just said, or are we going to breeze past that?
I think so. I'm not using a wide-angle view in the image that I posted to you, Xanax. That is at 11:53.
Yeah, that's not. Those aren't diverging. Those are paths of light based on fixed positions in a circle. And that's what I said earlier. I guess that got past you as well. If you look at a circle and like I said, the equatorial mount is all the proof we need. We point the equatorial mount up. We see the stars are all fixed in position, and the Earth turns beneath it. Nothing. The stars don't move. None of the stars move. Now they are all scribing
Smiley
different paths because some are near the axis of rotation and
Oh
some
my
are
God.
not near it.
Smiley
Is
face
that really
frown,
necessary,
Janik. Smiley
Travis? Is
face
that really
frown.
that outburst?
I think it's
You
fair to
said you were
stop you
going to
though,
be.
here, Zanuck.
That is short.
No,
And
No, but I think
you kept going. If I hadn't said, "Oh my God," you would have kept rambling.
Yes,
So far,
Zanuck.
I've
Smiley
heard
face
more out of
frown.
you that is disruptive than anything else in the last 5 minutes. So go ahead.
Moyax pointed out. Yeah, we're all talking about two different things here. Is a problem because Zanuck, even though I agree with you, this is the divergence and convergence Jeremy's talking about. He's talking about in the visual image. It's just like Mike had posted. I agree with you, Zanuck. If you were to do both, which is I said this earlier too, if you were to follow the star across the ground as it's moving, versus making this observation, in one you'd know
You
they're going
agree?
straight. The other one you'd see them diverge and converging, and this is the
You agree
divergent convergent Jeremy's talking about.
I think, okay.
You agree it's
Coach, am I
measurable,
taking
right,
it?
Coach?
Hold
You
on,
agree
real
we
quick,
can measure
real
it from
quick.
a single
My
spot
take
of the
on it,
equator?
My take on it, Coach, is that they're looking at those wide angle lenses that show the east and west horizons in the same picture and seeing the counter rotation of the stars. That's what I think, and that divergence does happen due to perspective and the lens. That's what I'm talking about.
I picked up. I could tell that's kind of what you meant because I know that in those you do see both the horizon. It is exaggerated. That's true, but I think as Mike pointed out though, this just in the image alone, you will see them closer and get further away. In a 2D image, and like I said, this is what Jeremy's talking about.
Well, one's one star at the horizon, the other star is closer to the axis of rotation. Correct, Mayock?
In this case, this isn't a star. This is in my bathroom with two flashlights sitting on the edge of the tub there. I show the image below. And I rotate the camera front to back as straight as I can. You can even tell that the lens was on the upper end of the camera because it's got less taper on the bottom edge of it than it does on the top edge. So you can tell that the camera's moving slightly as I rotate it.
This is remedial. This is remedial. I don't know why we're back on this still. Zanuck, it has nothing to do with the wide angle lens. It
Can I make a
happens
point real
anyways.
quick? I'm sorry. Look.
Let's.
I know, but it's just so.
You're just not getting it.
Zanuck, nothing to do with the wide angle lens, Zanuck. Do you understand that yet? Can we move on, please?
I understand it clearly. I'm trying to explain it to you so you understand. Because right now, Mayock's even posting.
I already understood it. I was the one trying to explain it to you. Don't try to flip. What kind of weird tactic is that?
Where do the stars ever diverge? Never.
Oh
listen.
My God.
No, that's going backwards.
But it's a true statement.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And I
Measure it.
understand it. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Where have you been the past hour?
I know where you guys have been. I don't have to even been there. I know where you guys are
Because
going.
you popped in after an
And
hour.
Hold on,
Mayock
As much as I love Mayock, he's feeding the fire with this very legitimate and very cool explanation, but it's not addressing the
Osho
problem.
just
I know
told you
it's
we
in
can
your
measure the
flat Earth
azimuth,
mind.
bro.
Your flat Earth mind, Brian. I'm in the middle of a sentence. The flat Earth mind is saying, I see these pictures of these divergent, counter-rotating star paths, and those stars clearly are diverging in my field of view. Why is that happening? That's what I'm hearing.
I want to talk.
Go ahead, Travis.
Okay. Please forgive me as I try to talk this out loud. I'm not going to promise this is going to be short, but I'm going to try to make it concise. We say that the northern rotation is caused by the northern star rotation is caused by the rotation of the Earth. We say that the southern rotation is caused by the rotation of the Earth. Now, walk with me, please, for a moment. Let's say, for instance, I don't even know how to do this because it's so abstract. At some point, though, wherever you're at on the Earth, at some point, the northern stars stop rotating in that orientation and the southern stars pick up. But wouldn't you, from your perspective, see the southern stars having to conflict with the northern position and the southern rotation? So it's almost like you're looking at something making two different trajectories. Otherwise, hold on. If I'm in one place and I spin and move, the entire sky is going to be oriented to me, the egocentric viewer. The entire sky is going to rotate in terms of where I'm at. It's not going to stop at one point and then start going in a different fucking direction at a different location.
Seriously,
right?
Travis?
Yeah.
No,
So,
Ron, can
so
you
to
see the
wrap it
chat?
up, wait. Just to wrap it up, my point is that the rotation of the North, as soon as it gets to the apparent celestial equator, and then I see the southern stars from my position, I should see the southern stars still rotating in orientation to where I'm at. They would not go in an opposite direction.
Can you see the chat?
Give me a second.
Zanuck, do you understand that it has nothing to do with the wide-angle lens, this appearance of convergence and divergence?
Zanuck, yes, I see the chat. I'm not on the fucking equator, man. I'm in California looking southeast.
Okay, I got California looking southeast. There it is in the chat.
How do I even know that that's No. That's only one rotation, bro. No, that's only one rotation. I can show you my observation in California with both the southern and the northern together, with Orion going through the middle. Okay,
hold
so
on, man.
obviously you don't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Jeremy.
That doesn't happen.
I know it doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen. Or you're thinking it would happen because of what we're talking about here. The picture I said Northern California, all it means is the North Star is 45, 37 degrees.
That's not my argument.
I know, but
you have to have both rotations in your field of view to understand the point that I'm making.
and you only can have that if you're at the equator.
No, I've got it from the fucking Southern California, dude.
What do you think you're seeing? You think you're seeing the southern stars?
Okay, Kosho, did you?
Yeah,
Kosho, hold on. Kosho, are you here?
Yeah, I'm right here. Just go on. Sorry.
Okay, Kosho, did you watch a video from my channel where I'm in California, gave you my coordinates, and I show you a northern and southern celestial rotation in the sky from Southern California?
Yeah, I took the screenshot. I posted the screenshot just now.
That would be a yes, Zanuck.
No. Okay, I know what you're saying. Now I know what you're saying. No, just because you see Orion or some star that's most southernmost in the sky, and that someone on the southern hemisphere would be seeing it go opposite direction, doesn't mean that that's a problem.
No. You're not saying what I've said.
I understand. Go ahead.
You're not saying. You are not recapitulating what I have said. I'm not going to let you keep going.
No, I please interrupt me if I've got it wrong. I really am kind of confused what you're saying. You're saying you're in Southern California, you're seeing the sky, and we know it rotates counterclockwise, right? We all agree?
The north, yep.
Okay. But you're saying that someone sees some of those.
No,
Okay.
someone.
Okay.
No. Me.
Okay. Fine. You go below the equator.
No. I'm in fucking California.
Wow, this is either a tactic or there's
no. I don't mind him yelling at me because I really want to know. Racky, you don't need to jump in because I'm not going to.
No, but you're conflating this point. Man.
I'm trying to understand.
What, Travis, you know
Travis,
why?
You
know why?
Travis,
no, hold on.
No, I'm really trying to understand.
So hold on. You don't understand. You already got it wrong.
Guys,
you already got it wrong.
I need everyone to
Roll
stop
back
talking,
Elijah.
please.
Elijah's
Everyone needs to stop right now, please, Zanuck. Please, everyone stop. Thank you. Now we
me,
got to go one. We got to go one at Zanuck. I'm trying to gain control of the room. Do you hear me? Hello. Hi. So we're going to go one at a time. All right. I don't know who was going first there. We'll let Eli go and then Zanuck.
Oh my God. We were talking in the
Thank
middle of the
you very
conversation.
much.
He jumped in.
You're next, Zanuck. Don't worry. You're going to get to say what you needs to be said, but go ahead.
Yeah, Zanuck, you'll get your turn. I promise. So here's the thing. Like, this is the problem with. This is the problem with. Can you guys hear me?
Oh my God.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yep.
Yo, your mic's coming in good, bro. You sound sexy as fuck right now.
Yeah. If I was a chick,
no,
I'd be
he said,
your hands.
"Can you hear me?" He said, talk when I was talking, so that's why I was
You're
confused.
talking at
You're not saying anything.
I'm gonna refrain myself.
So he did hear me talking, and he interrupted to tell me I
Yes.
wasn't saying anything.
Unbelievable.
Zanuck, don't open your mic until Eli is done talking for at least 2 seconds. Zanuck is going next. Everyone knows it in this room, okay?
You got
Eli,
it.
no one talk. No one should open their mic right now except for Eli. Go ahead.
So, flat earthers, this is what happens when someone is stuck in la la land and only can make arguments based on their imagination and a piece of paper. Clearly, Travis is telling him, this is what happened, this is what I've done. And his brain is saying, okay, the argument, okay, now you're going to the equator. That's clearly not what Travis is saying, but it's like they can't do anything when we actually go outside and do stuff.
Okay.
So
You think we needed 5 minutes for you to tell me that I was wrong? I already admitted I didn't know what he was talking about, and he corrected me, and I let him yell at me. I didn't care. All I wanted to know is what he was speaking about, Elijah. So that's completely unnecessary, and it wasted a bunch of time. But it's okay. That's what you do. So thank you, Travis, for clearing it up. You're in California. You don't move in California. You're looking at the southern stars. You're looking at the northern stars. Where's the issue? And I see your video. I could probably watch that and get the answer, but and save time. But why don't you just tell me in your words, Travis?
I made this point already. So, if I'm in Southern California and I turn to look at Polaris and I'm taking star trails and they're all making concentric circles, that circle is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and just keep going and going. But it doesn't keep going and going. It stops at a particular place for some odd reason, right? It stops.
Not
And
right.
then,
I know the reason.
hold on.
You said right. You said a question. You said right, and I said, okay, go ahead.
I don't remember saying right, but whatever.
You did. Everyone
So,
heard you.
okay, then it was rhetorical. Okay, so the northern concentric stars stop, and Orion comes in. Hello, hey, I'm Orion. Watch me cut through like butter. And then the southern rotation kicks in the clockwise. Now, I would have expected that the stars would have just kept going and going and going in a massive counterclockwise rotation, but they stop. Now, I would expect then if that the southern rotation stars, I would have expected that all of the stars would have done that. So now when you bring in a southern rotation against a northern rotation, they should actually present like this squiggly fucking dance, because both of those events are trying to like happen simultaneously, and they don't happen simultaneously, which goes back to my point before that the two celestial gears, the two celestial plates in the sky are occurring physically and actually because the sky is what's creating the phenomenon. I'm done.
Okay. So you're looking at the sky yourself. You see the North Star concentric circles, all east to west, and counterclockwise is called because east to west is incorrect. Circular path. As you go wider to the horizon, out of the same lens, or are you moving the camera that direction and then seeing something?
Well, you can't take star trails with a moving camera. The camera has to be stationary, right? So you have to kind of just.
Good. You're falling into not falling. You're actually saying exactly what I needed you to say. So you have a fixed camera, and you're able to see not only things that are North Star related, but things over to the right and the left of you with the same camera. Would you now agree that there is a wide-angle lens on that camera to be able to show things at the periphery that are 60, 70, 80 degrees away angularly? Yes or no?
I'm trying to understand. Like, look.
Do you need a wide-angle lens to see something to the left and right of you that is not focused in those concentric circles?
Do I need something?
Do you need a wide-angle lens to see things to the left and right of you that are not 20 or 30 degrees? Okay. So
okay, wait. Okay, look. I don't know why you bring in the 20 to 30 degrees.
You'll know in a second.
Okay. All right.
Because if you had a 50, you know about cameras, right? So if you have a 50 millimeter lens.
Yeah.
And what's your field of view in that lens?
I don't know. What is it?
Okay, let's just, I don't know exactly what your camera is, but let's say it's
It's a
25
Nikon
degrees.
P900, baby.
Well, then it's not going to be 25 degrees. It's going to have a wide angle on it.
What are you talking about degrees? What are you talking about?
What your field of view is in that camera is determined by the lens. Would you not agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the lens is able to see things that is, even your eyes have a little bit of this too, by the way. You can see things in your periphery almost 10 degrees
Yeah.
above each side. Okay, so
Yeah.
in order for a camera to do that, if I take my camera, 50 millimeter lens, and I take a picture, I have a very narrow field of view. You don't see what you're talking about with that lens.
Yep, I get you.
If you do have a wide angle lens, then suddenly things at the horizons, if you can capture as much as you can, whatever your lens is, if it's 2.4 or a 20 millimeter or a 25 millimeter or 30 millimeter, those are wide angle lenses. You will see this phenomena of a circles that you would know are all concentric. Suddenly, in one fixed frame or fixed position, those peripheral movements will be divergent. They will not be following the concentric paths due to the wide angle lens. I hope that's clear.
No, that's not clear.
Well, that's reality. Just so you know.
Okay, so I'm shooting east, and I just have a portion of the counterclockwise rotation, right? I'm shooting east, and whatever the stars those are at that place, they're moving through my field of view. And then I simply change my camera's orientation a few degrees, and I'm moving across the landscape, moving across the landscape, moving across the landscape. I should just see the stars continue to go out in concentric circles on and on and on, no matter where I orient my camera.
Oh my God, Travis, you can do it with your eyes. Look at the North Star, look at the stars around it, look at Orion, and track its path throughout the night. If you track its path with your finger pointing at it, you will trace a big counterclockwise circle at a definite angular distance from the center in your field of view. That will not change. You are so caught up in your camera, you're losing. You got your sights off the ball. It all is concentric. It all is concentric, and it all is counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. All of it. There's no counterclockwise rotations. Those stars in the south are not in some different La La Land or Narnia world where they're going different directions.
I know that.
All there.
Right, here's my point. Here's my point. Since I'm in Northern California, when I look north or when I look southeast and south, the stars should all going. All of them should all be going in a counterclockwise. There should not be any change at all. They should never not go in that direction.
Then they don't.
What?
When you turn the camera to them, they are going in that same direction. If you looked at stars in the east and then looked at stars at the west, they would all, knowing and have your orientation on your camera marked, this is east, this is west, they would all be taking it. And we can see this with time lapse. We can see this.
I'm not talking about looking west and east. I'm talking about looking north to south.
Same thing.
No, it's not. Because because in the east they're going to come up straight over my head. Well, no, they're not. Never mind.
No, they're not.
No. Yeah. No, I corrected myself.
Okay, I got you.
Anyway, I'm going to have to work on this. It was just something that I thought of today. We don't have to keep going on this.
No. I don't want to say confused because it's just these are perceptions and intuitions.
You make a good point there, Danny.
You're really wrong. If you look at the North Star, like it's about 37 degrees up to the right of me right now. As I talk to you on my computer fit, and if I look to the south. Those stars that are moving are all moving counterclockwise in a nice fixed circle. None of their positions change.
Not in the south, they're not.
Yes, in the south as well.
No,
Why should they though, Janet?
The southern rotation is clockwise, not counterclockwise.
No, I'm looking at the south stars, and they're still moving counterclockwise. I can see them. I look at the north. I see them moving clockwise, and everything spans across my field of view, upward, straight up, and then down to the south, and those stars are all part of that counterclockwise rotation. You keep on thinking these stars have a special rotation in the south. They don't. They appear to when you're in the south, when you're below the equator, not in California.
Wait, is he missing something? It's like the way he's talking right now makes me think like he's saying what I'm saying. But listen, Zanuck, when I'm in Southern California, I can see the northern rotation counterclockwise. And I can see in that same position at that same night in that same star trail, the southern rotation going clockwise.
No, they don't go clockwise. They're not. That would insinuate that they're going from west to east, and they don't. They go from east to west.
Okay, I gotta go. I'll be back. I gotta go watch my video.
I mean, as far as not going east to west directly.
Panic?
Yes.
I got to say, you got that one wrong. If you're looking north, they're going to rise in the east and set in the west. Right? So they're making a counterclockwise.
They don't. I can watch one star go toward the west and then circle them, go to the north, and then go to the east again.
I've heard Flobers argue the opposite for the past 6 months, dude.
Well, I mean, you guys are getting, it's almost like a semantic argument. I know what Mayok's going at, but we're trying to figure out why Travis thinks that we have a different rotation, and it's all the same rotation in the northern.
He thought that that's your argument. I mean, if you disagree with that, then cool, because I've heard other people argue that. I think.
Well, I really want to hear Mayok's position why I'm wrong. I really want to hear it. So
yeah, no, basically, I'm going to have to move a little closer to the equator so that we don't see stars along the bottom coming back the other direction. Yeah, just for simplicity's sake, let's talk about the equator.
Okay.
So I look north. The stars are going to sort of rise from the eastern side of the sky. They're going to come up from that horizon. Then they're going to go down to the far horizon, or close as they can. They're going to move in that direction. Now, if I turn around and I look the other direction, they're going to rise in the east, go clockwise. Yeah, go clockwise and set in the west. So I mean that is, you from one position you will see both rotations just by looking different directions.
Not in California.
In California, I would say even there, because essentially, and let's go up. I'm just going to look above the North Pole to stars that are going to make a path over the pole and determine direction from that. They're going to rise in the east and they're going to set in the west.
I agree with Moyak, but hey, how did the stars know I'm on a ball? Why are the rotations shrinking? I mean,
they're not.
Okay. Travis had a good point, but I think he complicated it by moving away from the equator. But Zanuck, you're running away from the argument, and the argument is equatorial mounts back to back at the equator. Kosho came in and told you the azimuths change; it's measurable, okay, and you just ignored him.
Okay, just real quick.
The azimuths change because they're on different paths. I mean, as far as on a circle, there's less arc on the ones that are near the horizon, and there are tighter arc at the. Okay, Brian, is that your time to interrupt me? I had a one.
No, I'm trying to get you on the right path, bro. I'm in one square, one position.
The ones closest to the axis of rotation have a tighter circle path. So that tighter circle path is what Kosho was talking about.
Okay, just real quick, Zanuck, please watch the video that I posted. I tagged you in it. I put it in the chat. It's like 30 seconds into a 3-minute video. I show you my location with coordinates. I show you Orion cutting through the sky with a northern and southern celestial rotation. I would like you to watch that and come back and tell us what you saw, please.
Okay. Where is it real quick? Did you just do it?
Just go to your
up a little bit. Mayok. I have Mayok's counter.
Go to your notifications and see where you're mentioned, and then it'll take you right to where I tagged you. Do you know how to do that? I just found out how to do that.
I know how to do it. Yeah, I see him tagged in one of these. It says Plain Truth. Welcome to Celestial Dome. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching that earlier. I'm halfway through it right now.
Well, then there shouldn't be any argument between us right now, so you need to watch it again.
Okay. Would someone please post? I'll find the GIF. There's a GIF of an equatorial mount on the stars, and you see the Earth moving in this field of view, but the stars are fixed. Does anybody have that?
Yeah, I've been looking for it and I can't find it.
I have it on my computer that died yesterday. I copied it. I guess I could plug my zip drive in and pull it up because that's a really good
job. Argument took them down.
Yeah, Brian, thanks for jiving in there, Brian. You're doing a good job with that. Every time I'm talking, blah, 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 in the background.
Zanuck, you haven't shut up since you've been here.
I'm going to be really cool today, I promise, Brian. But just you have to try also, okay?
Oh, I know why. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to say it.
What was that?
I know why you're being nice today, Zanuck.
Why? Oh, because I got banned yesterday?
It's your birthday.
Well, no, never mind then.
Oh,
Not ever.
I was thinking the same thing. It's your birthday.
Guys, I'm being real nice today because I got a headache every time I come in here and argue. So I'm going to try to just be like really mellow from now on.
Well, that and time you get a warning, it's what, 2 days? See, this is what happens. You're going to decide how much time you want to spend here. Those warnings are no joke. You get 10 of them, you're out for a day. 11, 2 days. 12, 3 days.
You know what? I think we can.
I like being here. I want to get along, Jeremy, just so you know. So I like being here. It's fun to be here. I like talking to you guys. You guys are cool. So both sides.
I honestly, I think you need to smoke a little weed. Do you smoke weed, Zanuck?
I used to, but I think
You should
like
probably.
you want me to be like
Sorry.
Elijah? You want me to be like Elijah? I'll say, okay, here's where I wanted to stay. And
Hey,
okay.
listen, just for making this even keeled, would anybody besides Zanuck take a look at this video?
Me.
And tell me what you see when it comes up with the star trails. Okay, I'll post it in just a minute again, just so you don't have to fish for it. So Zanuck, please, it'll be a minute, dude. Just take a minute, go on mute, watch a minute worth of that video.
And for anybody who doesn't understand Travis's point, he's a little bit above the equator, but he's looking at separate rotations. But he's only moving in one direction. Why do the stars know he's on a globe? Why would they change paths just for Travis, special Travis? So our whole argument has to come from one location, and they have to try and move us out of that location and start talking about perspective and all this other stuff. In my opinion, but one location, we wouldn't get all that, man. The stars don't know that we're on a globe because we ain't on a globe.
Why would they need to know we're on a globe?
Why would they change paths?
Because
you're only
we're
moving in one direction, bro.
We're rotating, dude. We're rotating. And what's going to happen is, as we're rotating, everything's going to go around us in a circle, and we're going to see that.
And Mayock, I'm watching. I'm at 43 seconds, Travis, and it looks like we have a different direction in the left-hand side of the frame than the right. Is that what you're talking about? Because that is doing the principle that I spoke about earlier.
Okay, but are you telling me that the southern rotation is not clockwise?
They're all they're this particular picture. Those stars are still going counterclockwise.
Okay. Yes. Can anyone else watch the video and confirm that they are going counterclockwise?
Yes.
Yeah. I think half of them are, and half of them are going clockwise.
No,
okay, listen. Hold on. The northern. Okay, listen, please, very carefully. Look.
And by the way, Mayock, I'm not forgetting about you. I really want to hear your explanation that you said earlier.
I'm talking about the video that I just posted called "Welcome to the Celestial Dome."
43 seconds in, right?
43 seconds in, you have a northern orientation. Orion is cutting through the middle. You have a southern orientation. The northern rotation is going counterclockwise. The southern is clockwise. And anyone else confirm that?
They're not.
I mean, that's what I see in the image. I mean, in the picture, the image I posted.
But you can put two and two together. You're an intelligent individual, Coach.
No, don't tell Kosho what he's not seeing. Kosho's telling you.
Or what it looks like in the frame. Yeah, in the frame it looks like it's going the other direction, but it's not.
We need to make sure we're on the same page when we're saying what we're seeing and what's there. I want to be clear that when Travis says we see them clockwise, counterclockwise, he just means in the image.
I know, but so he's insinuating that there's a radius to these outer left-hand stars, another radius.
Heck yeah.
And there's not. There's clearly not in reality a radius to those stars.
But if you were to go, that's what we're talking about. Supposedly,
yeah, man. Yeah, here it is. He is conflating what he sees in the night sky with no trails with what he's seeing with trails, and he's trying to fucking make sense of it, and he's eliminating the star trails, going, nope, that's not happening.
That's not what I'm doing.
Exactly, exactly what you're doing.
Let me do it one by one. Wait, Brian, this is not your time. I have a real quick 5-word answer. The wide-angle lens is causing that. That is not what we see in reality. You've caused it with distortion.
Well, this is what I tried to. So Zanuck, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is what I was trying to get to when Travis hijacked it, and now we've been doing this for the last 20 minutes. You have to get past the thing that it's the wide-angle lens causing it. Kosho, can you straighten this out or not?
Okay, Jeremy has one eye. Okay, imagine someone who has three eyes. Just someone has three eyes. Just hear me out. Let's say they're not using a wide angle lens, but they're using their three eyes to watch the North Pole, the Polaris, and they can see pretty far around, so that they can also see shit on the near the equatorial celestial equator, whatever. Right. So the circle going around Polaris, like this Little Dipper circle, if you were watching the path it was taking, it would make a circle going counterclockwise, right? And this to be in your vision, and the stars in the equator would be going counterclockwise, and you're not really using a wide angle lens. You're just using, your eyes. Does that make sense?
This is an insidious conversation, Coach. You have to admit. we know that if you turn around and look, you see that all these stars, they're not moving with respect to one another. So you can measure. You can actually physically measure this, and you can see that these are all following the same counter-rotating path. We know this because you can verify their positions. Just because you put a camera in one spot and then the camera appears to show a diversion doesn't mean it's divergent. These are not in the southern rotation. These are not southern stars that are following some different path. And I know that's what the argument is. They're doing this because you have a P1000 and that lens is a wide angle lens, and that is a critical principle
bullshit. This is
of
such
the lens.
bullshit.
No, I mean,
Hold on.
Kosho, Mayock, do you not? He's interrupting me,
Zen.
telling me it's bullshit. I'm trying to be really sincere and tell
Yes,
you what you're
let him
saying.
finish.
So thank you. This is due to the lens. It's a perspective of that lens. It's not actually what's happening. These stars are rotating. You can look around and you see it's all part of the same circular path. Just because your camera sees it some way doesn't mean that's what's happening.
Yeah, I 100,000 million% agree with you. And this is the part that I think everybody needs to get to, is we're not all on the same page on what the other person is even talking about. That's what I'm saying. Is
I think we are.
Because I agree. Zanik, I agree with everything you said, Zanik, 100%.
But no, because Travis says he sees it going a different direction. I have a picture. I have a camera. I see it going counter-rotating. Does everyone in the field see it? Everyone says, "Oh, yeah, I all see it there too." That's really misleading everybody.
And
so,
I know. I agree 100%. The language, Jeremy uses this language, but I know. So I've told Jeremy about it, that he understands the distinction between what they're actually doing and what they appear to be doing, and that's. I don't think they're making the claim. This is what they are actually doing.
Travis is.
I don't think they're. At least Jeremy and Travis.
No, and then Jeremy chimed in and said,
Can we focus on the wide angle lens thing?
Yeah, see, Travis.
Way off track
Jeremy
now.
thinks
He
it's a
keeps
wide angle lens.
dodging this and obfuscating it. I know why, because he's been making this claim for months now. When we did this 2-3 months ago, can we get past the point of the wide angle lens, please? We're never going to get anywhere if we don't get past that.
Yeah, but what Zanik is saying is correct. But I think Zanik's under the impression that you guys are making a claim about their actual movement, like what they're not just what they appear to be doing, but what they
Travis made it clear. He thinks that's what they're actually doing because he has
the wide angle lens, guys. The wide angle lens.
It's both, Jeremy. It's both. It's wide angle lens and what actually happens. They're tied together, and Travis believes, because he took a picture of it, that that's actually what's happening. It's not actually what's happening.
You got to.
I agree.
I
don't think that's
wide
what's
angle
actually
lens
happening
thing.
to the stars. Sorry.
You started off good, but you let Zanik veer you off track. He keeps obfuscating it. Go back to the wide angle lens, Kosho.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm saying this is because I don't think Zanik would be arguing with you if he realized that. I mean, like I said, maybe Travis isn't, but
Kosho, he's arguing with me. He's saying it's the
strictly
wide angle lens, and it's not, right?
they're strictly talking about with how we see things, how we see it move in the sky, not necessarily what's
Kosho,
doing.
what? Why are you doing this? Zanik is disagreeing with me. We're arguing. I'm saying it's not the wide angle lens. He's saying it is. You guys keep veering off onto some other shit. Can we get him to understand it's not the wide angle lens that's causing this?
He's already agreed on that. I mean,
has he? Because I've heard him say wide angle lens. Okay, Zanik, is this caused by the wide angle lens?
If you have a rectilinear lens and you point it at the sky and just keep it on the same spot in the sky and take the star trails or whatever, with a rectilinear lens, you're still going to see, if you take a look at a still image or you look at the star trails image, you're going to see that it looks like there's two clear lines in that image.
Okay, Jeremy asked me a question, Kosho. Let me
You want to hear
respond.
the funniest thing ever? I got this. Hey, hold on real quick.
I was
I got the
responding
very
to
same.
Jeremy.
Hold on real quick,
Jeremy,
Zanuck.
can I speak or not? You let Brian speak.
Hold
over
on,
me.
man. I got this very same conversation between Zanuck and Kosho recorded about 4 months ago. I've got it's hilarious.
Great. That
Go
really
ahead,
is
Zanuck.
a good
Okay,
conversation.
Zanuck,
so
go ahead.
really quick here. If you were to look at that spot where Travis suspects that the stars are now in a different rotation because they have a different arc, which means there's a radius to a different axis of rotation, which is what he's implying. He's saying that's happened in reality. I disagree. I say it's through the lens. All you have to do, Kosho and Jeremy, is move the camera and point to that spot where those stars are producing different directional arcs.
This is where he obfuscates, right there.
Hold on. No, it's not obfuscating. If you then took
It
a
is
picture,
obfuscating.
they'd be all arcing the same direction. They'd all be in the same arc with the same radius. But because the lens is doing this, I'll say it again. The lens is doing that. It appears that there is a different rotation direction for those stars in the southern hemisphere. Or southern direction. There is not. I'm being. Why?
I don't know if I would call it the
Who's
lens.
got the hot mic and is fucking throwing up or something in the background?
New Leaf, you're hot micing.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say it's the lens. I think it's more like what you would describe as the transform again, going from a 3D world or a motion image to a 2D surface. The lens is a factor of that, but
The lens does that. So
Oh
I want to
my
hear.
God! There's no point in
more.
even. Okay, there's no point in even talking with Zanuck about this anymore for everyone listening because he still doesn't understand that it's not the lens. So there's no point in going forward with Zanuck with this.
If it's
Just
not
so
the
everyone
lens,
knows, you can if you want to have a circle jerk or something, but you're not going to get anywhere because he thinks it's the lens.
Well,
I'm not
Jeremy, if it's the lens, could you move the camera and point to that area where those two concentric circles are opposite? Could you point the camera there and see that happening straight on with a rectangle with a 50mm lens?
I mean, that is the easiest way to.
Whoa! It's not time.
answer the problem.
Now, obfuscation central here, Jeremy. It's a simple question. If you think those lens that phenomena that Travis posted in his video is due to it being a reality. Could you point that camera to that same spot where there's two stars at some point? One's going one direction, the other going in the other opposite direction with a different radius.
Well, let me just stop you. I didn't see the video. Let me just stop you. I didn't see the video he posted, so there's no point in going on about it.
Well,
I will tell you this though.
Well, Jeremy, please, just let me finish real quick. If you look at the video,
go ahead and finish about the Travis's video. I didn't see.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. If you looked at his video, you would see a radius for the southern stars, which looks like it's a different point, pointing to a different spot and the axis of rotation than the North Star. That's what the video shows. I said it's due to wide angle lens, and you're blown up over that. So my question to you, Jeremy, is if you move the camera that's pointed to the North Star or northward and point it to the south and see those exact stars that look like they are diverging and have different paths, different rotation directions, clockwise, counterclockwise. Would that happen if you move the camera to those two stars or those?
We're not talking about moving the camera.
You can't answer.
Talking about what?
Well,
this is something that comes later. You're trying to do algebra. You don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying if
you're trying to do algebra. You don't know how to add.
Okay, last
step
time.
one first. What's causing the convergence and divergence? Yeah,
last
time. What's causing the convergence?
The lenses.
It's not the lens.
That's why an easy test, simple test, Jeremy, is you move the camera to that area and you'll watch it all bend to be the same direction, the same counter rotation directions. They all will conform to that circular path that we saw when we pointed at the North Star, because all the stars are rotating counterclockwise. Every single one that you can see, Jeremy. And the lens causes it to look like it's not, period.
Okay, so you have a counterclockwise and a clockwise rotation, right? You're at the equator. And either side of the equator you look on, one of them's going clockwise, the other one's going counterclockwise.
If you're on the equator, right, all the stars look like they're fixed in position and are moving to the west, or to the west if you're looking at from the equator.
I can't go on with you. You obfuscate every single thing.
It's
everything.
The lens that makes lens makes it
I'm done.
look like they're turning. It's not the stars. even at the equator.
It's not the lens. Kosho tried to explain it to you. I tried to explain it to you. Moyak tried to explain it to you. It's not the lens.
Okay,
I'm not entirely in disagreement with him. I just changed the word lens. It's the optic system. It is the transform of what you're seeing to 2D.
With the lens, that's what the lens does.
Okay, Moyak thinks it's the lens too now.
No,
Okay.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now, Zanik. I think that's what I mean. But we're using like the different language because I think ultimately, you guys would agree with each other if you knew what each other was saying.
Right.
Because
I know what he's saying.
Yeah, I know. I think when you're using lens though, I wasn't thinking about lens like that until, like I said, when you're saying lens, you mean like seeing it like through our eyes, basically. That's
No.
what we
A lens as the physical convex lens that creates a wide angle. It allows you to see your eye to see things. It bends the light by purposes or by result of diffraction. It allows the light to bend, to change direction, and you can see to the side. When you do that, you're seeing this distorted relative motion situation.
I'm gonna post a picture right now. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you were to move the camera, you would see this thing dynamically occur. Like you would see the wrong direction at your periphery, and then you move the camera to that area and go, oh, it bend in the right. You never see that like the on the ISS. I think it's on the jump when the camera's moving around. It looks like you get something curving one way, then you lift it up, and everything will bend. Like even the wings and stuff will bend, and straight lines will look curved one way and then curve the other direction.
Yeah, optical illusion. Yeah.
Optical effect, not an illusion. It's an actual
Yeah,
effect.
but it's eluding you of the reality.
Right.
Not
So
actually
the Earth
curving up or
looks.
down.
The Earth
You're
looks.
under illusion.
Right. Rack is exactly right. So you got the Earth looking round.
Optical
And one.
illusion.
Yes, it's an illusion. I'll agree with you. So you got the Earth looking round, and then the camera moves down, and suddenly the Earth looks concave. That effect, if you remember that, and everyone's seen it, that effect of the Earth being concave and then convex, all in with the same camera, just by moving it, that's what's happening to Travis. Does
just
everyone
like
not
what-
agree with me?
Just like what we're observing from a stationary Earth, at some points on the Earth, it looked like they're going around us, certain point. Then we get to a certain direction looking up into the convex sky. It creates an optical illusion where it appears that one star is moving in one direction, one is moving in another. They're converging and diverging, do all kind of stuff optical illusion wise. Just like you can do it on your kitchen counter. Just get a glass of water, draw an arrow on a piece of paper, and slide it behind it. The arrow changes direction. You can turn that arrow, like turn it behind the glass, and it looks all funky. It's going in one direction one way and one direction the other way. It depends on what angle you're looking at it. Yeah, angles. Magicians know this. I'm almost done. Yeah, magicians know this. To create that illusion of magic, they use angles, mirrors, reflections, that sort of thing. But angles is definitely one part of it.
I can eliminate all of that by actually taking measurements. I can go and I can point my camera directly at a star and start taking measurements.
What are you measuring?
I don't have to follow star trails.
What are you measuring?
Angular distance, separation, angles, the elevation angle, all the pertinent astronomical measurements you can make.
To where? To a star that might or might not
In
be
your
in its
field of
actual
view with
spot.
respect to level. With respect to level.
Yeah, but it's just the
No,
illusion. I
not
can take
anything. Okay, Rocky, you said your piece. No. When you
No,
look
no,
at
I have
things-
more pieces.
No, you don't.
I have more
Hold on.
pieces. Yeah, well, I can take an angle measurement to my optical illusion bridge, and you can get great measurements of it curving towards the viewer. But that measurement don't mean shit because you're measuring an optical illusion.
No, you're looking
Yeah,
at
oh,
the
yeah.
lens. The lens is
Oh,
making the
yeah.
angle change. No, if you point your lens to the center of it, we all agree that the center of a camera, that point will always be true to the center of the camera. If you use your camera, Rakia, and you saw your curving whatever, you will not see it curving if it doesn't curve in reality. If you always point it directly at any point on that object and want to measure its position relative to
Okay. Yeah, I think that he was saying what I was saying. Yeah, basically, when you point that camera at the star, your telescope, for lack of a better term, I now can get angular measurements, and the apparent divergence goes away. When you look at your bridge with your optical illusion that's happening there, Wherever you point that camera, that optical illusion will still be there and it won't change. You'll still have it curving and making that loop back on itself because that's a mirrored reflection. That mirrored reflection, no matter where you point that camera, will still be the same mirrored reflection. However, when I look at the heavens and I look directly at a star and I take a measurement angle, I can tell that they're not divergent.
I wanted you guys to judge this picture. Here, if you see it, because even though this the rails are straight, obviously, because of where you're moving it on them, and they're going around you over your head. If you see them go all the way around your head, it would appear they're going up and around your head in a still image like that, like curving lines, even though they're straight lines. And like this is not due to a wide angle. Like this would happen on any lens. Why?
Okay, so Mayak, at some point, can you explain to me what you were going to correct me or explain to me earlier? And then number two, Kosho, I got an issue with what you just said, or unless I see the picture that clears it up.
Yeah, well, I posted. It looks like a roller coaster image. It's a track on the roller coaster, and this is just what's being said about them moving further away or apart. It's just only in the image does it appear to be doing that. Like only in looking at the star trails, for example, does it appear to be doing that. It's just a visual 2D description. Like you would get the same image of the roller coaster if you had a rectilinear lens, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Is like this is what you see in the star trails, but the only difference is it might be it might be less. It might be bending less or whatever.
All right,
And you're
Kosho,
gonna
my
do
computer
direction.
left out. I didn't hear you. But what did you say, Kosho, about your picture?
I asked before. Yeah, I was asking if you would see what you see in this roller coaster with a rectilinear lens, like the same way the lines.
Where is the roller coaster?
12:44.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I see Dread. That's not you. Who are you at?
He's Dread.
Oh, you're Dread, Coach?
Yes, that's right.
Why do you do that? It's supposed to be really out. Okay. Okay. So you would not see curvature in that direction?
That's what I'm asking. Is with a rectilinear lens, would you see like in the image, if you were to draw where those lines on the rails are going, they would look like they're curving lines.
Right.
Right. Like even though, yeah. So
yes.
So I'm saying is, would you still get that effect with a rectilinear lens?
Yeah, it's basically analogous to perspective.
Right. It was this is what is being discussed on the Star Trails image. Like even though the rails aren't really doing that, and it's only what you see in the image. This is why Jeremy was railing against you about the wide angle lens.
But that right there is due to the lens. Oh, okay. Even if you have I was just saying, just by the fact you're taking it through a lens or through a camera, or I don't know how to describe it. Yes, you see this effect. They're not curved. In actuality, they're not curving because you could actually measure them with respect to level, for example. Even this could be measured and shown that that they are not. That they are parallel and they don't look like they're parallel in the picture. That's due to and I know where Mayak.
He won't let go of a security blanket.
I think I'm now putting Mayak the pieces of the puzzle that you were going to go to. This is a good.
You won't let go of your security blanket, bro. Just give up and agree with Kosho and Jeremy.
They're not. These two things are not converging. It's due to the lens, as I said, but it's not really. It's due to perspective, really. In this particular picture, it's different than the stars, but it's analogous.
Kosho, if I had two telescopes and equatorial mounts back to back, and I had bright light shining through, so I burned a path on the ground as they went from horizon to horizon. Okay, on the equator. Okay, I would get a smiley face and a frown. Measurable separation. You can't even concede the freaking wide angle lens. I have the same conversation between you and Kosho in my modern day debate opener with him trying to teach you that it's not. And then we showed Google. We did everything, and you just couldn't let go of your security blanket then. I think you finally did.
You have to stop. You have to make an explanation and stop because it sounds. This is what this confusion earlier is. You just said something, and to me, it just sounded like what you just said is not what you were saying earlier.
Well,
It
do
sounds
you
like
agree that if I burned a path in the ground with the light coming from the star, went through the lens you look through, and I swiveled it from horizon to horizon, two back to back, I'd get a smiley face and a frown, just like tracing
what?
Capricorn and Cancer?
Yeah, what are you swiveling back and forth?
So from horizon to horizon, I got a star
What?
over Capricorn and a star over Cancer. So
Yeah,
I
but
got
what's being
two
swiveled?
equatorial mounts.
Oh, okay, so the observer itself, or the camera, or whatever, is the thing that's swiveling from horizon to horizon.
Yeah, the telescope and the equatorial mount. So I'm going to follow one over Cancer and one over Capricorn. And from horizon to horizon, I'm going to get a smiley face, just like I get in sun calc, just like I get with my sticks and shadows. I mean, there's no getting around this, y'all.
In your the equator. Yeah, I told you this early. This is exactly what I told you. I told you if you were to take that observation and trace the path of the sun, the shadow from the path of the sun on a piece of paper, and you weren't on the equator, it would start off long and got short and went long again, and you would trace it and made a curved line. Even though it's not, that's just the observation from when you're standing. But if you were to
Well,
follow
explain it like that to Zanuck, so he quit saying it's the damn lens and we can get on with the conversation.
Brian, I said this to you so many times earlier. But if you
I
follow
agree. I heard.
Yeah, but if you follow the path of the sun on the equinox, for example, it'd be making a straight line, like the subsolar point. So
just like the roller coaster track, if you center it,
I agree, man.
That'll be if you center the roller coaster line, it'll be a straight line vertically. It will be curving, and the curve will not be able to be seen at all. Right, Coach?
I definitely agree, bro. If I'm at the equator,
it's not, you can't see the curve until you get
right in my head.
Okay, so it's impossible to talk to you.
Yes, it's totally impossible.
Okay,
well,
so if we move to the right or the left, just look at one rail. We see a curvature. Now let's say that roller coaster pipe could be a perfect circle around us, yet the camera can't capture it because of the way that things move in perspective, and it's capturing perspective in a 2 days. Brian,
sorry about that.
You're capturing things in a 2D realm and making it giving a 3D object, and you're capturing in 2D. That's how perspective works. That's how you actually have to draw things, or how you capture things on film. So how do we know that particular path is a circle? Well, we could do some. Okay, I'm not going to do it, Brian. If you're going to
No. You're making a third point. Let me address the first two. Okay, you hear that, Kosher? He's got to leave the box. His brain's going to take him outside of the box that I'm at the equator. We can't even get past a wide angle lens for one. And then he's going to, no matter what, his brain's it can't stay in the one place because it doesn't work. So your brain was doing the same thing. I'm just trying to point out.
Reality.
But all right, go ahead.
So this particular, if you want to see from a picture what things are actually doing, you need some reference points. So for this particular picture, we would look down and see the rail, and it looks like it's going kind of straight. Then it curves up at the end of at the top of the picture. In reality, it's a perfectly circular path. We could then check that by making sure every point we measure is at the center of this picture, and see where it is as we move it with some other known reference point. The sky is easy to do that with. We look at the North Star. We see everything around us moving. So we have to take individual pictures with reference to level and see where they are, and the angle will not change.
Why don't I get all these effects when I'm looking at the North Pole rotation and the South Pole rotation? Just this one that gives you problems, and now you're invoking perspective. You can't invoke perspective
Brian,
in your model,
let me give you a real simple example. If you looked at the North Star and you looked at the stars around it, would you look at that narrow band of paths of like the 100 or so stars that are really close within a couple degrees? Would you agree that all those are rotating around the North Star?
Yes. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Just don't be cute. Would they all be rotating in a perfect circle, Brian?
Once again, yes. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, stop there. Now, if you look behind you, all those are also rotating counterclockwise in a perfect circle. They're cutting off at the horizons as they said.
You can get a lick of sense, bro. I got to back off for a minute, bro.
All the stars to the south,
back to you, buddy.
Are all the stars to the south setting westward?
Kosher, don't you understand that? I mean, Zanuck, don't you
Oh
understand
my
if I
God!
see counterclockwise looking one direction,
Trying
I'm
to
gonna.
teach, trying to teach.
Bro, you don't even understand clockwise and counterclockwise. How are you going to teach me something?
I know clockwise and counterclockwise. Everything around the North Star is rotating counterclockwise, meaning they start out at one position and they describe a circular path. Now, some of them won't make the whole circular path because we can't see them, but they will set. But they all, before they set, they will make a circular path, which is also counter rotational. Now, we know this because they will all have a radius. This radius can be measured from the North Star. All you need to do is see a angular distance to a star in one position, wait a period of time, and measure that angular distance again. You'll see it'll be the same. That means it's a radius because that's by definition what a radius is. Cameras like this one.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Stop!
Unbelievable. Brian, it's just you just can't control yourself.
Would you give him a warning?
You're taking a big steaming shit on the whole conversation for the last 20 minutes, bro. You're doing nothing but taking a giant shit on the conversation, talking about shit that don't even matter. Now you've invoked perspective.
No,
now
I didn't.
radius,
I did opposite of that.
Wide angle lens.
Brian, I'll say it one last time. Measure an angular radius from any star anywhere in the sky, and that will stay consistent, meaning that all the stars are rotating in the same concentric, counterclockwise rotational path.
Can you keep repeating that? Stars are doing what? The stars are doing what? Can you keep repeating that? And so I can keep welcoming you to Flat Earth, stupid?
I don't know what else to say, Brian.
It's like I have a video. I've got a really short video here that I'm posting. I don't know if this answers the question because I'm still confused as to what they're confused by. But here I am spinning in one direction. I am just spinning. I am the Earth. And my camera is placed on the Earth somewhere. And I'm spinning around. I look up. There, tell me what way the trees are spinning. Now I spin out. I go horizontal for a little while, then I point down. And all of a sudden you see a transition from going clockwise to counterclockwise. I mean, it seems like the problem is like so fundamental. This is what happened.
And believe me, because I know you understand it as well, I really want to know, because I want to make sure that I'm always speaking clearly and coherently. What did you challenge me on earlier that you thought I was talking about that was incorrect? You said you saw.
I thought it was just the wide angle lens thing, and rectilinear lens, any lens that I could think of.
No, clockwise, counterclockwise, bro. It's
Please,
just
Brian,
the same thing
I've been wanting to
about.
have this answered a long time ago.
Just reminding him, bro.
So I think we straightened it out.
I thought you were talking about the wide angle and the skinny angle at the time, and I was just saying that it's really not the lens. I like to think of it as a transform from the 3D world to 2D.
And I think when Kosho posted the picture of the roller coaster, it kind of then rained home what you were saying. It's a transformation. The fact that we're going from a 3D to a 2D, right? Just so you and I are on the same page. The roller coaster is a good example of that, correct? Moyak? Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here. What he corrected you on earlier was the same thing I was just trying to correct you on before you jump back in. Was the counterclockwise?
So, Mayak, I need
don't interrupt me, bro.
I need you to white knight for me, buddy.
Sorry,
you don't need to interrupt me right when I go to start talking.
Was that how we understand now? It's not the wide angle or not lens. It's actually the 2D to 3D transformation of the picture.
That's what I think.
Okay, I think you're right, and it came home big time when Kosho. It kind of was like, boy, a light went on when Kosho posted the roller coaster. How things are posted in a picture, 2D picture of 3D. So Brian, that's the answer to. So my point still reigns true. If you take any star and get a angular distance to the radius or to the axis of rotation, that will remain consistent throughout the evening, meaning all the stars are rotating counterclockwise. Now, they may look like they're not, they're diverging because of and I said lens before, but it's more of the Moyak, it's the transformation to the camera. Now, obviously, it's a wide angle lens as well because you're seeing way on the edges. And I think the lens there is now causing that type of divergence. Wouldn't you agree?
So no longer wide angle lens. Let's get this straight for Jeremy. So
it is still wide angle lens.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Back me up on this one. If you get a really wide angle lens, suddenly we
wide angle Wide angle plays a role in it because that's going to be the 2D transform from a much wider angle.
Right, and it makes it look like things are now going in
Okay,
opposite
I posted
direction.
a rectilinear lens twice in Google. 3 times now. I posted a rectilinear lens at the equator, and astronomy.com saying that at the freaking equator we see the stars diverge. Okay,
Yep.
Kosher's done told you
Yes.
you can take still shots. You can measure the azimuth.
We agree. You missed
do,
the whole conversation.
hold on, almost done. You can do equatorial mounts back to back and beam a freaking burn mark on the ground and get a smiley face frown. You can use sun calc. You can use sticks and shadows. Bro, it's not a wide angle lens. Everything I just said had nothing to do with wide angle lenses or perspective. I know y'all are having a hard time. You need a security blanket.
Right.
Give up.
No, I've been holding it. You're partially right. And what Mike and I were talking about is this transformation. Yes, you can have a rectilinear lens and go look at the stars above you and then see the smiley faces on the sides, even with that rectilinear lens. I would agree with you. But the lens is not the problem. It's the transformation that is the issue. If you were to get the radiuses of both of those, everything would be going straight. There would be no radius. All the stars would be going straight. They look like they're going curved because in your field of view, where they are in position of view is fixed. But to do the fixed angular position left to right, they would have to curve throughout the frame of the field of view and the picture.
Yeah.
So for my little flat box,
they're all going straight at the equator.
Straight.
All of them are going straight.
Let me ask you a question.
All of them.
Let's continue on. So let me ask a question. So if the stars are, let's just say they're 50 light years away and I've got a train of them equidistant apart, just a straight line across the sky. Okay. And I'm on my little 50 square foot flat box on top of your globe at the equator. Okay. Are you with me so far?
I'm with you. You just missed. You
Okay.
just you didn't
Now,
listen to what I said.
Agree?
Everything at the
Yes, I
equator.
did. I'm asking you a question, bro.
You hear me?
Anyway.
All stars are going straight at the equator.
I heard you, bro.
You're the camera. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All going straight.
No.
We can measure them being straight.
Thought experiment, bro. Okay, so what I want you to do.
First answer that you understand what I said.
I said yes. I understand what you're saying.
Thank you. Thank
you.
Now,
Now I got a straight line of stars. Okay, and they are equidistant apart. It's like a Starlink almost. It's straight across the sky, 50 light years away. Okay, I'm on my little square, 50 square foot flat section on top of the equator, on top of the ball. Okay, and the stars are about 30 degrees above the equator. I mean, above the horizon. Let's say 40 degrees. Okay, so I can go up as long as I maintain that orientation. I can move all the way to Mars. It's not going to change any angle at all. As long as I don't tilt, the same view will be in my in front of me, right? I can go up, down, side to side. As long as I keep that orientation, the angle won't change, correct?
You're just not getting it, Brian, and I don't think anything we can say or do will help you.
Simple question, Kosho. Is my angle to them stars going to change if I go 5 million miles up, down, left, or right? As long as I maintain my orientation, is the angle to them stars going to change any significant amount?
I'll answer. Well, if you rotate the camera, yes.
No, I'm talking about same orientation.
I know. And in that case, no.
Okay, I was hoping Zanuck, he's so special at math. It's a simple question. Okay.
Oh, I thought you said Kosho. I thought you were talking to someone else.
I was talking to you, Zanuck.
Well, you said
God dang,
Kosho.
dude. You okay, bro?
I was trying to be polite. You said Kosho. Go play your video back.
I didn't mean to, man. I didn't mean to. I thought
you might. I apologize. I thought you might have misspoken instead of me, instead of him, or sent him.
All right, so Zanuck. Okay, so you agree with Moyak?
Of course.
It's going to be a straight line. We can go 10 million, 5 million miles right, left, as long as we keep orientation. Okay, so we go 5 million miles to the right, and our box is like a carpet that flies with us. Okay, the star that's in front of us is just going to follow us because they're so far away.
Yes.
So there's no perspective, right? So I get back to my spot on the globe. Okay, now they start going. They start overhead. They start going away from me. Okay, if I start backing away from them, no change at all. Right? Okay. Now, if I sit in a recliner and recline backwards to simulate a little a little simulated star trail. Are you telling me that now all of a sudden they're going to start changing just because I leaned backwards?
Yes.
Or if I was standing on the ball and rolled over backwards in one direction, what is that line of stars going to do? Are they all going to spread out from each other?
That point that you just made there, I was trying to address when you cut me off to say that's not what you were talking about. If you rotate, you were moving with your camera into space, and you had the stars. You have 5 million miles, 10 million miles away. Now rotate that camera over 360, and those stars will diverge.
Okay, so and then what will they do if the globe disappears and I rotate them 180 degrees? Are they going to reconverge at 180 degrees when they're under me? If the globe disappears, they diverge at the equator. Won't they have to converge back directly under me and then re-diverge on the other horizon?
No, what'll happen is as you make the full rotation, it's going to go out of view for 180 degrees. And then when it comes over the other side, they're going to essentially converge. They diverge as they move away from center of frame.
That's why I said we're going to do away with the globe. So we're basically the globe just exploded or disappeared. So we see it at the horizon diverge. Now it's working its way underneath us, 180 degrees, and we see them. Same line of stars. Do they reconverge?
Are you keeping them in the center? Are you keeping them in the center of frame?
I'm the only thing moving. I'm moving in a circle. The stars are a billion miles away, bro.
Are you keeping the stars in the center of frame?
Yes.
Okay, then they're not going to move at all.
Okay, and so now they're not going to move at all. Okay, now when I spin over backwards and put them 180, okay, so they're directly underneath me, basically. So I'm oriented 180. I got to look down at them. Did they reconverge?
Okay.
Directly underneath?
All right. I think I get what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure out how to explain what I've been saying because I thought I had given you this answer.
Because it falls apart, don't it?
Well, what will happen is think of your camera, your view, as this, what do you call it? Let's say you have a 60-degree field of view, all directions, 60 degrees. Now, as I tip that camera up 60 degrees and up 30 and down 30, I'm moving through the whole 60 degrees. And so the star is in the center when it's at 0. And it's in the center when I'm at 0. Okay, when it's in the center of 0, I've got the 2 stars in view. They will be at their closest point when it's center of view. Now, as I tip that camera up so that the stars appear at the bottom of frame, they will diverge. Now, as I tip the camera down past center, they will diverge. So at the center, they converge, and at the edges, they diverge. The edges of
that ain't what I meant. That ain't what I meant. I meant get them 180 degrees and then look back down. So they'd have to
what you're doing then is you're taking your camera and repointing it at the star. So the same rules start to apply. So the same rules start to apply.
So they stay diverged?
They never move. They never move. Not once. They didn't move once. The divergence.
Okay, whoa.
The divergence now is. Oh, go ahead.
You admitted I could back away from them any number of miles I want. I could go 5 light years straight back. Well, I'll keep it within reason. I can go 5 million miles straight back. Nothing's going to change. Further away from them, or closer toward them, or left or right. As long as I don't change orientation, they're not going to move relative to anything. And so now all I got to do is just lean over backwards with my point of view, basically, to make a star trail. Basically, I just make an artificial star trail, and all of a sudden, just moving 4 feet makes them spread apart in 2 directions. 2 directions, I might add. So I'm in one little flat spot. Yet the stars, do they know I'm on a ball or something? Like they know to go one way and the other way? I don't get it.
Right here. This image here. We've done this before. This is what happened. The stars they are close together when they're kind of center of frame, and then they get far apart when they're out of frame. Those 2 flashlights did not move. My distance relative to them did not change reasonably. All we have is a change in the angle of view to it as we do the transform from 3D to 2D. So
everybody,
that
please look at please look at what he put, and that's a good example. Everybody, please look at what he put in live text, man. But I still say this though, real quick. So it's perspective then. Is that what you're saying?
It is a function of perspective. The angle from me to that star at the upper point of my view, I'd actually have to start taking measurements and changing my plane of observation to see what would happen there. I think I could do it with a protractor. There's enough of an angle change I could possibly measure it.
Fair enough.
But I will say that it is to do with the transform. I think that transform is repositioning it into your field of view. But whenever you put
that's a perspective transform. You know that, right?
Right.
Okay. So before you do all that, my first thing is gonna challenge you to apply it to north. And maybe you can, at least we're getting somewhere. I will say that. So what we do really need to do is try it in real life with our cameras tonight.
What do you think will change with applying it to north?
Well, if we invoke a 90-degree star trail, like just by angling the camera backwards, something's got to happen, I would think. Even if we don't apply the transform, something's got to happen. I think there's not much difference in that than falling over backwards on a ball, as long as you just maintain one direction and you don't have a fisheye lens. I think we can get a good idea of what's going to happen.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
All yours.
Okay, it's a real quick question. Can you guys, Moyak, Zanuck, Kosho, can you provide any references that we can look up to say about this topic, what you guys are saying?
Well, me, I'm just, most of mine is just deduction. So, no, I don't have any papers. So I'm using observations with cameras and how I know, how I've tested them.
Yeah, I get that. But in terms of the discussion that we're having with the night sky, these are either ad hoc, you're pulling that out your ass, or you can back it up with papers and citations.
What papers and citations do you need? I mean, what are the things you need verified?
Anything that you're claiming about this lens distortion crap, transformation crap, like, show us that that's what the science says.
Well, I'm going to go with this is a little bit of a deductive argument. If I have if I do a time lapse with an equatorial mount fixed on one star, and just fixed, it's a whole field of the sky. But if I do that and I stay on that star through the entire period of the night, I will get one picture of the same stars, just brighter. They won't move around a lot. There may be due to scintillation, they might get a little bit fatter than they would normally, but they are going to all stay relative to each other.
Well,
I'm
not
pretty sure Zanuck's already working on the paper, Travis.
Yeah, right. I'm not sure that that's to the discussion. I haven't appealed to equatorial mounts this whole discussion, so
I understand.
I don't know that that's relevant.
But the stars are moving through our field of view in that case. Well, actually, I'm keeping my field of view on the stars. And if I do that, the stars do not move. So therefore, they are not moving at all. They're not physically moving.
Yet, right. Okay, but and yet, though, when we take, this is what I was saying before about looking at a mirage at a distance, you can't see certain things. So you're going to say, oh, this is happening and this is happening. But then as soon as you zoom in, you're going to see other things that you didn't see before, and they're both going to be true at the same time. So, when we do time lapse and not night sky, when we do time lapse, we're going to see a different effect. That effect is either 100% perspective or 100% camera, or it's an effect of the rotation of the Earth.
Well, I got to go again, hypothetically again, because I'm not Joe Astronomer. But if I was to keep my camera fixed and I let the stars move through the field of view, And I was to take 2 pictures at the extremes, or 3 pictures. One when it's at the far extreme to the east, one when it's overhead, and then one when it's at the far extreme to the west. That at that time, can't do that with one camera. Okay, I'm just going to go from the middle to the west. So one shot where it's kind of overhead and then it starts moving west. So it's going to start diverging. That will be something that is measurable. You'll actually, through the transform of it moving through the sky and going to film, you will see that. So you'll be able to measure that the stars will actually be X number of pixels wider apart when they get to the upper edge of the image, the bottom edge of the image. Like when I showed you my door.
So you're talking about taking a night sky capture.
Right, but not moving, not star trails.
Great. So now take a star trail, and you are going to get that effect. Which one's real?
I say the same effect will happen. We know that it's not an effect when we aim at the star. The effect goes away, or when we track the stars, the effect goes away.
Okay, so let me ask it this way: if you have 2 cameras, identical, same focal length, you're going to do one night sky, you're going to do one star trail.
Right.
You have 2 effects. Which one's real?
Okay, so we got 2 effects. Which one is real? I would say the one that happens because it's placed in field of view is the not real one. The one that I can demonstrate with my door in my bathroom, with the lights that I showed on my bathtub. That is the not real one.
But
and the way that you eliminate that is by putting it center of view.
They both have the same. They both have the same field of view. They both have the same focal length.
Oh, and I said in that case, both same field of view, same focal length, one star trail, one snapshot. I would have to look at 3 separate several snapshots to do measurements, and I would say
you can just do a night sky with the other one because it'll track it like a celestial equator. The star will just be moving across the sky.
Right. I'm waiting for the punchline.
Which one's real?
I said the one that diverges is the one that's not real because I can demonstrate small scale to any scale that motion of the camera motion in the field of view is what causes the transform to happen. I can demonstrate that with my little bathtub image that I showed you.
Except in your bathtub image, your camera is moving, not the target. So it's not the same.
So if the target was moving, by moving, what do you mean? I mean, how do I get these to move in 2 different directions?
I don't know. But I don't think that the result is a camera issue. It's not a camera issue.
It's a fact that you're using a camera issue. Did you not listen to what we were saying earlier?
So the appeal then is this, right? This is just the same thing as you guys saying you can't show us any more photographs of observations close to this horizon because that's where the distortion. You got to get higher. Well, then stop showing. Hold on. Then stop showing us boats going over the curve at that same viewing angle. So, hold on.
Tell me when then.
So stop showing us pictures of the equator with 2 celestial rotations and saying that's due to Earth curve and rotation.
Okay.
So I think the fact that I've eliminated.
Well, hold on. So here's real quick. So 2 things. The curve away from you is different than the curve around you. The reason that there's a curve around you is for the same reason that we're seeing these your non-concentric star paths. If you think about it, the horizon is just a cutoff. You're slicing the top of an apple. The Earth is the apple. You're slicing the top of a flat surface with a round circle around us. That round circle, from your point of view, if you look, are you following me so far? If you're looking down, So you look down at this flat circle, 2 degrees, and see this line. And you look to the left of you, it's 2 degrees. And behind you, it's 2 degrees. So that circle around you is a total flat surface, a flat line. The reason that it looks curved, and follow me if you can, is because we're doing the transformation that Mayak talked about earlier. We're transferring this 3D image, this 3D circle on a 2D surface. That's why you get the curvature on the camera. It's still valid, but you have to understand why it's valid. Well, you're looking at something above the line, so it will have a curve around you. Now the curve away
Hold
from
on,
you,
hold on. Clarification. Where are you making this line physical?
This
Or
line
is
is
it just
physical.
Okay, so like you're putting like a really giant hula hoop out in front of you, right?
Yeah, it's use a hula hoop or standing in the middle of a shot put ring. If you're 5 millimeters above the shot put ring and look around, there is curvature around you, even though that
But
line
it's
is totally
physical.
flat. It's
But
only
that
perspective.
but that line is physically curved.
There's a line. See, that's why it's 3D, right? We have a
No,
circle around you.
No, if you lay a giant hula hoop out in front of you, it's curved,
right?
Because it's physically curved.
Yes, it's physically curved. The circle around you is curved, but that's not the shape of the Earth. That's just the horizon. From your point of view, it's a 2-degree drop to the hula hoop all the way around you. 2 degrees. Would you agree? Everywhere you look, it's flat. So it's totally It's totally flat. It's totally flat. But because you're above it, there is a curvature with respect to you and that object. If you were to look at it with a camera, you would see a curvature. But in actuality, it's curving around you, but that's not the curve of the Earth. That's just the curve of the hula hoop around you. People get that confused often. Number 2, the curve away from you is a curvature away from you. It starts from you, your feet, and away from you, and things are obscured in the distance 3 miles away for 6 feet. Don't confuse the two. It's 2 different topics. I can give you
behave, Travis. Don't confuse these things. Behave.
It's a 0.05 arc radians of curvature if you're 30,000 feet. 0.05. It's very, very slight to see this curvature of the circle around you, which is the horizon. Even though the horizon will have the same declination or dip all the way around. But you're right. It's like a hula hoop. Exactly.
Exactly. So glad Zanuck corrected you there, Travis. So yeah, you'll be able to sort of incorporate his correction into your further thinking. Very good.
Well, now that he knows that his video of the stars diverging and having a different direction is only based on this transformation that Mayock alluded to earlier. It's not actually happening because you can actually measure this radius being consistent with all the stars comporting to a circular path with an annulus or the axis of rotation being the North Star. And all of the radiuses will stay the same. They will not change, meaning they do not change direction, nor do they change position with respect to one another.
But you have to know you're on a sphere, Zanuck, just while Travis is gathering his thoughts. You have to know you're on a sphere before you sort of gauge all these things. So in other words, all the cameras functioning works on a sphere the way you detail because you know you're on a sphere already, or does it prove that you're on a sphere itself?
It's one of the stronger pieces of evidence we have. I don't want to say proofs because I want to stay correct and accurate in my descriptions.
Camera is limited though, isn't it? I mean, the highest point-to-point reflection, I think, is about 160 miles or something like that from mountain to mountain. But if you tried that with glass mirrors on ground level, you're not going to get very far. You're only going to get about 5 or 6 miles. So,
that's just gibberish. Travis, have you thought about that for a second? What I said? The difference between a curve away from you and the curve around you. They're 2 different curves. The word curve is the same, but the context is completely different for a curve around you. The hula hoop, think of the hula hoop for the horizon. And then you think of the curve away from you as being the shape of the Earth. Now, one thing you can do, it's really interesting. If you're at a beach like in Cabo,
why are you keeping going?
Because I want to give you a quick anecdote.
Can you address that though?
Well, no, he knows. Away from you, the curve hula hoop. We already talked about it. At Cabo, you can look at from a beach. You can see a cruise ship. They take this path as they go around the Lover's Point there, and they start going northward on this isthmus here, you can see them be gone. They will start to appear, smokestack first, and then they will be in full view, and they're going a straight line. So you can see they're hitting the horizon. They're now at the horizon, and then they're going past the horizon, but they're going a straight line. They're going in a tangent to you. And that's another bit of evidence that the Earth is curved too, that it's following this curvature. As it gets closer, you see more of it. As it gets further away, it starts sinking and you can't see it anymore.
It's while Travis is waiting to come in, it's always a juggling act between the bowlers. Zanik, you're here, so perspective diminishment, and curvature. It's a sort of a fine line, isn't it? I mean, how do you test your claim? I'm looking at the sun right now. Well, now I am right now. To all of us, it appears that the sun moves in and out, round and round on a daily basis, in and out on an annual basis. We have no sensation of movement at all, not to mind tilt. How do we clarify that that's the case in times of contention? I know it's a different matter, but it's ultimately the same matter, isn't it? How do we clarify this to ourselves simply and easily, without any presuppositions, pre-assumptions, pre-modeling, pre-reference?
I would also like to ask Zanik, when you said this is one of our best evidences, clarify that your evidence is a long distance observation, trillions of miles, to a light in the sky using lens with angles. That's one of your top evidences. That's a tough one, man.
That's flawed as well. You're right, Rakia. That's absolutely flawed.
And I could go on with the list, right, of diminishing the good evidence, but just to name those 4 or 5 that I did makes it a really, really top, evidence to me. I personally would never use that, but if Zanik wants to say that's one of his best ones, I think it really proves a point of how little evidence they truly have. That's why they have to say they have to join every small little speck of evidence, join them all into one lump and say, look, right, the body of evidence proves that it's close. Because each little grain of sand doesn't prove shit.
And each grain of sand is problematic as well. There's lots of difficulties and probabilities mount. So if you have 100 talking points which tell us the model, and each one of them have difficulties, then by the time you get to number 50 or you're going to write it off because it's just
almost all of them can be disputed by someone like you and I. I mean, easily, right? Like I'm not even educated in the matter, just educated by what you would call a YouTube education or whatever. But I've spent more hours listening to lectures and studying papers and looking up information in this topic than I did in any degree that I got. So would you say then that I have a degree in the
absolutely
globe topic?
And with your practical experience, look at the amount of hours you put into taking observations and the effort you put in. You're one of the most highly educated minds around Rakia overall. Well,
that's my point. I went to school and listened to lecture after lecture. I never really went out and did my own observations on the matter. Even in the science classes, we had lab, but we didn't go over and do lab experience on everything we learned in the book. I never proved all that myself or looked at the opposite or the
let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Whatever.
Formal education.
It was just getting by, right? To know what was going to be on the test.
Okay.
Take a robot a little.
I thought he was. I thought he actually stopped. So let me just say this briefly to Dave. I'm sure he's listening. 1 second, please. I have a formal education degree in mechanical engineering, and I see what they did, Dave. At least I think I have a grasp on it. All of us are terrestrial considerations and heliocentric considerations already sorted. Now they put your mind towards greater expanses, astrophysics, for instance. Think Stephen Hawking's realms and territory. So taking us into the greater, deeper mind, as opposed to just testing reality. The point is that when you get this official education, this is already established. You'd have no cause on earth to test anything on these levels because it's so well established, and therein lies the trick. So sorry, someone else trying to get in there.
Well, I was just going to respond to what was originally asked to Zanik.
Up we go, Culture. Sorry about that.
It's fine, Pete. But yeah, Zanuck had said about this being the best evidence, or one of the best evidences, and then he didn't respond after that. In my opinion, I think that what he's talking about is the fact that this observation, this thing that happens with the lines curving like that, this is the best evidence for rotation, whether it's rotation of the sky itself or rotation of the body that we're on, because those sort of lines only they absolutely indicate rotation. It's the same as the railroads. The railroads, the fact that they just start off close or start far away and get closer and closer in the distance, they don't curve. This would be
Yeah, bro.
evidence that they
So if the
stay
railroad,
they stay the
sorry,
same
I thought
distance apart and don't curve. But the fact that you see these lines and these examples and the roller coaster and stuff like that, that they do have this curve, it gives you an indication that there's an axis of rotation creating the circular line.
that's hilarious, bro. Because if you had train tracks underneath each star, the one under Cancer and the one under Capricorn, they would literally merge together, not spread apart. Okay, you say it's your best. All of a sudden, y'all agreed to apply a perspective transform, and all of a sudden, it's your best evidence. Like, dude, this is literally a
You
joke.
can see that to be
Dude,
true, Brian.
you can't apply. I just went along with what Moyak said. You can't apply perspective to your
You can.
to one part.
Coach has already put the
One
math
part
on
of
it
your
with the
model.
X and Y representation. Look, it's that easy. Remember?
Zanuck, you blasted right in on him, man. Zanuck.
Yeah.
I mean, you blasted right in on him.
Wow, I kind of did. Sorry about that, Brian.
Anyway, I was almost done.
If you just go,
you're gonna apply, you can't apply a perspective transform to one portion of your model. In fact, you can't use perspective with your stars. The only thing you could possibly get away with is refraction, which is already suspect because your stars start slowing down 30 degrees above each horizon, which gives you 60 out of the 180 degrees inconsistent, man. I think your model is not as solid as y'all think it is.
okay.
Not to mention superfluid.
Oh God. Okay, so Brian, no, we
The model is not
talked
never
about-
solid, Brian. They know that from the outset.
PD, I'm going to respond to Brian real quick.
Pete, interrupt, please.
So, Brian, we talked about this radius. The easiest way to measure this, the pictures are showing this transformation. That's what Mayock was getting at earlier. What I was talking about ever since the very beginning was that you can measure this stuff. You can measure the distance between the axis of rotation and any star and see if it's consistent angular. That angular position will not change ever. It's
How are you applying a
rotating.
radius to stars in free space?
Hold on. You take a picture.
Brian, all right,
You
we
take
all
a
need
pic-
to work on not clipping people and interrupting. I know everyone's anxious to get out, but let's wait like 2 seconds or a second at least when people are done talking.
So you measure this radius to any star and it will stay consistently and it will not change. It will not change. It's what consistent means. And every star with respect to that star will have an angular distance and it will not change. That is the proof mathematically, actually. The thing we see on pictures that we're saying, oh, but look, I see the railroad tracks converge, so they must be converging. Or I see the railroad track or the roller coaster track, which is a circular path, not look like a circular path. It starts out gradual and gets more dramatic at the end. That is perspective, and that is being shown as transformation on the picture. But then you can measure it to know certain points and distances by reference points. I always like to bring up reference points. You can determine that, oh, this is a transformation, and it looks like it's not a perfect circle because that's how it's shown in the 2D picture.
Why the two different directions, and how are you applying a radius to stars out in free space? Once again, I'm in one location making this observation. I'm on top of the equator in my flat little 50 square foot box on your sphere. Okay, you're applying a perspective transform. You are literally saying that we see what we see because of perspective with stars that are only what they are because they're trillions and trillions of miles away with parallel light. Bro, what you're saying is literally laughable.
No, because you don't see these concentric circles at the equator. You see all the stars moving in a straight line.
Oh, I'm going to disagree with you again.
Yeah, y'all need to get together,
Disagrees,
man.
the Zanuck
'cause,
disagrees.
I listen. I
lot of
have so
double
much to
speaking going
say. I have so much so much to say. Like, shout out to Aaron Moorfield, right? Because talking to Aaron Moorfield about the system in which we live, that is, the system is built in such a way so that the people who created the system have buffered themselves so that we can't attack them, because our neighbor is going to be the one with whom we have to fight, against whom we have to fight as well, right? So if I'm gonna start arguing against having a driver's license, I'm gonna have someone like Payne Show come in and just fight with me. I can't even get past him. It's the same situation right now. We're not even dealing with people who are in the field. We're dealing with people who are just shooting from the hip, making stuff up, backtracking, double speaking. We're fighting with the wrong people, but that's the way the system is organized. They are just sitting back, watching us fight amongst ourselves on this, and it's just crazy. The second thing that I want to say is, did we ever get to a place where anyone confirmed that in my my star trail that we had a southern rotation clockwise and a northern rotation counterclockwise?
There's not for the reason I told you. And by the way, I'll walk,
Zanuck,
let me walk back for
Zanuck, you interrupted me.
No, you were done.
Zanuck, I didn't ask for a naysayer. I know what you think. I asked for anyone else to confirm that the southern rotation in my video shows clockwise, northern counterclockwise.
Let me. I'm not responding to you. I'm responding
Zanuck,
to Mayak.
why are you talking?
Because Mayak asked me if you did disagree. I want to respond to Mayak real quick before you take this thing in a different path.
I'm the one talking right now.
But I was talking to Mayak and you jumped in.
His first point then first. Deal with his first point first, Zanuck, and then off you can go.
Okay. So yeah, if you measure the radius of those stars, you will see them.
That wasn't his
not
first
change.
point.
Okay.
Why is Zanuck talking?
I will want to respond to Mayak real quick because he disagreed and you jumped in.
Can I get a mod in here, please?
Go on, just let him finish.
Really?
Travis. Go
Okay.
on,
Can't finish, Travis?
Yo, you weren't done, Travis?
I
ahead,
asked a
finish it up.
question.
Zanuck, you're next.
I asked a question.
He asked a question. Jeremy, what's going on here? Come on.
I tried to
Zanuck's trying to answer it. I don't know. Zanuck was
no.
next.
Listen,
No, he's not trying to answer. He's trying to jump to something else.
Hold on. I have an answer for Travis, but I want Zanuck to go first because he was having a conversation before.
Yeah, deal with Travis's first point he made first then, and I said Zanuck could go. Not his second point, Zanuck, which you started off dealing with. Please deal with Travis's first point. That was a waste of time for all of us flat earthers to be talking to the likes of you.
Yo, just let Zanuck go, and then Coach will respond to your point. I don't know.
Yeah, may or may not answer his question, but okay, I'll just make the point again. In Travis, your videos, you're showing this transformation, and no, those stars do not travel or are moving counterclockwise. You can prove that by actually looking at them and measuring the radius between those stars and the North Pole, and know that that radius does not change, means they cannot be going a different direction. Number two, at the equator, you would be able to look at stars going opposite directions, rotational wise, by looking north or south. I think that's what you asked me about, and I was incorrect when I said that. Only the stars that are directly above you would be going a straight line. Is that better, Miak?
No, I don't think so. I think basically, I think you indicated that you would see them going straight overhead, only for the ones that are east, are directly east and directly west. They'll make a straight path.
Yes.
The one,
So the bowlers are all told.
That's what I just said.
Will diverge.
That's what I just said.
All right, Coach O's next. Coach O's next.
Coach, I mean,
Pete, and Pete, you're up. You're up next, Pete. After Coach Zanuck, stop talking.
Yeah, just wrap up what Zanuck and Wack were saying.
Mayak misunderstood what I said. I was clearing that up.
I know, but that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say because I could sense it. That's why I know you, Zanuck. I'm like a Zanuck communicator because I can tell what you're interpreting versus what he's expressing, or like vice versa. So when Zanuck had said the thing about the equator, the star trails on the equator, or the star paths on the equator, and he said viewing them from the equator, I agree. It sounded like he was talking about all the stars you see right there, but I'm sure he was talking about just the stars that are above the equator, which is what you just confirmed, right, Zach?
Right.
Travis, did your question get answered out of all three of the Glovers? Did they answer your question?
No.
Travis's question, I did. I confirmed it a couple times because I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just saying from what I see in that image, and I think anybody would agree with you if we were on the same page on what was being asked.
Travis, just show us the radius.
Shut up, Zanuck.
What's going on? What's going
the still shot. I'll post it again. I'll post the still shot one more time. from
Why are
the
you
thing.
so
But
anxious
look
to
like you
answer
can see
Travis's question? You're not actually answering it at all. You're just
you
anxious
can
to get
see
in.
both. You can see both the northern and the southern evidence of both the northern and the southern
The
sky.
southern sky is a reflection of the northern sky. You know
So
this.
Kosho
Wait! It's
confirmed.
getting lost here. It's getting
Pete,
lost.
stop doing
Talk
that.
about a reflection in the sky. So Travis, your question did get answered. Kosho said yes, he confirmed.
No, he did not. My
Okay, let's hear
question.
you, Travis. Let's hear you, bud.
Okay, Kosho
Shut
heard
up,
the.
Pete. You're not narrating this conversation.
Excuse me, you're not either. I'm talking to Travis. Stop talking, Jeremy.
Okay, Kosho, I'm talking about the video, the time lapse, not a still shot. In the time lapse, does it appear that the southern rotation is clockwise and the northern rotation is counterclockwise?
Yes, and I understand why you're saying that because you can see where they're moving. But if you just put arrows on any still shot of a star trail, it's the same thing as viewing it happening. You know what I mean? Because
Okay,
it's
all I
taking
needed was the
it.
yes.
Name it.
All I
Well, no,
needed was the yes.
that's what I'm saying is yes. And any single image from that video, yes.
Thank you.
I posted some more images.
Now what?
Extended my
Okay.
HelloFresh stars. I made 5 stars in a horizontal path, and then I positioned the camera in different positions to show the divergence based on the observational angle.
Okay, Travis, your thing got confirmed. There. I thought you were done, Wyatt. Go ahead.
No, I just snuffed. Sorry.
You take very long pauses in between your sentences. So Travis, Pete, you're hot micing. So Travis, your question got answered. Kosho confirmed yes, counterclockwise and clockwise. Now what?
No, that's it. I just wanted an
Okay.
opposition to Zanuck.
Right.
Okay.
Pete, don't
wanted
clip
to ask-
people, please.
Hang on.
I wanted to
was
ask
supposed
about a
to be,
railroad
Jeremy,
track.
I was supposed to be coming in, remember?
Yeah.
And you
All right,
forgot
you're
me.
next. Pete, you're next, then Moyak. But don't clip people though, okay?
Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, am I now? Okay. Well, that's Jeremy. It's difficult to. Okay, I'll actually forego what I have to say then. I'll let other people get in. Don't mind that.
Well, I
Go ahead,
forfeited for nothing. I'll make my point quick. If he's forfeiting, if I got a railroad track underneath my feet going off into the distance, and I got a sun coming from behind me, and I got a shadow. I measured a shadow. If the sun starts deviating off to the right, away from the railroad track, will my shadow show it? Will I be able to measure my shadow changing angles if it's deviating away from the railroad track?
Yes.
Yes. This is exactly what I was telling you about taking a plate and a pencil and a shadow and tracing the height of the pencil, the height of the shadow, basically, across the thing. If the sun is not moving in a straight path across the sky, it's moving a curved path, as you described, the shadow will be doing that too.
Okay, so if I'm getting I literally almost stomped on my kitten, dude. Got my foot stuck right in the middle of saying that. But I appreciate you still answering, man. I appreciate you still answering, Kosho.
Leave the animals alone, Brian. Hey,
Say that one more time.
Okay, listen. Let's all bring it back to something that we can all appreciate, which is reality. So we're looking for different thoughts. Obviously, a million and one holds. 1 second. Obviously, a million and one holds. We pointed out with the reality given and defended here by Kosho, great minds, Kosho, Moyak, and Zanuck. But in true reality, what can we glean? I will make my statement and say that
Pete, 1
it
second.
seems. I'll
Pete, give me
finish
1
that.
second, Pete. I need to. I know, but
Why you
smooth.
guys keep stopping Pete, bro?
Trying to mod because somebody's hot micing and it's hard to hear him because somebody's got a mic going. I'm gonna fix it and then Pete's gonna go.
Yeah, I can't hear Pete.
Smooth.
It ain't me.
Jeremy, may I give you a recommendation?
Why are people interrupting me right now? Why
Jeremy.
are people interrupting
It's on haywire since Brian
Jeremy, from mod to mod, Jeremy, bro.
Let him figure it out first.
Whenever somebody is hot micing, just mute him and let the conversation keep going.
He's trying to figure out who it is now.
That's a good idea. Then I don't know when they're done hot micing. Okay, Pete.
Okay, sometimes less moderation is more moderation. Remember, we're all men here. I wrote that in chat. So we're all men of this world. All I was trying to say is ultimately, if we're dealing with like-minded people who are out to question the nature of our reality, we can all perceive reality in the same way. To cut to the chase, I've long since considered, pretty much certain of it, in a different way, that the southern stars are a reflection of the northern star, and we have this sort of mirroring line along the center, what are you going to call it, a barrier, a highest point, which is along the equator. So that's a different matter, though. That's a different matter because we're starting getting into then mirror sky, waters beyond. So, you have to sort of expand
Oh
more.
God, Pete,
But
come
yeah, I
on.
know it's far away from.
Hey, Pete, did you start off what you said with let's take us to a place that we all like to go, reality? Something
We
like
can
that?
all hear question reality. We can all perceive reality. If I look up at Orion's belt, I know it's right there. I know Sirius is right there as well, Kosho. But you're going to tell me all of these things are trillions and trillions of miles away, and you're going to justify it in terms of no parallax because of these distances. It's like reverse engineered. You know
Oh
what I mean? In
God,
order to cope
please.
with your model.
Is,
So
is everyone okay with what Travis had posted? Travis, are you straight on what you have there? That is not a change of direction or a change of rotation. Just because the path looks like it changes in your video. I want to not go past that point because you're going to be stuck there forever unless you get it clear in your mind what really is happening there. That is not a change of direction. That's not a counterclockwise versus clockwise rotation. They're all going the same direction. The path changes because of the camera picture that you took being 2D, transforming the 3D actual image.
Okay, can we all just do something real quick? And when anyone in this conversation, in this specific conversation, just confirm whether or not, when it's your time to speak, of course, just confirm whether or not you see both, like these two things. You see what the stars are actually doing and the position on the ground beneath them are actually doing across the earth. You know the difference between that and what it appears to be doing in a 2D representation of its path, because I'm not sure. I'm still not sure if there is a confusion there or not, because I know Zanuck.
Yeah, your
I think
boy Zanuck is fucking confused. Oh, so that's
no,
what's
no, no,
I'm
no,
going
not
no.
on. He's
Like,
confused
been
at
confused
all.
all fucking
At
day,
I'm
all.
and
not
now
saying.
he's gonna try to overtalk me.
yeah,
Kosho.
let's pay attention.
I don't think. I'm not saying Zanuck is confused. I'm saying I believe he believes there's a confusion being expressed by maybe Travis and obviously Brian, but
Yeah,
that what
stick
we're
shadows,
seeing,
right? Smiley face.
that what we're seeing as movement in the sky is the actual movement rather than some product of our eyesight.
Osho,
So if
what
I
do you
move
believe
my
here?
Kosho posted the picture at 39 after the hour, San Paulo, California. That picture shows a different curvature at the bottom, then bottom right, then on the left, which is tighter to the North Star. The rotation
why are you
can be
invoking the earth?
determined and defined by the
And
radius.
let him finish.
By the radius, you can determine the rotation. If there's a curvature, it's defined by R. Did anyone not agree with that? And I'm going to say it's rhetorical because everyone should agree. That's what defines a circle.
How are you
circle
invoking
path.
curvature
There's
to the
not a
stars, bro?
radius on the right. There's a radius on the left. It appears there's a radius, i.e., this curvature, on the right because we see it curving. Is it curving in reality? No, measurably not. Right,
Hey,
Tosho?
Zanuck, let me just ask you real quick. Are the stars in the southern and northern hemisphere going in counterclockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in another hemisphere? Just yes or no, because there's a follow-up.
If you're looking at stars in the southern
Yes or
hemisphere,
no?
I don't know.
Just
Say
forget it.
again.
Nah, forget it, Zanuck.
Yes, they go different directions in different hemispheres. Yes.
Right, they
Travis's
have to.
video, can we see both of the stars in each and in different hemispheres?
No, absolutely not.
No, you can't. You can't, Jeremy. You get the impression that it might be happening, that you're starting to see the curve away in the opposite direction from what we see in the north, but Travis's video is too limited to make that ultimate
It's not
Hello,
conclusion.
limited. It's incorrect because it's showing a transformation. That
Please
curvature is a
video.
hello,
transformation.
Zanuck. Zanuck, back to back telescopes, bro? Remember sticks and shadows? Remember the freaking my square from one position? You can't invoke a radius offset perspective, bro. That's not going to work.
No, it's not. We're eliminating perspective. We're saying an actual measurement. If you have a curvature in Kosho's picture, which shows a radius of any of those stars, because it's rotating counterclockwise to the North Star, that radius is fixed. Not going to change. However, hold on, almost done. The ones that look like they're diverging and going the opposite direction, giving another radius in a complete opposite direction, that's not happening. You know why? Because you can measure those stars and follow them around the North Star, having a
measure the stars.
Measure the angle.
Bullshit, Brian. You know
measure the angle. Silence. That's not needed. You can measure the angle from the North Star to that star, and that is fixed. Meaning it's a rotation around the North Star, not around some other point to the right.
But then you have to assume. Hang on, please. Then you hang on,
please don't.
Then you have to. Excuse me,
before
please.
you
Can
go,
I make a
let
comment?
then
you have to assume that the Earth's surface is rotund. Can I make my point, please?
No.
Then you have to
I was trying to talk to
Wow, he's trying to make a point. Come on, Zanik, be fair.
Zanik,
come on.
This is in response to you. Then you have to, Zanik, assume at the same time that the Earth's surface is rotund and the stars are a massive distance away. You can garner that angle, but you have to make pre-assumptions, right? Am I correct or not?
No.
How can it not be? 69
the
miles per degree.
The sky could be rotating. The sky could be rotating around you. Same effect.
Yes, but the distances are set, right? The distances are set. The one thing that you have
We're
to cling
assuming very
to
far
from your
distances,
theory is that the Earth is rotund. If the angle is able to be measured to such precision, that's fair enough. I think we'll all agree on that. But you have to bring along with that any extrapolations on the results. You will have to bring along with that the rotund Earth, 69 miles per degree.
Obfuscating, Pete. All we're talking about is
now. I'm done. I made a good, clear point. I'm done.
No, all we are talking about is Travis's video.
No, it won't be answered.
It shows that things are going the different direction. They're not in reality because you can measure it.
No, we can measure them. Bro, are you not hearing? I'm going to post this one more time, dude. I'm going to post sun count, and I'm going to post the smiley face and the frown with the measurable stick and shadow, or the sun count, or the telescopes, whichever you want to use. You've got stars. I don't care about y'all's fucking pictures, star trails. I'm telling you what the fuck happens in reality. It's fucking, you can measure the azimuth. I mean, this is fucking measurable in almanacs and.
This is the key, Brian. This is the key that Zanik can't admit to.
Brian,
yes.
you're
Along
wrong.
with these observations, you have to assume a globe Earth.
You're wrong because no, you don't have to. Yeah, definitely have to assume a globe Earth because we see these star trails. The ones that are curving away, if you use sticks and shadow, they would not show a curving away result in your sticks and shadow measurement. The ones that are curving away, if you watch the time lapse, you would see that those curving away stars would actually circle around the North Star. That's their path. They are traveling a circle with a radius tied to the North Star, not tied to some other arbitrary point to the right. They're all tied to the North Star. They have an angular distance which is fixed and does not change, meaning they're all rotating around the North Star. What the hell is wrong with you?
Okay, thank you. Well, can I get in, Brian, before you get in, please? This is very important. What they've done is a great switcheroo.
Yeah, you can get in, but don't clip people. You clip them all the way at the end of his shit.
Okay, but I knew he was finishing, and he said at the end, what the hell is wrong with you
next
people?
time. Just so you know, you're going to get an official warning next time.
Okay.
You don't like Pete, huh?
I'll calm down because I wouldn't leave many men. I wouldn't leave many men talk to me this way. But I'll calm down, Jeremy. No worries. What I was trying to say was that you have to make me lose my point, man. But that's the most horrible aspect here. You know. Okay, here's my point.
Listen, I love Pete.
Here's my
We just
point.
can't have the clipping and shit. It leads into chaos.
Here's my point. Listen, you let Zanik speak. You let Negatorian. They cause chaos. I agree with Travis. I've said it for years. But anyway, foregoing that, here's my point. The flat earthers, they've done the great switcheroo. This is why they have all of the stars at infinite distance. Doesn't matter what distance it's away, treated the same. They've made the sky flat. Ultimately, you have to think your way through this, and they've made the Earth contoured. In reality, the Earth is flat surface, and the sky is contoured. So there's a direct translation between 1 degree per 69 miles in the sky and on Earth as well. So that's what they've done, but that's for a deeper discussion. I'm sure Zanuck would like to get back in again. You got to think about what I said. I'd love to challenge you, Jeremy, on that. Do you understand what I just said there, Jeremy? Did the great switcheroo, just to repeat it, did the great switcheroo, they made all the skylights infinite distance away, ultimately turning the sky flat, and they contoured the Earth, right?
Jeremy is modding right now. He cannot, he's not going to engage, bro.
Pete, what we...
See, he did it again. See that now? I was actually called a pedo in town today. Pete, as I was busking.
My best friend, his name's Pete, I call him Pedo. That's just how to have it. So, Pete.
Just call me Dodo then.
I won't remember that. I'll say Pete. So Pete, what we were talking about was the video that Travis brought to the table. I analyzed it. We came to a conclusion immediately that he was seeing something called this transformation that Mayock had explained in detail. If you measure it directly and you observe it directly, all the stars rotate around the North Star with an angular position that is fixed. Period. It may look like it on video, but they're not diverging. There's not another radius. They're not going a different direction. That's just an observation from a picture or a video that is leading you to an incorrect conclusion. Period.
Right. I agree with you. I actually agree with you on that. It requires a sort of decoding. And it depends on which sort of backdrop you have in terms of this potential decoding. And of course, you're a spinning ball earther, Zanuck. I'm not taking that away from you. You always say you're defending a model. So what you're doing is putting down what the model has to offer, which is fair enough. So I absolutely agree with you on your last point. Yeah, we will never know. If something looks like it's going in a circular fashion around the north center, how would we know it wasn't going in sort of a conical fashion? And we were just seeing it as if it was going. How do we know it was going in elliptical fashion, for instance, as it would constantly rose up or rose down? We wouldn't know it.
You're an engineer. You said you have a mechanical engineering degree. We've talked about that before. I don't know if I believe you, but let's say you do. If you do, then you would measure a radius. And in mechanical engineering, these things are done all the time when you measure certain things.
A radius of what? Hang on, please. A radius of what? You'd measure a radius of what?
The radius of the distance between the annulus, which is the center of the rotation, the axis of rotation, and any object outward. And any object outward, if that radius is consistently the same, that would define a spherical path, a circular path.
Hang on.
Hey, silent.
We hear you.
One second.
If the radius doesn't, Pete, I'm still talking. If the radius doesn't change, you have
just mute him, Napalm.
That defines a circle, and all the stars in Travis's video all have a radius that is fixed. Even though in that video it appears that some have a different radius in a different position in the frame, but when you measure it actually, hold on, I'll finish with the crescendo. When you measure it actually, when you actually look at the star and measure it physically, every star individually, that radius will never change throughout its path, proving that all those stars are rotating in one direction with a fixed radius. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Does anyone else want to answer? And I'm guaranteeing you lots of people didn't understand what he said. I understood what he said. Anyone else have an answer before I get in? Okay, right. You made a few presuppositions. Everything that you said there applies to mathematical idealism. You also are a prime pusher of heliocentrism and beyond. When we actually measure a distance to a star to begin with, what center of reference are you talking about? What center of reference are you talking about in reality? What have you said the stars are? At least if you've said them to be certain things in a definitive nature, what is it opposing point of view, a null sort of point of view that you've considered as well to gauge what you have for saying there against? And
Zanuck, we read that out loud.
It doesn't matter.
Minutes after the hour. We read that out loud,
The angle doesn't change.
Hey, can someone unmute Terry?
They're rotating about a fixed point, Pete. That radius does not change. That defines a circular path, period. Doesn't matter where they are, doesn't matter if we're moving or the sun's moving or the earth is moving or anything's moving.
Okay.
That's the path they take in reality.
Very good. No, hang on, Brian. One second, please. Brian, 1 second, please.
Few seconds, bro. God damn it. Hey, just read that out loud for everybody from astronomy.com in 57 minutes after the hour in live text, Zanik. Read it out loud for everybody, would you?
Okay, Brian, I'm going to read that out loud, Brian.
Sorry, Pete.
It's going to take more than a couple of seconds. Okay, Brian posted Nikon D700 14mm f/28 10-minute 11-second single exposure ISO 2000 3400K. Aim your camera to the east or west and the story changes. There you'll find the celestial equator and you'll see how stars follow 3 different paths. That's wonderful. Now that I'm reading that, on the celestial equator, stars follow a straight line, but they tend to curve away on both sides of the equator. This is a very spectacular pattern. Very good, Brian. Excellent. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Now get with your script, Zanik. Your script acknowledges the actual deviation, the actual 3 patterns. So you're not on
because
script.
it's repeatable.
You're gonna lose your paycheck.
Because it's repeatable, though, Brian, it has to be true, right?
Pete, we already went over that with Miak. We talked about it. He misunderstood me, or I was not clear. Yes, at the equator, the stars right above you go straight. That's one path. The stars to the left will have a diverging, a circular path, which is away from the north, counterclockwise. And the ones to the south will have a clockwise orientation, direction. So we already know that.
Okay.
You're rehashing something that's already been hashed out.
Okay. Okay, 1 second, Brian. I think everyone.
Wait.
knows that
You're acknowledging a clockwise rotation to the south. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, but that's obvious. He has to acknowledge that.
You always said that. Not like looking at it in California, which you saw was not what you were talking about.
Wow. Oh my God.
If you're in Australia, you see the stars rotate in a clockwise fashion. We all agree, I think. We all should agree. And if you're in Northern California, we see things rotate counterclockwise with a fixed radius about the North Star.
Yeah,
And
he knows this.
I'm still talking. In the southern hemisphere, we see things rotating about the southern, near the Southern Cross, the southern celestial pole. It's all rotating about that area that is not really fixed with a star.
Danik, I caught that. I caught that in Southern California.
No, you did not.
I did not have to go to the fucking southern, the south to see it, man.
You didn't. You did not see it because this rotation is caused by the rotation of the sky is caused by the rotation of the Earth. The sky is not
this
rotating.
is incredible. This is
Okay,
absolutely
okay.
Oh my,
1 second.
so you still don't get it. You did not see those
Hang on,
stars.
Travis. Bear with me.
Travis, wait, Pete.
Remember, I was trying to get in, and Brian came in.
Pete,
And just said,
I have to finish with Pete. I have to finish with Travis real quick. No, Travis, you did not see those same stars. Those are not the same stars you would see if you were in the
Wrong.
southern
It's all
hemisphere.
crap. You can't see it,
That's
man.
not a southern rotation. You did not capture it on film.
fairness, this has been going on all day.
This is
and you've had loads of time to
absolutely mind-boggling insanity right now. This is absolute bonkers.
Insanity.
Absolute bonkers.
Insanity. Very good.
You really are, Travis. Seriously.
Kosho, correct your boy.
Okay, come on. Let's bring it back to questions that
You
Zanik can
cannot
actually
be
sort of.
okay, Pete. Real quick, you cannot
Zanik,
be.
hang on, please. You
No,
keep
I gotta
saying
finish
that.
this, Pete. Pete, let me
Okay,
just finish
go on.
one thought. Hold on.
Janik, we heard you 3 times, bro.
No.
You can't see Krux.
To Travis, every one of those stars, Travis, that you look at with your video, every one of them has a fixed distance angular radius to the North Star. Every one of them. They rotate counterclockwise, period. Just because your video shows it otherwise doesn't mean that's what's happening. It's a
Janik,
transformation.
you want to bet $500, bro? You want to make a $500 bet we can see Krux from as high as 25 north latitude?
Sonic, wouldn't you say that Travis has
Let him
better?
answer. Let him answer.
Hold on. Let me just ask him a question based on what he just said. Wouldn't you say that Travis has more and better evidence of his claim than what you're claiming?
No.
Because all you're doing is just deny. I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
I thought you were. You said you had a question and you stopped.
Oh, he wasn't finished. He was actually
He
mid
said,
word.
does he have better evidence? And I said no.
I wish you'd have let him accept my bet, bro, before you jumped in. Zanik, can you accept my bet, bro?
Go ahead, Sonic. Answer, I guess.
Yes,
You
I will accept.
apologized and he interrupted you.
Oh my God, sir, I will accept your bet.
Great, I
Every
need the money
star
real
in
bad.
the sky that Travis is looking at is all traveling counterclockwise. Every
Okay.
single one of them
I
has
don't
a
care
radio.
about Travis.
Let me challenge you on that.
You're really gonna
Sanic,
jump in on me right
give me,
now,
give
right?
me 1
Really?
minute. I don't speak too much, guys. Give me 1 minute.
It's a $500
Brian.
bet, dude. You serious? All right, go ahead, man.
Let's clarify the terms
You're
of the
talking
bet.
about a bet. Come on, Brian.
Yes, let's clarify the terms of the bet, bud.
Let me. Oh my God.
Okay, well,
Now
bear
you
with
guys
me,
want to
bud.
talk about a bet. All right.
Okay, bear with me a second then. So let me just be a moderator here and intervene. So the bet is accepted. We all heard it. Now, Brian, you have to clarify again the terms of the bet in as simple and concise terms as possible. $500. Zanuck accepted the bet. I think he understood the first time. But just for the record, can you confirm the terms of the bet, Brian?
Truck 25 north.
You can't see what? What can't you see?
That's Southern Cross from up to
Can
25.
see the so Zanuck says you can see the Southern Cross from 25 degrees
I
north
never
of the
said
equator.
anything. I accepted a bet. I did attach no money to it. I'm not going to play in this realm of nonsense. You can see whatever
Just
stars
accept
you
the
see.
T-Dog, you give him time to look
They
it up,
all
man.
rotate
I need
from
the
the
money
northern
too, man.
hemisphere. They all rotate
I bet you do, Brian.
counter-clock. Every star in the sky. Pete, you're not moderating very well. Every
Doing well.
wait.
You
I'm going
accepted
against
the
what
bet.
I'm going against what I said earlier. I'm going to be calm and take it back a notch.
You accepted
Every
the
star-
$500
Pete,
bet.
You're talking
Good.
over
All
here.
right. Let's stop it with the bet, Pete.
Every star in the northern hemisphere.
Not my bet, bud. It's Brian's bet and Zanuck's.
Yeah, Zanuck's just blabbing and blabbing and blabbing. He makes it look like everybody else is interrupted, and he won't give us a chance to talk. But go ahead, bro. Sorry for interrupting, man. I thought he was taking my bet, man. I could have held that over his head for eternity unless he paid, which I really could have used it, but I didn't give him time to look. Sorry. Go ahead. It's all yours.
The bet was established. Okay, off you go, bud. Sorry.
Yeah, let me just engage with Sanic for 1 minute. That's all I ask. So Sanic, you say you have more evidence, right?
Correct.
All right. I disagree with that position. Let me explain you why. Because all you're saying is denying and saying words and not showing absolutely anything. And what he's doing is showing a video. So at this point, you got nothing but your words, and he has more evidence than you.
I showed multiple videos, and I've explained it in simple terms. Silent. If you ever in your truck and you stop on one of those windy roads, those flat roads in the middle of nowhere, and you look up the sky, you sat there for an hour, you would see. Hold on. Everything in the sky would rotate counterclockwise. Anything above the equator, everything rotates counterclockwise. Make sense?
Zanuck says no. $500 bet. Brian made it clear at his latitude, or 25 degrees north, you can see the Southern Cross. You say no, that's impossible.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Hang on, please. Hang on, please. Before the contract is signed.
That.
Before the contract is signed, then you have now.
I didn't say that.
Let me talk. Let a man talk, please.
Don't
I'm
make
clarifying
errors
here,
and lie.
I'm allowing you to come in and just clarify. So the point is that when you say you accepted the bet, which was Brian's bet,
I didn't accept anything.
Can I finish my sentence for the audience, please?
Stop lying, and I'll let you finish.
Okay, it seemed like you came in and said you accepted the bet. Brian clarified the bet, and now, you're backing out of it. Okay, no worries.
No, I never said I couldn't see the Southern Cross. I never said anything about the bet, money, or anything. I said I would bet him.
You didn't tell Travis,
and I didn't hear the
Travis
bet.
claimed he can see the Southern Cross from where he's at in Southern California.
I can't
and
see
you
the
said
Southern
no,
Cross
he
from where I'm
can't.
at.
3 times. And remember, I said you've already
You
told
cannot
us.
see it from where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yes, you cannot see it where I'm at.
Wait, Brian, I never claimed about the Southern Cross, Ben.
You can't even keep his story straight.
Brian.
Brian.
Maybe you should have took the bet, Zanuck. So obviously the bet is off.
No, there's no
now.
bet. This is idiotic. Travis, listen. Every star in your field of view in Southern California is going counterclockwise. You have a video that shows otherwise because of this transformation we talked about, period. You are wrong.
Wait a minute. Wait. Stop, man. Listen, hold on. Wait, please, hold on, Zanuck.
Let's drop into a room. Let's go get a room together.
You just said that my video shows Southern star rotation clockwise.
It
right?
implies a radius on the right side of that frame.
I don't give a fuck about the radius, man. I'm not talking about the radius. Stop bringing it up.
Yeah, circular path means radius, right? They're synonymous.
It doesn't fucking matter.
It does actually.
It's an appearance. Can you watch the video and say, yes, they appear to be? I don't give a shit if you think they are or agree that they
Of course,
actually
they
are.
appear to be diverging. Yes, they appear to be diverging.
That's not what I said. When you watch the video, the southern stars appear to be rotating clockwise. The northern stars appear to be rotating counterclockwise. Can you not simply concede that that is what they are appearing to do?
Yes,
I said that. I said they appear to rotate in different directions. Yes.
I don't know why this is taking you so long to say this, man.
I've said it a million times already. The reason is because of this transformation. They are not in actuality rotating in different directions. That curvature of those right-hand stars on your field of view are not curving because that implies a radius that is to the right, to the south. There's not a radius to the south. There's a radius to the north.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Okay, now,
Let me finish.
now
No, you can't interrupt me. You can't interrupt me. Stop
all
it.
right, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't interrupt you. I always will let you speak.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be sorry as well.
So
Travis.
if you now watch those stars in real time or not real time and take pictures of them, whatever, they will always have a fixed distance to the annulus, the center of rotation, the axis of rotation will be the same for all those stars. Your video implies that they somehow are migrating away from that radius or from that center axis of rotation. And they're not, because you can actually physically measure that they don't do that, Travis. You got caught up in a distortion of the camera,
Okay,
the 2D world trying to explain a 3D
Okay, we know
world.
you're full of passion.
Okay,
Zanuck.
hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Okay, can you make the same argument for someone who is in a southern latitude looking south? Are you going to tell them the same thing, that it's appearing to do that because of the exact same explanation?
This is where your problem is. No, you'll have the exact same opposite observation in the southern hemisphere. They will all be rotating clockwise. And you will have the same
I'm
kind of.
done, man. This is fucking insane,
No, hang
dude.
on,
it's
Travis.
not
You're
insane.
Zanuck, hang on, Zanuck and Travis.
Can
Brian.
someone jump in and help Travis out here?
Zanuck.
He doesn't listen to
Zanuck,
me.
will you stop? Hey, Zanuck, all my shouting has already got me kicked out of my family home here, or getting me kicked out anyway. So can you stop, insisting, please, for a second? You already won the bet with Brian. I was sort of encouraging you to take it as well. And it turns out that Brian misunderstood Travis's language. So the Southern Stars and the Southern Cross, absolutely different things. And you can't see the Southern Cross unless you go very close to the equator, especially Sigma Polaris. What is it? Sigma Polaris, is it? Polaris Octantis, is it? Anyway, Sigma Octan. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's Polaris at the north. We have Polaris Australis. That's what it is. At the south, we have the Arctic at the north, the Antarctic at the south. But the point is here, Zanuck would have won the bet. Brian, you misheard Travis's word, misunderstood what he was
But the
saying.
bet, there was no. I never once said anything or heard anything about the Southern Cross being seen in Northern California. You got it wrong. You got the whole thing wrong. Everybody got it wrong.
Brian got that
Let
wrong.
it go.
So,
I wasn't going to
let it go.
because this is
So
the
what
problem
we're
with
moving
that.
back to
Nobody
now.
knows what they're talking about.
What we're moving back to now, please. What we're moving back to now is reality of things. Remember, as flat earthers, we got to think in terms of this mirroring effect. Is there any artificial setup you could create with a contoured mirrored surface, Zanuck? This is my point to you, Zanuck, to test how could it happen in flat Earth reality where the stars are near and pretty much everything else is in opposition to what you have to say. Have you tested any of those possibilities to be able to say it's an impossibility in any other setting? Because I can show you immediately.
I'm not entertaining your nonsense, Pete. Sorry. Talk about something in reality. I'll talk to you. I'm not talking about your fantasy.
I just stood up for you as well. I
know, but that's fantasy. We don't want to diverge this conversation to fantasy land.
No, we're trying to gauge reality. What's happening in reality? Every flat earther must.
There's no
in their own
reflection.
mind. Hang on, Zanuck. Do you understand that every flat earther in their own mind, if they're an honest truth seeker, must replace the vacuum of space presented by you and by not you, by the body of science with something? Then we must create our own picture. And if we're trying to explain what the stars might be, or the greater mechanisms, or the greater structure around us, well, then we have to at least paint our little picture, paint our palette blue and gray as we move along in our mind, right? I'm just asking you, as the man, a great mind, definitely respected, right, and definitely well capable, have you considered an opposing point of view to be able to rule truth in or out? A good question, right? A bit elaborated, but it's still a good question, Zanuck. Anyway,
I found that GIF that I want everyone
Yes
to
or no?
see. I got the GIF in the chat. If you should look at it, 13 after the hour, I just posted it. That shows what equatorial mount will show you as far as what the skies are doing, what the stars are doing.
Look at all the people shitting in opposing directions. Look at that. Everyone doesn't know though. I went to America, California. I didn't feel like I was shitting at an angle. Is my language. I'm not even sorry for my language. Even women shit. I found out that women shit, and I nearly got sick when I was a young
Pete,
fella.
please.
Okay, but we're getting real here, right? We're
No,
getting
you're not
real. And how
getting real.
real have you got by paying attention to the clouds outside your door? Zanuck, you'll tell everyone here that those clouds are insignificant. There is no pattern to be expressed. It's just random, chaotic. If you think or see anything, it's all pareidolia. Right? Pareidolia. I am saying to you as a flat earther, well, look into it more. If there's a pattern being expressed throughout, which is ether, we were talking earlier on about why ether is such a hated word, especially among quantum eraser and the leading opponents on one side of the flat earth anyway. Well, this is it, because ether pervades throughout. The same energy force is observable throughout, experienceable throughout, but we've just been given a different far off context, Zanuck. And that's what you do and everything.
Pete,
Coded, bud. I'm done.
Pete,
I'm done.
I don't know if anybody else has any interest in this, but you have stated your opinion on this, and it doesn't seem that anybody has a bone of contention with what you're saying, or rather, nobody really wants to discuss the topic. Could we avoid it for the moment?
I mean, but that's fair enough. I mean, I don't want to be wasting other people's time. I don't want to be wasting my own time as well. You know what I mean? So honestly, our time is valuable and precious here. I mean that as well. So I don't mean, yeah.
No, it's a subject that I don't think we're going to get any movement on in any direction. Nobody is in agreement with your scenario. So
Okay, so let me give you an explanation for Travis then, my own thoughts, Travis. As we look, there's invisible barriers. We can't see through them, but they're energized barriers stemming from the north center. So when we look at the deviation from north to south in terms of rotation, we're actually looking at a reflection against a contoured mirror-like surface. This is why I mentioned, but for flat Earth, we have to replace in our picturings the vacancy of infinite space with something. Saline water seems to be the most obvious choice, considering that the Earth's surface is composed of 70% of saline waters, which go into the great depth. Anyway, the point is that inner outer barrier, the barrier we're under, contours highest at the equatorial areas, lowest at the southern and northern peripherals. That's why we get all the inclement weather. The cloud is closer to the ground, and we have this further away from the input factor of the sun. But when we're looking at the southern star trails and the northern star trails, we're fundamentally looking at the same thing, but it's because the barrier contours that we're under contours highest at the equatorial areas.
Okay,
There is an
Pete?
outer barrier as well. It's like a circus tent.
Pete, you got to stop.
I'm
We just
done
got to
now.
we're
I'm
not
done now.
interested
But that's my
anymore.
picture of it. That's my
Pete,
explanation for what
you've
Travis
said it
is.
5 times. I couldn't
done,
be more
Zanuck.
bored. Pete, with all due respect, you said it a few times. It's interesting, but we're done with that. No one's interested in pursuing it.
Oh, thank you, Zanuck.
No one
I
cares.
forgot we
No
weren't on
one's
Gem
interested.
Pandas
It doesn't
anymore.
make any sense to anyone but yourself. So just let it go, okay?
So is Travis still here?
Yeah, I am, but give me like 3 minutes.
All right, I'll ask anybody else who knows. There's a claim on the table that the Southern Cross appears above 26 or 27 degrees, and I'm just wondering, are there images of this? Because it seems like Southern Florida is about the only place you can see the whole Southern Cross. You can go up to 37 degrees and see some of the Southern Cross, because the whole constellation is about 10 degrees.
Which way does the Southern Cross rotate in Florida?
Clockwise.
In Florida, it rotates clockwise?
Yeah, everything to the south rotates clockwise.
And everything to the north is rotating.
Not according to fucking Zanuck, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just like my Janik. You look at my video that I had of me spinning around looking at the tree,
Mm-hmm.
and then looking at the ground.
Right.
The same thing happens on the surface of the Earth. When you look down at the one axis of rotation, it rotates one way. Look the
It's
other
like
way.
a mirror. It's like a mirror image. When you rotate your hand and you look at your image in the mirror, Moyak, that you'll see a reverse rotation. Is that true or not?
It's kind of not true
It is true
because
because your right hand, in reality, is your left hand in the
We don't
mirror.
want to talk about it anymore, Pete.
Pete, you
The
asked
right
a
hand.
question. I
Okay,
was in the
sorry.
middle of answering. Come on.
Okay,
Okay,
but you got my
so
point.
it depends on your position. Like if you're taking your hand and putting it in front of you, both of those hands will appear to be moving clockwise because they're both in
No,
front of you.
but hang on. Your right hand is your left hand in the mirror. You don't look like you think you look like in reality.
Hey,
We're
Mike,
so used
Mike
to seeing.
check.
Excuse me, please. We're so used to seeing ourselves in the mirror that we think that our mirror reflection is actually how other people see us, but it's not. They see us directly. This is why we're surprised when we see ourselves in a way that other people would see us through camera or image like that. We're not comfortable with it. But yes,
Okay.
very good, very good.
All right, Pete. So like I said, it would appear to be moving clockwise because my hand's in front of me and the image in the mirror is in front of me. And
Very
when my
good.
hand moves to the left, that image, from my perspective, that image will move left in the mirror.
What about the mirror perspective?
The mirror perspective is not my perspective, so I'm not
Well,
going
are
to
you
say.
not in the mirror?
I'm
Not you
not
in the
no.
mirror.
So if I put the
Put your
hand behind my head,
tassels on.
if I put the hand behind my head and I spun it around and I turned around to look at it, yeah, then it would look like clockwise and counterclockwise.
Hey, Mayak, post the picture of you taking a picture in the mirror with your nipple tassels on. I know it's only for fun, like, so it's not porno or anything like that. But yes, here's the whole point of it, isn't it? As we look at ourselves, we're familiar with ourselves in the mirror. That's what we think we look like, but we don't. It's all fucking contorted and twisted. But that's what other people know we look at, other eyes outside our own. So yes, I know what you're saying, and it is a fucking conundrum for us, because imagine this now, that we have an emanating source to all the skylights from the north center. It's coming from ground level and it's reflecting against the barrier above. If the source itself at the ground was moving in a certain direction, as we look up and perceive the skylights moving around, would they be going in an opposing direction? Would we be wrong if we assumed that this source energy is moving in a certain direction when we forgot we were looking at reflections? Brilliant question, Pete. Brilliant, brilliant.
Hey, Mike check 1 2. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What about the mic? Is there any
Scratch that. You're roboting.
I take it back.
You're roboting kale smoothie.
Travis, can I just make a quick comment to you about, I was coming up the road and I was thinking about you. I saw a few things over the river and the surface of the river. Please, 1 second. I love Travis, of course. And Travis, I was thinking about this. So there were certain aspects of the river that were mirroring. I saw the reflection of the sun and I understood why I was seeing the reflection as in the bright sort of gleam of the sun so close to the wall as well, because I looked at the position of the sun and where it was reflecting off of, which I couldn't actually see. I just saw the expression in the water. But here's the thing, other aspects of the water were mirroring, and I'm used to walking along the Shannon, and it occurred to me, remember I was talking about when all the water surface mirrors in your observation, and when you get these sort of vague zones, non-mirroring zones, and I talked about the wind. I also considered this before, but it's also got to do with the conditions underneath. If there's a rocky upgrowth here or there throughout, and there always can be, then it's the tide coming in is going to flow differently over this section, and you will get non-mirroring water. It'll be more in motion than the rest of the water around, and that's what I observed tonight. But that's a different matter.
Yeah, you're talking about diffusion. That creates diffusion in the image.
Not talking about diffusion. I'm talking about a perfect mirror, the surface of a water, and then just some areas within it disturbed. It's not diffusion, it's just a disturbance of the mirror itself, and then that area or section will not mirror. That's all.
Don't ever think that you're in agreement with Pete.
But Travis, we got to forget all these words. Stop using the term inferior mirage. They're baller terms, but I said this to Ranty years ago. What the heck? I said this to you years ago. They're baller confusion diffusion terms.
Okay, Pete. So, I get it. I don't know that I'm going to immediately shake that, since all mirages are inferior. it's perfectly fine to just call it a mirage.
So,
That's
so we
superior
gotta use
mirage.
different terms. Let's call a star then, Travis. Come on.
If you don't
I thought
understand,
there were.
if you
I
don't
thought there was
understand my
also
meaning,
superior mirage.
no, superior mirages, as they have been described to us, are incorrectly categorized. There are only inferior mirages.
Okay.
No, and inferior mirage ultimately decodes as underside mirror reflection. It's along the surface of the water, which has now been given back to us as an extended span, as opposed to the divided or close horizon over the water on a ball earth in ball earth geometry.
Thanks. Is there any more of the original topic that we're going to talk about, or are we going to stay in the mirrored?
I know I'm difficult
Yeah,
for everyone.
I want to make a point. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Can anyone hear me, by the way, while there's a lull in conversation? Is my mic working
Yes,
now?
Kale Smoothie. Yes, we hear you.
Is it roboting? Is it crisp? Can you hear my air conditioning?
No, it only robots when you start talking.
God, but it's clear now, right? I'm like messing
Yeah.
up all the different settings.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay, so.
Thank you, guys.
So, in the northern hemisphere, the stars are moving in one way. I don't know if it's clockwise or counterclockwise, whatever. Let's say counterclockwise in the north, the stars are moving. In the southern hemisphere, the stars are moving the opposite way, counterclockwise, whatever the opposite is from the north. Those are two different directions, two separate directions, right? Just so we're clear, clockwise and counterclockwise is not the same direction, right?
Yes.
Yes, they are the same direction, or no?
Oh my God!
No,
correct.
they're not the same.
Correct.
Definitely
correct.
not
You're
the same
correct.
direction. Okay. So when we look at the equator and we're looking at the stars move, not the same direction, right?
Correct.
Let's have a Glober answer. Take that one.
Not the
Kale
equator.
Smoothie.
Yeah, sure. Jeremy, can you elucidate a little bit on your point?
Yeah, you agree though, not the same direction. Can't be the same direction, right? Because the equator is the delineation line for this different movement, right?
Yes, for the sake of this argument, I agree.
Okay, so they're not moving the same. They're moving different directions. Just so we're clear, different directions.
Well, rotation is a perspective-based thing, so yes, depending on which way you're looking, is which way they're spinning.
Yeah, like Jeremy, if you're standing at the equator and you're seeing the stars, what are the different directions they're moving in?
Well, if we're standing at the equator and we're looking up, we can see stars to the right of the equator and to the left of the equator. So one side's going to be clockwise. So one side's going to be clockwise. The other side's going to be counterclockwise. Those aren't the same directions.
Correct.
And the ones right above you?
Jeremy.
And the ones right above you, Jeremy?
The ones right above me, they're going in a straight line on the celestial equator, and then the ones to the right and left of that are going different directions, right?
Right. So, Jeremy, let's just talk about the idea of direction real quick.
Leo, hello, Leo.
So, if you have a merry-go-round, right, on a glass floor, you look at it from the top.
Leo, you're breaking
this
up.
example works. Continue.
Breaking up. You sounded like a Muppet.
Is that Leo? Isn't that the guy that sounds like Leo?
No, that's
No,
Kale.
this is
Yeah,
Kale.
not
Kale.
Lale. It's Kale.
He's breaking up.
Yeah.
Kale is breaking up. You have to do something. You're
Kale-
coming through as
Kale's
like a
all-
Muppet, like Leo normally does.
Kale is 5 minutes older than Lale.
Kale L, right? Jeremy.
Oh, please, no
Oh,
words.
interesting. 1 second, please. I'm gonna just kind of make a final statement here, and I'd like to talk to Jeremy more on these type of things, which is sort of like globe Earth and flat Earth and beyond. When we think about a paddle going through the water,
Listen,
I'm
I'm sorry,
second, Travis.
I
When
know,
we think
but
about it, I'm going to finish up and leave you to it.
Jeremy
then.
wasn't finished. He had one question. I'm sure he had a
Talking
follow-up,
to Kale.
man.
Kale was talking.
Jeremy asked one question. I'm sure he had follow-ups. Jeremy, do you have follow-up
Yes, but
questions?
hang on. Kale was talking, and I interrupted Kale, telling
Fucking
him.
A.
Abbas.
Jeremy asked for a baller to respond. He then had a follow-up, I'm
Okay.
sure. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I didn't hear any response, so I don't know what's
You
said.
heard several responses, all in the affirmative. Yes.
I was just waiting
Okay.
for Kale to reconnect. Then he could give Jeremy his full response. And I was speaking specifically to Jeremy while Kale was trying to reconnect and just saying something very brief. Think of a paddle going through a swimming pool. The vortex, it applies at either side. Same thing applies to reflection as we're looking at all the skylights. Depending on the contour of the barrier that we are under, especially, we will get a distorted reflection.
Gee, we also were not
Last thing,
interested. You let it go?
if we will think of a planar mirror, Jeremy, we will think of a convex mirror and a concave mirror. So I'm done there. But thanks for the rushing.
You said you would talk about it one last time about a half hour ago.
Would you not address him?
Keep
He was
on bringing
out.
it up.
Come on.
So
Jeremy,
one's
you
counter,
have
one's
6
clockwise.
seconds to look at the video I posted.
So one's clockwise and one's counterclockwise. That's what we see. That means we can't see them going in the same direction. We have to see them diverging and converging because they're different directions, right?
Sure.
Xanax.
But why does that happen, Jeremy?
This is for specifically. I'm sorry, I didn't address it. This is specifically for Xanax because he thinks the fisheye lens is causing this.
Actually, you're a little behind on that, Jeremy.
So we're all cleared up. We're past the fisheye lens, and we know that's not what's causing this.
It's the transformation. It's both lens when the wide angle lens can do some of it, but most of it you are using some point of reference, a camera, and you're taking a picture of the field of view in front of you with a 2D pattern, a 2D slate.
So
trying to map
everybody
out
clear?
the
His answer.
image.
His answer is perspective and camera distortion. Basically, fisheye lens, a little bit of that, and perspective, which he's going to correct with a perspective transformation.
It is. We already showed how that works with the railroad tracks and the roller coaster. We could be looking at that roller coaster, knowing that track is perfectly.
Right.
Ryan,
How many millions
when
of
I was
light years?
talking, the railroad track, the roller coaster track is perfectly circular, yet it starts out very flat and goes curvature in the distance as it goes vertically in the field of view. That's not what happens. Thanks for everyone just jumping in. That's not what happens in reality. It's perfectly
inward,
circular. It's a circular path. It doesn't show that way on the picture because of perspective and because of the transformation that we've talked about several times already.
The train tracks and the roller coaster curve, they dislocate inward. You're saying the stars are doing opposite. So that's not an example, bro.
Whatever way you want to curve, curves will always be distorted in a 2D picture if it's a 3D image.
You can't invoke a perspective transformation.
Just like things look like they're rising into your eye level. They're not.
So Xanax still thinks it's a lens.
No, lens is involved. I mean, we all agree on that.
Yes, he does.
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not the lens, because you have two different directions, clockwise and counterclockwise. That's what we see. So we would have to see. So we would have to see converging and diverging.
Xanax, if you was at the equator using your own two eyes, no cameras or whatnot, and you look to the left of you and you look to the right of you, do you agree with Jeremy that your own two eyes would see star trails in opposite directions on the left and right of you?
Yes.
And what would cause?
Because from your point of view on this rotating body, these objects which are fixed in space would have that path. That's not too much of a stretch to figure that out.
So that has nothing to do with like lenses and whatnot, right?
If you took a picture of it.
No, just with your own eyes. Don't bring cameras or whatnot.
Because you can look at things and see the radiuses from those stars to the North Pole, to the South Pole.
Yeah, but just with your own eyes, it would look like they taking opposite paths, right? No.
Maybe.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Let me take a wild guess.
What's your position on that?
Let me take a wild guess, Danik.
By looking at it, just by looking at it.
It's going to be the cosine of the freaking latitude, ain't it?
Wait, is it Smooth who's talking there?
He gave us a maybe. We can move on, right?
Which is it? What would you see?
Danik, you're going to invoke R, and it's going to be the cosine of the freaking latitude.
I would see the stars taking opposite paths, opposite rotations, one clockwise, one counterclockwise. With my own two eyes, that's what I would see.
Yeah,
and I would agree because of my my location.
And I'm not disagreeing because we already talked about the divergent paths. Moyak and I talked about it earlier. I talked with Jeremy about it. You look south, you see things going clockwise. You look north, you see things going counterclockwise.
So what is it you and Jeremy don't agree on? I don't get it.
With Travis's picture in Southern California.
Nah, this ain't about Travis's picture.
He shows the divergence of the southernmost stars, thinking that is part of this phenomena that we're seeing a southern star traveling in a clockwise rotation because they were curving opposite to the curve of all the stars revolving around counterclockwise to the North Star. But I told him it was a transformation. You don't see that in reality. There is a fixed radius with all those stars you can see in the sky, and they all are following a circular path around the North Star, even though in the picture or the video, it looks like they're not.
See, the problem is Xanix's confusing what we see with what is actually happening. We're just talking about what we see. We see the stars appearing to converge and diverge. We have to see that. We have to see that because one's going clockwise, the other one's going counterclockwise.
We don't see
two
that
different directions.
We don't see
two
that
different directions. If you're looking at the equator, you would.
Yes, at the equator. We're not at the equator though. We're at Northern California.
If you're in SoCal and you're looking at the equator, can you see the celestial equator from Southern California?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you could be looking at from Southern California. You could be looking in the sky and seeing this opposite rotation.
I'm going to go. One thing I'm going to say here is sloppy wording.
Yeah.
Basically, you're talking about different rotations. They are all rotating the same direction. Your perspective, perspective changes, and you look at things from different angles. So there is no, everything goes from east to west, and that's true. Now your position changes, your observation changes, and your transform changes based upon your observation angle.
Hold on a second, Moyak. We just established that there's a clockwise and a counterclockwise rotation, different directions. The delineation point is at the equator. Now you're saying no, not opposite directions, same direction. I'm confused.
I'm clarifying that they are the same direction. Your position, your observation is changing.
They're not the same direction. We just established 5 minutes ago, not even, that one was clockwise and one was counterclockwise, and those are different directions.
That is sloppy wording. You got to try and
when you agreed to that, you personally agreed. You personally agreed to that not 5 minutes ago.
I know.
You agreed, yes, different directions.
But I know you, and you're trying to muddy the waters. So I'm trying to clarify that we're talking about an object or the sky as an object is rotating in one direction, or Earth is rotating in one direction.
That's bullshit.
Depending how you look at it.
Jeremy is not doing
depending if you're looking south or looking north, you will see different rotations. That does not mean that they are rotating in different directions. Your perspective has changed. Counterclockwise and clockwise is totally a perspective thing.
I almost feel like you're making the flat Earth argument for why the stars are rotating.
I think
it's
Jeremy's
a perspective thing.
It's
a perspective thing, and it depends on which way you look.
Yeah, it's sinking in.
Yeah, no, it's not sinking in. Your double speak ridiculous shit.
Look at the video. I found a great video, Jeremy. I found a great one. This is what we wanted. All the stars moving in the northern hemisphere from the east, from the west, from the south, especially the south, and the north. Look what happens in this video.
Danik, they diverge. off into the distance,
They
not
don't
converge.
diverge. They don't
You are
diverge.
so, bro.
They
You
do
know what a
not.
smiley face and a frown are, bro? They
Yeah, that happens.
diverge.
You've been saying this
Bro,
for
I don't know.
2 hours.
What's
You've
wrong
been
with this man?
saying smiley
What's
face.
wrong with this man? He interrupts me. I'm trying to correct him. He's
I
saying
thought you
they
interrupted me,
converge
but
in the
okay.
distance like railroad tracks, guys.
Yeah. The thing is here, I don't know. So counterclock, we see them going clockwise and counterclockwise. Those are different directions, right?
From your point of
We
view,
all just
yeah.
agree to this. Not
Well, hold on. He's rethinking his whole brain right now, Jeremy.
just agreed that 5 minutes ago this clockwise and counterclockwise were different directions.
They're trying to apply a perspective
Moyak tried to bring
convergence.
it back. Moyak tried to bring it back and say no. Now it's the same direction.
Well, do you want,
Bro,
let's say that as far as a point of clarification, do you want to agree that they all rotate essentially from east to west? Or at least the vast majority of them do, from an equatorial view.
No.
We're talking about the divergence point, bro.
I understand, and I'm trying to, again, because the fine points here is that he's going to go off on different directions, say, how could they be moving in different directions or whatever, some flat earth trope. And I'm trying to understand what he's saying and where he's trying to go with this, because you have to be very careful with your wording with Jeremy, or he'll remain confused.
My wording is very clear, and I'm not confused. Don't try to poison the well. My words are very clear. We see them in one hemisphere, they're moving clockwise. The other hemisphere, they're rotating counterclockwise, right? Very simple wording, right, Moya?
Depending on what direction you're looking, yes.
We're looking straight up at the equator.
At the equator?
To the left of the equator, we can see to the left of the equator, we can see to the right of the equator. One set is moving clockwise, the other set's moving counterclockwise.
Okay.
Is that okay, or was that tricky wording?
Now, we'll see when you go and muddy the waters later on. We'll see how you're going with this. Yes, I'll
so
agree
we're-
with you.
Okay, so we're clear, clockwise, counterclockwise. Hold on, Brian. You get 2 minutes. One side is clockwise, the other side's counterclockwise. Those are different directions, right, Moyak?
Sure.
Okay, so you would see convergence and divergence. You know that they're not going in the same direction. So we know we would see convergence and divergence, right?
Only because of the transform.
You can say whatever you want to say it is. I'm telling you what we see. That's what we would see, right?
Sure.
Okay, get that through to Zanuck.
Do you have 6 seconds to look at the video I'm going to post?
I can't right now. The kids just got home.
Zanuck still thinks that the stars in the distance, or he probably knows now. He scrambled his brain like a Jeopardy board. He thinks that the perspective transform is converging off in the distance. That's why he's using railroad tracks and roller coasters. I'm not sure if Moyak thinks that. I was just going to let him try and fiddle with the math. But you can't apply perspective to something 5 zigadillion miles away, bro. And plus, it is not converging in the distance. It's converging overhead.
It wasn't converging. You got it all wrong, Brian. It wasn't the converging. It was distortion of its path. The path is more like the roller coasters. Remember the straight roller coaster track?
Yeah,
it's
converging,
bro.
We know
Hold
it's
on, Brian.
we know it's a circle. Hold on. We know it's a circle, but it looks like it's flat at the bottom and bends up at the end as it goes up.
Yeah, hold on, Brian.
That is a transform.
Okay, the paths of the stars, yes. One of the paths on one side of the equator is going clockwise, and the other path on the other side of the equator is going counterclockwise, right, Zanuck?
The stars don't diverge from each other. They look like they might, but they don't.
Obfuscate for me.
They don't.
Maybe don't answer the question.
The distance between them does not change angularly.
Okay. On one side of the equator, they're going clockwise, right? And on the other side, they're going counterclockwise? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so the paths of them are different directions, right?
From your perspective, yes. From your position of observation.
Yeah, so different paths. So we would expect to see the divergence and convergence of these since they're going different directions, right?
Yet we don't.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Watch the video. Watch the video. It shows you from all different directions what the stars do.
Go ahead, Brian. There's no getting this.
I gave you the equatorial mountain too. Do you see any divergence of these stars anywhere in the field of view? Anywhere? Yep.
Yes.
Go watch the video and come back. It's not a very long video. It's maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Okay.
I don't need to watch the video. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, you realize it's divergent now, right, Pete? You realize that it doesn't match the perspective transform like railroad tracks, right, Pete?
Brian, do you mean Zanuck or Pete?
Yeah, I meant Zanuck. I just realized. What am I talking about, Pete? Thinking about you, Pete, obviously, with your mirrored water layer shit. But Zanuck, do you agree? So are you still saying convergence, like railroad tracks off in the distance, like the transform equation?
It's a different transform.
Now you got a different one.
Completely different. That's why you use the roller coaster circular path. More of an analogy.
At least give me a.
So I can't answer you because you talk to me when I answer it. So
were you wondering why it wasn't working, Jack?
Okay, so the paths of the stars, right? One path is taking a clockwise rotation, other path's taking a counterclockwise rotation. The paths of the stars, right, Zanuck? That's what we see. You obfuscated it last time. I don't know why. What makes me think you're going to answer this straight this time?
He's going to hold on to a security blanket, but here's the thing. So we're going to apply your transform to the celestial mount that's already showing divergence. So just let's make sure we document the math and let's submit it, get it peer reviewed, and then let's apply it. And guess what? It already don't work. You're going to make it even worse.
Come on.
You're going to apply radius. You're going to apply the cosine of the freaking latitude to the position of the star and apply the radius of Earth to stars out in free space just because your shit ain't working, bro. It is a joke. They're doing it real time, people. Why do you think they're quiet?
I plan to have Connie come over for dinner tonight at 7:30, but
Zanuck, we don't want to hear your dinner plans, man. This is insane.
Brian, I watched your last video, Brian, and it said something about putting like two sizes of Earth in one crater on the moon. What's that all about, man? Sounded interesting.
That was Sean Hawkins. Yeah, I debated him on Flatoids. That was my introduction, my opener. So that's what the beginning was, just pointing out that he just says any damn thing. In case he starts just saying any damn thing. And, of course, he just said anything. He started bashing Travis, dude. And he just pretty much turned himself in. Like, dude, why did you call these people? He brought up something I wasn't even aware of just to rub it in Travis's face because I used Travis's work as a reference. And it was a joke, man. If you want to explain that, Travis, you can. But literally, it's what a horrible person. Just unbelievable.
I mean, they say to get your work published and and shit like that, and then they go totally trash talk the place that publishes your shit. I mean, it's obnoxious. Zanuck, different paths, right? Clockwise and counterclockwise are different paths, right, Zanuck?
Can you guys hear me now? Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I have a question for Brian. When I got some time here, or whoever's got time for it.
Go ahead, Data. When has that ever stopped you?
So Brian, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Yeah, so I did a video. I don't know if you've seen it, but I basically show the toy model by putting like an omen in Perth. Because January or December 21st in Perth, you have a 120-degree sunrise. I just wanted to see if you found the same using a toy model, understanding that the tilt 23.5.
You're right. I did, man. But they knock off about what 11 degrees due to declination, but it's still. I mean, it's still.
No. That has nothing to do with the geographical map. That sun and time and date is a geographical position. That sunrise has nothing to do with magnetic north.
I say, here's what I say, Data. They angle they sit there and try and attribute shit to the tilt of the Earth, but they're tilting east down with it. So I mean, I don't know what they think they're solving.
Well, with the toy model, it shows that the tilt doesn't give the sunrise angles in Perth at 23.5. You actually have to tilt it more, right? Like 30 degrees to kind of get that 120 degrees. Other than that, it comes in around 90 to 100 degrees on the toy model.
Whoa!
No,
I never even met. I've been stuck in Sydney.
I demonstrated in a video, so I'm just waiting for other videos to show me where the GP of the sun is at the 23.5 and how you get 120 degree shadow or 120 degree sunrise with a 23.5 tilt on the globe model.
You got the same channel, bro? Because I'm not getting notifications, man.
Oh, I don't, dude. I just delete shit, post things up, delete it, wait for responses. I don't really retain anything on those channels, man.
Hey, can you post it in chat, or you want me?
Yeah, I'll post it in chat.
I want to see it because I was sitting there, and I got their explanation and everything, but they're, it's like they're leaving Polaris behind, like it's no longer part of the equation. They're tilting the whole Earth for an explanation, but all they're doing is tilting east with it. Like, what do you think the tilt is doing? I understand what they're saying as far as around the ball and it coming down, but as far as east goes, it's relative. East relative to where you are.
But Daddy, you said the GP of the sun on December the 21st. That's not necessarily where you'll see it rise on the horizon, is it?
Yes. So the GP of the sun is at the 23.5 or 23.4 Tropic of Capricorn. That's where it is, December 21st. So apply that principle in your toy model. Make sure that the GP of the sun is over that particular 23.5. Put a gnome in Perth, and you'll see that it will not produce a 120 degree angle to Perth. What you have to do is you have to. It doesn't work, period. So the toy model is just that example.
That's where it comes up.
The toy model does not predict real events is the point of the demonstration.
Your toy is broken.
You might like to hear this one, Data. So I was watching Mitchell, man, when he first started doing his splatter school, and he did this live. He took SunCalc and showed his spot on Earth. He was real thorough about it, and he said, "Let's see what 90 degrees east is, because it's due east." So he sets his compass and everything, and so even SunCalc is applying declination and not even claiming it. They're just doing it. So it was 11 degrees off. It was 11 degrees further north than the globe model. He did it live, and there's no denying that. Like I still haven't heard a rebuttal. Like they're just fixing shit. It's just a big model of patchwork, dude. You could call the globe patches at this point, and it's getting worse.
Well, it's just understanding what they're trying to predict with the model and realizing that the model doesn't predict everything shows you that the model isn't accurate, and therefore if it's not accurate, then it must be something other than what the model represents, right?
Right, but they act like the sun's coming in way from the south and all this shit, and it never work on A. No, it's not coming in from where y'all claim it is, and Mitchell demonstrated it live. It's still on his channel. It's not a trickery. It's just a man going out doing an observation live, and so no, the sun ain't coming in down there where the globe bullshit claims it is.
Well, the video's in the chat there. So if you do the same demonstration and come up with the same results, then it shows that the model doesn't matter the size of the globe. It shows that the globe doesn't predict those sun angles.
I mean, it does come in from I'm not saying that it doesn't go down lower than 90. I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying it's not what it didn't match SunCalc. It was my claim. It's something kind of in between.
That's what I'm saying, is that I use sun and time and date information or SunCalc information, and it doesn't match the predicted globe model. That's the point.
Awesome, bro. Did you post that yet?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Sweet. The reason I think this is important because I don't think a lot of Globers even know this. So there's a lot of honest Globers in here, and I've talked about Sean, but I don't feel that way about a lot of people, man. Me personally, don't get along with him, and I think he's a disgusting person. He probably thinks the same about me, but I don't feel the same way about that left lane or Moya, even Zanuck, man, even Rumpus, dude. There's only a couple of them that just get under my skin, man. He
What
just
about
happens to be
Kale?
one of them. But I don't even think I don't know. I have to see. But Kale, 5 minutes old, 5 minute Lale. But no, my quick point is I don't even think a lot of ballers know this. Like if they go to check and they go to do an observation, they're gonna look at sun calc, everything's digital and it's gonna match, But then if you take an actual compass, it's not. And I think SunCalc should have to display that because any baller is actually interested. Your model might match SunCalc perfect. You can make that claim, but your reality doesn't. Your compass doesn't. So I think that needs to be brought into the conversation and not just be ignored. That's my whole point. No big deal.
Hey, Kale Smoothie, have you been listening to any of today's show? I thought he was just here. Wasn't he just here? Hello?
Hello.
What the hell happened?
What happened?
You know what? We could repeat today's show again tomorrow with a completely new start, and it would still be a fantastic show. Since 6 o'clock this morning until now, this has been a fucking amazing show.
Almost 8 hours.
Give us the highlight reel there, Travis, and why it was fantastic.
Wow. Why was it fantastic? I think because we demonstrated on a repeated example how the ballers were having a conflict in their cognition in terms of their model and the way that we were presenting our arguments, because the arguments are simple, the arguments are logical, the arguments are sensible, and they wanted to just say his globe after everything we were proving. It was just completely but it's a globe.
We broke the globe, y'all. We broke the globe real time. They're still not agreeing yet. They're still in disagreement. Just 10 minutes ago, Zanuck was applying a perspective transform of converging stars off in the distance. Just 10 minutes ago, and anybody can go back and listen to it. What a joke, people. This is real time.
Well, not only that.
I never said converging stars. You conflate and confuse things I say.
Thank God it's recorded,
so, Brian. I'm responding to you. The convergence was done on the railroad track or the roller coaster analogy. The lights in the sky are stars. They're not converging. They are keeping equal distance to each other. They're keeping the equal angular position from the radius.
Who the fuck is making noise in the background? There's like tippity tappity, clippity cloppity, click of something, man.
Right.
Somebody keeps fucking doing it. It's insane. Is that you, Zanuck?
No, I'm just talking to the mic.
It's happening while you're talking, right?
The people
you're talking.
It happened last time you accused me, and it wasn't me.
Are you fidgeting with something?
Can I?
Shut up, Travis.
I don't have a
Brian.
to speak.
Brian,
may I just say one thing?
No, not in the middle of my sentence where Travis
please.
interrupted me.
I only have one.
Let me just finish my sentence, let me finish my sentence, and you can finish your. So I'm responding to Brian. So Brian, what I said clearly was those stars in Travis's video have a fixed radius, measurable, repeatable, quantifiable, and that determines its path. Just because you see something divergent in a video doesn't mean it actually is diverging in real life, because it's not.
Zanuck, this is all recorded. So when I clarified, when I first realized you were making the mistake, I was like, Zanuck, so you think that the stars are converging like the railroad tracks? And that's your perspective transfer. You said yes, and I said
They're
no.
not convert. If I said that, I
Anyway,
didn't
it's
mean to
all
say it.
recorded. I'm gonna
They're
make a
not
video.
converging. I never said it once. Never insinuated or implied that that was what they were doing. They're not converging.
So how are you comparing
So
railroad track?
can I just?
I'm not. I
Mathematics?
said the
Can
roller coaster
Kale,
curve looks
man, you
different.
gotta wait, bro. You gotta wait.
I'm trying. I'm just.
No, you're not.
Just
You're
bite your
over. You're
tongue. Go
over
to the bathroom or
talking
something.
Brian and Zanuck right now, man.
These two have been talking for the past 4 hours. There's been no
I've been
time to
quiet
really.
for 10, 15 minutes, and it was something he brought my name up. Said
I literally
said,
just want to say,
just
all
shut.
right,
Just
whatever.
quiet for a second. I'm done in 5 seconds. Let
Dude,
Brian respond. Then you can talk.
you're such a bastard.
No, you are the bastard.
Hey,
You're
can
interrupting.
we please, hey, you guys refrain from name calling, please. Who was it? Zanuck and I'm sorry, who is the other gentleman talking? And then
Yeah, Kale Smooth's been trying to say, make a little statement here for about 10 minutes.
okay, so Zanuck said he had 5 seconds left of something to say. Then we can let Brian respond, and then New Leaf can say what he wanted to say. Does that work?
Perfect. That's all we need to do.
That's a good fucking plan. I like that plan.
Brian,
Nice.
Okay, sweet. Thanks. Okay,
So
please go over
Brian,
talking.
I never ever said. If I did, I was grossly misspoke. There's no convergence. There is just this picture or video of the stars looking like they converge or diverge and having different paths. They are all fixed radius to the revolving center point axis of rotation annulus, and that can be shown and measured and proved without exception. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make it quick, Leo. Anyway, so convergence, so not equivalent to railroad tracks the way you've been explaining it for the last 2 hours, right? Not equivalent.
The analogy was the roller coaster curvature in the picture that Kosho posted, not the railroad tracks. No.
All right, fair enough. Let's let him get his word in.
Smooth. Go ahead, Smooth.
So, like I said, I don't have a lot of, because I'm at work, but I'm just asking if everyone can just try to commit themselves as much as possible to just progressing to a point and trying to be like respectful to the original conversation, because I don't know if it's just today, but I feel like we haven't really been able to move anywhere or really like distinctly respond
like
to
7
any.
years. Maybe
Yeah, I was
6, 7,
just
8
say
years.
it's been years and years.
I disagree. I learn a lot every day here.
We're always specific. They always beat around the bush, and then when we're not around, they say we are doing all the things they are literally doing. It is amazing the projection we get.
We can't progress because every time I ask Zanuck this question, he keeps obfuscating.
Because it's a lie and he can't remember how he said it the last time.
It's not a lie, and I'm telling you exactly the same thing every time. We've used different words along the way, but in context of the topic in discussion right now. Travis, your constant radius explains your video. Jeremy, yes, the stars appear to diverge at the equator, looking north, looking south. There, that's the answers you're looking for.
Okay. That's not what I'm looking for. I just want to know the truth, Zanuck. Do you think that's
That
the
is
truth,
the
or are you
truth.
saying that just to appease me?
They look like it. Now, if you video, why don't you get an actual videotape
Ooh,
of
that
the
only
exact-
took 5 hours to get you to say that. Holy
Why
shit.
don't you get I said it before too. Why don't you get a video of stars at the equator and see what they look like on the video?
Okay, so this thing we see, now we can progress forward. Whew. And it's not due to the lens, right? That's what we see with our own eyes.
Again, what Travis said and shown is what you see with your, if you looked at it with a camera, and you would not see that if you looked at it with your own eyes.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is painful. We just took
I
2
know,
steps
Jeremy,
backwards
right?
again.
I know,
We
right?
just went 2 steps back. This has been going
You
on
don't
for 5
see
hours.
stars. You don't see
Please,
stars in
someone
Southern
save
California
me.
going the opposite direction. You don't see it.
Then you weren't listening to Jeremy's question because you agreed.
It's a loaded question because there's many conditions.
Not
that
a
can
fucking
apply.
loaded question. I understood his question clear as fucking day.
Really, what was the question?
Fuck,
You
man.
tell me then. Then you tell me then, Travis, and try to settle down a little bit.
Listen, with your eyeballs, no camera. With your eyeballs, we're at the equator. We're looking straight up. Just our eyeballs, no camera. One of the stars on one side of the celestial equator is moving clockwise. The other side's going counterclockwise, right? We see this with our own eyes, no lens, right?
Right.
So no lens. And this has nothing to do with the lens. Nothing to do with the lens. That's what we see with our eyeballs, right?
Right.
Ask me that question, Jeremy.
So you agree this apparent convergence and divergence has nothing to do with their lens?
Yes. That's
Holy shit! Why did you? Okay, you didn't know that 2 minutes ago.
I said that a long
I
time ago. I said it initially. Go play it back. I said it earlier.
You just told me 2 minutes ago because the lens.
That was what Travis had said. Looking at stars in Southern California,
with D-Mock.
the southern
I mean,
stars,
with,
they're not diverging.
So could we get D-Mock to sum up everything, though?
There we go. That'd be a smarter thing to do right now.
Yeah, what do you got, D-Mock?
Moyak or D-Mock?
I think
he said
anyone but Zanuck.
Moyak.
What about the wait?
Moyak,
What about the cute?
I know, but I clarified and said Moyak said it was the lens earlier.
I want to hear from the cutie that spoke up. She said cute.
That's very sexist.
Travis, please.
What? She did.
No, it's not.
Listen, so no lens. This has, in conclusion, this has nothing to do with the lens. This is what we see with our eyeballs, right?
He said the lens was part of it, and that was definitely one part of it. Like when it comes to Travis's video.
Okay, despite what anyone said in the
To
past.
be fair, Jeremy, he did say lens setup, like a whole setup of how you're viewing it.
Okay, that's fine. Despite what anyone said, and despite what anyone said in the past, we now know this has nothing to do with the lens, and it's what we see with our eyeballs, right?
Who you asking?
We're going to take a mulligan on the past 6 hours, and we'll just say from here on out, we all know it's not because of the lens, right?
No, the Travis's is part of the lens. That's a very integral part of the problem with his video. Why things diverge is a lens.
Thing I'm talking about. Forget Travis. You don't even know how focus works. Forget Travis's video. My example.
Jeremy, shut up.
You're under the equator. But you're under the equator. You look left, you look right. With your eyeballs, no lens. On one side it's moving clockwise, other side it's moving. We see them appear to converge and diverge. Nothing to do with the lens at all, right?
You look left, you look if you're facing east and you look left, you're gonna see the northern sky rotate counterclockwise. You look right, you're going to see the southern sky rotate clockwise.
And that would cause an apparent convergence and divergence, and has nothing to do with the lens.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Nothing to do with the lens. Whew, I'm glad. Finally. Okay.
Bro, you just got Xanax to let go. You just got Xanax to let go of the security.
6 hours.
I'll repost Travis's video if that'll help you, Jeremy.
He's gonna repeat it.
Okay, I have a.
Yeah, y'all go ahead because he's gonna repeat the same shit in 30 minutes. He just let go of his security blanket. He can't do that for long.
Nothing to do with the lens. We made massive amounts of progress. Go ahead, Travis.
Zanuck.
Yes.
At what point from making Jeremy's observation at the equator, when I start moving up latitudes, at what point does it stop being, at what point does it start being an effect of the lens?
I'm not sure exactly. Might be the equatorial stars.
No, don't tell me. Don't fucking tell me you.
I'm
don't
not
tell
sure.
me you don't know.
Sure
okay, I'm going to be clear. If you don't know, then don't start making up maybes. Go the fuck
I'm not
find
making
out.
anything up. I'm not making what you saw. Okay, Travis. Now you're playing unfair. I told you what you saw was not a divergent path because those stars in that right side of your picture or video were following a standard radius, fixed radius, following the North Star. Now you're saying another hypothetical which has nothing to do with it. And yes, at some point you will see a divergence. I don't know where that is exactly.
And you need to find out because you're a science guy and the science should have an answer because you're saying, hold on, hold on. You're saying that at the equator, no lens effect. At what point, as you move north, does it start to become an effect of this lens? Go.
The lens has an effect all the time. When you look at even the star,
my God.
hold on, the star trails do not show a constant radius. Yet there is one because it's using a lens, and it's a transformation and lens combination. The greater the angle of lens, the greater the wide angle of lens, the more there will be this error. So and there will be an error that's due to the lens and the transformation, and there also will be a divergence based on the rotation from your field, from your perspective, from your point of view, which is different. 3 things, all different. I know you don't like things that are different, but there's 3 things you're talking about. Don't confront them.
Okay, Zanuck. All right. So we just agreed that when you're standing under the equator, the lens, this is not caused by the lens. Okay. This was like 1 minute ago. Remember that?
Correct. And now Travis wants to know
standing under the
point
equator, no lens.
Yes.
Okay, so you move 10 feet to the left. Now lens?
No, you still see it 10 feet to the left.
You move 10 feet north.
No, Jeremy. Jeremy, 1 foot to the left. 1 foot to the left lens, bro.
Just let me walk them through this real quick. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You go 10 feet north. Okay. Do we still see this effect with our eyes, no lens?
Yes.
100 feet north.
I know where you're going, Jeremy. At some point, there will be a point where you don't see the counter rotation of the southern sky.
Okay, and that will be when we can't see
that's my homework for Travis to find out at what point that exists. Okay, let's move on.
As long as we can see the celestial equator with our eyeballs, no lens, we'll always see this apparent convergence and divergence, right?
Can you see the stars of the celestial equator from where? What point can you see? Everywhere?
As long as
California.
Let me rephrase it. Hold on. As long as you can see the celestial equator, as long as you can see the celestial equator with your eyeballs, and any amount to the left and right of it, that we'll see this effect of convergence and apparent convergence and divergence, right? No lens. No lens.
Let me give him a hint. You can see the celestial equator from anywhere, Zanuck.
Brian. Yeah, shush.
If that was the case, then you could see this divergence from the North Pole, Brian. And no, you can't.
Zanuck, did you? No, not Brian. Did you answer? Can you respond to what I said, please?
Yeah, I don't know what that point is, and what you can see.
Then how do you know?
You don't know what point is.
I'm gonna find out. I'll find out what the point. What point?
Forget where the point is. We're not talking about where the point is. We're just.
How do you know what happens?
Hold on, Travis.
You broke up the whole time.
Please, 2 minutes, Travis. I let you go on with your inferior refraction mirage for hours at a time.
Hours and hours and hours, exactly.
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes. This is your thing, Travis. You know, let's get this shit straight because whatever you're doing is not working. Whatever the point is to where you can see the celestial equator, doesn't matter where it is. Wherever we stand and we can see that, we can see stars on the left and the right, on the north and the south of the equator. We'll see with our naked eye lens, we'll see this convergence and divergence, right, Zanuck?
Yes.
If Travis can see the celestial equator, then it has nothing to do with the lens.
That's not what he's seeing in the picture.
Then you can debate on if you're seeing that equator, celestial equator.
I want to find the spot.
Go ahead, Travis.
Let me come back with where that spot is, and then we'll re-engage the conversation.
To think you can't, I don't know how well you know the globe model, to think you can't see the celestial equator from southern Tally is crazy.
I know you can see the celestial equator. What you're seeing is because you can see.
So what are we debating?
You can see the Milky Way traverse it, right?
What are you debating then? Debating.
But when suddenly our celestial equator is broached by the Milky Way, just suddenly there's some stars of the Milky Way that pass the equator.
Yeah,
they start going in different directions.
Diverge.
No,
just like Orion's belt. Yes, they do.
Brian, stop it. You make this
Dude,
a shit
you're not
show.
aware of
You
this
start
shit,
lobbing
obviously.
crap over the fence, and we have to take the shovel out and clean it up before we can finish the conversation.
Xanax, getting truth out of you is
There you
like
go.
squeezing
You're showing your true colors.
Oh my god, dude.
Take a hint.
Xanax, you know all this shit's recorded. You know I make videos constantly
I don't
on
care.
people,
Yeah, care
on
about
all
your
the
videos.
lies, right? On all the
There's no
blatant lies.
lies,
I
video.
call them
There's
out,
no
right?
lies, Brian. All we know is what Travis has posted is an artifact of this perspective or the transformation.
Okay, let me jump
in the
in just
land.
real quick. Okay, since you don't know when that's going to happen, how the fuck do you know it's happening at all?
Because I've been in Southern California, I've seen the skies rotate from
See, he'll
sunset
say
to
anything,
sunrise.
people.
They
He'll literally
rotate.
say anything.
They
He's not
rotate
honest.
clockwise. Everything you see, everything you can see in the celestial sky in LA will show a counterclockwise rotation.
Okay, Xanax, Xanax, you're telling me that if you were to go out tonight to a nice spot in Southern California, have a great shot of the sky, with the celestial equator up in the sky at a 45-degree angle,
Where would that celestial equator
you're
be?
telling me that the
Hold on.
fucking talking.
Let's break it down. So if we see the North Star at where will it be in your
Why
field
is
of
he
view? Hold on.
talking
Let's hold on.
right now?
We're talking with each other. This is
You're
easy.
breaking up a little.
Why is he still talking? I wasn't finished. And now I'm in a bad spot. Nice.
No, you're in a good spot now. You were in a bad spot. Go on.
I don't understand why someone didn't load up Stellarium yet and just put yourself in LA or something and see if you could see the celestial equator or not. Doesn't that seem like the easiest thing to do then?
Yeah, what Xanax is just fuck.
I've been posting their religion all day, man. Travis, you're breaking up again. Sorry, man.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
I mean, wouldn't Stellarium be spherized?
Well, isn't Stellarium a 3D program? I thought you guys didn't allow that shit. I mean, why are you even bringing?
And somebody just load up Stellarium.
Yeah, I mean,
see if you can see from LA. See if you can see the celestial equator, please. Anyone.
Everybody heard everything Xanax said. He just said, I lived in Southern California, or I was in Southern California, and I seen the stars. Like he's been going back and forth, literally back and forth. Dude, this is the same guy who said, when we argued about pressure, he said, I seen a video with a guy at the bottom of the ocean bring a full jar, go up, and it cracked from the pressure. So a jar at the bottom of the ocean, and I called him out. And he like, everybody's seen it.
So
like, I'm
obfuscation
the
again.
dumbass. Like, I'm the dumbass.
You're talking about from the compressibility of water? Seriously, Brian, take 2 minutes. Open your Stellarium up. Go to LA. See if you can see the celestial equator for us, bud, please.
Jeremy, can I ask a question of you then? If we looked at the stars in LA, and we're in LA, we're looking at the North Star, we'd all agree it's 34 degrees, right, above the horizon. Would you all agree?
From LA, I don't know the math on it. Listen, there's nothing to even bicker about. We're going to go see.
The latitude is 34
There's nothing
degrees.
to even, hold on, Xanax, I wasn't done. There's nothing to even bicker about. Just pop open Stellarium and we'll see what you can see from LA. Why are we bickering about it? Don't all you guys have Stellarium?
Isn't Orion an equatorial system anyway, the belt? So what's the question?
Program.
It's made by NASA. It's a free program. Yes.
Yes, Orion.
Anyone, please load up Stellarium for me. Thank you.
It's simple math, guys. It's simple math, guys. If we have if we have the North Star 34 degrees above the horizon, then where is the equatorial stars going to lie?
The equatorial trail, I never measured it, but when I turned around and looked southeast, to me, in the sky, it looked like it was creating a 45-degree angle, whatever that means.
I just gave you the value. If the North Star is at 34 degrees, where would the equatorial stars be?
Would it be 90 degrees?
What the fuck are you talking about? 90 degrees. They're going to be at the center of your fucking globe.
So calculate so
again, wrong. Where if we have the North Star at 34 degrees, where in the sky would
just fucking tell us?
No, just I want you to do it because you show me you can't do simple math. 34 degrees is where the North Star is. Where would the equatorial stars be?
Where are the equatorial stars? At 0?
God.
Wouldn't it? I mean, should I answer or should I let him?
What is the value? What's the okay? Hold on. What's the value for the equator? 0?
Do you know? You don't even know that?
No, I don't give a shit about your model.
Why are you arguing against it? You don't even know it. Like, what the?
So
fuck?
you don't.
Arma, take a back seat, man. Look, fucking
No.
I don't know the point you're trying to make. Just tell us the
Smartest
point.
words you've said. So if we're at the equator, where would the North Star be?
Correct. Oh, the North Star.
That's what I said earlier. Well, now we said the North Star was 34 degrees. Where would the North Star be if we were at the equator? Okay, 0.
At 0.
There we go. So now I go to Southern California and it's at 34 degrees.
I said 90.
No, that's not where it is. We're in Southern California. The North Star is at 34. Where would the equatorial stars be in your field of view?
I already told you I don't know, but when
You
I
said
looked,
90. No, you keep
shut
on
up.
pointing at. You're yelling,
Oh my
and you
God.
don't know. You're just yelling at me now.
Fucking
Stop
A.
yelling at me.
Danik,
Just give me the
I
answer.
didn't yell. I didn't yell initially. Listen very
Yes,
carefully.
you did. You said 90,
Okay.
90. You said about kept on saying that.
No, I said that. I said 90 after I described what I could see. Listen very carefully. I'll say it again.
Here he goes with it again.
When you asked me where the equatorial stars would be, I said I never measured it, but when I turned and looked southeast, it looked to me like they were cutting the sky at a 45-degree angle. That was my answer.
Okay. And I told you that those
56,
stars.
Danny.
What's that?
56 degrees equator. Right?
Did anyone pop open Stellarium yet by any chance?
34
No.
and
No, it
56
wouldn't be.
is 90.
That would be 90. That wouldn't be right though.
Well,
Would
it's
it?
50, isn't it,
Well,
isn't it
then you
56 in the
better
other
fucking
direction?
figure it out.
It's 56 in the other direction.
Yeah, left lane. Figure it out.
34
Or we
and
could just
56
open
would be good
Stellarium
measurement.
up.
Isn't it 56 in the other guys? Isn't it 56 in the other direction?
Right.
Please,
fuck?
for the
Just
love
tell
of
us the
God,
fucking
armbar
answer.
open.
No, you don't understand the model. You think you see things that you're not. All you have to do is look at those stars, Travis, and see if
Oh,
they
God.
have a radius.
God,
Why are you
Danik,
interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? I'm in the middle of a
just tell
sentence.
us the
You
answer
can't
of
blurt it
where
out.
the equatorial stars will be, man.
Check.
Just say it.
Check.
We just please open Stellarium up and end the big
I know,
armbar.
Jeremy, you're right.
All right, let me try to find it. I mean, this is stupid though, but let me try to find.
If the North,
Armbar, open Stellarium up and put
Stop.
yourself in LA.
Everybody stop. Don't ever ever say Jeremy's right. It's ridiculous. Who said that? That should be a bannable offense.
You're
Okay,
muted.
look.
Yep,
Look.
you're muted.
Look, here we go. Listen, guys, listen. If the North Pole is 0 and the South Pole is 180, then halfway in between is 90. If that's where the equator is and the celestial equator is above the equator, then the fucking celestial equator is going to be at 90, which is what I said earlier.
No,
Am I wrong?
Yes, you are wrong.
Okay, then since I'm fucking wrong, tell me the right answer.
Stop yelling. So you got the celestial equator is 90 at the celestial equator. But we're not the celestial equator. We're in California, Southern California, at 34 degrees.
Oh my God.
34 degrees means the North Star is at 34 degrees to the north.
Let me share a screen, man. I was in Stellarium and it wouldn't let me share a screen, but I posted a couple pictures. I posted a couple pictures from 30 North on Stellarium. It wouldn't let me share a screen, Jeremy.
You can't share your screen?
No, because there's 25 users or 15 users, it said. So it can't do it.
Did you try to turn your camera on or share your screen?
I mean, it's the same button, basically. I just got to hit another button.
No, it's not.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me find it.
This is fucking insane. This
The
is
equator,
fucking
Travis,
insane.
the equator is 0. The poles are 90.
The equator's 0 and the poles are 90.
Yes.
Well, didn't someone say earlier that the North Pole was 0?
It depends.
Someone say that?
It depends on how you're referencing it, right? If you're going off of your if you're standing somewhere and you're going off your angle to it, but just on the globe, it's 0 at the equator and then 90 at the poles.
If I go back and I said 0 earlier and it is 0, what the fuck, man?
Big F there, Travis.
What the goddamn fuck?
It's a lot of verbs. Just words, I guess.
You're just saying words.
You guys can't hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. You're just saying words, though.
You're just on VC talking to us using words, man. I mean, come on.
I don't get it.
2022 Arma.
Is that a joke from
I think
before?
they're referencing me. I think they're referencing me.
No, that's what I said yesterday when we were talking about evolution. So they write the stuff down and then they paraphrase back as a
No, you're wrong. You're wrong again. You're mocking. It might have happened yesterday. You might have did it yesterday, but I'm mocking Arma from yesterday when a guy tried to explain something to him. He goes, "That's just words, man."
I thought that was today. Or
Yeah,
was it
today,
yesterday?
earlier today. That's just what I said.
That's what I
Nothing
said.
to do with
No,
that.
you said yes. You said yesterday.
Regarding evolution,
Nobody
talking
knows.
about an
Yesterday's
experiment
law.
to prove speciation.
I know it wasn't me talking about you, Data, because I don't listen to anything you say. But
Next time Jace comes in,
that's a good
Data.
Thank you, bud.
Next time Jace comes in, we can finish this speciation thing. All right. You got to pick something on his list though that he has an example of.
Not a chance, dude. There's nothing I can do at home under a microscope to prove any of his claims. There's nothing I can do.
Well, we don't know that.
I agree with that. What about the equator? Is
rely-
it 0?
We don't know
Yeah,
that
what the
Data because
fuck?
you never got into it. I know. Let's finish up this Star Trail
I
thing.
don't
We've been on
need
this
to
all
wait around.
fucking
I don't need
day.
to wait around for this
Somebody,
debate
please,
to
for the love of
figure
God,
things
open
out,
up
man.
Stellarium. Data, why are you talking through me?
Why can no
Is
one
my
open
mic
up
fucked up?
Stellarium?
Is
No,
my
we
mic
hear
fucked
your.
up?
No, we hear you.
Data just wanted to power through me. All
If
right.
you really want to destroy the globe model, open up Stellarium and look at the apparent diameter change of the sun. It moves in an oscillating pattern, and the apparent size change shows us that. In other words, it shows us getting bigger as it moves towards us, getting smaller, it moves away, but then it stops.
Yeah, I muted him. I don't know. I was talking. He talked right through me. My mic was fine. That's your first warning for today, Data. Can someone please, for the love of God, open Stellarium up?
Why can no one do this?
I've
I
tried.
think Arma did it and found out what we were saying was true and it's gone silent. There's no way
What's up,
Arma
guys?
has.
Do you want me to
still-
download
I'm still
Stellarium with my
downloading.
phone?
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Open Stellarium.
Go to 34 degrees north in California, like
Well,
119 longitude, 34 latitude.
It's negative 119.
You're
you don't
negative.
Have to say that when you say California.
Don't be so negative. Don't be so negative.
Oy.
And everyone knows that the North Star. If you're at the North Pole,
Travis,
the North
what's
Star
the
is 90 degrees
longitude?
above you, right?
What's the longitude?
119 and 34.
119 and 34. Okay.
California, yeah. You don't have to say negative. Or
You got you do have to do negative, or it'll put you in China.
Didn't say you didn't have to do it. You don't have to say it when you. Never mind.
Yeah, Howard. It's just like when I say 1300, I don't have to put the PM after it because 1300 tells you it's PM.
Show a little hustle, Armbar.
There's no such
We've
thing
been
as
waiting
PM.
30 minutes for this.
military numbers.
Well, it's downloading still. It's extracting the
Bro,
files.
you
I'm
don't
not
have
looking at it.
Stellarium on your computer? What kind of glober are you?
What are
You're
you?
not
I
going
have
to find
Stellarium. I have Stellarium set
silly.
up. What am I doing? I got California. I got it at 34 degree.
Well, first you share your screen.
I'm using this on my laptop.
Oh, great.
But I have it up here. I'm going to go to nighttime. What am I looking for here?
Just find the nighttime sky with the celestial equator in the sky. You want to look at star trails. Don't do night sky. Look at star trails.
Okay, I think I have.
So
it.
I'm looking
Oh.
southeast,
Yeah.
southwest. Well, it's generally looking south, and I can see.
We can't see anything. Share your screen. So we know you're not making it up.
What am I gonna look? Because I can see Saturn, I can see Jupiter moving. I can see all of those looking.
Are you in star trails? Are you in star trails?
Is there So there's an option for star trails in Stellarium. Then is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So I'm just doing playing it fast forward, right? So it gets nighttime, right? So you're saying Stellarium has a star trail mode? Is that what you're saying?
You were breaking up for me that whole time. I apologize. So if anyone heard what you said, answer him for me.
Data, can we see
option in Stellarium?
I believe so. Yes, you can see
Yeah,
it in
how
like
is
an
the program called
orientation.
Stellarium not showing you the stars?
No.
It shows me the stars. And we're talking about star trails, like the elapsed feature, right? Not the fact that it's, I can see the stars. I can see it rotating, but you're asking me for star trails, like the elapsed.
Correct.
Yeah, we're trying to identify the celestial equator.
Bro, I was showing it the whole time, dude. Okay, look, go to the bottom and hit the bottom right. There's a little arrow, dude, and you can make a time. You can kind of make the time lapse, but I'd get rid of the landscape, man. But dude, I'm sitting here sharing screen and showing it. And then I came back, went back, did it again from Los Angeles, but I didn't unmute. I couldn't. I was bitching to myself. I couldn't say nothing.
No, that's why. Okay.
Ryan, can we see the celestial equator
I
from
downloaded
LA?
this for nothing. Oh, come on.
Ryan, can we see the celestial equator from LA?
Yes, of course.
And you're showing that on your screen right now.
I'm not now. I got to go back. But look, if you're
So why is Bacon sharing a screen and not Stellarium?
What is that? Not Stellarium?
He's screen blocking.
No, I said not. He's
That's
sharing the
Stellarium.
screen. So you're showing Stellarium?
Yeah. Can you
Bacon.
see
Okay,
that?
Bacon. Go ahead, Travis.
What?
Can you please set it to Star Trail mode?
Star Trail mode.
I don't know that mode.
You gotta look for it on the menu bar, bro.
The only thing I was able to do is like fast forward the stars and get like a. If you do it real fast, you get.
You want to see where the stars move towards? Is that it? You can just rotate the sky.
We want to. Okay, great. We want to establish that you can discern the counter rotation of the northern stars and the clockwise rotation of the southern stars. We want to establish that Stellarium will show that apparent observation.
Looking at the equator, you're just going to see the stars moving east to west.
Okay,
Bacon.
stop,
Hold on,
Howard.
guys.
Stop.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, hold on.
If you just said that, Howard, you haven't been paying attention this whole time, man. What the hell?
Hold on. Bacon. You got Stellarium
What?
open in your screen share. Can we see? Put yourself in LA at ground level. Can we see?
LA. 1 second.
You know what's really cool?
Put
I don't mean
yourself
to
in LA.
interject,
Hold
but-
on. Yeah, don't, because I'm trying to walk Bacon through this. We've been talking about this for 30 minutes. Let's put an end to this before we go on to evolution or whatever else we're gonna go into. Please.
Okay, I guess I'm in LA
Bacon.
now.
Okay, we're on LA. Look south. Can we see the celestial equator?
Celestial equator is right there.
You can see it from LA.
Yeah.
Can you see south of it? Can you see south of it?
Yeah, a bit. I mean, you can if you
bit?
can
Okay.
see Orion constellation, then you can, because Orion is below. It is around the celestial equator. Half of it is below the celestial equator.
So
know what
we
you
This
can
line here,
definitely hold on, Data, one more
this
second.
line here is the celestial equator.
Okay, so we can definitely see stars south of the celestial equator from LA, right?
Sure.
Sure, like yes, or did you say yeah,
Yes.
sure, or yes, sir?
Sure. Yes, sure. Like, of course.
Super troopers. Yo, okay,
Yeah,
of course.
definitely.
So Xanax is wrong. Okay, fine. Xanax doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe he's never been to LA. Maybe he's never looked at the sky. We don't know what's what, but we know that that's incorrect, and you can see the opposite star rotation from LA. Okay.
Why
Thank
do
you,
we
Bacon.
spend so much time proving
I
Xanax
have no
wrong?
idea. I have no
Fucking
idea.
A,
That is a good
Oh,
question.
you can see that they're going to be rotating clockwise, but you're not going to see the bottom part where they go from west to east. You only see them going east to west.
That's
I
got
think
nothing
that's
to
the
do.
difference.
That's got nothing to do with the claim. Don't bring up something that we're not discussing.
I don't care. I'm just trying to bring clarity. If you don't
It's
think that's
not.
related,
It's
then
not
you.
clarity. That's not clarity.
Oh, it's not to you.
No, it's
But there's a
obfuscation.
difference. That's not obfuscation. There's a difference between looking to the northern rotation, the southern rotation. If you're in the north hemisphere, you're going to see the southern rotation, but you're not going to see stars going from west to east, only from
I
east to
didn't
west.
say that.
All right. Okay.
I don't care. I'm
Okay.
not talking to you. You don't have to shout.
Guys, hold on. Travis,
down it,
you
come on.
got to allow this guy to talk, and you have to respond in a kind way.
I have been at this since 6 o'clock in the morning. It is very clear. We are asking for a confirmation, not an explanation.
You're not having
Okay, why are you okay? Okay, you know what? You know what? I brought my tone down, right? I brought my tone down. Now, I'm going to try to say it again. Tour guide Barbie Boy. We are simply looking for a confirmation, not an explanation, not obfuscation, just simply when you locate the celestial equator in Southern California, you can see the northern reference frame and the southern reference frame. And when you put the sky in motion, the northern reference frame moves counterclockwise and the southern reference frame moves clockwise. Can we get a confirmation on that exclusively, please? Thank you.
Yes, and you know what's interesting about
Yeah,
that
so
statement?
if I
Looking
want
at
to point out something, yeah, if I want to
No,
point out something,
no, I would
you don't
like
get to
no
say,
Bacon.
you
I
don't
would
get to
like
say
you
what
to
well,
either
I
confirm
barely
or
started.
deny.
I'm not here to
My
serve
question hasn't
you.
been answered. My
I
question.
don't
Travis.
care. I wasn't.
You're
Yeah,
here
I
Travis,
for
just
he
that
already
began to
though.
speak.
confirmed it. He already
Who
confirmed
did?
it, Travis. We can
That's
see
right,
the
man.
southern. Hold on, Bacon. Hold on a second. He already confirmed it. He said we can see south of the equator.
No,
He said
that's
we can
not.
see stars south of the celestial equator. He said that.
That's not the question. No, that's not the question. I know you can see them. I want him to confirm that when he puts the sky in motion, the southern stars appear to move in a clockwise direction. That's what
Now,
I'm asking for.
Yes,
okay,
go
now
to my screen. Yes,
hold
they
on,
do.
Bacon. Go ahead, Bacon. Don't interrupt him.
Yeah. Like, he was just objecting to what I claimed, as if he's saying that wasn't related to what he was
What
talking
the fuck?
about. Like, I
Why
don't
is he
care what.
talking?
Why are you
It's
interrupting? I told him to answer the
he's
thing.
he's
I
not
said,
Jeremy,
answering
just
it.
mute him. He
I
has no
said, don't
He's
self-control.
interrupt.
not.
Just
I
mute
said,
him.
no
He's
one
not
interrupt.
answering
And now
it.
everyone's interrupting, bro. What's going on?
Yeah,
You
the
guys not
question
hear
was
me
already
and not
answered.
care?
The question was already answered. Just
Not by
because I said
you.
something, I don't care. I'm beginning
That's why
a
we asked for
statement.
your help.
Oh my god.
That's why
Well,
we asked for your
I
help.
showed what it was asking me to show. If you want me to show something else, I can show something
No,
else.
I don't
But you
want you to
don't get
show.
to
My God, I
you
just
don't
want
get
you
to
to say
cut me in the
yes.
middle of what I'm saying to say that that's not relevant because you didn't ask that. I'm not here just to answer you. That's not why I'm here. And I don't care if you don't feel like what I'm saying is relevant to you.
Jeremy, can you please get some control here? Because this is unbearable.
I just wanted you to say yes or no. Why can you not do that?
You're
So
not
what
trying to
question?
have a conversation with anyone, Travis. That's why you're just trying to steamroll. And like the reason why we can't progress is because you're not allowing anyone to talk or to like express an idea. You're not listening.
Okay,
That's what's
Bacon.
going to happen the
All
whole
right.
day.
Okay, Bacon. You've got this program open still?
Yep.
All right. When you can you fast forward and reverse time? Can you see the star trails going in a clockwise or counterclockwise? Can you see them go rotating in opposite directions in both hemispheres?
Yep.
Okay, Travis.
Clockwise in the north, clockwise in the south. Yeah, I confirmed that like it
Okay, what's the problem?
10 minutes ago. I don't know. I just said something else and he started shouting.
He confirmed
Bacon,
it,
to
Travis.
be fair to Travis, we've been getting we've been asking simple questions all day that aren't even half of them aren't even gotchas, and they've just been getting ignored and obfuscated. So
Nobody is
Travis
forced to answer your questions. That's what you tell us all the time, that you are not forced to answer our questions about Flat Earth. So don't whine when anyone doesn't answer your questions.
Ed, was that a lie? Ed, was that a lie? Hold on, Ed, was that a lie? Or can you pull up me ever saying that? I might have, but was that maybe a lie?
Brian, don't worry about that personal shit. Isn't that the whole point of pulling up the Stellarium to answer the questions? Why would we pull up the Stellarium and then not answer, just confirm whatever Travis, because that was the whole point of this. It seems like
confirmed, Jay. He confirmed. He wanted to add more his own thoughts onto the confirmation. He's allowed to do that. He's allowed to do that, dude.
It seemed like a sleazy way of getting out of saying yes or no. That's all it seemed
I
like.
already answered yes or no.
Yes. He said yes and then wanted to put his 2 cents in.
Okay. If he had said yes, I wouldn't have objected. I did not hear a clear yes. All I heard was him trying to go on to some other thought that he had. So I did not hear.
Okay, now we got it. It's yes.
Yes. So Zanuck is wrong.
He was all wrong all day. He's been wrong all day, yes. Oh my goodness. We just wasted.
That was the whole point of that. The whole point of this was that.
No, there's more to this.
Yeah, and I showed it earlier. And I showed it earlier in my own video. So it's been denied this whole day, and I showed exactly what Stellarium shows. What the fuck?
Hey, as you mature in life, you'll realize that it's not always what you say, but it's how you say it. So even though you're right, your delivery is wrong.
You know what,
Or
Kale?
you can interrupt me and prove my
Want a
point.
dad. I really don't want a dad right now, Kale. You and I had a perfectly lovely conversation. Absolutely delightful.
Yo, what are you doing, bro? Stop interrupt, Travis. I know you're all worked up right now. I know, man. Just take 2 minutes, man. Relax, bro. Let everyone finish their sentences, guys, please.
Are you done?
Yeah, Travis, you're right. You and I had a fantastic conversation, which is why I'm shocked to see how today's going.
Can we stop talking about Travis, please?
You and I had just a fantastic conversation where we listened and we were able to progress. And today,
nobody cares about character discussion here.
Yeah,
Talk about the
let's
subject.
topic. Yeah, Jeremy cleared the way for you to talk about Travis. That's awesome. Can we move on to the topic?
Okay.
Yeah, topic, Leo.
We're all clear now. So there was more to this, all right? This whole clockwise, counterclockwise thing. This took so fucking long. I don't even remember where we were at with it.
We're on a flat plane. You can see further, and it's due to perspective why it goes down in your view as you go away from it, or it goes away from you. Pretty simple.
It's crazy how the conversation couldn't progress until somebody had to whip out the Stellarium, right? They would have just not believed it and would have not progressed. The burden of proof for them when it comes to anything any flat earther say is crazy. But when it comes to their side, one tweet. That's all.
Nothing. Yep. They can say whatever they want. Like I tell them electrostatics, they 25 different questions from each person. You have to prove it. Talk been in space time. Don't got to prove anything. It's a fact.
All right. So
Why are you guys lying though?
So what is it?
No, we're not lying. We're telling the truth. Calm down, buddy.
We're gonna
Oh
derail
no,
this
dude. I mean, you weren't here.
How could you have known? How could you know what you're talking about? One
Did
person
he
disagreed
invoke
with them.
lying?
One person disagreed with them. And he asked other people, me, Bacon, other people. They're saying, yeah, that's what you see. So we don't need to see a model to say that. I mean, we're telling you that you can see them go both directions. It's
No,
not
no, I'm just covering a
controversial.
general sentiment that Globers do. Like when I talk about electrostatics, it's something you can prove and physically manipulate a million different ways.
We're talking
And
about
then what they
Trek,
also want to do when I say stuff
Why are
like
you
this, is they
talking,
want to
Howard?
Fundy mute me so I can't say it because something happens inside them when they hear me just expose their hypocrisy. They don't
Why
want
was
me
a
to be able to
mod?
say it.
Why was a
Well, the
mod
thing is,
over talking Austin right
because
now?
why are we just talking about being critical of one another rather than discussing the star trails like we have been?
You mean like that dude Leo was doing, and you didn't interrupt him, but you chose to interrupt Witsit? Maybe Witsit is right. When you hear his voice, your little small brain goes, "Oh, gotta interrupt him," even though I'm a
See, there
mod.
you go.
Setting
There's
an
a little
example.
dig. Isn't that the kind of dig you're talking
Yeah,
about
Kosho
doing?
taught me.
Your
Yeah,
little small
with your
brain.
point. Yeah, with your small brain is pointing out on me, but never points out
I tell
about
you what.
Kosho digging. Yeah, you piece of crap.
So
Rocket, you can't be
hypocritical.
mad
That's
now.
another little
You
dig, man.
fucking hypocrite.
Hey, I got
Yeah,
good news.
another little dig.
But
No,
what's
no,
funny is none of the
Left brings out the
ballers.
worst in me because he's a biased mod. He interrupts.
Yeah.
He doesn't point out when
Yeah.
Kosho digs. I've
Let me
learned
get
it
my
from
finger on the
Kosho
trigger.
as
Let
left
me grab
lane
my finger on the
interrupts
trigger
me
here.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you did interrupt me. I mean, you're setting a terrible example for the room, and you don't seem to care whenever Glover's
Well, I mean,
insult. I tell everyone
I
not
would
to.
have, I would have apologized for that. I mean, and I kind of started to, but I got interrupted in it.
Yeah, that's a bunch of
He
bullshit.
barely
That's a
started,
fucking lie.
and then
I
he
was in the middle
immediately
of
stalled.
talking, dude. Now
hold
it's you were interrupted. Well, I was like 3 words in. You started interrupting me. That was you being interrupted. And then Lel jumps in. Yeah, he was just starting. I think this is what's so exhaustive. It just lies. I don't know how else to clarify that or classify that other than a lie. Can anyone enlighten me how it's
Well,
not
no,
a lie?
Oh my God,
I'm
we've been
not,
at
I'm
it
not
all
lying.
day, bro.
The thing is, we've been having a good discussion, and then you just come in being critical, just talking about all Globers and how all Globers are this and how all Globers are that, and that's not even what we're talking about.
No, I never said all Globers anything. What I said was I do find it disingenuous and hypocritical, the standard of evaluation, typically in this room, where if I talk about, for example, electrostatics, something that can be proven tangibly, you can manipulate it and alter the effect, all this stuff, I'll have like 20 questions from each baller. They'll ask everything. They'll say, I have to prove everything. How do you scientifically prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it? But then whenever we talk about what they believe, which is the bending and warping of space and time, which, if correct, is incomplete according to all their little scientist daddies. They don't want to test any of it. They don't have to prove anything. They can just say all scientists agree. So yeah, it is a disingenuous conversation. It's just objective.
I got good news.
I've scientifically validated the ether, man. I'm gonna post a video tonight. It's a hypothetical experiment, but it fits the criteria.
What's your good news, Bacon?
Yeah, you guys are going to be able to see the solar eclipse next year in the U.S. as well.
Yeah,
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow.
It
That
is.
was-
I'm
That
gonna
is amazing.
hang 10. I'm gonna hang 10 divergent plumb bobs, man, or folk halts.
What's crazy though is that wasn't the point. Like I'm just saying, I'm just hoping, and that sometimes flat earthers do it too. But it would be refreshing if people could just be honest and consistent. And like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why that would be such a volatile statement. I feel like that's a pretty founded request. You know.
Bro, we've been pulling teeth all day, bro. I mean, literally, it's been like pulling teeth. We have took a steaming shit on the globe over and over.
He did not.
We had,
And I just literally played. I just literally played left lane like a fiddle because I did the little dig because I knew he would go berserk over it, but never says anything to Kosho about his daily, every sentence digs. That was my whole point of doing it. I don't apologize for doing it. I will apologize that I used left lane for that fact, but just pointing out the bias that is happening here of the over talking, and all that. Left lane immediately over talks. What's it? The first time basically he opens his mouth. Weird.
Yeah, like I think left one you have to admit I do mod flat earthers quite a bit. Like I mod flat earthers and glovers. I tell people no one to interrupt. So I don't I don't find it very valuable to just mod one side. It seems
Yeah, I do mod Globers, and nobody says anything about that, do they?
I've never seen it.
I've
I've
muted
never
Xanic.
seen
I've muted Xanic. I've muted Rumpus. I've muted
Took it
various ones,
too.
but nobody ever
Muter.
says anything about that. Only when I'm a flat earther do I get called bias.
Well, it's okay. Okay, this is what I'm saying. If the conversation's going on, right, and say I'm talking, then Kosho's not terrible at interrupting, though. He's not. But say a Glober interrupts me, all right, and then does it 20 times in a row, you'll be right there. We won't say anything. But if I'm saying something, if I end up interrupting, I'd be the end of the world, right? You'd immediately call him out. So it's whatever. I don't want to get into this personal. I was talking about an overarching thing. Like we're in here together a lot. A lot of people know each other in here. We talk a lot of time. The least that people could do for both sides is show like intellectual integrity and honesty. You know, like represent the other side with integrity, and have a consistent standard. Don't be so blatantly disingenuous, right? And that's pretty founded.
Yeah, let me show y'all.
You
Let me
just
demonstrate,
continue
y'all.
to dig, don't you?
Hey, Howard, let me demonstrate how to answer a yes or no question. Ask me anything right now. Anything at all. I'll demonstrate how to answer.
I understand how to answer
Any
yes or no
Glover.
questions, but
Any,
but
go ahead.
if you limit the individual to just saying yes or no, that's not fair, because they might have a caveat they want to add to that, and they have the right to do that.
But they have to at least say yes or no
Let's do it.
first, right? So, like, if you say yes, but they don't do. This is generalization, okay? But Glovers don't really do that in here. They refuse to enter the actual question. They just have a talking point that they want to say. And like this is an example. This is an example. This is objective, right? In the globe paradigm, it is well known and accepted in all professional forums in the globe paradigm, all of them, that relativity best case scenario is drastically incomplete, and it could be completely wrong. This is objective. This has nothing to do with the debate. It's objective. Okay. Now, when you say that to this room, none of them will acknowledge it. None of them will admit it. They'll pretend relativity is a fact. It's the most thoroughly tested theory in the world. It's perfect. And objectively, according to all the highest levels of academia on your side, that is not true. So that just puts us in this disingenuous, vicious circle of nonsense. That's my point.
Are you talking about general or special relativity?
General, the one you need for your whole religion. You know the one you need for your whole religion?
Wait, why are we derailing? Can we go back
Brian,
to the?
see, no one will ever address it. It's too
No,
funny.
because I'm
It's too
realizing
funny.
because this is literally like derailing. I knew this was gonna happen as soon as you came in. Like, let's finish this Star Trail thing. All right. I'm like,
All right, I'm gonna sum it up. So me, Travis, and Jeremy pretty much got the Globers to concede off and on, pretty much off and on. We never got a solid concession that it wasn't the lens, or the perspective. But by the end, they have agreed that they're going to apply a radius to a perspective transform to explain the convergence on the horizon. Oh no, then they changed it at the very end. I should have not said nothing, because now they change it to divergence. And now they're back to its fisheye lens or wide angle lens is some of the effect. Then they'd say, no, it ain't the lens. It is the lens. It ain't the lens. It is perspective. It's like a railroad. That's how it's been all day.
I feel like all that come into play. The answer for what we are seeing might depend on what we're looking at.
Okay, then I'll ask you, Bacon.
We agree that
Go ahead.
we agree that what we're seeing is not actually happening, right? The stars aren't actually diverging and converging, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, we all agree. So this optical illusion we're looking at, it's not actually, it's an optical illusion, right?
Bro, it's not.
Let the Globers answer, man.
He ain't said this all day. He just changed his whole story.
Let
I
the
wouldn't call it
Globers
optical
answer
illusion.
the question.
Yeah,
You wouldn't say optical. You wouldn't say optical.
Jeremy,
Hold on, what's
Jeremy, you asked the question. Let them answer, please.
I know. I thought he answered. Go ahead, Kojo.
I wouldn't say optical illusion. It's definitely a subjective view of something, but both, whether you're describing it in Like earlier, we were talking about like the following the subsolar point or stellar point or something, following that along the Earth, rather than standing there and viewing its angle as it's changing from where you're standing. Both those are neither of those are incorrect descriptions of what's happening. However, one of them is more useful because one of them is a subjective point of view, right? So it's not that it's an illusion. It's just
to just say so much.
This is why
I'm
this is why they're getting upset. Let me mod.
I
Coach,
just
this is why
worked
the
my
flat earthers
ass
are so
off today.
upset, man. Because I'm assuming this has been happening. Wait, I'm trying to mod, man.
Yeah, you see what
like
just-
if someone asked a point blank question and you said no, I don't think so. Explain why it's not an optical illusion. Don't use sophistry to monologue what you want to say in the conversation. It's like, okay, Bacon, can you answer his question point blank? You guys both agreed that we're not seeing what's actually happening. He said, okay, so it's an optical illusion. Then you are both saying no, which is the definition of an optical illusion. So if you would like to answer his question specifically and concisely, maybe that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to what you said first, and I did answer the question, and then I explained why I gave it that answer. So you can say whatever you want about that. But
Okay, so Bacon, you want to try? You want to try? Kosho
Kosho
thinks he answered. Bacon, you want to try?
Yeah, the notion I have of optical illusions are usually things that happen in the level of the brain. For example, that notion that the moon looks a lot bigger than when it's high in the sky, that has nothing to do with perspective or nothing like that. It's just that when the moon is close to like trees and buildings and things we can use as reference, then it looks big, and when it's in the sky, there's nothing around it for we to compare it to, so it looks smaller. That's an optical illusion. That's like happens in the level of the brain. On a camera, or if you measure the angular size.
Illusion, Bacon?
Sorry. Yeah, that's an example. I don't feel like that's very analogous to Star Trek is converging or diverging.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Let Jeremy respond. They're saying that, okay, Jeremy, you can respond.
Okay, so you guys are saying we're seeing this thing happen, but it's not actually happening. But at the same moment, you're saying it's not an optical illusion. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the definition of what an optical illusion is. It's something we see happening that's not actually happening. So this fits it perfectly. So I don't know why you would say.
But I didn't.
So I don't know why
agree.
you would say.
I didn't agree that we see this happening. Like I agree that they don't actually diverge because they are not actually moving. It's just
all right. Let's just define it. This is stupid. This is why I can tell why I came in here and flat earthers are so annoyed. Okay, so we're gonna define optical illusion.
I posted it.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read what you posted. It says, within visual perception, an optical illusion is an illusion caused by the visual system and characterized by visual perception that arguably appears different from reality. So
that's why
point blank the question was, so you guys agree this looks like it's doing something diverging, but it's not actually doing that. Yeah, we agree. Okay, so then it's an optical illusion. No, because it's subjective, was Kosho's answer. No, because it's subjective. And then Bacon's answer was because he thinks of what he thinks about optical illusion is something like the moon relative to something else, and you have something for a standard comparison. It looks different even though nothing's actually there. That doesn't. No, the fact you gave a specific example of it doesn't change what optical illusion means. The fact that Kosho said the word subjective doesn't in any way change the fact that if we're seeing something but it isn't actually what is happening in reality, that's what an optical illusion is. So this is honestly pedantic and semantic anyway. So if you guys want to talk about the overall points, Jeremy clearly got you guys, which is on both sides, flat Earth and globe Earth, they claim that what it looks like the stars are doing in the sky isn't what's happening in reality. That's the point.
Yeah, dude, you spend a long time.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No,
those are many points. We won't be able to respond to all that.
Yeah.
Let me just say one thing.
These people.
I've been trying to get in for a while.
Hold on, dude.
Go ahead,
respond to what he said about us specifically.
Jesus Christ.
People are exhausting, man.
Yeah, don't tolerate the baller so much with it. That's what I would say.
I just called him out.
Straight up.
I never agreed that it looks like they're diverging. So for that,
yes, you did.
The criteria
okay, so you and Kosho disagree. Sorry, Bacon. You clarify. They don't look like they're divergent to Bacon, but they do to Kosho. So Bacon, you go ahead.
If you look at the stars with your own eyes, you're never going to perceive like they're diverging. If you try to get some pictures, then might be the case, but then that depends on how you're taking the picture. A lot of things come into play. So we're not comparing what we perceive to what's actually happened. We're comparing photographs or time lapse of varying.
So if we look at them with our eyes, we
yeah,
never see them going in any directions either, do we?
think is
Bacon?
happening. That's
If we look at them
that's
with our
quite
eyes,
good.
do we see them going in a circle around a point either?
We can measure it.
Wait, let him answer.
Hold on.
If we don't
No.
use time lapse, can we see the stars going in a circle around a point?
Yo, we don't see their trails. We only see their current position, right? So
Oh.
if we follow them with our eyes, all of the stars that are around that star that you're following are not getting further or closer to it. So with our naked eyes, if we try to follow the stars, wouldn't feel like they're diverging. So
Bacon.
we don't see them doing something different than they're actually doing. We just don't see it. That's just what happens if you mark the trails.
Bacon,
And I
hold
think-
on. If I got back-to-back EQ mounts, back-to-back on the equator. Hold on, man. I got back-to-back EQ mounts at the equator, about 2 foot apart, one facing north, one facing south, looking at Capricorn and Cancer. Okay, if I follow them, if there's light shining from the star through the lens onto the ground, it's going to paint a smiley face and a frown. We can literally measure it. It's in the azimuthal information. SunCalc shows it. We can use sticks and shadows, blah, blah, blah. Fuck all this perspective. We can measure the divergence, not only see it.
Yeah. So what's your response, Bacon?
Yeah, I didn't get that point at all.
Okay, this is exhausting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not. It's not my fault if I didn't get the point.
Oh, okay, cool, Bacon. We'll let it go. Jeremy, go ahead.
How about I give this out, all right? Because I mean,
How about you respond to his point, or it's Jeremy's turn?
Yeah. After Jeremy goes, I'd like to respond to the thing that was said 5 minutes ago. We weren't allowed to respond.
Unless you're responding to what was just said, then
I'm
it's
responding
actually
to what you
Jeremy's
said 5 minutes ago. That's what I'm going to say. After Jeremy goes.
No, you're a sophist. So there's a specific point on the table, and that's what's going to be addressed. No, I'm addressing what's objectively happening. What's happening is this room's devolving into Gamma Panda's room, where now people come in here and they just think they can blatantly
You're a
be
moderator.
sophists.
Do something about it, dickhead.
Okay, I'll mute you if you do that again.
Listen, I'm sorry.
Well, you made
Listen, I'm
personal
gonna
attacks.
elaborate on
No,
it.
that's not a personal attack.
Hold
I'm
on.
saying you're exercising
not now.
sophistry, where you're intentionally skating past what's being said and then
That's a
not
personal
responding and wasting everyone's time with fallacious reasoning. That's the definition of sophistry.
That's a personal attack.
Let me just address what Bacon said, please. You're saying we don't see this with our eyes, all right? I would
Yeah, we don't
disagree
see the
because
trails.
okay, we don't see the trails, but you can see the stars on the left side of on one side of the equator going clockwise, and the other ones are going counterclockwise. So that means that they would have to appear to diverge, right? If we can see this rotation, how could you see that rotation on either side of the equator and they don't appear to converge and diverge?
Because you don't see them at the same time.
Well, hold on. Okay, how about this? I think I got a
You're
solution.
standing there. You're standing there. You're looking in one direction. Looking in one direction. You can see to the left side and you can see to the right side. You just wait over time, and eventually you'll see them converge or diverge, right?
No, they're going to have the same angular distance between them all the time.
You're standing there. You're standing there. You don't change your position. You're just standing there, watching them spin in different directions. You see them when they're you see two stars when they're at the bottom. Okay, they're close together. As they get higher up in the sky, you haven't changed their angle. They look like they're farther apart, right?
No.
My goodness,
They're gonna
great.
be-
Well, we can see
they're
that
gonna
with the
be-
star trail. We can see that with the star trail.
Because the star trails, you're using wide angle lenses, and that's what they're going to do. So if
Bro, you're taking us back
They're going
5
to
hours.
distort things. They're going to distort things.
Back, Pete, please. You're saying
the
it's
angular
because of
distance.
the lens. If you're saying it's because of the lens, you're literally taking us 4 hours back into the conversation. Everyone
I don't
already
care. That's the
knows.
answer.
Everyone already knows here.
You got to
Everyone
stop
here-
interrupting, dude.
Everyone in this room, hold on. Everyone in this room already knows it's not because of the lenses. You came in late and now you're dragging us back 4 hours. I'm not going to
Okay.
with you again.
No,
Maybe Coach
I think I know what
or
you're.
Xanax
I think I know
or
what you're.
somebody else will set you straight.
Yeah, no, the trails do. One second. The trails do diverge, right? Because you're not comparing the stars in different positions of the trails from the same time. The separation between the trails is going to depend on the direction you're looking at, and those aren't the positions that the stars were at the same time. If you follow the stars, if you can see the stars, you don't see the trees, you only see them where they are right now, and that separation, that angular distance between the stars is not changing.
They can't see
We're
the
talking
stars
about
from the
what we
trees.
see. We're talking
Are you,
about what we see.
are you guys a bunch of scientists and astronomers? Because you guys talk about
They're
a bunch of
Everton. They
fucking
know
bullshit.
everything.
This is bullshit. Let's talk
Hey,
about.
you've offered so far. You've offered nothing of value. So stop interrupting.
Dude, you guys talk about bullshit. It's kind of just like God's laughing at you guys.
Stop
and I'm laughing
self-projecting.
too.
Stop. All you've talked about is bullshit. Stop
illegal
interrupting.
to
Or I'm going to
use
mute
a
you. This is your
legal
only warning. What was going on before I came in here? My God.
It's illegal to use a legal name. Kick me out if you want. You guys talk
Yes, it
about
is.
bullshit.
Nice one, bud.
Okay, well,
Standing
you've
at
offered nothing of value, so feel free to stop interrupting. Thank
I don't
you.
have
Come on,
anything
no,
to offer
guys.
you.
No
All right,
one
you're
does that.
muted.
Yeah, just mute him. Thank you. So
Let
listen,
that guy
we're
talk when
standing
he
at
comes
the
back,
equator.
please.
You're muted too.
Please, guys, please. Bacon. We're standing at the equator. We're looking in one spot, straight ahead. See up. You can see down. We're not going to change the position of where we're looking. We're going to pick two stars, one on the left side, one on the right side of the equator. Okay, we see them near the horizon. They're close together. As they go up, we're not changing our angle. We see them appear to get farther apart.
No, we don't.
No, they converge overhead and diverge.
I said
Yeah.
converge and diverge. They're diverging. Yeah, they're getting farther apart.
No, they're not. The angular distance is the same.
We
So
can
how
literally show that. We can literally show that we see them converging and diverging when we do a
How?
star trail, which is exactly what I'm describing when you're looking at the horizon.
Yeah, that's a projection of what you're seeing. And
now
on a
now you
2D,
understand, Jeremy.
yeah,
It's
on
exactly
a
what I said
2D,
all along. That's the
on a
problem.
2D image, on a 2D, even if
transformation.
it's a even if it's a
Panic.
rectilinear, even if it's a rectilinear lens photo, you're still going to see that diverging. But that's because of what's happening with the projection. If you point,
EQ mount.
Well, one second.
No
If you keep
Let him
following,
finish. He's reiterating
Panic,
what we
shut
said
up.
earlier.
if you keep following the stars with your camera instead of taking a time lapse, they're not gonna be further or closer apart. They're gonna be exact same distance constantly all the time.
No, they're not.
But I have a video of this in the chat.
Yeah,
You can
that's
see that we
measurable.
have an
When you're
equatorial
looking,
mount.
Bro.
They don't move. They stay equal distance. They do not diverge.
when you're
But we
looking,
see that at the equator with the time lapse, and I agree.
Can anybody say EQ mount or
Oh my
Capricorn?
God, Brian, you are so obnoxious.
All right. Well, don't project, Zanuck. You're right up there with the best of them, my guy. Okay.
I'm
So Bacon
explaining
and Jeremy,
exactly
from
what
my
you
understanding,
see.
you guys have been having
today.
this conversation for a very long time. So if you guys would like to try to
So,
pin
do
it
you understand what
down
Bacon
to
said?
some wrap up.
Do you
I
understand
had
what
this
Bacon
pinned
said?
down an hour ago, but then Bacon came in late, and now we're
I know, but
rewinding 4 hours ago.
I
Then
know
you're
it's a
acknowledging
little
that it's been
frustrating,
going on
Jeremy, I
for
agree.
4
But
hours.
just
So I mean, I think it might be time to
Probably
move
6.
forward.
Austin, do you
7
understand what
or
he's
8
saying?
hours.
I understand that I'm not even interested in the slightest bit talking to you
Well,
right
'cause you
now. I'm
jumped
actually
into a
working on a
conversation
website.
you're
I'm trying to
trying to
mod
change it to
because apparently no one
status.
else is going to do it. Zanuck, if you talk through me while I'm modding, I will have to mute you as well. Okay, like if you guys want to wrap up the point, obviously everyone can talk, but don't scream through the middle of people. And everyone try to be concise. It's just very simple parameters. Try to be concise and specific. Try not to interrupt people.
May I speak?
So I don't.
Yeah, I'm
Everyone
just
can
gonna make
speak
a
as long as they're
closing.
not
I'm
interrupting.
just gonna make a
trying to get
closing
a word in,
statement
but
real quick.
Austin
I'm
thought I
just
was
gonna make a
interrupting.
closing
I'm
statement.
after
Is
Jeremy,
Zanuck can
please.
stop powering.
Okay,
Everyone
okay.
stop
Copernicus is
powering
after
Jeremy.
Jeremy,
Yo.
and then I guess Zanuck.
Okay, so listen. You're standing at the equator. You can see to the left. You can see to the right. You can see up and down. You don't change where your eyes are looking. They're just looking in this straight ahead position. So this is going to be exactly what you would see with a star trail, except you're not going to see the actual trail, but you will see where the stars are. But when you're looking, when they're at the horizon, you're going to see them together. And as they go up, they're going to get farther apart. The end.
Why? Okay.
Actually, as they go down,
Was I
they get
next?
further apart.
No,
Yeah, all
you're
you gotta-
not next.
Hey, you're not the moderator, Travis.
Well, Zanuck, I just said that he's
Austin
next.
said I was after somebody. I couldn't hear him because you were talking.
Yeah,
over
you're
him.
after Travis.
Okay, great.
Okay. I'm going to try to say this as clear as I can. If the observation from the equator is only apparent at the equator, then why am I seeing the same effect at a different latitude? It shouldn't exist. It should be a completely different observation. But there is the exact same observation as I look in that direction, which means that what is happening is actually there. If it were apparent at the equator, then it wouldn't happen again at any other latitude. I'm done.
Why?
Can you address my point, please, though? It does us no good to make 2 points back to
Yeah,
back.
my. I would just ask you, how do you reach that conclusion that they would be look like they're further apart?
Wait, who are you
Because
talking to, Jeremy?
Because we see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's confusing. I'll let you go, Travis. Go ahead.
I'll post it in
I thought
chat.
Travis just went.
No,
Okay,
okay,
let
look,
me-
I got lost in the shuffle because Zanuck started talking and I didn't know that
I
Jeremy's
didn't say anything.
I thought that Jeremy made a final statement, right? So then I didn't know that there was going to be a follow-up. I apologize, Jeremy.
Yeah, I asked him why. That was my follow-up.
I didn't know that this was a
Because we can
discussion. I thought he was sorry.
Because we can record it with a star trail, all right? Or you can do a time lapse or whatever you want, and we can see it in the time lapse and or star trail.
Yeah, that's the perspective of the camera. In the photograph, they look like they're further apart. That doesn't equate to your perception.
This is not because of the lens. We've already been through this.
No,
It's not
Yeah, you're off
I
script.
didn't say it's the lens.
So
It's both
you
the
agree
lens
we would see
and
this?
the fact that it's projection and
No.
translation.
So you agree we would see this?
Okay, let me try to explain why I don't think you could say we were going to see them getting further apart. This might not be a very good example, but I can't think of anything better. But think like there are two hula hoops oriented vertically, side by side, in let's say 20 centimeters from each other. So you have two hula hoops, 10 centimeters from each other, oriented horizontal, vertically, right? If your head is in the middle of those two hula hoops, the distance between those two hula hoops is 10 centimeters all the way, going up and going down.
Yes,
So
it
take
is.
a
At least you
picture.
know what we
Hold on,
should
Brian.
see.
Hold on, Brian. Finish
If
it
you
up. I
take a
want to
picture,
respond, and then I'll
right.
back out.
All right. If
Finish
you
it
take
up.
a
I'm going to
picture,
respond, and then I'll back out. Go ahead, Bacon.
right? If you take a picture, the top and bottom of parts of the hula hoop are going to look in the picture like they're further, and the meter is going to look like it's closer. But when you do that, you don't feel like they're closer and further, because, well, just because that's happening on the picture doesn't mean that's going to be your perception. So the angular distance of the hula hoop, if you're right in the middle of it, is the same up, down, and middle, but the picture is going to show the top and bottom further than the middle.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so this thing we're talking about this apparent convergence and divergence, this thing we observe, we already know it's not due to the lens. We've been through this 10 times today. You're just not up to speed, or I don't know.
Why are
but
we repeating
we're
it?
not
I
going
didn't say
back
it's
through it. We're not
but
going
that
back
wasn't my
through it
argument.
again.
That wasn't my
Back through it
argument.
again. We know that that's what we see, the convergence and divergence. We know we see this. Not going back over it again. Maybe Zanuck or Kosho or someone can get you up to speed on this. Okay, the end.
Privately.
I'm done.
Because the
Go
audience
ahead,
is sick
guys.
of it, Jeremy.
Okay, can you want to explain why we know that?
Bacon, it's
Because
over,
I
dude.
don't.
Come on, man.
Well, you're
It's
just
been going on for
claiming we know
hours.
that.
The same subject. There's a bunch of people trying to talk. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
I just want to make sure that my point is not missed.
Well,
And
you make
I'd
your
like
point
to
all day, Travis.
let me reinforce it with a quick statement. Bacon, you would agree that Capricorn and Cancer are smiling and frowning, right? If I'm at the equator, Capricorn and Cancer are angling away from me slightly, and they're smiling and frowning, right? Would you agree with that?
You mean constellations?
I mean, 23
No,
point
the tropics.
Or
the tropics, the latitude lines. They're angling away from me, and they're
Okay.
the north is smiling, the south is frowning, right?
Wouldn't they
But with-
both be smiling when you look at them?
No, from my orientation, yeah. Listen, from my orientation perfect. That's what we should see, but that's not what we do see, Bacon. That's the whole trick of the globe, is they get you to change orientation. If you keep the same orientation as you are at the equator, then we'd see what you said on a globe, but that's not what we see in reality. We see Capricorn and Cancer. It's in Sun Calc. We could do it with sticks and shadows. We could do it with EQ mount. It's a frown and a smile.
Hey, Brian, you've been going all day as well on the
I'm
same
sorry, I
topic.
don't get the
Have you
point.
learned anything?
Pete.
Hey, bro, you got to stop with the negative color commentary, man.
That was a good comment. That was a funny comment. Brian has been going with Travis all day on this. With
Yeah, but it's
Look, here's a piece of advice. If your comment's funny,
Have to learn
people would laugh. Okay.
Yes,
So-
but how am I going?
Yeah, let's move on. There's other topics people want to talk about. We've been going over this all
All
day.
right, let's
We're
wrap
not
that one final
rewinding
point
it.
up then, and then we can move on to a different subject, right? So, Brian and Travis have made a very easy to understand point. Do any of the ballers have an actual specific rebuttal, or would you like to move on?
Well, I didn't understand his point.
Okay, well, you're the only one, so we did, so we'll move on.
I don't know. You guys are weird.
Because I've only been in here for 30 minutes, and it's been kind of exhausting. I mean,
Yes, I've been cut off. So yeah, okay, that's what the point I was making with it.
I thought I was next.
Oh yeah, Xana, go ahead.
Yeah, so Bacon's point should be well taken, is that when we see things on video, it's different from what we see using our eyes in person. It's not the same thing.
Xana, we don't want to talk about it
That is
anymore.
The transformation.
Like when you look at a ship disappearing over the
Okay,
horizon.
so just talk over me. So I don't even bother finishing my point.
Well, no, I just wish
So
you would
it's exhausted,
respect
now you
like what
understand
I
why I'm
just said as the moderator, that it's been going on for hours apparently, and so we don't want to keep saying the same thing for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
If you direct your attention
this
to
is
the
not
chat,
Glowbusters.
there is a thanks.
No, I
Pete.
agree.
Thanks, Pete.
No, we need to move on.
We get it. What you're Xana, you can't jump in.
Time-lapse
Xana, you
video,
can't just jump in and
you
say
can
what
see
we've
how
already
stars do
heard the
not move.
baller say 30 times. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just
Well, so this
fruitless.
is not the same thing.
Yes, it is.
So I've shown an actual video where you don't have the stars rotating, where you're just looking at it
here we go.
versus the horizon. You can see that the stars' position do not change with respect to one another ever.
Okay, great.
Are they star trails?
Okay.
They
Travis,
don't
thanks for
move.
that.
Yeah,
You
if
started the whole
you're
issue,
not looking
Travis,
at something on a
today.
video, they will not move and diverge from each other.
That's not what we're talking about then, is it?
Oh God, yes, it is. But
I mean,
anyway,
I-
go ahead.
I
Let's
don't
move
really
on.
get
We've
I don't
come,
get
you
the
know,
point of this.
I
Like,
think
I
we've
mean-
come to a stalemate
No,
here.
we get it. Everyone in the room gets it. The ballers don't understand it. We get it. Okay.
it's just
Pete,
silly,
you
though,
seem
because
very
it's-
eager to talk. Do you have a subject you would like to bring to the table?
Yes, let's move on, please.
Star rotation.
Good one.
Yes.
No. I got a physical experiment to prove the ether.
Oh, I'd love to hear that, Brian.
Well, let's get it going first, man.
I have my own
I
thoughts.
ain't-
I'd love to hear that, Brian. Brilliant.
We can table star rotation until tomorrow.
I love it.
Yeah, well,
That's
the
awesome.
ether involves star rotation, but off you go, Brian. If everyone is willing, brilliant.
Let me go grab my paper, man.
I think star trails debunk the
Let's
globe.
encourage everyone
every
as well,
time.
and especially you, Witsit, to realize that we are now greater human beings. So all of us have a time and a place and a sort of a dignity and an intellect and something to offer. So this, as a strange environment, will be difficult to moderate. But yes, I hope Brian can come back, and this will be an encompassing topic. I'm sure of it, because we were especially talking about, Brian was talking about his experiences with Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser as well, and just this dire objection, this absolute worse than baller opposition to this most pertinent of topics. So yeah, I think this is going to be good. Thanks for the rest of the day, Travis, for the topic you brought up, and we came to no conclusions.
Oh, that's not true.
But the day isn't over yet. Ether connects with the starlights. So if there's a singular source to everything that's going on, then everything connects. And that's what we got to come back to. One creator, I say to myself. But anyway, when Brian comes back, he has a demonstration to show that the ether is a reality. I'd love to hear it, because I already know in my core that it is a reality, and I have my own thoughts about how you would demonstrate it to an honest heart, as opposed to the hearts that already know that the ether is a thing. You know what I mean? Which are the controllers.
Well, if we're gonna talk a bit about ether, I'll throw a question out there for I'd like to hear, Austin, what you think. Do you think, Austin, physical matter contains ether?
Yeah, I think it's a modality of ether. I think it is ether. Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well. It's just there's some conceptions that like ether is only sort of like the air. The idea that like light travels through ether, like in that luminiferous ether concept. So. But but they don't. In some of those ideas, they don't necessarily include physical matter as part of it.
Yeah,
Gio,
like
I think physical matter has to be part of the ether.
Gio,
like I think
I'll
light.
get you. Can I just brief question, interjection? Gio, are you anything without your blood? That's what I would say. A sort of cryptic response, you know what I mean? Because I have my own thoughts on what
Yeah,
ether actually
it's
is.
called a topic derail. Go ahead, Austin.
So yeah, I would say that like with the light thing, I think matter is a version of light because light is also a version of ether. I know that it triggers people because it's like when you claim something about everything, then do you really claim anything is the idea. But if that's the case, it's the case, right? And I do think like what Tesla said was when the ether was thrown into infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, just a fancy way of saying like really fast, really small worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter. And if that energy was to ever reside, it'd revert back into the ether. But everything has this like nothing that we perceive is at rest, like even when we think it's at rest, it's not. It has like a resting resonance, right? So it's like slightly vibrating at the least. Everything is, and so yeah, I would say it's the ether and electrostatic. Static electricity is the ether, like under strain, like basically being pressed down into a concentrated area, and then in movement, it's magnetism, electricity, and light is a certain spectrum of that movement. So yeah, I would say like all these things are kind of tied together, and
Where does it stem from?
you couldn't exclude matter from that.
Where does it stem from then? With it, I mean, you mentioned Tesla. I happen to hold Tesla as the fabricated character, sort of a counterpart, the other side of the coin to Einstein. All the bowlers now follow Einstein. All the flat earthers, with encouragement from, like, I guess, Elon Musk and his Tesla Adventures is the name. The idea has been put forth. We have access to all previously hidden information via the internet now. But yeah, where does the ether in reality then stem from?
Thousands of years ago. But I think the idea that Tesla is crafted is stupid, personally, because I know a flat earther whose great grandfather wrote letters with Tesla, and she has copies of the letters in her house in a safe. So I guess he was writing a ghost, or he's in on this. He's in on the story, and I don't understand how you could say flat earthers were tricked into picking Tesla by Elon Musk, who literally is the lead figure to push the idea of space travel. So I don't agree that he's propped up. I think that when you look into him, it takes a lot of diligent research to find any of his stuff. I've been doing it for years. It's not easy. Most of it goes over flat earthers' head. Half of flat earthers don't even research him. So I have to disagree with you. I think he was a real person. I think he just rediscovered what was known for a long time, though.
Absolutely fair enough, man. I'm just letting you know my point of view, and I have looked into this years ago as well. I actually considered building some of the mechanisms. If I took it, I don't know what to take seriously, man, but here's my point. It's just my simple point of view that yes, everything is a construct here. There is no sort of normality that we can sort of rely on. All we're doing is coming away from the determinism of the spinning ball earth materialistic point of view, right? And if we come to this crossroads, then of course, as flat earthers, we're encouraged almost at every sense to scoff at Einstein. Then who was offered to us as a character? Tesla. If all these papers, if these correspondence existed, I'm not going to deny it. I haven't been privy to this information. It's just my impression that Tesla, the most famous man of his time, in the age of the moving picture camera, there's no images of him. There's a few photoshopped images, which are obviously photoshopped. So I'm thinking that it is all part of the greater scripting. But that's not to say that the information. Here's my point. That's not to say that the information that is transferred via the character is not sound.
This is just an unfounded thing that people say. I had someone call into my show and say the same thing. I started pulling up pictures live on my stream. Like, you just say, I'm going to be frank, okay? I think this is what